Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
No. Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
krld.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Davis bluffed the three. Now Davis the screener and the roller and the finisher. Nice pass and a pretty easy finish. Davis.
Mavs TV with the call. And the Mavericks a 120-101 victory over Brooklyn. They're just screwing it all up. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt back from the ballpark. He was at the Globe last night.
Yes.
For a little Rangers exhibition. Peyton and Aiden alongside. We will have plenty of that. I want to know if Bobby tried any of the new food that's out there. I saw Sandler's video that he posted on all the food items. He told his wife about baseball, about this game with a bat and a ball and a stick and pillows.
Mm-hmm.
And they run around and they touch all the pillows.
That's exactly it.
That's exactly what it is.
It's the game of pillow touching.
Yes,
That's what
it
we
is.
Called it.
So we'll get into that. Also, Stars do get a victory at home against Minnesota. We'll talk about that in a second. But we start with the Mavericks screwing up, and I do mean screwing up the whole plan, the whole tank. They bring Anthony Davis back for some godforsaken reason, and they go and they beat Brooklyn. And that's Brooklyn stinks. They're going to be a 50-loss team, 55 maybe, but still.
Yeah, still. Where's your apology? I want to know where your apology.
My
is.
apology?
Yep.
For what?
I need your apology for the fact that last night in the Lakers game, the Magic Lakers game, Luka Doncic was -9 in plus-minus.
No.
Anthony Davis was +12.
Oh.
That is a 21-point difference.
Oh, baby.
Chop.
He's that much better. He's 21 points better than Luka. I bet you Vegas would agree, and they would add the 21 points to the Mavericks if they were to play on the betting line.
I mean, you have to. That would be the way that they would have to do it because he makes that big a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they've struggled so much.
Yeah, it really is.
And that now they've just cleared the path to be able to go on their fantastic run here. This is messing up the plan, ultimately, though. That's what this is doing.
27 minutes, 12 points for AD, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. But you're right. He did have he was +12 with a plus-minus. And let's see, the Mavericks on Team Tank, they're still in 12th.
Yeah,
they did not move.
The Suns won late last night on a Booker buzzer beater.
So they still have a 6.2% chance to get the top 4 and a 1.3% chance to get number 1 overall.
Which, by the way, in the last 6 weeks, how many times have you hit this draft simulator on Tankathon?
Every day.
I think I've hit it 200 times. I have not once gotten Dallas to be the number 1.
No, I just got them to 3 on the third try.
I've gotten them up in the top 4 every now and then, but I've never gotten them to number 1. So even in this fake game, it ends up kind of screwing the Mavs a little bit.
Yep.
But the Mavs are screwing themselves here a little bit. Now, look, I understand you don't want to. I do get the idea whenever people say you can't ask professional athletes to just pack it in. You can't just tell them, pack it in, give up, quit. But again, it's the idea of just, you can naturally let it happen like you did a couple years ago when you sat Kyrie and you sat Luka. Don't let AD come back. Let him get healthy. Let him do whatever he's going to do. Figure things out from there. But this is your last chance at a significant draft pick, potentially. And not even significant. You're not going to get a significant one.
Oh, you might. I mean, you get the top 4.
Probably not, though.
Oh!
Number 1. Number 1. Look at that.
That was like 20 tries.
I had jinxed it, and then there we are. So Cooper Flag. All right, you're getting Cooper Flag right there. But this is what they've set themselves up for, of just being right in the middle. I still, every day I laugh more and more thinking about the Mavericks trying to push this idea that this is a win now move. That anything about this was a win now move, when in reality all you did was suck just enough to drop to the back end of the play-in or just outside of it, and probably pick 10 to 12.
Yeah, and look, I mean, 10 to 12, you can get a Derek Lively, but Derek Lively's a role player. You're not getting a superstar generally. Now, you might have somebody that misses, right? You get a team that just...
Giannis went 15.
Yeah,
Nash went 15. Yeah. You get a once in a blue moon.
Yep.
I want to say initially, it was something like outside of Giannis and Nash, I think there was only one MVP over the course of like 50 years that wasn't a lottery pick. So, I mean, it's definitely, it's a big part of that. 214 says there were fire Nico chants last night at the Stars game, which is good. But, I mean, this is something where they've set themselves up now to be just good enough to cross that threshold and screw themselves. It's the same argument we had 2 years ago, and the one that they came down on the right side of that we didn't anticipate they would, but they did. And this time around, it doesn't seem like they have the same sense. 561, Mavs have become Nico's vanity project, 100%. 100%.
So I'm looking at the some of the mock drafts, and they have the Mavs at, obviously where you're picking. You could be taking Con Kneppel from Duke.
You pronounce the K?
They do. I don't care for that.
I probably would too. That was my name.
But I don't like pronouncing the N. Like it's.
I'm glad.
My my roommate, he was Knizner. It's just like Andrew Kisner for the Rangers.
Oh yeah,
he's his cousin. It's Kisner. There's no N. You don't pronounce the N.
Yeah, see, that seems like an odd decision there.
Now this one with Kneppel, I think it's either should be Neppel or Keppel.
You don't want Neppel. You'd rather.
You can't have Neppel.
No.
But you have Keppel.
Yeah, sure.
And I don't like the Kneppel. I don't care for that. Don't put two. This isn't Russia. Is this Russia? You can't put a K in an N.
No, it's not Russia, because I know it for one thing. There's no way that Nico Harrison would have Russians on his basketball team.
But I mean, they haven't passed on Liam McNeely at UConn and Derek Queen and Solo Ball and JT Toppin. So
is this? Do you think this instance of AD being available last night, is this just about, hey, we have to have bodies ready, we got to have people out there to put on the floor, or is that as simple as Nico's going to dig in and say, you're going to see what I wanted, and you're going to see it now, and I don't care if we're playing for anything, you're going to see it, damn it.
Yeah, I mean, how much of it is on him? I mean, he might just be insisting that he gets back in the lineup.
Jason Kidd said last night, quote on Anthony Davis, he gets paid to play. I know you think this is a joke, but his character of working to get back with 12 games left just shows how much he cares about what he wants to do, and that's to help this team win. But Jason Kidd looks worn out talking up there. How likely is it, do you think, that Kidd just walks away after this year?
I don't think so.
Do you think there's any shot? You think he wants to sit around for this? I wouldn't. If he truly had nothing to do with that'll tell me if he had anything to do with Luka going.
Well, I don't even know about that. I mean, look, guys don't walk. I mean, do you just see people just walk away from millions of dollars a year?
Dude, that's been a brutal job this year.
Oh, it has. It has. But, the summer's coming, and you can step away from it for a little bit, and then you hope that people forget about it by the start of next year.
Doesn't he have it? When you're Jason Kidd, don't you feel like you've got enough money?
Yeah, I think you do. But,
his net worth is $85 million.
He's also, he's been fired from a couple of jobs, but
he had a whole NBA career.
Moved away from a couple of jobs. He keeps coaching. Some guys are basketball lifers.
He does love it, but I mean, that's exactly. If you're somebody who loves it, do you want to be around what this is right now?
I don't think so. I don't think you would, but unless he thinks, all right, you know what? Like, if we get Kyrie back and Anthony Davis, we do have a good team. They do. Like, if Kai and AD are healthy, that's a good squad.
214, Mavs are in 11th, not 12th. You said that 2 days in a row. 11th place in the West. They're 12th in the lottery. That's where they are in the lottery, 214. That's what we're talking about there. We are not talking about where they stand in the conference. We're talking about where their position is in the lottery right now. But, I don't know. To me, it's just, if Jason Kidd had legitimately nothing to do with the move, why would you want to stay for this? I was about to say really bad word.
If you had nothing to do with the move?
Yeah, if you had nothing to do with
the same reason that he said about AD wanting to play. Like, it's he's a competitor. It's his job. He gets paid to play. He gets paid to coach.
But he didn't get paid to oversee a self-destruction.
No, I mean he may not re-up. I have to go look at when his deal's up. But he may finish out his contract. I mean, guys, he may say the same thing. I'm getting paid to coach. I'm going to coach.
Yeah, but this is as flustered as he's been at the podium this year, and we've seen some. Because what is he? He's Mr.
That should tell you that he had nothing to do with the move.
What's the Peyton drop? No one's dying. All the time we hear no one's dying. He's Mr. On the level, keep it cool. That now we've seen him blow off press conferences. We've seen him get snippy with people. Last night he's saying, "I know you think this is a joke, but this is important to him."
Yeah, well, we tried everything.
That's like that's a guy who feels like he's worn out by this
Yeah.
right now, just like everybody else is, and worn out by Nico Harrison just digging in those heels of his and just saying, nope, I was right. I'm going to be right. And all y'all be damned.
It is Sean and RJ 105 through the fans of the Mavericks get a 19-point victory on the road. Meanwhile, the Dallas Stars getting a goal from Matt Duchene on Victory Plus.
Take it away from Bogosian. Duchene shot. Score! Ben was cutting in front. Duchene, the screenshot, and Dallas doubles up immediately.
So Victory Plus with the call. Stars 3-zip over the Wild. The power play was fairly nice to him last night. What does the money puck say?
Money puck says 53.5% for Dallas Stars. So they correctly predicted it. Here's the question I have this morning as we're getting ready. I was talking about this with Peyton earlier. And you've spent, how long have you been around Sean now? 14 years? Something like that?
Yeah, it'll be 14 years next month.
Okay. How mad would he get if one of these mornings, around this time, we call and wake him up to give him on the air the money puck numbers?
Oh, man.
Would he forget about it by next week?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't forget about it.
Would he be not angry?
It would be
about
our 6 o'clock segment. His first day back would be, why did you wake me up?
Nah. Oh, he was up. He was texting a minute ago. Right?
So we can't call him and give him money puck.
No, the problem is that you call him. First of all,
you guys heard that.
Silent.
RJ Choppy said that it's okay to call Sean.
Look, you call him. Go ahead. I don't care. It's his phone's his phone's always on silent, and so he may not even hear it. He may not even hear it, or may not even see it. But also, do you really want to wake up the baby? That's the problem.
Yeah, that's
because it is paternity leave.
That's what he was.
So he is spending time. He's skin to skin. He's going skin to skin with his baby.
Yeah. I see. You're winking just like I am there, Chop. No, I
can't wink. My eyes are watering too much right now.
So that's it, guys. He walked in here this morning just looking like someone took a giant dump in his face and gave him pink eye. He has both eyes lit up like you haven't seen before. I mean, his eyes are red. Yeah, and he can't stop rubbing them.
It's like the area around the eye because I've just like wiped them nonstop for the last, I don't know, 18 hours. Like it's just been like just awful. I don't know what it is. And I've been taking allergy pills too. And allergy eye drops.
Do you have the I was going to say you do have the eye drops and they haven't been working?
No.
Are they like medicated ones or are they just the regular old?
I got them at the store at Costco or whatever.
But like there's some that are like they have medicine in them and others are just like lubricant basically.
Oh no, this has some med. It's like a 0.01% medicine or whatever the small dose is. I have no idea, but it's brutal. I am miserable.
Is this because you mowed the yard the other day and you were talking to her early saying you didn't get Movid?
I wouldn't think so, but it maybe.
What's the incubation period on Movid?
That's a good question. It was the day next day last year. It was like I mowed the lawn and I was like, ooh, I had no voice within 24 hours.
So we would say you need 3 days off now to be able to recover from that. They say 3 days.
3 days to flatten the curve.
No itchy eyes.
No itchy eyes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Maintain 6 feet.
Right. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. It is pro day season. Is there a quarterback headed to the Cowboys? The Cowboys going to pass on the top wide receiver in the draft? That's next on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to Zerez and get that carpet.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
.105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this, Bobby Belt, but we are the official home of the Texas Rangers. It's a baseball team.
I've heard about it.
And we are going to have opening day coming up on Thursday at the Globe. K&C there at 10 a.m. First pitch, 3:05?
3:05.
So G-Bag won't have a show. And then, that's the start of the grind. 161 more after that.
That is the start of the grind. It's the start of the off season for G-Bag, but it's the start of the grind for the Texas Rangers. Yeah, it'll be 3:05 first pitch. We got a 1 hour pregame leading up to it. KNC will be out there from 10 to 2 with lots of interviews. If you're going to be out at the ballpark and running around the area out there, you're going to want to stop by and say hi to the KNC Masterpiece. And then we will be out at Allen Fire Station number 1
Keller.
Keller.
Please,
Allen.
Yeah. Don't go to the Allen.
Don't
you can go. I'm sure the Allen Fire Station is wonderful. We've been there.
We've been there. Don't go to that one.
Yeah, go to the Keller one.
Keller. You're going to go to the Keller Fire Station. number one on Friday. We're going to have Sean and RJ Firehouse do our aprons, as well as free Whataburger breakfast while supplies last. And Eric Chiafalo will be joining us. And he would not be joining us if it was an Allen.
Probably not.
He's like,
Probably not.
Not going to make that drive.
So.
But
Although
we'll be out in Keller. It'll be a good time.
I think he came to Glen Heights.
He did, and that was a drive.
It was a drive
for him. That was look, see, I got the Glen Heights on today. Actually,
oh, look at that.
I'm repping Glen Heights. They were they treated us well out there, and I'm sure Keller will as well. So you guys come out and say hey on Friday. Sean Sharif is out this week, so he'll not be out there on there. Shedeur Sanders, RJ Choppy. You familiar with him? You ever heard of him?
I am a very familiar with him.
He's starting to clap back a little bit.
Good.
Do you think he needs to push back against some of the narrative? Isn't there a little bit of just let my game do the talking or let these interviews do the talking? Does he need to worry about it?
There comes a point where it's just like, dude, it's too much.
And he's probably feels like he's reached that point. After the scouting combine, this is from Pro Football Talk, anonymous evaluators started characterizing Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders as arrogant and brash. At last Thursday's Colorado Pro Day workout, Shedeur Sanders was asked by Bucky Brooks of NFL Network about the pre-draft chatter. This is what he said. He said, well, we always understood to block out the noise, even from Jackson State and Colorado. It's a lot of critics. It's a lot of hate. But we know what to do. We know how to handle that in every way, so we remain happy. So Shedeur kind of just saying, not worried about it, letting it roll off my back. I'm going to be good to go. Deion's not taking the same approach. Deion Sanders had told Mike Freeman of USA Today that he sees all these observations as lies, and he's starting to threaten now to say, I'm going to name the person that I believe is spreading the misinformation. He was offered a chance to say, okay, would you like to get into that now? Would you like to tell us about that? And Deion declined. Didn't do so. But Deion is now threatening for I think this is one team spreading bad information or one person spreading bad information, and I'm about ready to just out who this person is if they're going to keep doing this with Shedeur.
So let me ask you this. Let's say the team with the 8th pick in the draft. Now, that wouldn't be Carolina. Let's say the Jets are at 7.
Mm-hmm.
Or New Orleans is at 9. And they're the ones that are doing all this. And they're doing this so Shedeur's stock drops and they can get him. A, how common is that? B, do you have a problem with that approach?
So
it's probably unethical.
I mean, there's a little bit of, the game's the game, and teams are going to play it however they can. I don't think that that's very common because I think what's more common is that tactic from the side of the agent or the player, that they will do things to ensure that they get past teams so that they can get to somebody else. But I don't think generally a single team can't spread necessarily, hey, here's all these bad things about Shedeur if the teams ahead of them have also talked to him and they already know, no, he's good. Like, we didn't have those issues with him. These are all going to be things that have trickled out because it's not one person. I can tell you that. Deion's wrong about that. It is not one person spreading this because I heard it from 3 different places in NFL circles.
Is it one team that started it and everybody else is kind of just...
one team said it and then everybody else is like, yeah, he was difficult with us too.
Yeah.
That's possible, but even if that's the case, he still was difficult. They still found him to be tough to deal with.
Right.
So, look, I think the best thing for Shedeur Sanders at this point is just to worry about checking the boxes the rest of the way. Make sure that he's performing where he needs to perform, not skipping Big 12 Pro Day workout, not skipping this or that, making sure that he's...
Has he done any
involved.
Pro Day?
Has he what?
Has he done his own Pro Day?
He has not done the Colorado one yet. He's done Big 12 Pro Day. He did he showed up at the Combine. He showed up at Shrine Bowl. None of those 3 he worked out at.
Okay, so he went to the Big 12. What did he do at the Big 12 Pro Day?
Talk to people, talk to teams.
Okay.
But still,
that's more than Caleb did, right?
Yes, in the sense that Caleb didn't visit with teams. He didn't go on trips with teams. Shedeur's going to go on trips with teams. He'll go visit if Seattle wants to do an interview with him, it sounds like he'll go visit Seattle. But this is something where he's not thrown in front of anybody because he says, my tape's my tape. You guys watch that. And I think that that's something where teams would like to see him work out a little bit and just be there during the draft process. That matters to them, that you're showing up and competing and taking part and trying to put something on your resume.
Is this going to be the norm where you just where top quarterbacks just don't throw? And like, what is the benefit of that?
Could be. I mean, you've seen a lot of these things change in recent years. You'll see guys who just don't throw, or so far we've seen a lot of different changes. Shedeur is not participating really at all in any of the process other than interviews. Last year, Jaden Daniels wouldn't even allow himself to get weighed at the combine. Like most guys who show up at the combine, they'll still get height, weight, and that's it, even if they're not going to test. Jaden Daniels wouldn't even weigh in last year because there was a question about his weight. He said, nope, do it at Pro Day. Not going to do it here. Caleb Williams last year, like you mentioned, completely changed the thing where he goes, I'm not going to be tested at the combine for medicals, and I'm only going to visit the teams that might draft me. That's it.
Did Jaden weigh in at the Pro Day?
Yes.
So what's the point of doing it at the Pro Day and at the combine? Same scale.
I think the idea is if he's not where he wants to be weight-wise yet, he has a chance to put it up.
Oh, I get you.
Whereas, like, you don't want somebody to go, even if he puts that number up at Pro Day, you don't want somebody to go, yeah, but he was down here. What happened? Like, he clearly, why wasn't he ready for combine? So instead, he just doesn't put a number out there at all. And so, but it's a different way to go about it. It's a different way to attack it. I do think there's an argument to be made or a case to be made that Cam Ward's, more involved process where he's actually putting himself out there a little bit more than Shedeur is.
Yeah.
I think that has mattered a little bit in terms of discrepancy. And he did have his pro day yesterday, Cam Ward at the University of Miami, and was really impressive. Had a lot of really big time throws and had a bit of a viral moment where he was seen kind of talking to the Titans at one point, speaking to their general manager. And they were asked, the NFL Network asked him, what were you saying to him? And he said, I told him I'm solidifying it today. They finally got to see me throw in person. That should be all they need to see. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be happy whatever team I go to. I'm just trying to play football. And we're throwing up some of it on the fan cam right now. You can see him throwing. But he looked good yesterday, and he's involved in the process, and he's giving teams a better impression in the interview process than Shedeur Sanders is. All those things matter in the margins in terms of, okay, who do we want to take? And so I think that's why you saw so much of Cam Ward starting to take a stronger position as the potential number one pick over Shedeur Sanders when it was a lot closer at one point, where it felt like, okay, those two guys are kind of neck and neck. It's not nearly that anymore. But on the topic of number one pick, did you happen to see the Abdul Carter tweet yesterday?
No.
Tell me if you love this or if you think this is a little too cocky, a little too much, a little too brash. Abdul Carter, who also came out of Indianapolis with some chatter that he's maybe a little bit difficult. He tweeted this yesterday in this. I'm going to turn this around and show it to you. Look at this font, this specialized font he was using in his tweet.
Okay.
He uses like 3 different fonts and underlines things and bolds things and is clearly trying to make a whole message out of this. He says, number 1 overall pick, 30 days away. Don't let all this quarterback need talk fool y'all. It's already known who's the best, and no quarterback is in that discussion. Like I said, the best player goes number 1. Generational. Remember. Then he holds up a little emoji, a little Sean-sized emoji with a number 1
little
finger.
Small
there.
finger. Okay.
Yep, little small finger there. Do you like that, or do you think that's? If you've got a little bit of a brash attitude, that say that to teams, don't say it on Twitter.
No, I like it. I like it. I like my defensive players to be a little crazy.
Do you agree with the idea of it?
That is he the best player in the draft?
No, the idea of if he is a generational talent and the quarterbacks you just think are good, you're Mr. Quarterback over everything else. Would you take the good quarterback, the guy you think is going to be a good quarterback, over the guy who's a generational defensive end, or is that position valuable enough that you would?
If I have no quarterback, I have to take a quarterback. I have to reach.
If you're Tennessee.
See, I don't know. See, Tennessee is freaking me out because they've kind of hinted we like Will. We like Will.
I like Will Levis.
So I don't think Tennessee is actually in play for Cam Ward at all. Like, I think they're going to trade out of the pick, or they're going to draft Abdul Carter.
Yeah, I could see.
Or Travis Hunter.
I would see them trading out of the pick. Absolutely, I could see them doing that.
But like, if you don't have the quarterback, if you're the Giants, if you're the Raider, actually the Raiders have one now. But you know what I mean. If you do have a quarterback, then you can't. Then you draft Abdul or you draft Travis Hunter. If you don't, then you've got to pass on him.
You mentioned the Raiders have a quarterback. They might be adding another one.
Oh no!
Based on the interviews that one Quinn Ewers revealed at his Texas Pro Day on Tuesday. Here's who he's got visits lined up with, Chop. Stop me when you hear one that's interesting.
Okay.
He's going to take a 30 visit with the Indianapolis Colts. He's going to have a 30 visit with the Las Vegas Raiders. And for those of you that every year, kind of a refresher, 30 visits are just really particular visits where you can have players come to your facility and get tested medically, all those sort of things, but you're limited to 30 of those a year. And then he has a local visit with the Dallas Cowboys. Now you're a Ewers fan.
I mean, I think he's better than you guys call it.
Oh, okay. Here, I shouldn't say he's a Ewers fan. You have been a bigger buyer of some of the flashes at times, because I know we've come back here on Mondays before after Texas has played, and you've been really impressed with some of the throws that he makes.
I mean, he's just a solid quarterback. I mean, I don't know that I would sit there and say that he's a first rounder, but I have no problem with Quinn. If Quinn succeeds in the NFL, it's not gonna surprise me.
If you've watched Shador play plenty, I'm sure too. Just in general, when Colorado's played, when you've seen the two of them play, if I told you could have Quinn in the 4th round or Shador at the top of the draft, would you rather just say
the first overall,
top 5? Would you rather say
Shador? I think Shador's better.
Is he good enough to take in the top 5 over Quinn in the 4th potentially? Where you could get a much better player potentially than Shador in a vacuum, and then say, well, is the gap enough with Quinn in the 4th?
This is the would you rather have had Goff at 1 or Zeke at 4 and Dak in the 4th?
Right. Yeah. Same sort of question.
Yeah, I would take that.
Because you don't think the gap is there as much.
If you're getting, let's say you get Travis Hunter at 3 overall, and then you get Shador in the 4th. I'm sorry, Quinn in the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could do that. Could be better.
I like
just
a lot.
A philosophy.
I like a lot of what's on Quinn's tape. There's also some things that are terrifying about him. And there are times where he looks like a scared player.
My concern with him is the moment he gets a little bit banged up, he just he just throws the ball short. He never goes downfield.
You remember that famous Darnold quote? I'm seeing ghosts.
Yeah.
There are times it feels like that's Quinn when he's out there. When he's
Quinn can be one of those guys that takes like 6 years to figure it out in the league.
I mentioned this once previously. I know I talked to one evaluator who said they think Quinn's a 2nd-round player. I talked to another who said they wouldn't draft him. Like, that's the kind of variance that exists on Quinn Ewers right now in the NFL.
Yeah, it's just a plan. It's a plan. Would you rather get the 2 players or the 1? So
2 players.
There you go. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt made his way out to the ballpark. Did he try the new food? And surprise, surprise, he's also awkward. It's next on The Fan. Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course...
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Chevy dealership in the world, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The one-strike pitch. Swinging a high drive, well-hit ball, deep out into right center, and it is gone. Into the Ranger bullpen, a majestic shot for Jock Peterson. His team-best 5th home run of the spring. That breaks the tie, and the Rangers lead it 6-3.
Oh, Hixie with a call in a game you heard right here. Rangers 6-3 victors over the Royals in an exhibition game that Bobby Belt made his way out for.
I did.
I did not know you were going to this guy. I knew your lady was going to the game. I knew Kristen was going.
Yeah, because I had gotten tickets from the office here. So every time we get the chance to put in for tickets, Kim, our wonderful office manager here, she'll send out the email and she'll say, hey, I got tickets. If you guys want to enter for a drawing, we'll pull names at Friday at noon. And so even if I can't go, I always enter for them, because then if I get them, I'm like, oh, Kristen, you can go. You can go hang out, take a friend, something like that.
Right.
And so I entered for it, and I won 2 pairs of tickets.
Wow.
I won tickets last night, and I won them for today as well, because they're going to play again today.
Something's telling me that you may have been the only one that applied.
No, because there were multiple winners. I just was the only one who won both, and I won both. They were giving away regular tickets, and they were giving away tickets to the Odyssey Suite. So I won tickets both days to the Odyssey Suite. So it's a pretty good setup. But I told Kristen, I was like, hey, go ahead, find somebody to go with both days. Like, I'm probably going to be napping during the day one on Tuesday. And then Monday, I'm, it's going to be coming off. It's the beginning of the week. I'm going to be tired. I'm probably just going to be chilling out. So just find somebody to go with. I'll stay home with the kids. And so she had found a friend to go with. And then she was like, bad news, she's sick. So I got to ask like other people, but otherwise I don't know if there's anybody I can take tonight. So I was like, okay, I'm going to end up having to go to this thing. That's what's going to, not having to. It's nice. It's fun to go to the suite and everything else. But just in general, I was hoping to just relax tonight. I didn't want to have to leave the house at 4 to get there by 5 and then hang around till 8 and then get home by 9. You know what I mean? It's like it takes up 5 hours that I wasn't expecting.
Why did you want to get to the game so early?
She likes to just walk around the stadium or go see stuff or beat track. Like, she just likes the whole experience.
Sarah's the same way. She if we're gonna go to the game, we're not going.
She doesn't want to get there at first pitch.
We're not getting there at the game. She wants to eat dinner first. Either wants to go to Texas Live or we go to a Stars game. Go down to Victory area. Go down a couple of restaurants down there. So it's not just the game.
So yeah, and that's generally the idea there, and I'm fine with it. It's just I was like, okay, I wasn't expecting that I was gonna have. Like, I'm going to need to have 5 hours carved out here. So now we're doing this. So I napped like all the way leading up to when we had to leave. But then we ended up going out there, and it was good to be out there at the ballpark. The roof was open. It was nice. And I got a little bit of pushback on this, but I know you saw it yesterday. I tweeted and I said, roof open is always the right decision.
It's always the right decision.
And then there were some...
Until it's 5,000 degrees, then it's not.
That's the thing. There were some chumps in my mentions that were going like, this man actually said always. Yeah, always. Like it was for 20 years. Grow up, children. It was fine for 20 years. It's fine some more.
I
supported
the old place. I supported the old place. I don't like an indoor baseball stadium. I just think it's very sterile. It is more comfortable. There's no doubt about that. You don't have to worry about sweating. But yeah, I mean, all things equal, I'd much rather be in an open air.
When we got to the suite section, it's the same one that Odyssey's always had. And Kristen sat there before.
I don't think I've ever been to the Odyssey Suite.
Didn't you go to the Rangers game with us last year?
I don't think I was able to make that one.
Okay, well, it's like it's right down the first base line, the like lower level, but it's the same spot it's always been.
Oh.
And Kristen walked in. Yeah, you know where it is. So Kristen walks in and she's like, "But is this the same one we were in last year?" Like, yeah, same exact one. She's like, "It feels closer." And I was like, I don't know why.
All right.
She's like, "It just feels closer. It feels like we're more on top of it." And you know what I realized it was? It was the freaking roof being open. It just it changes the whole feel of the place.
Look, I think the roof open it's a great stadium.
It just changes.
Great stadium with the roof open.
The entire experience of watching a game is completely different when that thing's closed.
Yeah, I know the stadium gets killed by all the rankings of the stadiums. I think with the roof open, it's fantastic.
With the roof open, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's just when it's closed, it's like you use the right word, sterile. Well, we go there last night, and I decided
There's a hum. Houston's the same way. There's just a hum to it.
Yeah, same sort of thing. I did decide to run Kristen through a little bit of a challenge, though.
Boy, that's a show bet. You got to sit. Your punishment is you have to sit in the stadium completely empty with that hum the whole time for like 10 hours.
It's not like enhanced interrogation techniques that were banned.
Yes. It might drive you nuts.
Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to do that anymore. I did decide to run Kristen through a few different trivia questions, though.
Okay.
And it's very visual, so I'll just kind of relay it. But she's a big fan of baseball. She is a fan of baseball the way a lot of people are, which is, I love going to the games, and I love the experience, and I get excited watching it. I don't know what the hell's going on, though. That's Kristen. She doesn't know what the hell exactly is going on, but she's just excited to be there, and she's excited for the experience, and she'll cheer her heart out watching the game. So I just decided to start pointing around at some things. We were in the third inning. It was like, they're playing the Kansas City Royals. So I was like, who are they playing right now? She's like, the England Royals. It's like, nope.
No, she didn't.
Missed that.
No,
Did not get that. I said, what's that yellow post over there in the corner? And I didn't want to say foul pole, but she said, it's the outfield thing. Didn't know it was called a foul pole.
Okay.
No idea. I pointed right in front of her. I said, what's that little dirt in front of the wall right there? What do you think that is? And she went, that has a name? I was like, yeah, it has a name.
Yeah.
It does. It's the warning track. It's the warning track. I had pointed to the first base coach. I was like, right down there, that coach by first base. What's his job title? She was like, go to second. I was like,
that's his job title is to go to second.
She said his job title is go to second. It's like, nope, not exactly. But the best part, and I didn't realize this, you don't think about this from the perspective of, we've all watched baseball all our lives.
Yes,
and we all have an understanding of it. When you've never really followed it before, you don't think of how confusing a baseball box score probably looks to somebody.
Let's see. Runs, hits, errors, left on base, LOB. LOB, I think, would screw a lot of people up.
The 9 inning, but just in general, 9 innings, the 2 different rows, the 9 columns. Then you got the runs, hits, errors. You've got the ball strike count over here. A lot of times it's just illuminated by lights. It doesn't even have anything on it. So I knew just looking at that, she's not going to have any clue.
If you plop down, somebody who's like not from the U.S., not even from like a baseball country, like, what was that? Who was that DJ? The Pillows? Who was that DJ? Was that?
I don't.
You know what I'm talking about? He goes the Pillows, and then the Stick Man.
It's hilarious.
Stick Man. I could totally see how it would screw you up.
Well, and so I asked her. I was just like, the last thing I asked her was, it was the third inning. It was 1-0 Texas. I was like, what's the score right now? She's like, I don't know. I was like, right up there. There's the scoreboard. Just look. Tell me what the score is. And she saw the balls and strikes full count. She went 3-2.
3-2. There you go. There you go.
But it's a great example of the game of baseball also being accessible even when people don't totally understand.
Yeah.
That's why I think it is America's pastime, is because it is so accessible even when you don't understand all the little nuances and terminology.
Did you try any of the new food out there? Because we saw all the new food. Sandler posted a video. I retweeted it at RJ Choppy on the Twitter X thingies.
I did not.
Did you try? You didn't?
I did not. But look, here's the thing.
You know what happened here, Peyton?
I was in that suite.
He was
live
in the suite
with Zach and Cody, baby.
You had burgers, hot dogs, wings.
Yeah,
were an option.
it was fantastic.
Some tendies,
some seltzers. There's some seltzers in there too. So
it was za.
Some za. There was no za,
no.
Or sa, depending on if you think pizza should be pronounced how it sounds or how it looks. But no, it was a great experience. I was honestly saving it because I anticipate you're going to go to the staff baseball game here in a couple weeks, and I wanted to save it for all of us to be able to review on the air.
Well,
and also that's not true. I just didn't think to try any of it until you called me, and then I had to come up with that excuse. But that's what it was. But it was a great time there at the ballpark, and the Rangers play out there again today.
Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I said Bobby is surprise, he's awkward.
Yes.
But you know what? I do the same thing.
what we're about to talk about?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is, Peyton, you're going to be a good person to tell us if you think this is weird too. So the other night we were out somewhere and I had to take an elevator up to a floor. And while I was walking, I love music. I have a very eclectic musical taste, Chop. And I heard a song that I was like, man, that's catchy. Like, I really like this. I can't hear any of the lyrics though. So I can't just, if I hear the lyrics, I will seize a line in my mind or whatever and just Google that lyric as soon as I get a chance. But I'll just like repeat it in my head over and over again. I couldn't hear what the lyrics were saying at all, but it sounded catchy. So what do? I end up pressing the elevator as I hear this music. So it opens up and I'm like holding up Shazam, trying to take it. And then somebody walks up and the elevator's open, and I feel like a weirdo for holding it up and holding up my phone and just not getting on the elevator like I'm supposed to. So I quickly kind of just like make it look like I was like, just stretching my arm out or something. And I just try to casually walk into the elevator as it then starts closing. So I run into the elevator door and it started like open closing and freaking out for a second. So I thought I broke the elevator. And then we got on it. And now I've opened myself up to a discussion with that guy. As soon as the doors closed, he went, so what were you doing? I was like, I was Shazamming a song. I wanted to know what that song was.
Look, there's an easy out here because I do this all the time, but a lot of times I do it just because it's easier. I'll do it when I know the song, but it's easier just to do that. That's that way. Like I know to go back and put it on my playlist because it gets saved.
How?
Well, it gets saved in your Shazam.
But yeah,
and then I go back to my clips. And they'll add that.
Yeah, that's all I need to do there. But I've got to be able to hold it up there long enough. And sometimes Shazam will be really quick. Sometimes, then other times it's sitting there going like searching. Could you search it again? It's like no, I don't have time for that. That's embarrassing socially. You need to just figure it out the first time. Shazam.
Yeah, I don't. I just do it in the middle of like a.
You don't feel uncomfortable at all, like kind of just in the middle of nowhere, holding your phone up to a speaker. Every time I've done it on the road, Sean inevitably sees it and starts saying something. No, he's like, why are you holding your phone up? What are you doing?
Yeah, I just don't care. You know, if somebody says that thinks like I'm weird.
Do you care?
What was the song?
Yeah, what was the song?
I didn't catch it. And so it's and that's the thing, it's lost forever. I will never know that song.
Would you have gone to the extent of like asking someone, an employee, hey, what's the song playing? Like, because they have a playlist. Someone's got a Spotify somewhere.
I don't know that they do. A lot of times it could just be a programmed station.
It's a program thing, but they could probably find it.
Yeah, they might be able to. I need to start saving. Whenever I have these moments where it's like, I was willing to risk social embarrassment to find this song, I'm going to start stacking up the songs and I'll play them for you guys. And you guys are going to tell me, like, was that worth potentially embarrassing myself? Or did you just embarrass yourself for a really lame song?
What is my most recent Shazammed song? I think what's far more awkward or strange is that, oh God, yeah. Sarah was like, what's the name of this song? And I couldn't think of it. It was a big and rich song. She goes, I've never heard of this band. I go, yes, you have. And I was like, I'll show you. And it was a big and rich song. She doesn't use Shazam. She uses Soundhound. I think that's far more weird.
Okay, I used Soundhound for a long time.
I think it's far. That's weird. Nobody's ever heard of that.
I used to have both because there were some things that it's like Amazon Music versus Spotify.
Yeah.
Where there's some things that Shazam gets most of it. There's random songs that Shazam can't find that Soundhound does for some reason.
Okay.
So I keep it as a backup. It's not bad to have as a backup.
Okay,
I think it's reasonable to have.
Yeah, I want to keep that as a backup. I can dig with that. 6 a.m. Club here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. Texas has made it official. They are back. College Kegger kicks off the 7 o'clock hour next.
Stars fans, we have the top.
said. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Laser Lady.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Melody? No.
Nutmeg Lady.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105 through The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden alongside. Now, two of the people here, Bobby and Peyton, are non-Texas fans. They didn't go to Texas, but you're a University of Texas fan. They are excited today because it is official. You have a new head basketball coach, Sean Miller, and Texas is back.
Are we?
Yes.
Sean,
yes.
Mr. Steal Your Coach. University of Texas is what we are. Mr. Steal Your Coach.
That's right. That's right.
We did A&M in baseball.
Most,
now we're doing
Mr.
most
Steal Your
Power
Coach.
Fives. Most Power Fives are Mr. Steal Your Coaches.
Mr. Steal Your Coach, and then have Mr. Steal Your Coach.
Well, I'm saying, like,
have a domestic issue and get fired.
You beat us, and so we just take your coach.
Yeah. There you go.
And then sometimes our coach beats.
Are you not a fan of this hire?
It's fine. It doesn't I'm not like super thrilled with it, but yeah, it's fine. It's it's better than when they hired old Nick Wright away from wherever when they hired Shaka.
No.
Yeah, they look like
Shaka was on top of the world.
I didn't like the
Shaka was
hire.
a more splash than this.
No, I didn't like the Shaka hire at the time. Shaka hire to me at the time was the same as the Charlie Strong hire.
Man, Shaka had such a huge.
People loved him.
He was turning jobs down left and right.
Yeah, and people loved him at the time, but there was still how there's always this sense of take anybody like this existed for a long time with Boise coaches, Chris Peterson or people like that. Of is there still something kind of gimmicky about what you're doing? Is this really going to play at big time program? I felt like that was still the question about Shaka. Could Shaka handle big time program?
Well.
And
Sean Miller can handle big time.
Yes, he can, and he's fine. It's just like I said. It's not.
Once he got it rolling, he went 30-8, 23-12, 27-8, 33-5, 34-4, 32-5 at Arizona. He fell off. They had their little scandal-y things that happened, the FBI investigation, and they eventually walked away from him. And he went back to Xavier. Only took a year off, went back to Xavier.
This is not as
he did fine.
This is not as sexy a hire. Didn't turn out right, but this to me is not as sexy a hire as Chris Beard was at the time.
I agree. Chris Beard was a sexier hire. There are other guys that I thought, Will Wade would have been.
Will Wade would have been better.
Would have been, I think, a better hire. I think Will Wade's great. Now, I think Will Wade is also toxic and damn near untouchable.
It just feels rushed. It's like oh, we want to fill the role. Let's do it now.
Oh, they beat us. Let's get him. He's a good coach. I'm not gonna talk.
Y'all got a good one.
I know. I'm also a perpetually when it comes to the University of Texas, and a lot of the other sports fandoms that I have, I'm very similar to a lot of these Cowboys fans who just are like, until it's all right, I'm not going to be happy about any of it. Like, I do recognize that it's probably a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. I don't know if there's a hire I would have loved. Yeah. So, to be fair, I'm probably just not one who can be pleased, and I just need to accept that. He's a good coach. It's not a bad hire. It's not like I'm not jazzed about it.
You heard Boomer in the Sports Minute there talk about how
tried not to
how it's all Power 4. It's the first time we've ever had this since 1975, where the Sweet 16 is just the power conferences. It's the 7 SEC, the Big 10, the Big 12, and the ACC, and that's it, right? That's all that's left. And one of the things that people are talking about is this the new norm? And the answer is yes, it is, because of the transfer portal and the NIL, and the one advantage that all these Cinderellas had, from UMBC to Valpo to Morehead State to St. Peter's to Georgia State to George Mason to VCU, is that they were all like 22-year-old senior classes.
I noticed you just flat out dissing Sister Jean.
Oh, I totally forgot about him. Loyola too.
It's easy to forget about him for you, isn't it? How much you hate.
No, that's just for whatever reason. Like, I think I've gotten numb to it at that point.
Sister free lunch.
She
would have been all in that suite last night. She would not have gone out and tried anything.
She would not have. But the reality is that they used to have like 22-year-old teams that had been there, the players together for 3-4 years, and the one and dones and the 18-year-old kids were on the other side. Now it's reversed. Now the 18-year-old kids are going to the mid-major because these Power Fives aren't going to take this. Like, you get your transfers. Go look around. Duke's got a ton of freshmen, right? But Auburn's best player is Janai Broome. He's 22, and Houston's is L.J. Cryer, and he's 23, and Tennessee's is Chaz Lanier, and he's 22, and Florida's is Walter Clayton Jr., and he's 22. Like, that's it. Everything is flipped.
St. John's is R.J. Lewis, and he's on the bench.
He is on the bench.
Poor kid.
Yep.
No, but what
I mean? Like, it's just the way it is. And Cinderella, last true Cinderella we had was Florida Atlantic.
Yeah.
Right? A couple years ago.
Was Florida Atlantic and San Diego State?
Yeah, but like San Diego State is like, they were in a similar situation. But San Diego State's, their best player is he has moved on. Is he at Florida? Anyway, Florida Atlantic, their coach is at Michigan.
So
and their 3 of their best players are still in the tournament.
So the closest, do you think it's reasonable to think the closest we're going to get to Cinderella is going to look more like
McNeese this year, just a 12-5,
or just more like underperforming big program that all of a sudden catches fire? So Arkansas at 10, North Carolina at 11, like you would project. Like, that's going to be what Cinderella looks like.
That's Cinderella. That's Cinderella right now. It does take a little bit of the fun out of it. You're still going to get your 12-5, you're still going to get your Drakes, but I just think that they're not going to be able to make the Sweet 16 at the same rate they used to.
Do you think NIL has, obviously, I think everybody agrees, needed to happen? It's kind of like the internet, right? Like, in a lot of ways, the internet did a lot of good, and in a lot of ways, it probably made us worse off. And NIL, in a lot of ways, did a lot of good. It's probably also made us worse off in a lot of ways. Do you think it's damaged the college basketball or college football product more? Or do you think the negatives are felt more in basketball or football?
Well, I think the negatives are felt more in the tournament.
Which is college basketball.
College
basketball is the tournament. College football is football is the season and everything else. College basketball is the tournament.
It has impacted the tournament more, I think, because, it's just halves. At least in college football, you had SMU and Indiana this year that popped out of nowhere.
Yeah, that kind of surprised, and you're seeing that in some of these instances, it feels like NIL has backfired more in instances where you try to buy. It seems like it's backfired more on football teams than basketball teams. Florida State purchased an NFL defensive line, and they were awful this year. They were bad.
Yeah, you got to have a quarterback. The college football is becoming the NFL where you got to have a QB. Speaking of McNeese State, so Mr. Aura, Amir Khan, he's the kid that carries the boombox. He got an NIL deal to go to NC State. He is transferring with Will Wade.
I don't like this.
You don't?
Nope.
Oh, this kid's awesome. I love it.
No. I like this. I like him. I like that whole thing. You just up and leaving and bouncing for NC State. You were McNeese State. They gave you your shine.
Yeah.
NC State, I don't like it. It feels.
I said this. I wrote this in my email. You're gonna find a way to hate on this kid somehow. And Bobby Belt.
I'm not hating on the kid.
He copied the 49ers guy. 49ers guy's been to 2 Super Bowls doing the boombox thing. And no one knows who that is. Exactly. No one knows.
Well, I mean, it was Trent would carry it sometimes. They would carry.
They had a boombox guy.
That's not a hype kid, a hype man.
They did that. Well, a lot of times it was one of their equipment guys would carry it out. So it is a little bit of swagger jacking because that was always the 49ers thing, right? Coming out playing, Super Gremlin or anything else that they were playing. That was their thing. But it was funny. It was cool. They had success with it. I just don't like as soon as he gets a shine, then he's like, all right, I'm bouncing too. I'm going to NC State.
He's going. Yeah. He's going to NC State. He got himself an NIL.
He's a big Jim Valvano guy.
He might be.
Yeah, big fan.
He might be. Boy, how about this? So Dan Hurley, after the game that UConn lost to Florida, there's audio of him. Now, I wasn't even going to play this because it wasn't great audio, but now yesterday another part of the story happened. So this is Dan Hurley leaving the court, and the Baylor players, coaches, cheerleaders, they're all in the tunnel, and he has to walk by them. And this is Dan Hurley that was recorded by a media member. This is Dan Hurley talking to the Baylor players.
I hope they don't do that to you, Baylor. I hope they don't do that to you, guys.
So that was recorded by a guy named Joey Ellis.
Really hard to hear, but he says, hope they don't bleep you like they bleeped us. I hope they don't do that, Baylor.
So that was Joey Ellis captured that video as he walked by the Baylor program. And it's gotten millions of views on social media. And this guy by the name of Bobby Mullen, he is the director of communications for UConn, basically berated this dude and said the lasting image of Coach Hurley leaving the court should have been him walking off the court arm in arm, overwhelmed with emotion. Instead, a reporter who was in the area he should not have been in recorded on his cell phone a private comment made to members of another coaching staff and basically told this guy in private, I will ruin your life if you don't take that video down.
Semi-private. Like other reporters witnessed it, apparently.
Yeah.
That he said, I'm going to ruin your life. And then, that right there, what you just read, that's like their official reply back to, hey, did you say this? When media had reached out and said, did you tell this guy you were going to ruin his life?
Yeah.
And they come back with that, which is not a no.
That's not a no. That is not a no. That is not a no at all. This is what happens at college programs. I think they're the Pravda.
You're a massive loser. Whoever you are, what's his name again?
Bobby Mullen.
Bobby Mullen. You shame Bobbies everywhere. This is what a thin-skinned loser. I love Kevin Clark over at Omaha Productions.
Omaha.
Kevin Clark, I liked his tweet about this last night. He said, I feel like if you say, I'm going to ruin your life, you have to have the capability to do so. I don't know if UConn basketball SID clears that bar. We used to have standards in this country.
Yeah. We used to.
But people at UConn probably feel like they have that pull in college basketball circles. Dan Hurley certainly does.
I am of the belief that whatever's said on the court, is not meant for us. It's just not meant for us.
So what Hurley said, because Hurley was in the tunnel.
Right. So, but if Hurley had said that on the court, it's within the confines of the game. I don't want to know. I don't think it's our right to know what is said in the trenches of an NFL game. To the trash talk.
Sure. Or should it be held against them?
It should not be held against them.
Yeah.
I don't believe it should be held against. But Hurley's walking off the floor. He's not on the floor anymore.
He knows there's media.
Now you're in the vicinity of the general public. So now you got to act a little bit differently.
How many different things have we seen this year? This is like the third incident from Hurley in the tunnel this year. Like the dude has not picked up on the awareness of, dude, you got to understand, people are watching you in this particular sector. This is the first place you're generally being caught by media is when you walk in here, and he just doesn't have the sense to just shut up.
Do you know who Justin Pippen is?
That's Larsa's brother.
It's Larsa's son, Scotty's son.
Oh, close.
He's plays for Michigan. They're in the Sweet 16, and he has entered the transfer portal. You had to enter it yesterday. You didn't have to. Yesterday was the start of it, and you can enter it now. They've got to change the dates. Stop this.
Did you hear Calipari get asked about this last week?
Yeah, and he was shaking his head it starts tomorrow.
They informed him. He was like, "What?" He's like, "It's tomorrow." Oh gosh, he's just
right.
Beside himself.
These coaches who are trying to get ready for the Sweet 16 are basically going to go to their players and saying, "Hey, are you going to be here for this game this week? Can you change the date until the tournament is over?"
Yeah, imagine if NFL free agency started in the divisional round.
It's exactly what's happening. This is lunacy.
But again, here's the only problem. I have very little sympathy for the NCAA. Even if it's harmful for everybody else.
I have none.
Even if it's harmful for everybody else, we've repeated this over and over again. If you would have just had the foresight to recognize what was coming, everybody saw this train coming, and the NCAA said, nope, our power will win out in the end. We'll be able to stop whatever we want. Courts be damned, law be damned. And then when everything was just thrown out in the court, then you had the NCAA going, okay, well, now let's negotiate things. It's like, no, it's the Wild West now.
Yeah,
now you open it up. You could have built this up exactly the way you wanted, and you didn't because of ego.
But the
NCAA
NCAA
or
put this date out there. They put this date out there for the transfer portal to start. They should have put it out after after the tournament is over. And you know what? You coaches like Will Wade, you can't be talking to other teams.
Right, and
can't do that either.
But that's the thing. It also is. It so quickly has flipped in largely a positive way. I think it so quickly has flipped in college athletics to power of the athlete.
Yeah.
Over power of the institution. It's built much more like the NBA now. College athletics is in that sense, where those players have a lot of pull and a lot of push that has become a completely neutered organization from one of the most heavy-handed, powerful organizations in professional sports or in sports in general to one of the most neutered.
Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. There's a little college kegger. Commercial-free Expressway is next. We got our Rangers ticket giveaway. We have Ask Reddit. And is there a new trend among NFL players of early retirement? It's next. The Commercial-free Expressway on The Fan.
Just got word that
It's a Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. Commercial-free Expressway is here. We have a Rangers ticket giveaway coming up and Ask Reddit as well. And Bobby, we are going to be on the road on Friday, are we not?
We are. We are
going
to Keller Fire Station #1. This is my hood away from my hood.
Okay.
I love the people of Keller. Great folks out there. The Keller Indians softball team, we've talked about that, is the official softball team of the morning show. And so we're going to be out there at Keller Fire Station #1 on Friday with Eric Chiafalo in attendance. We're going to have free breakfast from Whataburger while supplies last. We are also going to have, while supplies last, Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour aprons.
Yeah.
So for grilling season, just go on out there. It's going to be a good time. Have you considered yet what your next maybe fire exercise might be.
Well, you got to see what they have available. Like, some one place had like a course where I had to, find a body and smoke.
I loved that one. That one was, I felt like for you, your best performance.
Thank you. I like that one.
Could you go down the fire pole?
I don't know. I don't see any fire poles anymore.
Oh,
I don't think. I think we asked them about it one time.
And they said they don't do that anymore. Because
really
also, like, I think the fire pole was like such a city thing where you had like those 3-story brownstone buildings that they just converted into a firehouse, like on Ghostbusters. I don't think there's a. I have not seen a fire pole.
No, we haven't seen one in a single one that we've gone to.
No.
Did you see this? Speaking of firefighters, did you see this mustache on this firefighter?
Yeah, is that real?
It is real. So this is
he retired, right?
No, this is actually said he passed away.
Well, that's okay.
But it was sad, and so his picture went viral for this mustache, which I didn't think we were going to talk about this, so I would have sent this to you, Aiden. But now I'll just turn it around the show.
It's great.
Yeah, so just search firefighter mustache. It's going to show up on Google right now, and so I did see that people were talking about it, and there were people like, should we be making jokes about the mustache in this photo, like given what happened? And to be fair, nobody from where he was said this, but there were a lot of different firefighters who said, you can see his face in this picture, and just knowing firefighters, any firefighter who would have grown his mustache out like that would have been what he wanted you to talk about. Like this would have been this would be funny to him, is that he wanted you to admire his mustache in the news with him being in the news. That would be what it is. But I've never seen a mustache like that. That looks like something from Horton Hears a Who or something. I've legitimately never seen something go down that far.
I've never seen anything like that either.
But they did say somebody on the Facebook last night said that needs to be a bet payoff for like me or one of the others soon. We just need to grow a mustache just like that.
That would annoy the hell out of me.
I don't think I'm capable of it. I know Peyton isn't.
That would if my like the mustache part gets even a little bit too thick, I have to like trim it immediately. I just can't.
If it goes over my lip, I have to
trim it back. Yeah, I can't do it. So we'll be at the Keller Fire Station number 1 on Friday. Sean and RJ Firehouse tour with those Sean and RJ Tolo aprons that we will have for you. So a couple of months ago, I'm pretty sure Micah Parsons said, I don't need $40 million. How's my life going to change with $40 million a year versus $30 million a year?
Yeah, what was it? 30,
40. What's the difference?
Yeah,
it's like $30 or $40.
And then he was talking about, he talked about it as if it was less than $30 to $40. He talked about it like it was like, $30 or, $30 and it's a 20 and a 10 or, $30 and it's 3 10s. Like that's kind of how Micah sounded like he was talking about it. But boy, his tone seems to have shifted a little bit. First, it was $30 million. Then it was, if I could just get me a nice plot of land and get me a lake house, I'd be happy. That'd be wonderful. Well, now it's moved on a little bit.
You would not
further.
do well with a plot of land.
Huh?
You would not do well with a plot of land.
No. They would, Stanley Kubrick would have to direct movies about my life after that. But Cowboys defensive end, this is from Pro Football Talk, Cowboys defensive end Micah Parsons is optimistic about getting a long-term deal done with the team. The question is when? Clarence Hill of All City reports that the Cowboys have yet to have real talks, quote-unquote, with Parsons' agent, David Mulugeta, though a deal could come together quickly if both sides are motivated. Parsons said at the end of last week he was unconcerned about not having a long-term agreement yet, adding he has spoken with owner Jerry Jones and executive vice president Stephen Jones around the team facility. It's coming along well, Parsons said via Hill. Parsons said late last season he didn't need $40 million annually, but since then, Browns edge rusher Myles Garrett and Bengals receiver Jamar Chase reset the market for non-quarterbacks at more than $40 million. Parsons is expected to top the $40.25 million yearly average of Jamar Chase. Parsons acknowledged that $40 million is real for him. He said, I just played these last couple years on $2 million and $3 million. I think if I had $40 million, I'd be the happiest man alive. You go from playing for the league rookie minimum and get that big of a jump, I think anybody would be happy. Then he went on to Twitter, started talking about some of the deals that have been getting done for players recently. He said, some of these agents don't have the best interest for y'all, man. Wake up. David Mulugeta has been showing it time and time again. It's sad seeing some of these players get violated by teams because of lack of decency and effort by their agents. Well, David is known for, I'm going to get you top dollar. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure you get every last bit coming to you. And so it does not sound like all this discount talk that we were hearing about Micah Parsons, which I think we all agreed we thought was largely, okay, let's talk. Let's see it. We're starting to see now that rhetoric's changing. And he sounds like somebody who is ready to reset the market and deserves to. Deserves to probably get the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. He deserves to be the next one up. Somebody else will top him. But yeah, he absolutely has earned that with his play, I think.
Oh, he has. He has. Now it's just, do they want to pay it?
What do you think changed?
The market.
Do you think the market changed that's why he's changing the way he's speaking now?
Yeah, I mean, look, when the market
it's real now. We're on the doorstep. Money's about to come in, and you can say you don't want that extra $10 million a year, but when you're really staring it in the face, it's hard.
Yeah, that's part of it. And also, like, you know, he also hasn't changed his stance.
Well, he did say he only wanted $30 million previously.
Yeah, but that was when the market top was 35 for non-quarterbacks. And now that it's 45 for non-quarterbacks, to him, asking for $40 million
well, the top
is the same.
Top of the market for non-quarterbacks is 40 right now. He would just potentially reset it.
Oh, he would reset it at 45.
Yeah,
okay.
The market was set at 35.
Yeah,
it's now 40.25, and so he's gone from market's 35, I take 30, to market's 40.25. Yeah, I need 40.
Yeah, I mean, he might settle for 35.
I do think the quote here that's interesting off of his Twitter where he says, David Mulugeta has been showing it time and time again. It's sad seeing some of these players get violated by teams because of lack of decency and effort by their agents. That almost feels to me like Micah saying, I've been shown the light.
Yeah.
I've had it shown to me why I need to go for this, why I'm deserving of it, and why these teams need to pay it out. And in all honesty, they do. It's that very famous DeMarcus Lawrence line in negotiations with the Cowboys, where when Stephen Jones started talking to him about, hey, we got this issue, there's this, we got to pay for this. And Tank told him, he said, that is your problem to figure out. That is not mine. My problem to figure out is my money. It is your job to figure out everybody else's.
Yeah.
So either you pay me my money or we split.
Uh-huh.
And that's kind of one of the things that pushed it over at the end. And I think Micah seems to be getting a lot of that in his ear right now of just
the salary cap is their problem.
Them paying other people is their problem. That's not yours.
Right.
You worry about you, and you worry about the precedent you set for the people coming behind you. You do not take $30 million and these other rookies that are coming up that have big deals, give that as leverage to other teams. Go, market's this now. What do you mean? Market's this. Micah Parsons. You think you're $10 million better than Micah Parsons? Hell no, you're not. Micah just signed that. You're signing 32. And that's something that the PA, we talked about this. I think the PA was not thrilled necessarily with the deal that got done for Osa. I think they wanted I think Osa wanted to be here. He got a big payday that he was happy with. I think the Cowboys got a deal that they recognized was a deal.
Absolutely happy with.
Recognized it was a deal, but was probably still above what they initially intended to pay or what they wanted to pay. But the PA looks at that and goes, you left $6-7 million on the table. Like, we work for these guys to reset the market and push it up so that everybody's making more money in the end. Everybody's protecting themselves. This is a big risk playing football for your entire career.
Franklin, injury attorneys, fan text, 877-881-1053. Breaking news, they are not fans of Micah right now. That's the mentality of a lifelong loser in the NFL. Micah just got greedy. After seeing Jerry be unwilling to bring any Tier 1 free agents, Micah would be an idiot to give him a discount, trade him. What changed for Micah is his agent talked to him. He's such a child. I can't stand Micah. He's not a leader. FFS, trade him.
Ooh.
You know what FFS stands for.
I do.
Let's see. It's why does the media always demean players when they discuss money but rarely discuss the billions the owners make?
I don't think we're demeaning him.
I don't think we're demeaning him at all.
In fact, I think we just said he deserves the money, and that's the Cowboys' problem.
It's the Cowboys' problem to pay him. It's the Cowboys' problem to pay everybody else. I don't believe that we mentioned that he was greedy at all.
No, I mean, get your money.
Now, some fans might, and this is where the tug of war happens, because fans are like, all right, fans they want the teams to succeed. They want the player to take less money. I get it. Because the player takes less money, it means more to go around.
In theory.
It ain't the play in theory. But A, when the owner doesn't do that, and B, when you're not the player, and you don't have your hand in his pocket, you go get your cash. You don't worry about that. And also, if you're Micah, you might not be playing that long.
Not the way he's talked before. Look, Micah has said, we know this. Micah has several interests off the field. He is what's his official? He's like head of football content at Bleacher Report, something like that. I mean, it's this official title of his. He's a podcaster. He does all these global trips during the offseason. Got a lot of different interests, and that has led to him saying before, I don't think I want to play much past 30. I think around 30 is when I want to hang it up. And there are a lot of people around the league and within the Cowboys, I think, who have said, believe him on that. They don't think he wants to play much past 30. There are others who think he's just talking. Like he was talking when he said, I'll take $30 million. And now he's talking about 40. Well, but the reality is he has talked about this a lot, and we've seen a lot of players hang it up earlier and earlier.
Puka Nacua just said the same thing yesterday, saying, I want to retire by the age of 30. And he came in the league at 21, so that would give him 9 years in the league. Like, that's what he wants. We saw Barry Sanders at 9, Jim Brown retired at 9, Calvin Johnson. The money is so great right now.
Gronk initially retired. He came back, but Gronk retired at 29.
Yeah, but the money is so great. You could get generational wealth, and you don't have to play into your 30s. Now, if you're a legacy player, like if you're like a guy who's like going to go to the Hall of Fame, or if you're a quarterback and you don't necessarily get hit as much, and you can still walk and have a conversation when you're 50, 60 years old, then stick around. But I mean, if you're somebody who puts themselves into harm's way with their head or their body, and you can amass generational wealth, which, what do we consider that? 20 million, 50 million, 70 million, 100 million?
Sure.
Right. It's different for everyone. But if you can amass that, why would you stick around?
It's funny.
This game.
When we were growing up, what would you think? I generally thought of like an NFL career. Like if you were a really good player, I thought an NFL career was generally like 13, 14 years. Something like that is generally how I thought of somebody's career going. I just want to go back to the 2014 draft. Okay, so that means max out 11 years. These are the guys from the 2014 draft who have now retired. And not just because of, some of these are just, they weren't very good, and so they didn't play much past 2019 or something like that. But these are guys who have retired who were good players at one point. Eric Ebron, retired. Taylor Lewan, retired. Aaron Donald, Kyle Fuller. Ryan Shazier was an injury, but Ryan Shazier on there. Zach Martin, who just retired. HaHa Clinton-Dix, out of the league, retired. D Ford. Like, this is, you're seeing more and more guys walking away from the game who were good players after 8 years, 9 years. And Puka, it's not so much them walking away at an early age. Now they're talking about it in advance.
Yeah.
Barry was surprising. Calvin Josh was surprising.
Yeah, and you know, we've heard coaches constantly say, hey, if the moment you start talking about retirement, you got to go.
Your eyes already on the door.
You got to go.
When your eyes already on the door and you've got your sights set on that, you've probably already checked out as a player.
And I bet you it happens for a lot of like people that as they approach like 60 years old, right? You can start to see retirement.
Yep.
And, you know, you're not necessarily thinking about today, you're thinking about tomorrow. I bet you that plays an impact. I don't know. But Puka is just another one of the examples of a player who, along with Micah, who is like, all right, you know what? I am not just a football player. And I want to have, he said he wants to have 5 kids. He wants a basketball team, man. He wants to have 5 kids. And he wants to be a part of their lives. And if he's got money to do it, dude, more power to you, man.
I had let me find this stat really quickly, because when we talk specifically about Hall of Fame level players, right? Because we anticipate that, you know, Micah Parsons is going to be a Hall of Fame level player. That's somebody who he's going to, you know, reach that point where he'll have played well enough and been there, and no matter what age he retires, if it's 29, 30, that'll be different. We had found this at one point where he retired at 29 years old, Rob Gronkowski did, and it was clear that it looked like he was going to make the Hall of Fame. He had made a number of Pro Bowls. Out of the 303 players, Chop, who made 5 Pro Bowls or more since the merger, Rob Gronkowski at 29 was the second youngest to retire. Kenny Easley was the youngest. So that was 28, 29 years old. Not very common. Now you look in recent years. Patrick Willis, Des Bryant, Rob Gronkowski, Andrew Luck. That was 19 combined Pro Bowls and 0 snaps in their 30s.
Wow. It's a lot. That's a lot. That's the new norm.
It
for
is.
some guys. I really think that's what's going to wind up happening. Sean and RJ here at 105 through the Fan. Let us hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of Rangers tickets when they take on the Tampa Bay Rays on April 4th. And you'll want to get the early Tolos because the first 15,000 fans in the gate get a Peagle bobblehead. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, we got a nice text here from the 817, Chop.
All right.
They say, been a few years since I've turned on the radio. Kiddo tuned in on the way to school today, and I'm enjoying it. Good talk, boys.
All right.
Thank you to 817, and thank you to your kiddo. So have a good day at school, kiddo, whoever you are. Shout out to you.
And
Appreciate
however
you.
old you are.
Yeah, however old you are. Appreciate all you listening.
Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Yeah, 817, you're going to want to stick around for this one. This is one of our more popular segments here on the show. It is Ask Reddit. We do this every Tuesday here on Sean and RJ at 740 on 105 through the Fan. This is where we take the most viral questions being asked over on the 50-plus million member forum, Ask Reddit, where they ask all these salacious, pressing, intriguing questions they can. And we take some of the most viral ones from the last week, and we kick them around the studio here. We also answer them on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text at 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. We'll also get your thoughts over on the YouTube as always. And I want to see the Twitch involved today too. So Mike X Cowboy, Opie World, Shoot Brown 78, Not a Fan 1053, Arcada, all you. I want to see y'all in there answering these things too, so we can kick them around. All right, we're going to start off with you, RJ Choppy.
Bobby Belt.
First one here. What is a simple life skill that surprisingly many people struggle with?
I feel anything that involves a car.
Like maintenance?
Well, from changing a tire, the amount of people that can't change a tire, to the amount of people that just aren't aware of how to drive. Like, why are you in the left lane if you're doing the speed limit? Why, this morning, I had a honk. I had a honk this morning.
Oh, you guys give me such crap for honking.
It was a little tap.
Oh.
Because this person was sitting at the light. I'm at like one of the few lights on 114, and that's where I live. And this person wasn't pulling out into traffic because, oh my God, it's too dangerous, and they're going so fast. And like I was like, hey, let's move. So this person at the right turn signal on, gets out of the way for me, and I go sidle up to the side. I was able to get around the person, and I fly by.
Okay, I'm going to bring this up in Neighborhood Watch on Thursday. I was planning on bringing this up. Somebody on Reddit, on the DFW Reddit page over the weekend, it's so funny you're bringing up that you did this, was complaining about this as the person who sits there and people come up to their side at a median and try and cross over traffic. And everybody in that thread was crushing this person because they said, look, here's the thing. If people are coming up to the side doing that to you in this state, you're not paying attention, or you're not a competent enough driver to know when you're supposed to go.
It's as if whoever's in that car doesn't know that you can turn right on red.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's that kind of a.
Yeah, they're an out-of-stater. That's a big thing out of state. No right on red.
Yeah,
a lot of places I've been to and lived, it's like no right on red, no right on red. I'm like, dude, this is the Wild West out here. We turn left on red.
What is a simple life skill that surprisingly many people struggle with here on Ask Reddit on 105 the Fan? Over on YouTube, Jimmy Johnson. I don't think it's that Jimmy Johnson.
I don't think so.
Or the other Jimmy Johnson. The NASCAR driver. Not that one either. Says taking a bath. There you go. Twitch being active this morning. There we go. Brought it around Twitch. DFW Dad says grammar. Twolo Vader says how to make small talk. Let's hear. Arcada says people can't read a clock nowadays. That's true. I've seen a lot of that. My answer on this one was sort of like the small talk one, talking on the phone.
Yeah.
A lot of people, and I don't know if people just view it as that's not a skill you need to possess anymore in this current day and age, but there's a lot of people who just will do anything they can to avoid talking on the phone and having those interactions.
A while back, my kids wanted Chinese food. They wanted me to give them Chinese food. I said, all right, call them up. And they wouldn't do it.
If they couldn't order online, they were like, no.
I'm like, call them up. Yeah. Call them up and get the Chinese and order the food.
That's
what
funny.
do I say? I even told them what to say. They wouldn't do it. I was like, okay.
All right, starve then.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, Peyton, what's your answer for this one?
Mine's kind of, piggybacks off yours, Bobby, but it's communication skills, either over phone or in person, really. I mean, you work with people every day and you can't, just basic communication skills with them. Can't talk to them, can't do anything in life with them. So that's the thing.
Some of the answers on the fan text really quickly. 469, just plain common sense. 501, parallel parking. Parallel parking is a hard one for a lot of people. 469, can't write in cursive. And 972, how to research and formulate a thought. All right, ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, what is a popular TV show that you just couldn't get into?
Sadly, and this one's might be a hot topic, but or hot take, Parks and Rec. I couldn't get into it. I watched a few episodes and I was like, because I'd watched The Office and I felt like it was just mimicking The Office, and I was like, okay, I think The Office is funny and they're like trying to be funny here, but I just couldn't get into it.
It's a very similar show to The Office. I still think it's funny. I think it's clever, but I could see why somebody would have some struggles with it. I think I've said this before and you didn't like when I've mentioned this before, but my answer on this one is The Sopranos.
I get it. It hasn't aged well.
I was interested in it. There are a couple shows I've watched the first episode 8 times and never seen past it because it's just, I should start that up. I like it. And then there's nothing driving me to the next episode. Sopranos is that way. Ozarks is that way. That was one, or Ozark. That was one where I've seen the first episode, I think 8 times. And
so you didn't like what little Anthony Jr. said, what? No F and ZD?
No, I liked both shows. I just have never taken it. That was Peaky Blinders for a long time. I finally got a few episodes into Peaky Blinders. That was just also really difficult to understand. But Sopranos is the one that I was default to here. What do you got on this one, Chop?
There's a lot of them, but I tried with Breaking Bad. I never enjoyed it. It was too slow. It's not realistic. Teacher becoming a meth, whatever. I don't know. It's just like whatever, man.
So much science in it. What are you talking about?
I trusted the science once, never again. So there you go.
Nikki G on the YouTube says Stranger Things for their answer. Pat Lopez 95, first time chatter on the Twitch, says Breaking Bad is their answer. Fancy Man 825, also first time chat, says can't judge Parks and Recs on the first season. Peyton, over on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, we have All American from 214. 407 says Yellowstone. 214 thinks Sopranos has aged amazingly, Chop, so they're out.
Man, it's, you know what it is? It's just the clothes. It's the clothes. For me, like, Friends did not age well because they were so, like, in the style of the 90s. Seinfeld, their clothes were just, like, very bland, very generic. So I think that aged better. But, it's to me, it's the clothes that kind of date a show.
361 says Game of Thrones. A lot of Game of Thrones on here, actually. 210 says White Lotus. In fact, the most common names we're seeing here are probably Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, and some Lost.
I like White Lotus. I don't love this season as much as I like the other two, but it's still pretty good.
I liked the first season. It got a little wheels off at the end.
Oh, it's wheels off, man.
Yeah, and I was a little like, okay, this is just going down a ridiculous path at this point. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Chop, I feel like this one was made for you. What is a red flag that you're attracted to?
Oh, God. I'm now daddy issues. Now, I haven't married anyone with daddy issues, but like that is who I apparently would date a lot or find friends for the week a lot, is girls with daddy issues.
Yeah, I could see you being a daddy issues drawer.
I draw girls with daddy issues.
Your magnetism pulls in the dad
because they're usually like 15 years younger than me, and that's why I'm like,
get the toxic masculinity here, ladies. Yeah, I 100% could see that. Peyton, what is your red flag that you're attracted to?
Excessively clingy. I like it. I love it. If you want to be with me, I'm all for it. I've never thought that was an issue.
I don't find it. I don't think it's an issue either.
Like, let's hang out on like Wednesday night. Like,
yeah.
Let's
no, but he does like the location, knowing everybody, each of us knowing our location. He does like that. That is a step above where you're at, isn't it?
I just like to be around people. So like, if you're clinging to me, fine. It doesn't bother me.
Crazy. I do love a little crazy. It's a red flag, but like I'm not talking about just crazy. I'm not talking about like, oh man, she kind of freaks out sometimes. There is something like a twisted side of me kind of likes of the like, every now and then, like I could either, give you a big old kiss. I could be sweet and wrap around your arm, or I could start breaking your crap. Like there's just something about that does it for me at times. That's a red flag. I know I shouldn't do that one, but that's where I'm at with it. All right, some of the answers
for the 817. My superpower is picking the poorest one in the group.
Over on the Twitch, the Sethnicity says, me and you both chop on the daddy issues. They like that. Not a fan 1053 says, I'm into bat S crazy. Yep. So that's theirs. Let's hear 903 smoking, blonde hair with eyebrows. Those are two of theirs there. Smoking is the one that I don't know that I could date somebody who smokes.
Yeah, not a fan. I mean, I used to smoke, and I wouldn't even date somebody who smokes.
These answers: 817 political radicalness.
Yep.
214 generational trauma.
God,
that's good. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Get your answers in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, and on the Twitch, and on the YouTube, and we'll get our first answer here on this one from Peyton Russell. Peyton, as we're talking about red flags and things like that, obviously you're taken. You're getting married.
I am.
But what is the one type, quote unquote, you will never date again?
I think this is a type in answer to your question, but like the dumb blonde type. Like it was funny in high school, but it's like I'm grown now. Like it's annoying to this point. I don't like the just blame it. Oh, I'm just stupid. I'm just dumb. Like use some common sense, lady.
But you still love baby talk.
Yeah.
Chop, the one type you would never date again.
Someone who's like mean and relishes in the fact that they're mean.
Oh yeah, so you'll just never date the mean girl again.
I dated a girl. She was like just generally like mean. Never enjoyed anything. Like, and she like her friends would like call her out about like, God, you're so mean. You like relish it.
Was she that way to you, or was she just that way to externally others?
Externally, I mean, she was cold in general, but externally others, like she was very, very like just mean. I was like, this is no way to go through life.
The one type you'll never date again on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, and over on the fan camp. My answer to this one, and this one might get me a little in trouble. This might be an unpopular answer. It is the completely independent. The mindset of I'm independent, can do with or without. That's just, to me, it's like, I want somebody who's invested in, like, us. Like, I don't want it to be just I can do with or without. Like, I can be separate. Like, the whole point of this, to me, is we're dating to see if we would end up together so that we could share a life together. I don't want it to be like, you're living your own life. And you can, the context doesn't change whether I'm around or not, because you're just going to do whatever you want to. I would not do that at this point.
I did that.
I did that once before. I didn't love it.
There's a healthy thing with independence.
Healthy independence. I don't want the
like overly
could do with or without. My life doesn't change. My decisions don't change whether you're here or not. Like that's where it's like I don't love that.
All right.
Some of the answers on the from the listeners here over on the YouTube. Luis Rios says the I don't need no man type. 2K Askew says overly controlling is their answer. Over on the Twitch, It's Janky says someone with no hobbies. They're not doing that one anymore. And then 254, the Disney obsessed girl.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, the Disney princess. All right, next one here on Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Chop.
Yo.
What's a mistake that your parents made in raising you that you find yourself repeating on your child?
Oh, my dad was a yeller, but not like not like a yeller, like angry. He was just Italian, and I guess it's kind of gone on to me, like where I'm just loud, and I will find myself like when Sarah will get on me about this, like she'll be like, "Stop yelling at me." I'm like, "I'm not yelling. I'm not yelling. This is not yelling." She goes, "Yes, it is." I go, "No, this is not yelling. I'm not yelling at you." And
Tolo Steve has told me before that he will, whenever somebody goes, "Why are you yelling?" He just gets the word and he'll go, "That's not yelling. This is yelling."
You want me to yell?
You want the example? I'll give it to you.
I'll give it to you. But like I'm the same with my kids. Like I'm just very boisterous. I guess is the word.
Similar for me, I guess, in a way. To me, it's just not enough grace. So my parents were very rigid, but
your mom only for a short amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, so rigid it took her out. But I mean, like, she just like she burned the candle at both ends, being rigid with me. But no, like, I understand the rules and discipline, everything else, and there's that. There's got to be grace built into that at times. You've got to show grace at sometimes, otherwise rigid just feels mean-spirited. There are times where I think I'm too rigid. I probably don't tap into grace nearly enough, and that can be an issue. All right, let's do one more here on Ask Reddit really quickly, since Peyton can't answer the one about kids yet. We don't think, anyway.
9 months from now.
Fan text and Twitch, YouTube, Chop, Peyton. Which celebrity gives you "I sold my soul to the devil" vibes?
Kanye West. We've lost him.
We have lost him.
We've lost him.
We have definitely lost
Kanye. Look at his Twitter
Kanye.
account. We've lost him.
Tom Cruise, Diddy.
Oh, yes. Tom Cruise does.
Diddy, Joel Osteen.
Yeah.
Kris Kardashian. She sold her soul for kids. I even think Jay-Z. Nobody that ugly could get Beyonce.
You remember Jay-Z.
And he benefited off the death of two people.
But who's
if Biggie and Pac were alive, he never takes over.
No,
he filled the void.
Yeah, he did. He filled the void, and then Nas took it right from him. And so, he did.
No, he didn't. Nas hasn't taken anything from anybody. Nas hasn't even taken money from album sales because nobody bought it.
I'm just saying, Ether was the best diss track.
I'm not saying it wasn't
with
great,
that.
but it wasn't mainstream.
Ether was absolutely mainstream.
Not Jay-Z mainstream. Jay-Z's mainstream.
Oh my! Ether almost made Jay-Z cry on Hot 97 when he heard it.
Again, yes, like the actual, the music was great, but Nas has never had the impact.
Call him my crib, and I ain't even give you my number. The answer to this is Taylor Swift. No, she's not popular. That's the only reason she would ever be popular.
She's got great music though.
I mean, it sounds like you sold your soul to the devil too, Chop. That's what it sounds like.
All right, Sean and Arja here at 105.3 The Fan. A little Ask Reddit for you. 8 o'clock hour coming up next. Anthony Davis makes his return, and Luka's dad has found another microphone. Next on 105.3 The Fan. After we...
You remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Turnover for Dallas to run. And Dinwiddie centers the break. This time he's going to reward Ty Jones. Alley-oop spectacular finish with a foul as well. He can, as I said a moment ago.
Mavs TV with a call as the Mavs do something maybe ill-advised. They get a 120-101 win over the Brooklyn Nets. And the tank is not in full force. It's not in full steam ahead with the tank. Because, players shouldn't be tanking anyway.
That's a bad Nets team, too.
It is.
It's a bad Nets team.
That's a Nets team right now that is got the 5th pick.
So here's the thing, Chop. The Nets are really bad. So what I don't want is the Mavericks confusing a victory over the Nets when AD returns, a convincing win, as some sort of evidence that they're now a good team. That would be similar to when Nas told Jay-Z that he thinks he's getting girls now because of his looks.
Right.
And that was not the case.
No.
In the classic ether.
They just had a question.
I've never sounded whiter than when I just said it that way.
No. They just had a question on Get Up. Is it too early to say the Mavs lost the trade?
Too early? Yeah.
It's not too early.
Yeah, it's too early. It's too early in the morning for this BS to ask that question.
You lose the trade when you give up 10 years for 3. That's when you lose the trade.
That's settled. This is settled. It's not just one. You've settled both, actually. You've settled both of your trades because the Quentin Grimes one you've definitively lost to.
Yeah, I mean, you could lose. Mavs could win 2 titles. They still lose the trade because they gave up 10 years.
And they won't. They won't win 2 titles. Not with this core, anyway. No, Kyrie and Anthony Davis will not play 2 seasons here together. That's not going to happen.
Okay, so there will be, because next year is not. I'm not going to.
This one's a wash. This is gone.
And next year's a wash too because he won't be back till February, January.
So that's never going to happen.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be very, very difficult. But the Mavs do win in AD's return.
Yeah, and look, I mean, again, he is a really good basketball player. Anthony Davis is. Anthony Davis is the type of player that, I mean, if you would have told me they added Anthony Davis to their core, you know what? You could have even told me, Chop, they added Anthony Davis, and I might have been okay depending on how the context of how you told me. If you told me it was a Kyrie for Anthony Davis swap, I might have been okay with that.
Yeah, I'd have been way okay with that.
The only thing that gives me a little reservation is we just know Kyrie and Luka played well together.
That's right.
And you don't want to necessarily mess with that. But AD is a great player. I think when he's healthy, slam dunk, he's probably a top 12 to 15 player in the NBA right now. And that's nothing to sneeze at. But it's not Luka, and it's not, like you said, it's not 10 to 15 years. It's cumulatively with injuries, maybe you get 2 years worth of games out of him over the next few.
Right.
That might be the rest of his career. Because his body he's consistently broken down throughout his career.
It has, and it did already.
I mean, you got
his tenure here. So he's played a game and a half now. 27 minutes last night. So not the worst night in the world. He got 27 minutes. That's probably what I assume they were going to put him out there for like
28 was his cap, according to Jason Kidd.
That's a very odd number. Usually you would think you would go, and why do we do that? I do the same thing with like my alarm.
I would imagine it's got just in general, they've probably
always in 5s.
I would assume the 28 is related to rotations that they have.
Yeah.
So they know, like, all right, we're going to have him, 8 here. Maybe we'll have him 8 here. Or just like in general, I think the way they structure it and break it up, they know.
But do you know anybody that that leaves the house on a they plan to leave the house on a non-5?
I wake up and do that weird times, because I'm like, okay, 3:45. I'll either sleep in a couple minutes later or wake up a little earlier.
So what time's your alarm set for, though?
Like today was 3:52.
That was your alarm?
That was my alarm. Yeah.
Okay.
So I could have done 3:50, but I was like, let me sleep in a couple more minutes, because 3:55 would have been too long. 3:50 is too early.
So my first alarm is 5, but I set 5 of them now, as we know.
Good job.
And the reason is because, so I generally do get up on the one that's like 5:02.
Okay.
I guess I could plan it for 4:58 so that I get up on 5.
Well, I was thinking your alarm, when you set your alarm.
Yeah, I'm rounded.
When you plan to leave, I can't. When I'm saying I'm going to leave. Oh, I'm going to leave here at 4:15. It's never 4:10. It's either 4 o'clock or 4:15 or 4:30. For some reason, I just never go. I don't know. And that's the same thing with the Anthony Davis time frame. Why 28 minutes?
Now, if I know
it's 25 or 30.
If I know it's 19 minutes away or something, I might say 4:10. If I got to be there by 4:30.
Yeah.
I might then say it. But that's just a reflection of I'm pushing things pretty late.
If you're on time, you're late.
Yeah, that's exactly
what it is. You're on time, you're late. Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fan. Luka's dad found a microphone.
Yeah, Luka's dad was given an interview. This actually comes from Euro Hoops, and I thought this was interesting because I wonder, is this an indicator that maybe Luka would not have been here permanently? Or is this just...
And this was done in Slovenian.
Yes. So we're not going to be able to play the audio. We'll just read how it's been transcribed.
I suppose we could if we could see if Peyton could figure out...
Do you want that? Do you want Peyton to try and figure out anything relating to foreign languages?
That's actually... Could you pick out one word?
No, there's no way.
I detected a Persian accent.
Stop
Yeah,
it.
see? Exactly. Do you see what you just did there, Chop? Do you see what you've done now? No. So Luka's dad, Sasha, had spoken with a Slovenian television outlet and gave a couple different quotes. He talked about the move to Los Angeles, and he said, we know that Luka plays better when the pressure is bigger. And he talks about all the, there's star-studded event going to the Lakers games, and there's a lot of eyeballs on it, and it's a chance to perform. And he says, Luka was born to be in Los Angeles. This city is made for him, and it fits well with his character. I believe he'll succeed here. So when you hear Sasha Doncic say something like that, does that to you say, okay, Luka was always a flight risk then, here from Dallas? Or do you look at this as that's coping?
I mean, look, I don't think he was always a flight risk.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Do these quotes indicate he might have been one?
No.
Or is this just coping?
Yeah, I think it is, because if you go look at it, there was no indication that he was going to leave, and even they intimated that, right, themselves.
Yeah,
Luka and his and the team around him did. So there was no indication that he was going to leave. So I don't. Yeah, I think it's coping if that's what you.
I mean, look, Luka wanted everything we heard was that Luka wanted to be here. And it could just be that his dad is saying he's adjusting. He's going to adjust to this. He would have been fine in Dallas, but he's going to adjust to this one here. And that's one that he could be addressing it in that respect. But it also, I think, is at least worth considering, all right, was Luka maybe, even if Luka wasn't aware of it, maybe dad has an awareness. They're like, hey, I see.
Or maybe that's what his dad wanted, and he's projecting that on him.
But it could also be that his dad just sees, I know the way you are, and I know you would have sought that out eventually.
That's possible.
Because that's the way that he seems to talk about it. Now, I've got some great Doc Rivers insight for you, Chop, that I think you're going to have your eyes rolling in the back of your head. Before I do that, the fan text, the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text is blowing up with some thoughts not only on Luka, but also on Peyton Russell. 903. Okay, so Pepe is a serial killer. 619. Wow, I thought I was the only one.
Why?
My alarm is at 3:32 a.m. That's from Tolo Anthony. 214, my alarm goes off at 5:40 a.m. As soon as it goes off, I get up. 972, alarm snooze typically for 8 minutes. So Everybody reacting a little bit differently there, but right there, 9:03, Peyton thinks that you're a killer for the way that you set your alarms.
It's a little serial killer.
Because everything's timed out in the morning. I have like 12 minutes to get to my car, and leave. That's how much time I allow myself in the morning. So I wake up, and that way, I'm in the bathroom getting ready and everything for, a couple minutes. So it all comes out. It makes sense in my mind.
Doing something at like 32 after is very news radio-y.
News radio.
Right? It's like, coming up at 5:32.
Yeah, exactly. You're giving them that timestamp there. Some of the thoughts on the Franklin injury attorney's fan text on the Luka discussion here. 682, so much reaching. Geez.
Yeah, I mean, he did just buy a $15 million house.
That's what 214 says. 214 says he just bought a house. He didn't want to leave.
He wasn't going anywhere.
469 says grade A copium there. 214, not even coping, just him assessing the situation that they're in now. So there's some of the reaction on the Franklin injury attorney's fan text. Chop, what is Doc Rivers known for? It's the joke you make about him all the time.
You want to blow a 3-1 series lead, you get Doc Rivers.
Anytime Doc Rivers comes up, it's like Sister Jean. We know there's going to be a side. So it's like whenever we bring up hockey, I'm going to say money puck. I'm going to, if there's some sort of, you guys say something about 2 anything, I'm going to say 2 whatever in the 2 Chainz voice. It's just the way it is. Doc Rivers is going to blow 3-1 leads. You're going to mention it.
That's all he does.
It's the Jeff Fisher 8-8. It's that same sort of like reliability.
Hey, he went to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but that's the same sort of reliability you expect.
God, man, I couldn't. I was living in Tennessee. I was at school, and when they went to the Super Bowl in '99, and Jeff Fisher in his stupid old Navy tech vest that he used to wear, and I hated. You know what hacked me off the most about him was when he would do this hand sign, like he's Tom Hanks in Angels and Demons doing the blade and chalice. He would do the hands for victory formation, and I was like, "You SOB!" And that's stupid look on your face. That stupid vest.
I've got something you're going to hate more than that with Jeff Fisher. I saw this on Reddit early this morning. People thought they were genuinely asking, is this a fake quote? There's no way Doc Rivers said this. This from Mark Spears over at ESPN. He did a Q&A with Doc Rivers, and Doc Rivers says he doesn't get enough credit for winning 3 games in those playoff series where he blows 3-1 leads. Quote, no one tells a real story, and I'm fine with that. It's unfair in some ways. I don't get enough credit for getting the 3 wins. I get credit for losing. I always say, what if we had lost to Houston in 6? No one cares. One of the things that I'm proud of is we've never been swept. All the coaches have been swept in the playoffs. My teams achieve. A lot of them overachieve, and I'm very proud of that. So Doc Rivers is now turning this around to say, my teams were damn lucky to be 3-1. That's my miracle work, and you need to be grateful.
I'm sure there are some teams that never should have been up 3-1. I think the Rockets, was he with Houston when they blew it to Golden State?
I can't remember.
They're up 3-1. I can't remember. No, I don't think
he points out. He says, I got a team that was an 8 seed up 3-1. That's coaching. That's not bad coaching. I think you might agree with that. An 8 seed up 3-1. You might agree with that, Chop.
Yeah. No.
You're not going to agree with that.
I'm not going to agree with that. I don't even think he was. No, he wasn't even. That was Chris Paul.
Some of the they're getting. He's getting killed on some of this though. When the quote there that says he didn't get enough credit for blowing 3-1 leads. First comment on Reddit: which 3-1 Doc series loss are we talking about here?
This is Patrick Ewing with the we make a lot of money, but we spend a lot too.
Yeah,
so that's why we need more.
Yeah,
that's what that is. Like this is not a real quote. I mean, it is a real quote, but
it is
Doc. And look, I do think athletes in general, and Doc obviously was an athlete before he was a coach. I mean, they have to think this way. They have to think this way.
I will always. I like one of these comments here. The top rated one just says, "My brother in Christ." That's all it says. I'm like, dude, slow down. Come on, buddy. I will always have some respect for Doc Rivers because of the way he saluted Dirk, though. When he stopped down that Clippers game in Dirk's last year, Doc showed more respect to Dirk than Patrick Dumont and Nico Harrison have. When he stopped down that game in Dirk's final season in L.A. to give the crowd a chance to applaud Dirk and congratulate him on his career. But yeah, this is 2 things now he said in the last year that are just absurd. The other one was when he took the Milwaukee job with Damian Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo and said, I wouldn't wish this on anybody.
Yeah, it's like Jason Garrett saying, I never finished below 500.
But that's a professional gaslighter. I wouldn't wish Giannis on anyone.
Yeah.
Why isn't anybody talking about the great coaching job I did to get up 3-1 to blow that lead?
God forbid you get Giannis. It is Sean and RJ and the Fan. Rangers opening day is on Thursday. Let's start to get you set for it, boys and girls. Rangers insider Jared Sandler joins the show coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is...
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those things.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Those are those. Nutmeg Melons? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound like it.
What's it so called?
by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-323-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
His first pitch is swung on and slugged to deep left field. Down the line, deep, and it is history. On the first pitch of the game, Marcus Semien goes deep and gives the Rangers a 1-0 lead.
Eric Nadell with the call. The game you heard right here on 105 through the Fan. We are the home of the Texas Rangers.
Indeed.
Every game right here on the Fan. And, of course, we're going to have opening day festivities on Thursday. We are going to have the K&C Masterpiece out at Globe Life Field. It'll be out in center field, right? And then, of course, the game right here on the Fan. 3:05 first pitch, 2:30 pregame show.
Yes, we will. And I know we've talked about it a little bit off there. Have we figured out, are we going to do opening day anthems this year?
Like songs?
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you know
a couple one.
Do you have anything in mind?
You know, I haven't been listening to a whole lot of music lately. So I don't know anything
We
new.
can do
But I
next
can
year.
always,
It's fine.
What's up?
We'll go next year. We can do it next year.
Oh, no. At the very least, he's doing one again.
Yeah, you're definitely doing one.
He's definitely doing one again.
What did you do last year, Peyton?
I did Back to Back by Drake.
Jonas,
we're going back.
Jonas' fingers turned to Dinger fingers.
I think it was Himes' fingers.
I laugh so every time I hear that. I laugh so hard. It was so good. That was you've got to do another one. And the year before that, you did Fergalicious, which was great.
Fergalicious.
Yeah, because it was completely off beat. Even in post production, it somehow managed to be off beat. But the Peyton songs are stable. It's just a matter of if Chop and I are doing one. We got to figure that out. Chop.
Yeah, let's do one.
Okay,
let's do one.
All right, we'll attack it then. Also, really quickly before we dive into more Ranger stuff here, reminder everybody. I know we've mentioned all day. Keller Fire Station #1 will be out there Friday for the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. The address: 455 Keller Smithfield Road South. So that's 455 Keller Smithfield Road South. Keller Fire Station #1. Myself, RJ Choppy, Eric Chiafalo out there on Friday from 6 to 10. So come out and say hey.
I think I got it.
The song?
I think I got it.
What is it? Are you going to surprise us, or do you want to tip it?
I think I might be able to do a Terror Squad.
Oh my gosh!
I think I can do it. I think I got something in the hopper.
Do the rock away. Lean back.
I think I got something in the hopper.
Yeah.
I think I got something.
Oh my gosh. I'm scared.
Oh, it's already coming together, baby.
I'm terrified now.
Oh, it's already coming together. I haven't done a hip hop song in a while.
No, you've opted for country.
I've been going with the '90s country and the new school. I think I need to go back to my roots.
I mean, look, I'll be honest. One of the best you ever did was that I've heard going through the archives. We got to release those as special editions at some point. So some of the old ones. One of the best you ever did was the Ludacris, the Dak, give it to me now. Give it to me now. That was good. So was going back to Cali.
Thank you.
Going back to Cali was another good one. So, but yeah, we've got those in the archives hidden. So one day maybe we push them out to everybody. Who knows?
All right, so bullpen rankings. We have those for Fangraphs.
Yeah,
right?
okay. So we did the Fangraphs positional rankings yesterday. Ran through all those. Pretty decent showing by the Rangers. They had 4 different areas where they were top 5 in the major leagues, according to Fangraphs projections. And again, Fangraphs is projecting out with their model and some of their analytics how they're going to perform this season. So these are rankings based on their models that they've put out to show this. Little bit of a dicey subject here. It's the bullpen, which obviously I think probably one of the bigger questions about the offseason for the Rangers has been who's going to close ball games for you. And in general, even during the World Series year, bullpen was a little shaky at times. And you had your concerns and you had some trouble finishing games out with that bullpen. Before we get too deep into this list, Chop, would you like to place a guess as to where the Rangers land on Fangraphs projections for bullpen?
17th.
17, okay. Where would you feel they need to be in order for you to feel comfortable about their playoff chances?
Okay, let me ask you a question here.
Mm-hmm.
How many starts does DeGrom have.
Okay, so you can make up to 32, 33 roughly?
Ish.
Let's say he has 20.
20, all right. And then the rest of the staff is relatively healthy?
Yeah. We'll say everybody generally starts within 5 games of their max.
Okay. Then I would think the bullpen needs to be, I would say, around 14th.
You want a top half of the league bullpen. Okay, all right. Well, then let's run down this list really quickly, see how long it takes to get to the Rangers. Number 1 bullpen in Major League Baseball, according to these projections from Fangraphs, by a wide margin. So this is bullpen wins above replacement projections. By a full win share, it's the Minnesota Twins over the Baltimore Orioles. And then it's pretty level tight throughout the rest of the league for like the next 10 standings, but Minnesota way up near the top. You get down number 2, the Orioles, 3, the Philadelphia Phillies, 4, Dodgers, 5, Yankees, 6, Braves. You get 7, the Guardians, who obviously had big-time relievers in recent years, 8, Mets, 9, Red Sox, 10, Diamondbacks, 11, Brewers. You said 14, 12-ish?
Yeah.
Now we're getting to 12. 12, the Texas Rangers.
It's a good spot.
So that's right in the sweet spot of where you feel like they need to be in order to be competitive this year.
Yeah, and I think that they got some guys that, I liked the Garcia pickup. They got him with the trade with Nate Lowe, right?
Yeah, they have Robert Garcia and Chris Martin as the big guns really carrying the bullpen on WAR.
And
here.
plus, Cole plays are really good.
Yeah, I mean, love them, right? Like, I mean, they generally were dogged because of the 40-year-old virgin joke. I feel like that was in there for years, but
it's. I think the bullpen will be. I think the bullpen will be just fine. I don't think it'll be like it was. I mean, now listen, the bullpen in the World Series year, the bullpen did much better in the playoffs than they did the regular season.
Yes, particularly the back end of the bullpen.
Yeah, and you got to have that, right? You got to get on a little hot streak. But it's also part of a great bullpen is not being overtaxed by starters that don't go deep into games.
Oh, look at that. Bold predictions for 2025. Matt Vasgersian on MLB Network says he thinks the Rangers win over 90 games this year.
I don't think that's bold. I don't think that's bold.
It's bold because that means he's banking on health.
Well, that's true. That's
they have
true.
the talent to do it. It's bold to say they'll all stay that healthy.
They've got to stay healthy. For all of season, I had said, the Yankees were the best team in the American League, and then I thought the Rangers were second.
Assuming health for everybody.
Mm-hmm. But we know Garrett Cole's out for the year, and Giancarlo Stanton's out for an indefinite amount of time, and they've got I think the Rookie of the Year pitcher, Gil Heel, is out for 3 months. I don't think the Yankees are the best team in the American League. I think the Rangers now are.
Woo!
Because they don't have they have lost the health advantage. Yeah, the big advantage they had was they were more talented. They've lost 3 major players.
Those questions you have about the Rangers, those factors, we already have answers about them with the Yankees. Like, we already know they have these injury situations. So
now the Rangers are 2 injuries away from being in the same spot,
right,
and being outside the top 10. Just the way it is.
Yeah, and that's
in baseball, not in the American League.
Game of attrition. That's what they always say. Here's the write-up from Fangraphs on the Rangers bullpen. It says last year's Rangers bullpen struggled with walks, 10.7%. That was the 4th worst in baseball. So adding Chris Martin, who has the lowest walk rate among all relievers, minimum 300 innings since he debuted in 2014, including a 1.7% rate last year, makes sense. He lacks overt closer stuff, but he'll be a stabilizing force at the back of this bullpen. Robert Garcia had a breakout 2024 with Washington and was traded to Texas for Nathaniel Lowe during the offseason. He struck out 11 per 9 innings pitched last year and had a 2.38 fielding independent pitching. So that's just a metric that basically says, of the things you could control, what roughly should your ERA have been? So home runs, walks, strikeouts, those things. Should have been a 2.38 is basically what those numbers say. Again, Garcia doesn't have dominant closer quality stuff, but each of his pitches has gotten a little better each year as he's entered his late 20s, and he throws a ton of strikes. Mark Church has more prototypical late inning stuff, and I have a setup man grade on the rookie who briefly debuted last year. Church will bump 101 with his velocity, and he has a late-moving upper 80s slider. He showed a good changeup during last year's Arizona Fall League, too, but that pitch has tended to be less present in his repertoire. Church and Emiliano Teodo, who has been up to 102 in the past, are two youngsters with the talent to end the season at the back of the bullpen. Veterans Jacob Webb and Sean Armstrong are reliable strike throwers with average stuff, while Hobie Milner is a classic low-slot lefty journeyman. Sounds like the makings of, to be honest, what has the potential to be a good bullpen when you lay everything out like that. The big thing they're clearly missing right now is they don't have Kirby Yates. They don't have big-time closer.
Right.
They don't have somebody that they trust in the ninth inning. And maybe you don't feel like, a lot of people have different philosophies on things. Maybe you're one of these teams that says, we can kind of do a closer approach or just kind of figure it out, or closer by committee approach, figure it out, settle into a rhythm. Or they could be looking around at some point and going, we got to trade for a closer. We need that. Or maybe say, if we feel like our starting pitching is strong enough, do we test out moving some of these guys to the bullpen and see what they have? We've all talked about Leiter potentially as that. I know there was a time, Rocker seems pretty set right now on them trying to get him established as a starter. But I know when Rocker was coming out of Vanderbilt, a lot of people thought he might project eventually as a closer because of just the hard throwing, the biting slider, and just that ability to overwhelm people in those little spurts that he might be really good as a ninth.
And listen, I've never thought that, if you draft Jack Leiter, in the top 5 and Rocker in the top 5, or wherever you draft them, you don't want a bullpen guy. But if they become a legitimate frontline closer, I don't think that's a disappointment. If Jack Leiter becomes just a bullpen guy or a fifth starter, that's a disappointment. But if he is a closer, a frontline closer, if he becomes Craig Kimbrell, Kenley Jansen, I'm not even asking him to be Hoffman or Rivera. Just become somebody like that. Joe Nathan. It's absolutely worth the pick.
Here's some of the projections, in case you're curious. Some of the ERA projections for the bullpen. Tell me if you could live with this. Chris Martin, 3.37 ERA projection. Robert Garcia, 3.46. Mark Church, 4.42. Jacob Webb, 4.26. Sean Armstrong, 4.19. None of those
bullpen ERA's problem with that is you get so few innings. One bad outing completely blows your ERA out.
But I feel like typically, I don't know about you, I've always felt uneasy when I see a closer ERA that's in the 3s or higher. I need something in
I'm
the 2s.
okay with it. I'm okay with it because, let's say it's in the 3s, but, you've got 4 blown saves, and those 4 blown saves did all your damage.
Sure.
Then I'm like, all right, fine. It's not a big deal.
Context matters 100%.
If you got a 4-something ERA and you have 0 blown saves, that could be a problem because it shows that you've got a 3-run lead all the time, and when you get in the playoffs, you're just not going to have that.
If they're healthy, if they're able to maintain their health and they're competitive like we expect them to be, I think we are going to be talking about in July, the Rangers are looking for a closer.
Yep.
Where are they going to find it?
Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. What is coming up next to Below the Belt?
Oh, Tom Brady is getting real about his divorce from Bill Belichick. Hear what he had to say next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Target's has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a bit.
Roger that, Sally.
to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
At least they waited for the kids to graduate. Let's talk divorce here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. Are you familiar with one Tom Brady, Chop?
I've heard of him. Yeah, 6th-round pick, right?
Yep, greatest quarterback of all time. Basically owned Peyton Manning throughout his entire career,
except the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, except all the jewelry that's on his hand that weighs it down. You know, that's really the biggest thing that matters here. Tom Brady is speaking out in his weekly newsletter. Did you know that Tom Brady had a weekly newsletter?
I did not. I did not know he had a weekly newsletter.
That seems like Tom Brady, he's trying to get a handle on everything. That feels like the kind of thing that Brady would be like, well, we got to have a newsletter. Like I feel like newsletters would have been really big during Brady's last time when he was consuming media.
I could think
regularly.
Yeah.
And now he's just jumping back into it. I like the newsletter. We have a Sean and RJ newsletter. It's very helpful to interact with you guys and get your sense. In fact, if you want to head over to the Facebook page right now, search Sean and RJ on Facebook, Sean and RJ Show. It'll pop up. And we are actually going to be doing the listener survey, the annual listener survey that we've done the last couple of years.
Very nice.
And it's been very profitable in the past for us, Chop, in terms of growing the show and making it better. Because that actually, a lot of people may not know this. Fun fact, the payload was started because of this newsletter response.
Yeah, it was.
The survey response.
That's right. We needed to give Peyton a segment, they said.
The first survey we did, everybody said Peyton needs his own segment. Like, we got to hear more Peyton. We need more Peyton. And so Sean was like, all right, let's give him a segment. Let's do this. And so you guys see, we listen to your feedback and what you have to say. So head over to the Facebook page. I'll post the link here again in a sec. We're going to be sending out the survey here later this week. But over on Tom Brady's newsletter, he discussed his singular time becoming a free agent in 2020. This is from NFL.com. After 2 decades leading the New England Patriots dynasty, the first ballot Hall of Fame quarterback noted that after so long, he and Coach Bill Belichick's goals began to diverge. He said, I was only involved in free agency once at the tail end of my career, when free agency means something very different than it does for a backup coming off a disappointing season or a young guy coming off the last year of his rookie deal. For me, it was a creeping decision that lived passively in the back of my mind for 2 to 3 years until March of 2020. Have we heard that timeline from him before? That essentially the last 3 years in New England, he had his eyes on the door?
I haven't heard that.
That's new to me.
I haven't heard that
He
one.
said it's passively in the back of his mind. So he wasn't actively, but he at least had an awareness of it.
I guess that's normal, right?
I suppose, but when he says it was a creeping decision that lived passively in the back of my mind for 2 to 3 years, that sounds like he wasn't thinking about retirement. It's like he knew eventually they would split, and he'll describe that here in a sec. He said, March of 2020, a whirlwind of a few days made me realize that a decision was coming sooner rather than later. The reality was, after 20 years together, a natural tension had developed between where Coach Belichick and I were headed in our careers and where the Patriots were moving as a franchise. It was the kind of tension that could only be resolved by some kind of split or one of us reassessing our priorities. NFL.com writes that the natural tension led to Brady signing in Tampa Bay, where he'd prove he was far from washed up, throwing for 108 touchdowns in 50 games with the Bucs and leading a cherry on the top of his career Super Bowl win in his first season in Florida. And explaining his approach to free agency, Brady said he categorized what was important to him. Quote, I asked myself, as someone headed into their 40s with school-age kids and 20 years worth of battle scars, what truly mattered to me now? What I ended up with was a list of about 20 things that I then ranked and graded on a weighted scale from 1 to 3, which we've seen him share the sheet before on Fox where he talked about the
his
checklist
with the teams, right?
Yeah. He said the presence of skill players was a 3 in terms of importance, for example, and the Bucs graded out as a 3 because of guys like Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
And 3 was the highest?
Yes. Yeah. The same was true for the head coach. That was a 3 in importance, and Tampa scored a 3 with Bruce Arians. Big fan of Bruce Arians, I guess Tom Brady is.
Was he a fan of Bruce Arians because of Bruce Arians or because he felt that he could, Bruce was older and needed to win and he could push him around?
don't think. I think he wanted a good coach is what he wanted. Which, to be fair, Arians' reputation, fair or not, is as
Bruce coached a lot of quarterbacks.
He has had the reputation as a quarterback whisperer.
So hang on, he was with Andrew Luck, Ben, Peyton,
Peyton,
Tom, Jameis,
Kurt Warner.
Yep. Wow.
So yeah, I mean he's absolutely. But see, I know some people have the opinion of like, okay, were you great or were you aren't
around great?
Ben's
people.
Great, Peyton's great, Luck is great. You were just there for it. You were there for Brady. You didn't make them what they are.
That's like if you notice, the first year in Bruce Arians' system was all of those quarterbacks' highest interception total.
Rip it. That's what he wants them to do. Just fling the ball, go after it, and that was what he ended up doing. But Arians there was one of the top parts of this equation for Tom Brady, apparently, when he selected the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He also mentions that game day weather was a 2, practice weather was a 3. That's fascinating to me. Financial compensation was on the list, obviously, but it wasn't first. It probably wasn't even top 10, and it definitely didn't rank as a 3 in importance. In the end, I chose Tampa almost exactly 5 years ago now because in the aggregate, it graded out higher than New England along those 20 or so dimensions. It's not much more complicated than that. So that was what he had to say about his time in free agency. But the interesting part there is the natural tension that he talks about with Bill Belichick, how he said that was going to come to a point after 20 years where they were going to be heading in different directions or looking for different things. And if that wasn't something that could be resolved, then they were going to have to split or somebody was going to have to change what their priorities were. And it sounds like in the end, just Belichick, maybe a little stubbornly, was not willing to hold on to that. My curiosity here is Brady was willing to play for 3 more years and competitively push forward for a Super Bowl and was still a good quarterback. What were Belichick's priorities that diverged from that? Was it just, I need a reset, I need to get younger now?
Yeah, because Bill was still trying to win games.
But Brady could win you games.
Yeah. So that's what, I don't think Belichick's priorities changed. I don't think Tom's priorities changed. I just think they grew tired of each other. It happens.
Yeah, I mean, but he does talk about there, he mentions
Does anybody think that Bill, stopped trying to win?
No, but it does make me wonder, so they reached this point a little bit in New Orleans. Whereas Breeze got older and Breeze was still a good player, the sense you got from some people was that Sean Payton felt they needed to start new, though. Even if Breeze would be better right now than whoever they put in there, he needed to get the ball rolling. He didn't want to delay it any longer. He didn't. It's the idea of I'd rather get rid of somebody too early than too late.
Yeah, that's common.
And so he wanted his pick of when do I approach this and when do I go after it and so I think that's what Tom's describing here from Belichick, is that Brady wasn't ready to leave, and Belichick is like, I need to take advantage of my opportunities now to go after certain players and to build this franchise, and you're kind of hanging on a little too long. I mean, we've seen some of the audio, the behind-the-scenes audio of these Patriots meetings. Belichick was brutal to Brady. I'm stunned Brady put up with it for as long as he did. The Patriots documentary on Apple TV, teammates talk all the time about, he would go after Tom.
You have to. If the other players of the team see that you'll go after the best player, a guy who's got the most Super Bowl rings of anybody in the history of the game, then he'll go after you too, and he'll have no problem with it.
But see, Jimmy's philosophy was different. Jimmy's was the other one. He said, you don't parent all your kids the same way.
No, you don't. But he knew that he knew that Tom could take it, and that if it went after Tom, he would have to go after the other guys.
Yeah, it would set enough of an example to everybody else.
Yeah.
And it clearly did, because they all had an impression about it. I just wonder if those same psychological tactics that then rubbed professional players the wrong way, how is that going to play at North Carolina now?
Well, you got to find the one guy. You got to find out that your best player can take it, and you got to give it to him.
Yeah, you got to. No, you're right. You're right. When you're right, Chop. I don't know what else to say. All right. Also over at NFL.com, Judy Batista has, I think, a good write-up on the teams that are in line for a turnaround next season after their signings and trades. So obviously, I think it was last year, Jacksonville or Tennessee. One of them had spent a lot of money in free agency early. I think it was Tennessee. And
they get Ridley,
Tony Pollard. I think they made some other additions. And that clearly didn't work out. And nobody was saying, oh, that's a team that's going to turn it around, because they still had issues. So just adding isn't enough. You've got to add in the right way. And so here are some of the teams that she thinks stand out and are prepared for a turnaround. And one of these should terrify the NFL on this list if they're poised for a turnaround. Number one on this list, the Chicago Bears. She mentions that, full disclosure, they were on last year's list too, and that didn't pan out exactly the way they wanted it to, but that they've made a big reset with Ben Johnson coming in there. They've added defensive players on the defensive front with Jarrett and Adebayo and Montez, or to play opposite of Montez Sweat. So they're building there. They've replenished the offensive line, kind of overhauled that. Big culture change. So she thinks what you see there is an opportunity to really turn things around. New England.
Man, so she's not high on Chicago?
No, she's high on a Chicago turnaround in 25.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be tremendous.
She thinks they have big margins to flip their 5-12.
They completely, they get 3 new starters on the O-line?
Yeah. And they've added depth to the defensive line, too.
And a new coach.
Number 2 on this list, the New England Patriots, who were 4-13 last year. They mentioned that there's going to be, in all likelihood, a nice response under Mike Vrabel returning to Foxborough.
And what's going to happen when the Cowboys trade a 3rd-round pick for Joe Milton?
Exactly. Kind of a rejuvenation there. They had a lot of money to spend. They used it on Milton Williams, who was a Super Bowl star, obviously, for the Eagles. Pass rushers like Harold Landry and Kayvon Chason. They spent big money on a corner in Carlton Davis. Drake May, obviously projecting out as a big-time starter. Positives there. We're going to skip over 3 because that's the scary one. 4, the Raiders.
Wait, scary, huh?
For the NFL, it is. Not specifically for Dallas, but for the NFL. 4, the Raiders at 4-13. That they make the trade for Geno Smith. Max Crosby's fully on board. Pete Carroll's in place. That's solid. The Browns at 3-14. They convinced Myles Garrett to come back. They've got backup quarterback options here. They've signed Malik Collins. You look at the way they've set things up here. They got Kenny Pickett as some depth potentially to back up with Deshaun Watson. So those are all teams that she thinks have margins to turn around. The concerning thing is that one of these teams on this list that has the biggest turnaround possibility is a 9-8 football team. It is the Cincinnati Bengals. And that is the scary thing to think about. They were 9-8 last year, and we thought they were kind of terrible. If they replenish some things like they have already, they've locked in their big players, something the Bengals never do, locked in a bunch of them for a long-term run. They're likely to play better this next season. A lot of them had down years last year. They're going to put a lot of resources in the draft into the defensive side of the ball where they struggled. That could very easily Cincinnati be a 13-14 win team next year, I think.
I like them. I think they could do damage. They lost a lot of games this year where they scored over 30 points.
If Burrow plays like he did last year and they just
healthy
they just get decent defense, that's a dangerous football team.
Below
the belt
on 105 through the fan. 9 o'clock hour coming up next. New food items at the ballpark. Who's the next Sam Darnold? How Bobby's the newest LA Dodger. It's all coming up. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. It's all coming up at the 9 o'clock hour, starting with Diamond Cat.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan, 9 o'clock hour. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden fist pumping in the back. KNC Masterpiece Crosstalk, 9:40.
Alec too good for fist pumping back there?
He was doing it. He was
okay,
fist
he
pumping.
was.
Show.
All right, he was fist pumping. I was just making sure. He was just that wasn't even fist pumping. He was just trying to show off those biceps.
Yeah, who's the next Sam Darnold? That's coming up at 9:20.
Look at Alec flexing back there.
Man, Alec,
I love you, Alec.
Alec ruined my my entire sense of gym bros here, and he doesn't even know about it. And it happened, and I'm not going to talk about it, but he ruined it.
You're gonna have to tell him during the break then.
Tell him during the break. But I got who's the next Sam Darnold coming up at 9:20. Bobby went out to the Globe last night for a little exhibition game. We are the home of Rangers baseball. We had the game last night in the Fan. Thursday opening day, 10 o'clock. KNC Masterpiece, 3:05 first pitch. Here's the game right here. We'll be at the Firehouse in Keller Fire Station number 1 on Friday. Sean and RJ's Firehouse tour rolls on for the 2025 campaign.
Yes, 455 Keller Smithfield Road South. 455 Keller Smithfield Road South. That's Keller Fire Station number 1. Come out and see me, Chop, and Eric Chiafalo from 6 to 10 a.m.
Yeah.
It'll be a good old time. Can't wait to see all you guys out there in Keller. I know we got a big presence out there, so that'll be fun. And yeah, you mentioned opening day, Thursday, going to be a big deal. We've got KNC Masterpiece out there from 10 to 2. And then live coverage right here. You can only hear the games right here on 105 through the Fan. And I mean, gosh, we're hooking people up all week with tickets.
Rangers tickets.
Rangers tickets
Expressway.
are hot right now.
How was the game last night? Anything new over at the Globe that you noticed?
I mean, just the fact that they had I think that's the first time I've ever sat in the ballpark with the roof open. I don't think I've gone to a game where it's been open.
That's great. It's awesome.
It's just beautiful. And it's one of those things where you and I have talked about it before. You used the word earlier today, sterile. I think that's always been the best word to use for it. You're also breaking it in a little bit. It needs some time to build up some character. But it does feel like very museum-like, right? Like you almost feel like, all right, don't touch anything. This is all very clean and fresh and new. And just something about you open it up to the sky there. You get the sunlight coming in, and it's just like, this is baseball. This feels like a real deal ballpark right now.
Yeah.
It's a beautifully constructed ballpark, typically. But it feels a little too sterile. It feels like you should be, showing off priceless works of art in there rather than playing baseball.
It can. Did you notice any of the new food items out there?
I did not.
Okay, well, I've got
I meant
them
to
for you.
stop, but
I've got them for you. The Rangers have debuted various food items over the years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, they had the Boomstick Burger in 2023. Remember they had the original Boomstick, was a hot dog over a decade ago. They got that thing out there. It was a 24-inch hot dog. Well, they've got more. They've got new food items out at the ballpark. Of course, Hurtado has been out there for a couple of years. They got the new Big Papa Potato. It's a large baked potato stuffed with butter, cheddar cheese, shredded brisket, and topped with Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce.
Sounds delicious. I got to tell you, man, that I have not been able to stop thinking about that burger I had at Hurtado a couple weeks back when they were doing their grand opening. That Big Mike burger is so damn good. Holy cow.
They have also, from Hurtado, the smoked wings, 4 whole smoked wings sections served with Sweet Baby Ray's, available at the Hurtado stand in Section 141. In Section 132, they've got the Boomstick Burrito, a 26-inch flour tortilla, rice, beans, seasoned taco meat, nacho cheese, pico, lettuce, and sour cream.
All right, I got a question for you, Chop. I'm going to need you to make a ruling here. I'm glad you mentioned the Boomstick Burrito. Tell me, is this something... Last night we posted the video of Kristen having to guess things at the ballpark, like naming the warning track, which she said, that has a name?
Yeah.
Different things like that. Somebody on here did, on the comments, had mentioned that. They said, could she take down the Boomstick Burrito? Just a random question. Was that an innuendo or like a joke, or was he just genuinely asking? Do you think if she could take down the Boomstick Burrito?
He was trying to draw you offside.
Yeah, I think he was trying to draw me offside.
So like, that could be a I
think it's plausible deniability.
There could be innuendo there.
Yes.
Right. He could be. I mean, he could be saying like, because she really said that she had
Built
the
for it.
appetite.
Yeah.
She built for it. Yeah, like call her.
But can she take it down, Bobby?
Little beefy.
Like, could she?
I mean,
Okay.
Would I be with her?
Section 106. This is for you, Peyton, because you just came back from Boston. Section 106.
Dumping tea in the harbor.
Lobster mac and cheese.
Oh yeah.
A lobster roll and lobster nachos. That's all in Section 106. I'm down with that.
Probably more affordable than the lobster that Peyton was eating on in Boston.
But it was good.
They had a hot dog triple play in Section 3, Section 121, and Section 225. The Texas chili cheese dog, the bacon wrap dog, and the rotating third dog. I guess there's a rotating. Blue mint Thai in Section 127. They got they got the drunken noodles, they got the spicy rice, the spring rolls, the crab rangoons, bacon on a stick.
What are drunken noodles? Is it just like alcohol infused noodles or something like that?
I don't think it has anything to do with alcohol.
Let me look it up.
I don't think it has anything to do with alcohol. So you got a lot of new food items. Out of the ballpark, or the Globe.
Drunken noodles, they get their name from that because the theory is that these spicy Thai noodles should be eaten with an ice cold beer. So that's the theory.
No kidding?
That's what it says here on, what is this? Recipe 10 Eats is what it says there.
Wow. I saw this from CBS. CBS believes, now first of all, and this is what I've thought about this for a while, like, the only sport that has parity anymore is Major League Baseball, because they're the only sport that doesn't produce a back-to-back champ like ever.
Mm-hmm.
And football,
ask Boach.
Football has had one as recently as last year. The NBA had one in 2018. The NHL had a repeat champ in 2021. The WNBA 2 years ago. College football in 22. We just saw a men's basketball repeat. Hey, did you see Juju Watkins? She got hurt, out for the year. That happened last night. Her WNBA season's over. It hadn't even started yet. And then, because she's obviously at USC still. Women's college basketball, we had one in 2016. But in Major League Baseball, we haven't had one this century. The Yankees won 3 straight, 98 to 2000, but there wasn't back-to-back in this century.
Boy, we were in a really strong dynasty era in professional sports right then, too. Because that was 98 to 2000 was the Yankees. Then you had the Lakers run right after that.
Did the Bulls run just before it, 96 to 98?
Bulls before that. And then, you had the back-to-back Broncos titles, and then on the back end of that was when the Patriots went 3-4. So we had a nice little run.
You had, I think...
The Cowboys were in the 90s, too.
The Cowboys were early 90s, of course, 3-4. The Devils won like 3-7.
Stars should have won
back-to-back. The Avalanche won 2-4. It was didn't the Red Wings have a couple in a row
in
like the mid-aughts?
According to Money Puck,
CBS believes that there are 24 teams that legitimately could stake a case to the World Series to be in a champ this year. 24. I don't see how that's remotely possible.
Who are the 6 that can't?
Well, it would
be
White Sox, Rockies, Marlins, A's, Angels, Nats.
Sweet. 2 of them in the AL.
I don't see how the Pirates, Cardinals. I don't see how the Rays can do it. I don't see how the Blue Jays.
But you know what? The Cardinals
aren't ready.
Even if they lose the World Series, the Cardinals will be sure to tip your hat.
Yeah, they will.
Tip their hat to you.
Yeah, they will. So, but who's the number 1 team in the American League according to CBS? It is the Texas Rangers.
Look at that.
The last several weeks, it's the person who wrote this said, I'm so high on this team in the last several weeks, I'm worried it's gotten to be too much and I need to back off. They are 4th overall in baseball. Dodgers, Phillies, Braves, and the Rangers. Then Arizona and the Mets. Then the Astros, Red Sox, Orioles, Yankees. Yankees were 4th. Now they're down to 10th in this one.
By the way,
Mariners.
Real quick, just to be fair to Damon Potts on the YouTube, he says, how are y'all not going to show my Spurs some love with your title runs there in the NBA too? All right, fine. Yes.
Yeah, you know what?
Spurs had back-to-back.
Didn't win back-to-back. No dynasty.
But they won several in the course of that little stretch there.
Yeah, they won 5 in 8 years. 99, 03, 05, 07.
Yeah, and then they
4 in 8 years.
So they had the Giants dynasty stretch.
Yeah, they did. They really did. But I mean, I'm high on this team. I think they're the best team in the American League West. I think they're probably right there as the best team in the American League. ESPN simulated the season outcomes for several players, and they just wanted to see what they came to. And here's what it says for Jake DeGrom. I mean, sign me up. 12-3 with a 2.32, 166 innings pitched, 217 Ks.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. In a 4-inning start last Wednesday, he averaged 95.5 with his fastball. He wasn't completely airing it out. It's probably not realistic to expect the 200-plus innings he delivered from 17 to 19. He hasn't thrown over 100 innings since 2019. So the above line feels like a best-case scenario. The Rangers will take a decent workload with great results. Look, if they get that from Jake DeGrom, I mean, holy cow, sign me up. The only thing that really disappointed me out of this simulated season was Max Scherzer's, who's now with the Blue Jays. And they have him at 18-4 with a 2.85 and a 4.3 WAR. I'm sorry, maybe they put the booster on these simulations.
They're not accounting for injuries there. That's what
No.
I mean, didn't we all feel like there was a point last year where it's like, okay, he's done. Scherzer's just... I honestly was not sure he was going to go anywhere after last season.
Yeah. They've got Kyle Schwarber hitting 60 home runs, Brent Rooker hitting 53 bombs and winning the MVP award. It seems a bit much.
It's a little much, ESPN. You might need to you might have it on rookie simulation settings.
They really might. They really might have it on rookie. They got Shohei batting 340 with 56 homers and a 10 WAR, and then having a really good season pitching, 11-3, 3.49 ERA, and a 2.7 WAR. I just don't know that his arm's going to hold up. Like they're not going to burn him out like there to give him 30 starts.
My big time enemy, Shohei Ohtani, for that just ego of his, just egomaniac with his dog and everything else.
Let me tell you how you were impacted by Shohei.
Please don't do this, Sean. I've already heard enough from Sean comparing me to Orlovsky.
This is how you play for the Dodgers.
I don't need to hear that I'm like Shohei.
You're a member of the LA Dodgers. So when they were in Japan, right? They played a couple of games last week at the Tokyo Dome.
Mm-hmm.
Shohei treated the entire team to this amazing, extravagant sushi dinner. Okay, he brought in a top sushi chef. They had an enormous tuna, like this 500-pound tuna, whatever, just this massive tuna. They were cutting straight off the tuna. And Freddie Freeman was like, he was refusing to eat it. He was so petrified and so paranoid about eating it. And they finally talked him into it, and he ate it. And he goes, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Nope.
But he is Bobby Belt. Bobby Belt is the hike your pants up too high Freddie Freeman.
No, he lost me there because he ended up saying it's not too bad. You know damn well, Chop, what happens when I get something set in my head? When it's set in my head, it's set in my head.
It's set in your head.
It's
yeah,
done.
I wonder why.
It's over. It's done with. Because I'm an American, Chop, and I'm gonna just believe in what I believe in, and what I believe in is that you can't have seafood, period, and you can't eat other things from a seafood restaurant because it will contaminate the taste.
Well, this is just a sushi guy. It was in a ballroom at a hotel, and Shohei said you were gonna eat that. You were gonna put that in your mouth, and you were gonna eat that sushi, and he did, and he liked it.
Then
he liked it. He said it's not that bad. He said it's not that bad.
And did he say? Did he say? Did you enjoy that grand slam? You like that ring on your finger over there, Shohei? How about you shut up?
Shohei didn't do much.
Take your seat over there.
I like it,
All right?
Poppy.
He didn't do much. Who is the next Sam Darnold in the NFL? Next to the Fan.
We're here for you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. Come see us. Come hang out with us. Firehouse Station number 1 in Keller on Friday for the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour, 6 to 10 a.m. We'll be out there in Keller hanging out with the Tolos, giving you Whataburger Brekkie and, of course, the Tolo aprons.
Yes, the barbecue aprons. You'll be out there grilling in style all year long with the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour aprons. And you can get those exclusively starting with the 2025 tour at 455 Keller Smithfield Road South on Friday. 455 Keller Smithfield Road South in Keller. That's Keller Fire Station number 1. Myself, RJ Choppy, and Eric Chiafalo out there hanging out with you guys all 4 hours. It's going to be a party, so we hope to see you out there. Chop, I came across this article from The Athletic at the end of last week, and this was something that was really an interesting question to me because this is something we reference a lot, just naturally, on the air. Whenever we're talking about examples of giving up on quarterbacks or how long it takes for quarterbacks to hit, it specifically felt like it came up a lot with Trey Lance when he was here and talking about trying to bank on something with him. And I'd love to get some of the feedback on this on the Twitch, on the YouTube, over on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Who do you think is the next rags to riches quarterback? So in recent years, if you look over the history of the NFL, the recent history of the NFL, the last decade or so, we've seen 4 really prominent examples of guys who were considered busts, who revived their careers and turned into legitimate players or legitimate options. Started with Ryan Tannehill. You also had after that Geno Smith kind of bouncing back, reestablishing his career while he was in Seattle. He's now with the Raiders. Then you had Baker Mayfield, who looked dead in the water at one point with Carolina and the Rams and ended up playing really well for Tampa Bay. They're really happy with him now. And then the most recent version of this, we think potentially, is Sam Darnold after his year in Minnesota, which got him a nice little payday. So over at The Athletic, they took a look at the just various quarterbacks who might be the next rags to riches quarterback. Who could sustain it? Who could be the next one up? So when they take a look at new quarterback contracts and different guys who may be options for this, they break them up into different tiers. Tier 1 is he can carry his team each week. Team wins because of him. Expertly handles situations. Has no real holes in his game. Tier 2, he can carry his team sometimes, not as consistently. Tier 3, legitimate starter, but needs a heavy running game or defensive component to win. Tier 4, unproven player or veteran who ideally would not start all 17 games. And Tier 5, not a starter, period. So that's how they've typically used their tier system in their rankings every year.
Right.
So they said the most likely to ascend in 2020 after the 2025 season are Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones. They said that Daniel Jones with the Indianapolis Colts might have a little bit of a reset and an ability to sort of fall into place and settle into place. Most likely to hold his trajectory is Geno Smith. And the greatest boom or bust potential is Justin Fields. And the guy they don't know wild card is Mac Jones. So those are the quarterbacks who signed deals this offseason. But it asks a broader question. Allows you to think outside the box a little bit. Who do you think is the quarterback right now that has the best chance to be this next one? Because to me, there's not a wrong answer. Nobody would have projected those 4 quarterbacks to become the level of players that they had been. So this is a good exercise, I think, to just take a look and say, all right, who do I still buy stock in a little bit? And Chop, we'll lead off with you. Which quarterback stands out? Just some of the names that are out there in recent history. Daniel Jones, we just mentioned. Mac Jones, Justin Fields. You've got Trey Lance, Drew Lock, Kenny Pickett, some others out there. So where do you lead off with?
So the traits of Geno and Baker and Darnold, like all of them they were all good throwers.
Yeah.
So like I was thinking the first one that came to mind was like Justin Fields. I was like, is he a good thrower? He's not, like, to me, Geno was a better thrower. Like he didn't.
Geno's so clean mechanically.
Yeah. Baker's a better thrower. Like, doesn't mean that doesn't mean that that the other ones are bad. It's just like Darnold's a better thrower. I actually think Bryce Young is one of them.
He looked like he cleaned up a lot at the end of last year.
Listen, I know he's a nut, and I love him to death. I will forever hold out hope for Jameis.
I like that.
He's got a good arm. A lot of the problem with at least with Sam Darnold and with Geno, it was the processing of the game. To me, the reason backups stay backups is they're scared of throwing the ball downfield. You have to be able to put. There is no fear with Jameis. No, and he forgets the mistakes. He's like, fine, block it out of your head. So I think Jameis is one of them. And I still think Mac Jones can turn into something with the right system around him. But we're seeing it more and more now. I guess if I had to answer, I would take Bryce. That's the safest one of the bunch.
325, Dak Prescott. Give him time, bro. Yeah, okay. Thanks, 325. Appreciate it. Yeah, some of the answers that we're getting here on contributor here. Gregory on the YouTube says Anthony Richardson will be the next Sam Darnold. This is an interesting name here. 817 says T-Law. Do you view, he obviously has not lived up to expectation, but do you view Trevor Lawrence as somebody who's a bit of a, like would fall into this category? Because I don't think I would. He's not quite to this level. He's been
too good to be in that category. He's been a disappointment from like the generational, but he's still been like, he hasn't been a bum.
Not a fan 1053 on the Twitch says, I was about to say Jameis too. And here's my answer from the 336. I can't let go of him. I loved him too much before the draft. And the 336 says his bold prediction, his wild prediction that he's going with here is that Zach Wilson will take Tua's job in Miami.
I can see Zach Wilson.
I think I loved Zach Wilson when he was coming out of BYU. I thought he was going to be fantastic, and it just never clicked into place for him. A lot of it felt like confidence issues and some of the mental struggles. I think the Jets break everybody.
Listen, if Geno, Sam, and Zach all turn into what Geno and Sam and Baker have turned into, you ought to just pack the franchise up.
Look, I mean, I think Zach Wilson was so talented. Like, there was so much about him when you watched him that looked Mahomes-like at times in college. And it fell apart there with the Jets so quickly. I wonder if just, hey, a little humble, go to Miami, spend some time under McDaniel, some of the different things they do there. It might boost him up a little bit. It might revive him. Zach Wilson's the one that I can't just completely give up on yet. So that's my pick. Zach Wilson will be the one who eventually revives his career. 469. Let's get a little buck wild on this Tuesday morning and say Daniel Jones revives his career. Peyton, we asked you about this. Who is your submission for the guy you think could resurrect his career and become a legit player?
It's Justin Fields. I still believe in the guy. Like, look, I know the Bears record, it is what it is, but those Bears teams suck. Like, all around. Those were bad Bears teams. And Justin Fields, like, there were times where he would show a little bit of life. He had a big run, big throw, a big comeback win. It didn't happen often, but and then when in his, I think, 5 or 6 starts with the Steelers last year before Russell Wilson took over the team, I mean, he went 4-2 as a starter. Like, he wasn't terrible last year as well. So I still believe he's in his mid-20s, 25, 26, I believe. So it's Justin Fields for me. I still think there's life in him.
Some of the other answers that we're getting here, Steve Fitt on the YouTube is going with Kenny Pickett. He might get an opportunity there in Cleveland with Deshaun Watson's situation that he has. 615 says Will Levis, a.k.a. Mayo Boy. I like Levis. I still think if you watch a lot of what Levis did last year on tape, he had some really nice throws in there. Again, we're getting some Daniel Jones here. 469 is going with Mason Rudolph. What else do we have here? We got another Danny Dimes pick on here. Somebody else who was high on Zach Wilson. The Jets broke Aaron Rodgers. That's another. 817 says Gardner Minshew. And then Phil from the 949 says he's going with Malik Willis. So, oh, look, Chop, somebody's still not letting go. 214 says Tim Tebow. That's one you can respect.
I respect the hustle. I don't think Tebow's around very much longer.
Hold on to him. So, some interesting names there. I do think, look, I think Levis, Bryce Young, Daniel Jones, maybe. Drew Lock, maybe. Like, I think all those guys could be in this group. I think Trey Lance is cooked. I think Pickett is not very good. Richardson's going to be tough. Mac Jones is going to be tough. But, yeah, this is I think it's at least you're going to see one of these guys, I think, revive their career.
Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. Crossover with the Kansas City Masterpiece coming up in about 10 minutes. I saw this story this morning. It's all over the news. Did you see, and this is Bobby's worst nightmare, there was a United Airlines flight from L.A. to Shanghai, China, that got about halfway there. Not quite halfway there. But had to turn around because the pilot, Peyton, forgot his passport. Could you imagine?
How far into the flight?
Let's see. It got... let's see.
Alex says it was 2 hours into the flight.
2 hours
into the flight. That's 4 hours you've wasted.
So it was, I mean, they went, a couple 100 miles off the coast and then flew back. So they took off at 2 o'clock. They landed so they took off from LAX at 2 o'clock. They landed in San Fran at 5 o'clock. So it was basically 3 hours. So they got 2 hours in, but since they went north, the way they had to come back, the curvature of the earth. Yes, that's why I said that. Flat earthers, the curvature of the earth. They went north. They were able to.
What's he doing when he realizes it? Is he just like feeling around his pockets, like,
no, yeah? He probably, oh my god, I forgot my passport.
Like, where
he doesn't need it to get on the plane. They don't check to get on the plane, I guess.
He's the pilot. They probably don't. They should.
Well, he's a pilot. They should just let him in the country, regardless. But
well, that's not how that works. That's not how that works.
I don't think I would.
He's a pilot. He's official.
But yeah, usually, but they don't. They do a different. I assume pilots go through like their own type of security. So maybe he didn't need one to get through, or maybe he was already through and he was connecting from somewhere else. I don't know how that works. But that's a wild story.
Yeah,
that is Bobby's worst nightmare. Bobby hates flying anyway, and imagine having to land twice.
Yeah, if I had to land twice, and I'm sure they didn't say, attention passengers, the captain forgot his passport.
They didn't say anything. I'm sure they found out later.
Guys, we're turning back.
This was a crew issue.
I'm not gonna.
And
I'm not trusting that. Now, I'm not trusting if you're telling me we're turning around for a crew issue. I'm going to say, nope, that sounds like a bigger issue, which is this sounds like we're not secure. This is the second time United's been in trouble this week, Chop.
What was the other one?
Did you see the other one? A passenger says a United pilot forcibly removed him from an airplane bathroom, and he is now suing United. It was an Orthodox Jewish passenger, and he said a United Airlines pilot, maybe the same one, forcibly removed him from an airplane bathroom while he was experiencing constipation. It exposed his private area to other flyers during a flight from Mexico to Houston. The man described his trip through allegedly unfriendly skies in a federal lawsuit this week against the airline and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, whose officers, he said, boarded the plane upon landing and took him away in handcuffs. The man and fellow Orthodox Jewish traveler said the pilot made disparaging remarks about their faith. They said they were forced to miss a connecting flight to New York City while the U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers paraded them through an airport terminal, placed them in holding cells, and searched their luggage. So now United is having to deal with that. If it's not their pilots forgetting their passports, it's them ripping people off of toilets on the airplane there.
I have no idea how that happened, like the passport thing. The bathroom thing, someone had to have recorded that.
They must have landed and he was not getting off the toilet, I imagine. Because that's what I would guess. Something like that.
There's cameras. There's cameras right there.
He said he told them I would finish up and be out momentarily. And the pilot was like, the hell you will.
Oh, no.
And took him out.
You got to get out? Wow. Yeah, you got to let somebody, if they're in the bathroom, they're in the bathroom. Like, hey, I'm in the bathroom here, man. Leave me alone.
Fecal matter.
Let me do my business. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece is coming up next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, for you.
vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Crosstalk, the KC match piece has arrived.
We
here
here.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Hello.
Kevin and Corey have made their way into the studio. They have sat down. They put their headsets on.
Yeah, we're ready.
We're ready to talk.
This is a professional crosstalk.
Yeah, it
RJ.
is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What is coming up on the show?
Alec Medford is back, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all said you were tired of the payload and you wanted more Alec Medford. So we'll do AM on the FM at 11:20 today.
It's Peyton's favorite segment.
Puck around and find out at 10 o'clock. That's right out of the gate. We'll
guess
talk
that's about
Stars.
hockey, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Puck
Okay.
is exactly
Very nice.
the word.
Yeah.
And we'll discuss the Mavs and Anthony Davis's return at 10:20.
All right.
It's today the day that Evan Carter gets sent to the minors.
Oh my gosh, guys, there is some new information.
You think Evan Carter's starting in the minors?
Yes, I do.
We talked about that last week.
Though. Yeah, and I don't mean it. I'm not saying this is like, let's be shock jockey.
Hagelin literally said during the break, he said, I think we have the outfield version of Jabba Chamberlain.
No,
I think he's broken.
That's not true. We were singing in the break.
You were singing that. You were saying, I think we have the broken version. And you're doing
Tonight. It just, you can lead him off in the minor leagues. Get him as, well, not as many at-bats as you want, but a lot of at-bats, as opposed to, what's he going to be, 8th, 7th against right-handers?
I actually think... I think you can lead them off every inning if you want. I think
you might be thinking spring training versus minor league games. I don't think.
Well, no, if you send them to like the,
if you want to send them to back to Arizona, then you could do that. But if you put him in the minor leagues, well, remember he doesn't have the most minor league experience in the world because he did so well. You could bat him leadoff, whereas opposed to here, he's going to be, 7th or 8th against right-handers and sit on the bench against left-handers? I don't know if that's a good strategy.
I think it's a good idea. I think you should absolutely send a guy with a bad back to a place where he has to ride a bus. That's smart.
So instead, you're going to keep him in the major leagues where he can't hit left-handers?
He's going to have to.
That's not how it works. Are you the Cowboys GM? Oh, I paid them more money, so they're going to have to get better. That's not how that works.
I mean, you got to hit some lefties. This is the way you're a baseball player. You're professional.
Grow up.
Get up there. Keep your
what better way?
Keep your front shoulder close. Go the other way.
Do it in the minor leagues where if you struggle, it doesn't hurt the big team.
That's a point.
Yeah, especially since Tavares is rocking right now with his 4 home runs.
Yeah, look at that. Let's do a little. We did this thing we called Ask Reddit.
Is that
on
right?
Tuesdays at 7:40?
I've heard it.
It's very popular.
We always have some leftovers that Bobby doesn't get to, so let's bring him Yahweh.
Do you think it's because he has too many questions?
Yahweh.
Is he not pacing the segment properly? Why do we have leftovers on this?
Because we always do so many. I've usually got so many stacked up because I don't know how early Sean wants to get to it. So there's a chance we could run through 8 and still have 3 minutes left.
So it's Sean's fault, is what he's saying.
It's just I just need to be prepared for however long Sean wants the segment to be. All right, let's start with you, Hagee, since you seem to have a lot to say today. And I feel like this is a really good one for you. What is a situation where being technically correct and acting accordingly still makes you a jerk?
Look.
You said, I think this is apt to you.
No, I just think because Hagee is the kind of person who goes guys, look, it's the right thing to do. I'm sorry you guys don't like it. This is the right thing to do. That's all. I think that's his philosophy on life.
And obviously I have dealt with this a lot as for me personally as an individual, but if somebody asks you, maybe you're dating them or something, and they ask you if their body has changed, maybe they've put on some weight, and you are just trying to be honest, and you say yes, and that is technically correct, but not the right thing to say, and that gets you in trouble.
My first thought on this one was talking honestly about the flaws of somebody at their funeral. Let everybody say
you weren't a fan of my funeral speech to my dad.
No, yours was good because you were. I think you laid it out there honestly, but I also think based on what you said during some of the breaks, you also probably held back some of the more honest points you could have made.
Oh, for sure.
So I know.
I heard those notes.
I remember we were at a funeral one time and we were all just, I remember everybody was up there saying like, oh, just the sweetest woman you ever met, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, y'all know that's not true.
Yeah.
I loved her, but y'all know that's not true.
So we actually went through this exercise. I was talking to
but you can't say that, by the way, because then you're a jerk.
I was talking to my wife about if my mom died and what I would say, and I had some like kind of thoughts about that, and she goes, you know your mom would hate that, right? Please don't say any of that. And I was like, okay, gotcha.
You ever seen an ugly baby before?
Oh, yeah. Brandon was an ugly baby.
Every single one of them.
You ever said it?
Yeah.
I think they're all ugly.
I did.
I think most babies are ugly too.
You know what makes it worse is when it's your kid. So look. I thought Noah was adorable when he was born. When Brandon was born, I thought he looked really weird. I don't know if they just didn't clean all the goo off of him or what. I thought he looked weird, and everyone's like, "Oh, your baby's so cute," and I was like, "Mm-hmm."
I mean, they all look like they either have a sunburn, dry skin, or alcoholism. Like that's
what?
They all look like that.
Do you remember the Slee Stacks from Land of the Lost?
Yes, I do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so when you see them, you're gonna go, "Oh yeah, I've seen something like that before." These were Slee Stacks from Land of the Lost.
Oh yeah.
My dad talked about the neighbor's baby when we were growing up and said that damn thing looks like a Slee Stack.
Oh my gosh!
And the next day, my younger brother went out and told the parents, my dad said your damn baby looks like a Slee Stack. And we did not talk to that family for the duration of their time living in that house, which was 3 years.
Even if it was the correct thing, it's not. You're being a jerk for saying it.
Yep, exactly. Can't do it. All right, next one here. Corey.
Real quick, by the way, if you get into like an argument with like a kid or whatever, like over like they're trying to say, and you like say, no, you're not right on that one. You're wrong.
Yeah.
You kind of, even though you kind of look like a jerk, like just let the kid be.
That's true.
Oh yeah, or checking irrational confidence in a kid.
Yeah,
I can do this. Is it? No, you can't. Just slow it. That may be
make
true.
Sure you stay employed.
That may be true.
You don't show me right now.
Yeah. The amount of times I want to say to the kids that no, you don't throw 75 at 12 years old. Like just stop.
All right, Corey. As we're cycling through the last of the remaining Ask Reddit questions here during Crosstalk, Corey. What's a childhood snack that disappeared but you still think about?
I looked this up. Turtle pies. Do you remember turtle pies?
There's a subplot in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I do not.
I've known a few turtle
pie. No, I don't know exactly what that means.
What that means either.
I don't either. It just sounded like it would maybe be a little edgy.
I don't know what turtle pie is.
Ninja Turtles had a little snack, and it was the vanilla pudding powder turtle pies with a green shell.
Oh, I do remember those. Yeah.
And
I don't remember those at all.
My mom got them for us a few times whenever we were in school, and I haven't had them since because they've been discontinued.
It's not a snack. It's a drink. It's Ecto Cooler.
Ecto Cooler. Yes.
Oh, I didn't love those, but yeah, people love those.
All right,
but they are coming back.
Are they?
Yeah, this year.
Oh,
is there a new Ghostbusters movie? That would make sense.
They just had one last year, right? So I don't know if you guys remember this. I feel like not very many people do. Do you remember the fruit wrinkles? They were like little fruit snacks, but they had little wrinkles in them, hence the name.
Yeah, those were good.
I thought those
like
were
raisins.
really good. Yeah, kind of, except like not anything.
They tasted good,
resulting in actual produce from the earth stuff.
I saw something earlier as I was scrolling through, and it was some sort of like little pudding snack, and it was a bear holding it, and it said barely any fat. And I was like, that was the sell to the kids at the time, was there's not much fat in this.
Kids are really conscious about that.
The kids are just going to see the bear and the pudding, and then the parent sees barely any fat and goes, okay, fine, we'll buy them.
Yeah.
It's good split marketing there. For me on this one, it was the and they may have brought this back, but it's not the same. I think they brought it back in Sprite Remix was incredible. When Sprite Remix first dropped, about 03, it was so good. And then also a little bit before that, the original 3D Doritos.
Yes! Those were awesome.
So good. And they revived them, but they were not the same.
Yeah.
They were different flavors, and I was very upset.
Is it because they didn't come in the little like single serve canister anymore that it felt like you were sending like a document up the tube?
Yeah.
But instead it had 3D Doritos in it?
Adrian and I kind of discussed this over the weekend for some reason. Pizza Rios was the one that she was like, oh, I love those pizza chips.
Rio.
They tasted terrible to me. They just tasted like oregano and powder. But she loved them.
What's wrong with oregano?
Kristen's answer for this for years was the Dungaroos. She
The
missed
Dunkaroos?
those. Yeah, she missed those for forever. That thing was the They brought those back though a couple years ago, and she was like, these don't taste the same. So I don't know if they're messing with stuff or if it's just nostalgia.
I think Martinhouse did a Dunkaroo beer. Yeah, I think they made a Dunkaroo beer a while back.
Kevin Hagelin, you're a smart person.
I guess.
Is he?
What are signs
That's
that a person is genuinely unintelligent?
A lot of times it's when they talk the loudest in like a big group setting because they're like trying to assert their.
I'm right here.
That's not.
That's literally going
right here.
Bobby is that guy.
I didn't mean you. I mean in a social setting. It's your job to talk in this setting. In a social setting, if they talk loud and sometimes first, you're like, no, that person.
Again, that is Bobby.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the answer on this one for me that immediately sprang to mind.
Fair.
When you cannot comprehend or give an answer for a hypothetical. Like when somebody's trying to just throw a hypothetical to you and they just can't process the idea of, this is a hypothetical, guys. Just answer the damn question.
How much do you hate the people who are like, I don't want either one of those things? Well, yeah. No freaking kids.
Yes. I wouldn't do either.
Every time Kevin's
so
like, hey, here's a choice. I'm like, I don't have to make that choice.
Jess does that
You're
too.
trying to
She's like,
force
I
me.
don't want either one of those things. And I was like, that's
Stupid.
the point
Nope.
of a hypothetical, or else it'll just be a regular conversation.
No, neither. I'm not doing that. Or like the one where it's, you're telling somebody like, hey, imagine you had eggs for breakfast, but I didn't have eggs for breakfast. I know that's not the point.
Well, I said imagine.
Imagine you had eggs for breakfast this morning, but I don't even like eggs. Okay, please, just for that'll get me worked up faster than anything else is when somebody just cannot deal with like, all right, I'm telling you, just strip away. We're in a different reality. Just
It's a
take
good
the question
John Lennon song
for
too.
what it is. Yeah, exactly.
Mine is, and Kevin is very trusting of me. So I can tell him things and he'll just believe me.
Oh, no.
But no, and that's okay. But generally, because you trust me. But if you just meet somebody and you tell them something and they just believe you without asking any questions, or they don't want to know more, I generally think they're not smart or they don't care. And then the other one is if they have a difficult time expressing themselves without getting mad. People that don't know how to
Again,
like say
right
words.
here.
Yeah. Well, they don't know how to say words.
Shut up, Choppy.
They're like, I don't know how the word to describe what I'm trying to say, and you can't figure it out, and you're stupid, and I hate you now.
All right.
I think, like, I don't know that this is necessarily they're connected, but anyone whose entire existence is based around, like, politics. I don't think I've found anyone whose entire.
What if they're a politician? Does that make a difference? Or
he's actually going to point.
I'm saying I said what I said. If your entire existence is politics, I've generally found that you're a moron.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know about moron. I just would never want to hang out with you.
No, I think you're genuinely a moron.
I know there's some smart people who are upset. Like that's everything to them. It's just to me, it's like, all right, you're no fun though. I don't want to be around
Relax, like
you.
chill out.
Yeah,
chill out. We'll be fine. It's the KNC masterpiece. Very nice. And we
crosstalk. Good job.
Yeah, we had one left too, I think, and we didn't even get
My
to
answer
it.
to that is respect.
Very good. I don't even know what that is, but
RESPECT.
I don't even know what the question was. But all right, KNC masterpiece next on the Fan.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Go ahead, Alec. It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It is not 10 o'clock yet. My shift is not started.
Okay, this is a running joke. Especially, I'm going to try to convince you guys to let me leave early on Friday. All right, this is a running...
You want me to talk y'all up to 10?
Okay.
All right, so I had a really good joke about Juju Watkins. If you want to
don't.
Shut his mic off
turn
now.
his microphone off.
I took it back.
The KNC Masterpiece has arrived. You've got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how we doing today?
I am doing very well, Kevin. Thank you for asking. And Alec, I wanted to come in and tell you just moments ago, but you all seem busy. Jacob was good. I'm glad you're back. So I'm glad you're back because you're part of the show, baby, and it's good to have you back.
To be fair, this time when we laid out on purpose was very similar to the start of the show yesterday with Jacob, and that was not on purpose.
It's all right. Listen, we gave him a hard time. He did a good job.
Good. Yeah, I was in a dentist chair, so I wasn't able to listen to the open of the show. But hey, my dentists are Tolos, so so after a while, I was able to convince them to put the station on in the chair. So
There we go, free dental.
Now we're going to talk about the Stars here,
right?
We're gonna puck around and find out. But I have a quick relationship question for you guys.
All right.
Where was the disconnect on this? So I haven't talked this over with my wife because I just got this email minutes ago. She sent me an email yesterday during the show. Hey, could we do a $25 recurring donation for this place called Hope Mommies?
Hope Mommies.
By the way, if you want to look up Hope Mommies, they do really great things to try to help people in the aftermath of just some of the most terrible things that you can imagine happening in your life, and especially if you're pregnant. So they do a really great job right there. And so I got and so we were like, all right, good job. So I got an email this morning when we're doing show prep. Hey, I went ahead and signed up for the $50 monthly donation on my debit card. My question is just this. I thought we had a plan. I thought we said $25 a month is great. It's not so much the money as it is the disconnect. Like, where did we go wrong?
Yeah.
Because it went from that to that, and I don't know what happened.
Alec, I have two theories here. Theory number one, when she got to the website only took $50 donations. It did not take 25, and she was confused by that. That's theory number one.
Okay.
Theory number
I
two.
can see that.
When she says we, she meant per person. 25 and 25.
Oh, that is deceptive.
For each of us. And I'm surprised it wasn't 75 with an addition for Noah. Actually, 100 with Brandon included as well.
That's a lot of money.
That is deceptive.
So that's what I'm considering, is that there was a possibility she said we and meant to double it up. Those are my only two options right now.
I think it's option B. I think it's option B. That, or maybe like if you did the $50 tier, you got something cool to go with it, like a T-shirt or something.
That might be another one too. And
I've totally done that
she's
before.
She's like, you like T-shirts.
Okay, well, if we do it for the year, that's a $300 T-shirt. We could just get the T-shirt made.
It's not about the T-shirt, Kevin. It's about the people.
Okay.
The mommies.
Okay. Actually, that is true. And again, Hope Mommies, if you want to look them up, I'm not kidding about this. It is a phenomenal cause, and somebody essentially got one of those boxes for us when we were in a really bad way, and we have tried to spread the word from there. And by the way, from Ryan from the 817, no, I did not appreciate the picture that you sent me this morning of a sunrise, talking about how beautiful it was and all of that. Aww. Thumbs down. Now, thumbs up for this. It is the Dallas Stars. Go ahead and give me cut number 4, will you please?
Take it away from Bogosian. Duchesne shot. Score! Ben was cutting in front. Duchesne, the screen shot. Doubles up immediately.
Now, to be fair, we should play all of the Minnesota goals, too.
They didn't have a single goal, Kevin.
Oh,
hold on. Oh, did you want to?
No, that's fine.
We can go back and pause for a second.
Absolutely. So we had this conversation for, I feel like, a couple of weeks. Leaky defense and leaky Jake Ottinger. Ottinger, I believe this is only his second shutout of the season. He played really well. Did you still think that there was too many shots on goal? Well, that's a fair conversation we can have in just a second. But I thought he played phenomenal. This is yet another reason why I would love to play the Minnesota Wild in the first round of the playoffs, because Ottinger and the Dallas Stars absolutely own the Minnesota Wild.
Yeah, that's a tough one for me to try and figure out here, because last night one of my friends said this. Ottinger was committing crimes on that ice by just stealing everything away, all the hopes and dreams of the Minnesota Wild. He was fantastic in net. Like, it wasn't, there were saves that I was like, that's beautiful, wonderful job. But I can't decide if it's just because it's Minnesota. That's what the way that that's his place, you know, and he, like you just said, he owns them, or if Ottinger heard us the other day calling him out saying be better. And he was like, I'll show y'all that Casey DeSmith has nothing on me. I'm going to go be the Otter again.
Casey DeSmith has still done a good job.
Yeah, I'm just saying when Otter can be Otter, he is a superior goalie to Casey DeSmith. That's a reality.
For sure.
But there are times when maybe it's the defense in front of him. Maybe it's just his focus and concentration. I don't know. But last night he was phenomenal.
Jake Ottinger.
The Phenomenator.
I like that. I like that a lot. This is per our buddy Brian Ray. But it's where I heard it from, so I choose to give you credit. In his career against Minnesota, this is for the regular season and the playoffs, Otter is 10-2-2 with a 2.08 goals against average, a 925 save percentage, and 2 shutouts. If you have a 925 save percentage, I'm not saying that's absolutely going to win every single time. That's going to put you right at the top of save percentages in the NHL.
Moving over a little bit, this team can score in a flurry.
That's true.
Like, they absolutely, if they crack it open, all right, guys, we found it. Let's go.
Those 2 goals 1 minute apart.
Yeah. Duchesne. It was Harley and then Duchesne's goal, and Duchesne's goal was beautiful. I'm still trying to figure out Harley's goal. Was that a ricochet?
I think it went off of Wyatt.
It went off Wyatt.
Yeah,
okay.
So I think that is what happened.
It was such a tight window, and I had some other thing I was listening to at the time while I was watching, so I didn't hear. But it was such a tight window for that to go in through. But that's what Harley does well, right? He has a power shot from the top, and then and it can be deflected. It can go in. It's just he's one of those guys that we're very fortunate to have that kind of shot on our defense.
And especially going into the playoffs, there's nothing more you want than agitators in front of the goalie who excel at deflecting the puck.
Yes, remember, was it oh my gosh, what's his name? He's no longer with us.
Chris Tanev?
No, he was a little guy. He was the Captain America. Oh my God, what's his name? He was Wyatt Johnston slept at his house all the time.
You can do this.
It started with the P.
You can do this.
Nope, I can't now.
No, you can.
It's lost in the brain somewhere. Pavelski.
Joe Pavelski. That was close enough.
I was like, no, that's the basketball player.
But that was close enough.
But yeah,
it took a village.
That was something that he was exceptional at. And so much so that even Tyler Seguin was like, I'm going out there to take Pavelski's routine and warm up the same way so I can get these deflections in. But yeah, Wyatt's that kind of dude too.
Now, to go along with this, it is not all smiles and rainbow and sunshine, because I don't know if we need to develop a different face shield or if we need to have some sort of curvature going on there, because Mikko Rantanen took a puck to the face as well. And there have been several of these this year, and obviously it kind of freaks me out.
Yeah, it's, over and over this year, to the point where Marchment was like, hey guys, look at this new shield I got. And they do. They're now wearing the face shield that goes underneath. Rantanen last night, he said, screw it, put one of those on me, let me get back out on the ice. If I got hit in the face with a puck that was traveling that fast, you wouldn't find me for 2 months. I would just be like, no, I'm definitely going to need structure surgery done here, and we're going to have to do it all. But he just went back there and he was just like, are the teeth still together? Do I have a broken jaw? No, we're good. All right, let me get back out there and help the team. I love seeing that from him, for one, because that's just another step of him getting comfortable with this team, them starting to learn him, seeing that dude's going to be out there for us. He's fighting for us. During the playoffs, they're going to remember stuff like this because that toughness pays off. I know I reference it a lot when we talk hockey. Shorzy. There's a scene where he's talking to the kids that are going off to the next camp, and he's like, when you get there, what are you going to be? And one kid's like the best to scoring defenseman. And he's like, no, you suck at this anyway, so you're not going to be that. Another one goes, the best skater on the ice. He goes, you're slow. You can't do that.
Yeah.
What are you going to be? He said, the hardest worker on the ice. You're going to be the one everybody remembers, the guy that pushed through and did all these other things, no matter how many zits he had on his back. Those are the things that people remember. And so whenever you see a guy that gets hit in the face like that come back out, it gives you some juice.
And I'm pretty sure he got an assist on the empty net goal.
Let's go.
Now, I'm going to throw this out there. It's a tough road ahead. You are 6 points back of Winnipeg. You have one game in hand. Now, obviously, you would have to win that game in hand. That would drop you down to 4 points. You still have one more game against Winnipeg. You would need to win that game in regulation. All right?
I'm pretty sure the rest of your schedule's pretty light. I might be wrong about that.
Okay. So
you do have Winnipeg. Yeah, you do have Winnipeg too on April 10th.
If you can win that game in regulation, if you can win that game in hand, I know you don't play Winnipeg next, but theoretically that would close the gap to 2 points with the other 10 games left to play. And that feels like a far more achievable thing to catch up with, where on the flip side, you're also 5 points up on Colorado with a game in hand. And so you are creating a little bit of distance so you can at least have C2 and match up and have home ice against Colorado or Minnesota. That's the only tough thing. Obviously, I'm glad the Stars won. This would have been one instance where I would have been okay if it went to overtime or a shootout to get the Wild an extra point, because I really want the Wild to overtake the Avalanche, so then you could potentially play them C2, C3 in the first round, because like I said, Ottinger and the Stars freaking own the Wild.
It does, Kevin. You have the fourth easiest schedule remaining according to Tankathon.
Oh, there you go.
So that's quality. Your toughest opponents down the stretch here are going to be Winnipeg, Edmonton, and Minnesota. So, like, that's what they say. You all the rest of them you should cruise through.
Interesting. Well, so maybe there is still a shot. Now, you mentioned Casey DeSmith. I was reading a really interesting article on NHL.com, and it's called Unmasked, and it's essentially about
a magician.
No, it's about the life of the backup goalie.
Okay.
And so Ottinger, this was prior to last night's game. I believe the article came out yesterday. Ottinger was tied for 8th in games played with 49. He's on pace for about 60 starts. That leaves maybe 22 for Casey DeSmith, or one every 9 days.
Okay.
And so, as you can probably imagine, not the easiest competitive life in the world. And one of the things that DeSmith said, even though he's been very good in those instances, he's 12-6 in 18 starts with a .914 save percentage. You will take that from your backup goalie absolutely every year. He said the confidence issue, if you had a bad one, you don't get right back in the net, and that's the toughest part. Like, we've talked about this a couple of years ago. Our first show at spring training had technical difficulties and everything. It was really annoying. And I was really mad when we were leaving the ballpark, and both Corey and Mike were like, well, good thing is you get to do another one the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and you're like, okay, that's a really good point. But for DeSmith, and it's not just him, I'm sure all backup goalies, if you have a bad game and you're probably not going to play for another, on average, 9 days, I wonder if in your mind you're like, would I have played that game before if I didn't play so poorly? Like, did they give Ottinger or whoever the starting goaltender is an extra start because they don't have faith in me? I need to get back out there. And there's nothing that you can probably do about it for another week plus.
Yeah, that is the lifestyle, and it's the one you've chosen. It is difficult, but you got to be ready for it and do whatever those things are in between starts to show that you're maintaining that level of play.
And so then the other thing, and we've talked about this before, is part of the job description. Like you said, this is the life that they have chosen, is you have to stay late at the end of practice. And so
to collect the pucks.
Yeah, well, no, not that.
Somebody has to pick up the baseballs in the outfield. Mm-hmm. You know, somebody has to pick up the pucks.
Okay,
Zamboni's not going to do it.
I think it's bad enough that he essentially has to just stand there and be the target when people are just like, the team is just firing off.
He doesn't have to be the target. He can get his practice in.
Okay,
you know, deflecting, catching.
But doesn't that feel like the definition of insult to injury? If they're like, "Hey, good job, DeSmith. Now go round all these pucks up." and come bring him back, put him in the bucket, bring him back to the locker room.
Job. He knows what his. I don't actually know who collects the pucks.
Okay,
I'm going to ask Frank.
Keep in mind, this quote is about staying late to practice. It is not about picking up the pucks. We do not know that to be factually
I got to figure
accurate.
this out, though. So why does he have to stay late after practice again?
Because that's just the job of the backup goalie. Is you need to have somebody in there so people can practice angles and everything.
Okay, I'm in.
And Smith said, I don't struggle with this. Again, the extra practice, not picking up the pucks. But it could be hard to keep your focus and work ethic up as far as day in, day out practice. That could be an issue for certain guys. But he was like, it is not an issue for me. So you get the opportunity. Casey DeSmith is featured. There's other backup goalies that are featured in it as well. It's on NHL.com. Unmasked, maintaining game rhythm and the confidence key to surviving as a backup NHL goalie. Thought it was a fascinating article.
Kevin, I think it's a great article too, and I'm looking forward to getting more of it ingested into my brain. From the 254, you guys could help the Stars by calling them Lose-A-Peg their true name.
That is a good point.
And
that is one of the funniest hockey points Mike ever made.
We may need to put up a survey here. Do we call them because we don't play them until April 10th?
Okay.
Do we call them Lose-A-Peg starting now? Or do we wait until after we played them and beaten them and then call them that during the playoffs? Because do we want to motivate them now, or do we want to really ingrain in their brains that we are losers?
I think now, because then maybe if you could overtake them for the Central Division lead.
We told you so the whole time?
Yeah.
I like it.
So then maybe you end up with one of the chumps out of the Pacific. This is not going to be the same deal where you have to take on Vegas as a wild card in the first round. So that's good. So I say, yeah, call them Lose-A-Peg right now.
Let's go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mavs win. They might make the playoffs, and Anthony Davis is back. Yet I can't really find a way to care at all.
Come on!
What about you guys? 877-881-1053. We really want to know. Next on The Fan.
You've made us.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Capri Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Davis bluffed the three. Now Davis the screener and the roller and the finisher. Nice pass and a pretty easy finish. Davis.
And as you could hear in the background, the crowd went absolutely berserk when that happened. I'm sorry, Alec. You know what? This wasn't planned.
Uh-oh.
Can we go ahead and
off script, baby,
and re-rack that clip one more time so we can hear how pumped everybody is? Look, I know the naysayers are going to be like, because the game wasn't in Dallas. I'm going to argue this is a very similar reaction as you will get when the Mavericks are back at home.
Davis bluffed the three. Now Davis the screener and the roller and the finisher. Nice pass and a pretty easy finish.
Brooklyn knew what was in for them that night. They were like, this isn't going to be easy.
Yeah, they're like, the hell you are going to out-tank us. And so, Corey, you helped get this kind of like topic going.
Oh, I did?
Yes, you did.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And it was, look, there's a lot of positives. Anthony Davis is back. Maybe if this is what you want.
PJ looks pretty healthy.
Exactly. The Mavericks are back in for now, the play-in, and they can make a playoff race. And maybe you could still potentially get back Gafford and Lively. I get it. So I'm not discounting any of those positives. But when I was putting it together, I was like, I don't care. And I'm just telling you, I'm watching the games and stuff because it's my job, right? But I care way more about the Stars game last night. I care way, way more about opening day for the Rangers on Thursday when we're going to be there, Whataburger opening day. Because I was born and raised in the Metroplex here. We all were. I just, right now, I don't know how soon it's going to change. And maybe it's just because the Mavericks have struggled so much. I just really find myself I'm struggling when I'm watching the game to be like, yeah.
It's, this is not a popular thing to say because I did love Luka too. But Kevin, as long as he's been, like, as long as I've known about him, Anthony Davis has been one of my favorite players.
True.
You've known that for a while. I've always loved. So whenever the trade happened, there was part of me that was very excited because we got Anthony Davis. The other part was like, but why couldn't we have both? Like, why couldn't we figure out a better trade? But here we are now. And so at some point, I either have to say I'm done being a Mavs fan and I'm never going to be a Mavs fan again, or I'm going to move on and go with this thing. This season doesn't look like a championship season anymore.
Sure.
And so for a lot of people, they're like, well, that was a good try, but without Kai, we can't do it. And I get that. I think whenever this team comes back, if it has a healthy Anthony Davis, who is, you've coined it Data Davis, you never know.
Yes.
A healthy PJ, Daniel Gafford, Lively.
It's a good team.
You don't have a transcendent fourth quarter takeover guy in Kyrie, but you have a very good basketball team. I can see the vision. Like, I totally see the vision of what they're trying to accomplish. I just liked, we've said this about radio. People like what they like. I liked Luka.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to watch Anthony Davis continue to do what he's doing. And somebody said he was the sixth best scorer last night. He was the hub of what most of that offense was. Now, you watch him last night. He was distributing. He was doing a lot of different things on the court. Sometimes there were threes. I was like, that one's got to go in, and it didn't. I was like, that was a perfect pass. But that looked more like a team than a bunch of individuals last night, and that's what I think the expectation is.
I could see that. And somebody said from the 6A2, I disagree, Kevin. I still love my Mavs. I want to make this clear. It's a difference between, and Corey and I talked about this before the show, it's a difference between kind of where my headspace is and where Mike's headspace was. When he's like, I'm just done with the NBA. I'm not done with the NBA. I just don't have that same level of enthusiasm, specifically watching the Mavs this year. I hope they win. I would prefer they win. But like if it's in the third quarter and there's a transition basket to take it from 5 to 7 point lead, I'm not like, oh, in your face, Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Like I frequently am when watching sporting events. And it looks like there's a lot of people who feel that way from the 817. I don't care at all. From the 214, the Mavs and Luka trade maybe lose all interest in basketball. from the 214, they also used a different phrase for saying that they don't care and made Mike quit the fan. That I just want to say, I know the timing worked out well on that. I do not believe those two things are directly related.
But you don't not know.
I think you have a pretty good feel for that as well. And from the 469, maybe it'll change for next year, but I can't with this team right now. And I think it could have been different, Corey and Alec, if Kyrie would have still been there and Anthony Davis. Like, I still would have been bummed that Luka wasn't there, but I was like, hey, we tried a new direction. We're third in the West. Let's see what happens in the playoffs. But when Anthony Davis immediately gets hurt, so does Gafford. Lively's already out. And then you lose Kyrie for the season. I'm like, all right, so I don't get to really see your new look direction this year. And that's taken a lot of my enthusiasm as well.
You can still care and be disinterested in my mind. Like you said, there's so much going right now, at least with two other teams in the Metroplex, to be excited about. You have a Stars team that's hopefully going to make a Stanley Cup push, which I think they are primed and ready for.
Agreed.
I don't think that's misguided whatsoever. I think the Rangers have one of the best lineups in baseball, and I'm intrigued to see how the rotation holds up. Like, there's just intrigue, general intrigue with the other two teams. Whenever you trade away your homegrown superstar and nobody on this roster can stay healthy and you're kind of just playing for a misguided play-in spot, I'm just not interested. I care. I'm always going to love the Mavericks, but like you said, Kyrie Irving not being there, not having 77 on the floor, at least a 77 that we're ever going to care about to the same level as we did Luka. Anthony Davis on a minutes restriction. I'd love watching him at his best. If he was ready to roll, if we were a few wins higher, a few spots higher in the playoff seeding, I'd be a lot more intrigued, but it's a hobbled Anthony Davis on a minutes restriction, and who else? Not many other options to get excited about. So it's kind of like what I talked about last week. I think it's just the Mavs trying to drum up some hopium from their fan base and get people to get back into season tickets and buying ticket plans next year and buying jerseys and say, we'll try again next year. Right now, I'm not buying into it. I'm going to watch the games, but I'm not really going to care.
I completely understand anybody that's in that place. I'm going to watch them, not expecting anything significant to happen. I'm going to keep an eye on it, not because of the job, but because I have been a Mavs fan and I'm kind of over the emotional state of it that I was in, I guess. I'm kind of past that. And I really like Anthony Davis. Unfortunately, he's been injured most of his career, and that stunk for him, but I know what the skill set is, so I'm excited about that. Somebody said, let me see if I can find it real quick. They said you found out that you aren't a Mavs fan. You were just a Luka fan all along.
I disagree with that very much.
And I disagree with it too. I'm a Mavs fan. I disagree with the direction they took the Mavericks. Yeah. And that's where I was, because I didn't like it. However, there was a time early in Luka's career where I dropped the suggestion that he was Westbrook or that he was Harden. And on their own, those two guys have never won a championship.
Sure.
Because they've had a lot of stats up. They make some special plays. You're like, oh my gosh. But for whatever reason, that style of game doesn't win it. I don't know why. It seems like team basketball is the way to play. And it feels like they have a bunch of guys that may have been frustrated that they're not getting their opportunities. And that was, I'm thinking as Nico a little bit. And these guys aren't able to do what they need to do. And we'd like for more opportunities to go their way. Even though Luka was setting dudes up, he still shot a lot. He still missed a lot. And there were other nights where he'd score 70. I get it. I didn't like the direction they did win either, but if it leads to more wins in the future, everybody will be much happier. They'll still be upset about it, but it'll be much happier along the way.
I agree with you on that. I will say in the positive column for Anthony Davis, he said after the game yesterday there was no doubt in his mind that he was going to come back. Quote, seeing these guys playing with 7 guys playing 38, 40 minutes, we just don't have enough bodies. Kessler Edwards is playing the 5. Najee's playing the 5. Added a little bit more motivation for me. So I know while one of the discussion points when we talked about the pros and cons of Anthony Davis coming back was it doesn't look like this team, at least for this year with all the injuries, has really any shot at a championship. I love that Anthony Davis was like, I watched this team struggle with the numbers, struggle with the minutes people are having to play because of lack of depth, struggling with players that are way out of position because, again, of all the injuries. And he's like, that's one of the things that motivated me to come back. So I say big, giant thumbs up to Anthony Davis for that. And then I want to read this text because, again, I think this person has gotten the message all wrong. For the 469, Kevin, you suck. Hurtful. The Cowboys have been losing for a long time. You still root for them. Go Mavs. I'm not sure if you've heard the entire segment when I said I was absolutely still watching and rooting for the Mavs. I just don't care as much. And anybody who's been a Cowboys fan their entire life, like me, has found many times when they just didn't care as much because of either decisions that were made, teams that were struggling. I never said I'm out on the Mavs forever. I said I'm not as excited watching their games right now. There have been so many seasons. This last season, 2015, 2000, 2001, 2002, and you can name many others when watching the Cowboys almost felt like a chore because I love them and I grew up with them, but you're like, I've seen this team. Or why did we make that decision? Like, why did we essentially send Troy away? You know, like, it's things like that. And I still think I'm in that phase.
Somebody said, look, this could be it too. Somebody was like, this is why did they build a team around Luka if that's the case? If that's maybe they always had in mind, we're going to move on and we're going to build a team that can win if we can get a different piece rather than Luka. Maybe that's the way Nico was thinking. I don't know. We've never really gotten a good straight answer out of anybody in that front office, so we're still trying to figure that out. But the line of, I've seen this team, that's what, as a fan, is the most frustrating thing. We feel like we see things that ownership and front office do not see.
Yeah.
Because they're idiots and they don't know what they're doing. Unless they've won a championship, then they're the smartest one. Chris Young's the smartest person we know. He won us a World Series. The Rangers were never able to do it before. So that's a possibility but that feeling of, we know what that team's made of. We get it. Why did you do this if we knew this about it and you didn't see that? We're always feeling like ownership doesn't understand what fans see because we see it better. We've been watching it more than you. And they're like, no, you haven't. You don't know the behind the scenes stuff. You're like, then tell us. And then they're like, no, we can't tell you because you're not ready for the truth.
Yeah. And look, and this is tough from the 817. If the team was healthy after the trade, it was a better team. How can you not see that? Okay, you don't know that. That's what you think from the 817. I'm very glad that you're participating in the show. I just want to make this clear. That's what you think. You don't know that because we didn't get to see it. It's one of the things that we went round and round with Tony Romo and Dak about different things and different seasons, a variety of time. You can think that and you can believe that with all your heart. And I'm not saying that you're 100% wrong because guess what? I don't know either. I'm not saying that the team was going to be worse if everybody was healthy. I'm not saying that at all. It's just you didn't get to see it. I didn't get to see it. Everybody got hurt and the team immediately went in the tank. That is hard to keep your enthusiasm up for.
Yeah, and then when you think you have a team built for a championship, and the rug is just completely taken out from under you, you're like, what are we even trying to do this for? And again, if Anthony Davis was healthy and Kyrie hadn't gotten hurt and PJ hadn't gotten hurt, Gafford and Lively were there, this thing would look different and you might feel a little more confident. When those guys come back, will they be in position to be in the playoffs? Probably yes.
Yes.
Because Anthony Davis is good enough to get them a few more wins to keep them in that place. And if they want to do that, which the players on the court want to do that, if they want to do that, how far can that team go if your bigs come back and you don't have Kyrie, but you do have PJ and other facilitators? This team, if you just keep watching them a little bit, might give you some answers to that question.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball. Nuggets is today roster moving day for the Rangers, because I think it might be. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Waves.
That fast one?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Sword?
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
His first pitch is swung on and slugged to deep left field. Down the line, deep, and it is history. On the first pitch of the game, Marcus Semien goes deep and gives the Rangers a 1-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC and repair. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Now, we had a whole bunch of important stuff that we were going to talk about, but forget it. We're going to talk about the Rangers instead. Well, not the Rangers are not important, but this feels like a pressing bit of Rangers information. So we've talked a lot about center field, all right? Leody Taveras, Evan Carter, Kevin Pillar. Even if you think that Kevin Pillar is going to end up being the fourth outfielder or however that goes. So they all played yesterday. Leody Taveras hit a 109.9 exit velocity home run.
I do believe he has 2 now of the top 6 hardest hit balls by the Rangers in the spring training.
Really? I would not have guessed that.
Yeah.
Wow. So that's his 4th home run of spring training. Okay. Then Evan Carter came in, pinch ran for Higgy late in the game, and then struck out swinging in his lone at bat versus a right-hander. All right. So for Evan Carter, and that's not even a left-hander, but here's the disturbing facts as you look at them. His slash line for spring training is 154, 214, and 205. He has 15 strikeouts in 15 games. And that's total. That's not just against left-handed pitching. So let's take you down to Bruce Bochy. And so I'm getting this from Sean McFarland, your buddy, our buddy. We've talked about it. He's been doing a really good job covering spring training. He asked Bochy about, like, hey, what's the shakeup looking like? So this article came out yesterday. So when he says tomorrow, that means today. Bruce Bochy said, we're going to talk to some players tomorrow, i.e. today. That's our priority when we get to the park. When they get to the park, we'll have some conversations with guys and get this thing sorted out and just let them know where we're at. Some of these decisions haven't been easy, but tomorrow, i.e. today, we have to make them. All right, and so I know there's still a couple of bullpen spots that theoretically feel like they might be open, and especially if you're going to wait for Patrick Corbin solidifying the starting rotation, if you think it is going to be Rocker and Leiter for sure. But it feels like a lot of this has surrounded center field because it's not really a one-on-one competition anymore. It feels like it's Pillar, Leody, and Evan Carter, and there's only room for 2 of them. Obviously, only one of them is the starter. Another one is a 4th outfielder, and then perhaps you end up sending, and I've already said this, I think it makes sense because of his struggles to send Evan Carter to the minors, let him bat lead off, and let's just sink or swim. You know, RJ said you got to get better at it. Evan Carter has said, I have to get better at it. I have confidence that I will. And I like that he has that confidence. But what better, how is he going to get better at hitting left-handed pitchers? Is it more likely that he'll get better hitting leadoff in the minors, where he will see a ton of left-handed pitching, or when he bats 7th or 8th, mostly against right-handed pitchers and sits on the bench a lot against left-handers on the big club?
From the A17, let's face it, I think Carter was just a flash in the pan.
I hope that is not the case.
The reason I don't think it's the case is because of everything that led up to it. However, we did know he often gets injured in the minor leagues. Like that was something that was kind of known, but he was wrecking shop in the minor leagues before the Rangers said, all right, let's give him an opportunity to go. I'm concerned. My biggest fear is that between the ears, he doesn't know what to do. Not that he doesn't know how to play the game, but he's kind of maybe so much information's coming at him and all these people are trying to tell him things, and he needs to just clear his mind and go be the kid that he was before. That's what I'm fearing. I don't think it's a physical thing right now. I think it's more of a mental thing. And I think the best way to iron all that out is to go to the minor leagues. If you went in the spring and you had 15 strikeouts to start in your spring, you're not doing something right for yourself. So I prefer that if that's the case. Let him get his opportunity to work himself back up into this. And if he's tearing it up back in the minors again anytime soon, then you say, all right, we got to try and find a way. But I'm still in that mindset of when you have players that are this young, you still got to figure out what they have between the ears and what they can manage. Because they're kids. Remember how dumb we were as kids?
Yeah.
And the mistakes we made whenever we were 21, 22 years old. So hopefully he can get that, whatever's between the ears, all ironed out. Now, that being said, the process that Boch and the group have to go through today, Kevin, is something I wanted to kind of spend a minute on, if you don't mind. And Mike's talked about this before plenty of times, that they pretty much come to you, somebody comes in and says, hey, Skip needs to talk to you. Go talk to the coach. Go talk to Bochy. And you walk in there and you get your lesson. Some people are good at it. Some people are bad at it. And I think Bochy and Chris Young are very good at this part of it, where they're like, look, we're straightforward. I've always been told you never leave the stadium without knowing where you stand with Bruce Bochy.
Yes.
And that's something I think is so important. So for him to be, when he's in that room, the idea is you're not going to be with the team. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm going to be blunt with you. Here's what's going to happen. Here's what we need you to work on. Go back and do those things. Sometimes that's the case. Sometimes you're not going to be with the team. You're just not good enough yet, and you're going to be doing these other things. But every coach we've ever talked to, and Kevin, we've even seen it happen while we've been in the clubhouse, they're always very adamant that you have to be upfront, give them the information. You can't sugarcoat it for them because they need to learn. You're not trying to crap all over them. You're just trying to give them good constructive criticism to help them along the way.
Now, this is another interesting development. Luke Jackson, I'm assuming brand new friend of the nosebleed seats in the G-Bag Nation, because that's all Jock Peterson wanted in life at spring training, was to make sure to connect those people. So Luke Jackson, he pitched a clean ninth inning to close things out yesterday, which you heard right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, he is not allowed a run in 6 innings. And you might be like, spring training, that's great, but I don't know. All right, let's get more specific then. To finish the win yesterday, Chris Martin pitched in the 8th, and Luke Jackson pitched in the 9th for the save. And Bochy said they might not stick to, quote, completely defined roles, but that's pretty close to what you saw tonight. So it might not always be Martin in the 9th. In fact, it sounds like it absolutely will not always be Martin in the 9th, and it could be rotating between Martin and Jackson. Or more importantly, he might have been like, we feel like we found leverage arms to go in the last few innings. For Jackson, 6 innings, I already told you, no runs given up. However, this is probably more important. He struck out 9 in 6 innings and allowed 3 combined hits and walks. So in 6 innings, he gave up 3 hits and walks combined and struck out 9. Spring training?
No.
I get it, but that's pretty damn good.
And this is a guy that a lot of Braves fans, again, we've seen it on the fan text, they're like, hey, don't trust that guy. But,
I get it. That's
but
fair.
They have to find arms.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of curious what the plan for Teodo is and why Eric Chiafalo's here before 11 o'clock this morning.
Whoa,
he is committed to work.
Man,
that's just the way that he is. But I'm still kind of I'm interested to see what their plan with Teodo is. At what point he gains the trust of Boch or gains the trust of CY to say, we're going to go ahead and add this arm to our bullpen too, or if it would just have to be because of injury. If all 3 of those guys, Kevin, are in a groove and Bochy knows I can roll Jackson, Garcia, and Martin out and we're good to go, if he can feel that way, then you'll never see Teodo.
And the tough part about Teodo is, as well, they still have him probably pegged as a starter. Like, that's still what they're trying to make happen. They're like, hey, I still think he can be a starter.
And that might be some time because, obviously where he stands in the pecking order of Rocker, Leiter, and where they all are from the 2-5-4. I'm pretty sure Bochy tells guys not making the club, you're going down in your face.
But he would say it in his mustache way
Well,
that would make you feel okay about it.
You know what, Teodo, you're going down in your face, but it's going to be one of those days that we have together.
That's not bad. I would have really liked it if you would have
We're
worked
all in
in
this with you.
some anecdote about like a mountain or Wyoming or something like that. It just feels like that needs to be a part of it. So we will bring you the news as it happens, but it sounds like today is going to be a day where we're going to get some answers on this. Again, just your first answer. Because what it's looking like for opening day, by no means does that mean that's the way it's going to be for the whole season, let alone a month, a couple of weeks, depending on a variety of factors.
Kevin,
go ahead.
This Dan Clark Sports posted this, and I just wanted a real quick question. This might be a topic. Unpopular opinion, MLB opening day is better than the Super Bowl. I love MLB opening day.
Okay.
Super Bowl's one game. MLB opening day cracks off all the
Let's hold on to that because that is definitely a topic.
All right. We'll do that. We can do that this week.
And I know it's a topic because I started debating it in my head and I was like, hey, you need to focus right here and right now. We'll get to that. All right.
Good.
So Alec, I want you to imagine living in this world.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's a great world.
Ooh.
I would love to be in this world. I'm not. You're not. Unless this is like an undercover boss kind of thing that's been happening. But the Minnesota Twins are looking to sell. And they had a conversation. Last year, Forbes estimated that they were worth between $1.46 and $1.7 billion by Forbes and Sportico. Supposedly, a buyer emerged that said, I will give you $1.5 billion.
He is rich.
He is. And the Twins said that number was a non-starter. And so they're looking for, it sounds like, at least $1.7 billion. Maybe but that's because that's what they think the true valuation is. Maybe it's because the Twins have debts that are more than $400 million. Don't know for sure. But, Alec, can you imagine a world you lived in which somebody said, I'll give you $1.5 billion. You scoffed at them and walked away and said, then our conversation is over.
I'd have to be in a lot of trouble financially, man, for me to turn that down. Just say one-time payment, we get this thing done. No. For me to say that, I have a lot more debt than that 400-something million that they're saying publicly.
I could see that.
I've got a lot more problems at home that I have to worry about. So, yeah, there's not many scenarios where I'm saying no to that much money.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to stick with baseball, damn it. Could the 2025 Texas Rangers outslug the 2023 squad? And why did I use that profanity? All of that next right here on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're but a couple of days away from opening day. Thursday at Globe Life Field, Whataburger opening day. We will be there, and you think we should tell them?
And the Rangers will play a game against the Boston Red Sox.
But who else is going to be with us to do the show?
Oh, to do the show? Probably Ruben. Alec will be back here in studio. So
what?
Unless he wants to go.
Anybody else?
Oh, our friend Derek Holland has said he will join us for opening day.
What?
Yeah, that's right. He also said he was like, "What time do I need to be there? Because I want to get a workout in." So,
okay.
Hey, dude, you seen that guy's body? That's a temple for him. He's got to make sure it gets all the physical things it needs.
So Derek Holland will be with us in center field on Thursday for opening day, your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And with that in mind, I had another Rangers question/topic for you. Do you believe the 2025 Texas Rangers could outslug the 2023 squad?
Okay, tell me, are we going strictly on slugging percentage?
We are not,
okay.
But I will give you all of those numbers to compare.
I'll have to write these down.
Yeah, last year's are going to kind of bum you out a little bit. All right, 2023 home runs. That was the year they won the World Series, Alec. This is just for the regular season, though. 2023, 233 home runs.
And that was a group that I feel like Simeon had a high number, Seager had a high number, Adolis had a high number, and then everybody else was like, hey, we can do this too.
Yeah. Last year, 176 home runs. I do believe that is a drop of 57 home runs.
Okay. And again, Seager had pretty much the same numbers. Everybody else fell off.
Yeah, that is true. Now, slugging percentage. 2023, 452. Last year, 380. So that's a pretty steep drop off. And this one's going to sting a lot. 2023, OPS, 790.
All right, there, Kevin, we always have new listeners. What is OPS?
So it's on base plus slugging. For a lot of people, OPS is essentially replaced batting average as the primary statistic.
Because it factors in power?
Yes. Yeah. And so like Luis Ariz will get jobbed on that. Back in the day, Tony Gwynn and Ichiro, modern baseball might be like, you're not a useful player.
Luis Ariz hit a bomb yesterday.
And so it can be misleading at times, but OPS, if you get to 800 as a player, you're like, hey, you're doing a heck of a job. Good for you. If you can get above 900, you very well could be in the MVP conversation. So think about this. The team average in 2023 was 790. Last year, it's going to be tough. 686. You drop more than 100 points. So you look at it. You drop 57 home runs, 72 points in slugging, which obviously eats up a big part of that on base plus slugging, and you were down 104 points from that. So, which also means not that it's strictly about power. That also means your on base percentage dropped a whole lot as well. So drop. So my question for y'all is, whether it's a resurgent Marcus Semien, whether it's a Wyatt Langford that's going to extrapolate September out into the entire season, or whether it is Berger and Peterson bringing a huge power dynamic to this lineup, do you see the potential for the Rangers to be back at or perhaps even exceed 2023?
So I'm looking back at that 23 team, and Nathaniel Lowe had 17 home runs that year and a 414 slug. I think that's Jankowski had a 357, something like that. Other than that, Nate Lowe was the lowest slugging percentage guy on the team. Now, again, let's go back. Nate Lowe became a better defensive player because he worked very hard at it whenever he got to Texas. He had some important hits, maybe one of the most important at bats that we've seen in the ALCS2 against the Houston Astros, where it was like 56 pitches he saw. But he couldn't hit a fastball. And last year he struggled with that too. So that now he's gone, you've replaced it with Berger, who you presume is going to go 17, is probably going to hit 20 or 13 more home runs.
That's going to be a disappointment if Jake Berger hits 17 home runs.
If he hits, I'm presuming he's going to hit 13 more.
Yes.
Also in that lineup, you had Mitch Garver.
Yeah.
Mitch Garver was fantastic for you. He had a 500 slug. That's quality. But he put together 19 home runs in a smaller amount of plate appearances. I think he only had like 350, something like that, plate appearances. So what you've replaced that with in your DH is Jock Peterson, who had a really good year last year. You didn't have Mitch Garver last year. You were rotating Wyatt Langford was your DH part of the season. You're trying to figure all that out. And the Rangers said, no, we need a bat there. Like, we need a real legitimate bat there. So, Kevin, yes, if Josh Young is back and healthy, if Corey Seager just rolls out there and does what Corey Seager does, and Semien has his up year, because we've been talking about that for about over a year now. I've seen people start to catch on to this.
Started out his career.
Yeah, if he has one of those up years, I see this team being back in that range of hitting 200 and something home runs, which that was amazing, and being in that 790 OPS area. Because again, look at the names they had in 23 and then who they were missing or who fell off in 24 or who didn't have another career year, and then look at what they're looking forward to this year. I think so.
And there could be room for compromise in this still being a damn good team. Because when I run through all of that, keep in mind in 2023, the Rangers led the American League in batting average, walks, home runs, that was a tie, RBIs, on-base percentage, slugging percentage. So essentially like every offensive category you can think of. So, Alec, when I say 233 for home runs and an OPS of 790, I'm like, hey, if we end up at 220 home runs and 775 OPS, that still feels like you're rolling.
Looking back at that World Series lineup, I don't think I ever appreciated in the moment, and even after they won, how really special that lineup was, because some of those numbers are jarring just compared to what we're used to seeing with the typical Rangers lineup over the past decade or so. You don't get those kind of flashy numbers that are leading all of the majors or at the top of all of the majors. It's hard because I want to put my expectations there. I absolutely do, and I think they can. I think on paper this is absolutely a better lineup and a more powerful lineup. And what I love about Chris Young, not only does he make all of the moves, he makes the moves that make the most sense, right? Whenever you say, what do we suck at as a lineup? Hitting the fastball. So we get rid of a player or two that isn't so good at hitting the fastball and hasn't shown any real progress in that. And we add two guys who are known fastball hitters. And not only that, they're sluggers. They're going to hit the ball out of the park in Jake Berger and Jock Peterson. You saw it last night. You're going to see it plenty throughout the season if they can stay healthy and stay in rhythm. So I think any expectation is fair at this point. It seems like a cop-out answer, but any expectation that you're willing to put on this lineup, as high or as low as it is, I think is fine, because you haven't seen the chemistry yet. I understand that if you don't want to believe, but I think you have a proven history of some real sluggers on this team, and I think that they can match those numbers from 23.
Now, I want to go to Jake Berger specifically, since you were talking about him. What do you think? Because I know you kind of insinuated 30 home runs. What do you think is a good prediction total for his home runs and RBIs this year?
So I am in that 30, and I mean 25 is really a really good number.
Yes.
So I'll be in the 27 RBIs, depending on where he hits. Said 70, 85.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put him at 27 and 85.
So
and that really does depend on, again, where he's in the lineup, because this team capable of clearing bases at any point.
And I'm glad that you said that, because the most RBIs that Jake Berger has ever had in a season is 80.
Okay.
So in 2023, he had 80, yet the over-under is 84.5.
All right.
And that, obviously some of that goes to the credit of people thinking that there's going to be a heck of a lineup happening right there. And then his over-under for home runs, 25.5. And so those are some hefty power numbers. And at least with the RBIs, it feels like they're definitely thinking, hey, the rest of this lineup is really going to help him out with some of these RBI potentials. So I wanted to throw that out there, and since we were talking about it.
Yeah, that should be good. Kevin, I was just looking back, though, at that 23 season, and I think every single person, I just saw it on the Twitch, I saw it on the YouTube as well, every single person is in the, I just hope Adolis gets back on track.
Yeah.
Because if he's back on track, this team is dangerous, because we know what Corey is. Simeon is going to provide you opportunities. But if Adolis is there, that is a power bat that everybody envies having in their roster. Everybody's like, dadgummit, those guys got that guy super cheap, and he's really good at what he does. But he wasn't the same guy last year. He's an RBI machine when they're there. Hit 39 home runs and 107 RBI that year. And Kevin,
that's incredible.
His slugging was 508. Corey Seager was on an MVP.
Yeah.
Like, he should have been MVP, okay? Otani got lucky and got it that year because he does two things. Hey, look, dude, a bunch of kids out there playing high school baseball pitch and also hit too. But Adolis Garcia was at 508. Corey Seager was at 623 that year.
Incredible.
That's how good Corey was compared to Adolis, and Adolis was having a fire season. He had an 836 OPS. Just him getting back on track, Kevin, vaults this team into that category again. And now with the additions, and I think Jock's going to do very well with this club. It seems like him and Boch have the right connection, and he's going to be happy playing here.
I love the follow-up on this quote from Bruce Bochy. He said, you know what? I think this team could potentially outslug the team in 2023. And then he says, I think that's a true statement. And I don't know why, but
Bruce,
that feels like it brings even more credibility to it. He's like, I think we could do that. And then doubles down. I think that's a true statement.
That's as true as a beautiful sunset in a sweet Texas sky.
See? That feels like something that's going to happen. Or I'm going to buy a Jeep Grand Cherokee. I don't know. One of those things feels like it's going to happen based off of what he just said.
Kevin just got, for the first time in his life, the taste for bourbon. He was like, I don't know why, but I feel like I need a bourbon right now.
I need a glass right now.
If somebody brought me a cigar right now, I might smoke it. I don't know.
Kevin's like, I need to fill my garage with some Snap-on tools.
Yes. Like, man, I kind of want you to, consider doing your Best Buy Windows ad in that voice, because I think you already get a lot of response. I think it's going to make it go up exponentially, because you'll be like, I don't know who this guy is, but I trust him.
Yeah.
He sounds like he knows about my Windows.
You're dead on. If Boch decided his career's done, all he wants to do is voiceover work for, Platinum Chevy and stuff like that, you'd be like, good gosh, all I'm doing is, he would be on TV doing every commercial. He would be the next Matthew McConaughey.
He would.
Everybody would be like, screw Matthew McConaughey, get Boch.
Agreed.
Even if he's more expensive. By the way, I wanted to give a shout out real quick.
Okay.
I know it's Tuesday.
And then we need to do a shout out for the burgers. We're going to go back to that. But
shout out to Jesse in Canton. He's a Tolo that just cut my dad's hair and was losing his mind when he found out that my dad was my dad. So shout out to Jesse and all the people cutting hair out there today.
Now,
except for Alec, he's like, "What are you talking about? You forget?" Never mind. Back to you, Kevin.
From the 469, can you guys wish my daughter a happy birthday? She's 8, and she asked yesterday, but I was planning her birthday party, and I forgot to text in.
Hold on, she's 8 today?
She was 8 yesterday.
8 yesterday?
He forgot.
He was planning her birthday party?
Yeah, so he forgot. That would be mean if you made the 8-year-old, hey, get these invitations done.
Dude.
They're not going to send out themselves.
Lucy she's already planning her party. She's been planning it since February.
Man, we got a minute.
June.
Yeah.
But that's how her mind works. You know, she's immediately like, all right, what's the next event? And so the next one for her is her birthday.
And I didn't get an opportunity to mention this the other day, but I just wanted to shout out Jake Berger and his family once again. Like, we go back a few days to World Down Syndrome Day, and it marked a milestone in their search for a purpose. And so on Friday, the Berger Family Foundation was launched, and it aims to erase the stigma around Down syndrome.
I love it.
We've talked, obviously, quite a good deal about their family and everything like that, but I want him to be great as a baseball player, but it is really cool to see how much they're trying to do to help out the community.
Looks like he's already great as a dad. So
it really does.
I'll take that first, and then we'll see all the rest of the things from there. Part of the community. I like that.
Yes.
Let's go, man.
I'm with you on all of that. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, does Corey have the guts to try that commercial out like that? But also, AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the greatest story in sports that will happen at all this year, next on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 817. All of a sudden, I really want to buy some windows for some reason. That's Best Buy Windows, the power of advertising, power of Corey Bochy.
Corey Bochy?
That's what I'm going to go with.
I'll accept it.
You like that or Bruce Majors?
I'll take Bochy's last name.
Okay. I like it.
It's a weird Bruce. Yes.
That's nice.
Yes, Bruce.
Right now, here with a dental update and probably other things. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time. 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, and some people think I was at the dentist yesterday, but I'm here to tell you that Reginald Atatula stole my badge at Zach Rowe's wedding, and he said, "You're not going anywhere on Monday, bud."
Oh, man.
Taking my job back.
Wow.
Which he clearly failed at.
He didn't do crap while he was here.
Yeah, I had to come back because I heard that he didn't do anything, so I had to come back and, reclaim the throne here.
He didn't do crap while he was here.
Okay, he came in and talked on radio for a minute, but he mostly let Eric talk.
Oh, man.
And
How
Carter.
Nice. How nice. He's such a giving guy. Giving people airtime. Look at that.
What do you think about the group we put together of me, Corey, Carter, Reggie, and Eric for that segment?
That is the wildest combo that I did not expect to happen in 2025, but was I mad at it when I listened to it? No, not at all. Good. I was not mad at it. It was actually kind of fun. But again, I was like, maybe they put me under at the dentist and I didn't realize it because this feels like a fever dream. But no, Reggie was here. That was cool. I was not.
Aniston. I got you.
Oh, all right. We got the question of the day, 877-881-1053, but more importantly than that, we'll get to that in a second. Daniel Cormier had one of the best pieces of audio I've ever heard over the weekend, and it's tied into the best sports story of 2025.
I like Daniel Cormier a lot.
It's taking the throne as best sports story already. I don't care what else happens. The Rangers could win the World Series again.
What?
That would be 1B. This story gives all people like me hope. We'll get to that in a little bit. The question of the day today, Twitch and YouTube, I want to hear from you as well. I tried something out yesterday that I just never got around to trying, and I think it changed my life. I did the grocery drive-up pickup at Target.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Because I waste way too much time at grocery stores, and I get to looking and browsing, and I end up buying a bunch of stuff I don't need. So I was like, how can I save time?
I can see that.
And how can I save money at the same time? Ordering everything I know I need and nothing more, and then picking it up because they've already bagged it. It's already been paid for. They put it in the car. I drive away. Life is good. I did that.
Question.
Yes.
Because my wife loves this as well. How do we feel? How comfortable are you with the substitutions that they put in? Because that might be the only thing is sometimes they're like, oh, well, we didn't have this one thing, so we gave you an approximation. And you're like, that's not what I wanted.
Well, two parts to that. One, it might be beginner's luck. They had everything I asked for.
Oh, great.
And two, I did not put a substitution option for anything. So I was just like, if you don't have it, forget about it. I don't need it that bad. I only need it to live, but that's cool. You know, so I just said, I'll make it up as I go if you don't have it, because then I don't want you to give me the super fancy organic option of something that I asked for and it's $8 more. I don't need that. I don't need all that. I don't need you screwing me over in that way. So I tried that out, and I don't think I'm ever going to go back.
Wow.
When it comes to grocery shopping. Obviously, like shopping for clothes and stuff, I'm going to go in store. If I need to run into Target for some deodorant or something, I'm not doing drive up just for one or two things. But
do you think that guy would think you were a jerk?
Oh, absolutely.
Just did drive up deodorant.
Yes.
Well,
and I get, you do that, Corey?
I do not. My wife does.
Oh.
So Adrian does all of our shopping. And though she wanted to boycott Target at some point,
that tracks.
I feel like she was like, well, this is actually going to be more difficult than I thought. And so I was like, all right, yeah, that's what I told you. We've been doing that drive up for quite some time. And it's awesome because you just pull up, they throw. What would be even better is if I just had some sort of system where I just back into the garage and it just goes directly into the pantry. You know, I could just, that would be even better.
That would be awesome.
But we've been doing that for a while. We have two Targets in Plano. One Target is we call it the little Target, and then there's the super Target on the west side of Plano.
Okay, can we pause real quick? Similar situation, except we have the regular Target that we'll go to, or what my wife calls surprise Target, because one time I turned a different direction. He goes, "Oh, are we going to Target still?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's a different one." She goes, "Ooh, surprise Target."
So big Target is where we get our groceries. Little Target is where we get all the other stuff, you know. And Saturday, she said, "Can you pick up my order for me at Target after you get done at the gym?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And I was expecting something important, eyeliner. She could have literally gone in and gotten eyeliner, and she was like, "Nope, had to order it from the pickup." That being said, because I'm with you, man. Sunday morning trying to shop is impossible. It's long. You're in there for a long time. You don't need stuff. But every time now that I do go into Target, I always see a Tolo. And I'm like, should I do this more, or should I just, I just let Adrian. Yeah, I just let Adrian do her thing, and we get our. But that's the way to do it, dude. They just bring it to your car. And
I know,
exactly.
PJ
Thank
Washington.
you, PJ Washington. I'm with you though, Kevin. On the, do I even like the item, or do you want to kill the item altogether? But most of the time, they do pretty good.
So the question of the day is going to be, what is an innovation that you were just super late to, but you have to use it all the time now? Because that's it. For me, I can't, because it was yesterday that I did this. You know, it was a Monday evening, so I think I picked up around like 6:30 p.m. And he even gave me a notification. It was like, this location is typically very busy at this time, so bear with us. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to go walk around amongst all those people and fight over some bagels. I don't want to do that. I don't feel like doing that on a Monday. I got to go back to work in the morning. I don't need a black eye over some pastries. That's not going to be fun. So
it'd be a fun story.
It would be great. It's content. Everything is content. But I don't think I can go back now when it comes to the giant grocery haul for the week. All of my food, I'm just going to say, do the work for me. There's no surcharge there, at least at that store. I know there is at some other places, but this is just lovely.
I think for me, it was the map app on your phone, because I definitely, my mom still does this, maybe this is where I got it, would print out directions from like MapQuest or whatever instead of just getting the app on my phone. I am not good at directions, and so now obviously I use it all the freaking time. I would never get to a lot of places that we need to go if not for that map app.
I mean, 903, I hate grocery pickup. It's wrong so much of the time. But if you understand that, then you can accept it.
I
that's
can't do it.
That's the part of me where I'm just like, it's going to happen occasionally. I'm going to be without, whatever for this time. For me, I think it's texting. I was very late to adopt texting. Kevin,
I remember
Kevin's the reason I started texting, and now I can't stop texting. I probably text too much. But I remember one day I was like, Kevin, I tried calling you and you did not pick up. And he goes, just text me. And I was like, it's 10 cents per text. I'm pretty sure it's like $100 per letter. And he was like, then get a plan. And I was like, what are you talking about? And now that the plans are what they are, like it's so much easier because of the unlimited part of it. But
did I make the threat to you that I would text you so much that you would have to get a plan to make it cheaper? Because that sounds like something that I did at the time.
Yes. Man. And so it was because of that I adopted it. But I was very late to the text game. And that was all, but that was also still before keyboards. Like it was the keypad and you had to type 3 times to get to the letter A,
Okay.
So.
Yeah, my first 2 or 3 phones were track phones, so they were minutes based, and I literally I had to use my weekly allowances to buy minutes cards, and sometimes I would be dumb and use some of those minutes to download a game to play on the phone, and then boom, I can't text anyone for another week, and that's problematic when your parents are trying to pick you up from school.
I did want to, like, multiple people are saying this too. You also know, Alec, that they'll deliver to your house, right?
Yeah, but I don't have that kind of bankroll yet.
How much more is it?
That's what Jess does, because we do Walmart Plus, and it was one of those things where she talked fast and just convinced me of it. And she was like, yeah, it's
hey, do you want to make a $25 donation?
Yes, it's exactly the same. And she was like, we could just get groceries delivered here all of the time. And I was like, all right.
I don't know how much more it is to get the groceries delivered, but I'm all about it. During COVID, we did a lot more of that.
And that makes sense.
But like now I'm like, hey, it's awesome that they're just sitting on our porch and we only have to carry it into the house.
Let's see, from the 817, taking the toll road when I'm running late to an event. Yeah, caught on to that late. I told the story a million times. Me and the late, great Ted Nichols Payne were like, toll roads are stupid. I already pay to, own a car in 14 different ways. Why would I pay to drive on a road? Like, come on. But then there was one time I had to go out to Frisco to, I think it might have been for Cowboys crosstalk, and I was like, I am really late. But then the toll road, it was like, you'll be there 15 minutes early. And I'm like, cool, I'm doing that.
So I see the appeal of that, and that is absolutely a great idea. I think it was just pure agitation that led me to the toll roads sometimes. It was like, I was okay on time, but we're never going to move, or it felt like we were never going to move, and it was making me upset. And so I was like, hey, let's just do that. And that's why I can't stand when there's traffic on toll roads. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
From the 817, Apple Pay. That's a good one. It's something that I use it for online stuff. I don't use it in store or anything, but like whenever you're checking out on your phone, you're ordering some new merchandise or something. It says Apple Pay. You just tap that. It scans your face. You pick what card you want to use, and boom, you're done. It's already got all of your billing info saved, your shipping address. It's beautiful. I love that for whenever I'm buying clothes and stuff online. That is awesome. From the 865, flushable wipes. Dry TP, no good.
Okay.
Do you trust those?
I don't.
Okay.
It's because of my plumber. He told me a long time ago not to flush flushable wipes. And Kevin, do you trust?
No.
Michael Talbot is an awesome plumber.
So that when he told me to, I said, whatever that guy says,
I trust him.
He's the reason that my daughter can't take sparkly bath bomb baths anymore, because he was like, yeah, those can ruin your pipes. And I was
no.
I don't need any pipes being ruined around this house. So sorry, Lucy. You're just going to take a regular bath. Regular cold water bath like the rest of us.
Yeah, take that, child. Dang. Keep those coming in.
That does feel kind of harsh when you put it that way.
877-881-1053. The innovation that you got to a little bit late, but you can't go back. I saw multiple people text in Bluetooth, and specifically the Bluetooth headphones. Shout out to Kevin Hagelin for that one.
I get that for sure.
Yeah, that one's a game changer, especially like whenever you're just trying to be productive in quite literally any way. The cables get in the way.
Yeah, they do. And they take away some of my motivation. Like, especially if I was going to be on the bike, I was like, oh, those cords are going to get in the way. Can't go to the gym today.
817 cooling seats in the car.
Oh, I'm so jealous of people that have those.
I am too.
Oh.
Heated seats are great. Like it's nice to have it. They're a little too warm for my butt sometimes, but that's fine. But the cooling seat, I don't have it, but I've been in cars that do. And it is awesome in Texas to have something like that. Adrian, I found out recently in her glove box, you can turn it on a cool setting and keep food and drinks cold in the glove box.
That sounds fancy as hell.
I love that.
It's kind of a fancy car and it's too expensive.
Okay.
She knows.
So have you guys heard of the name Lucas Bird?
I have not.
No.
He just won the NCAA championship in wrestling at at 5'5", 133 pounds. Mighty Mouse right there. Well, it turns out he's already famous, and not because of his wrestling, because of his girlfriend on TikTok. They have a shared page where they make their little TikTok trends together. His girlfriend, Ellie Holzman, 6'3", a former volleyball star.
Wow.
And so he wins the championship, right? And Daniel Cormier is on the call. And they're trying, you can hear the play-by-play guy in the back trying to set up the moment and everything after he wins. Cormier was having none of it once he saw his girlfriend.
Hey, look at Bird's girlfriend over there. She's 6'3". Bird's got a 6'3" girlfriend. Look at it. He like 5'5". Volleyball girl over there. They're famous on TikTok. You can't see her head. She's hugging his parents. Lucas Bird.
It wasn't for a lack of trying. He was trying to get to his attack.
Look, JB, look. He's making... He loves her. Ellie.
Oh, yeah, she is.
Love knows no boundaries. Certainly not height, DC. I think they're wonderful together.
I love how he was trying to set up, like saying the adversity. He's like, look. He's hugging her. The video is even better because it looks like he's running up to like his mom and he's a small child. But yeah, short kings out there. We got hope.
I like it.
We got hope.
Would you date a 6'3" gal?
No.
Oh, man, you kind of undercut that story right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ego thing, but hey, if it's going to get me 500,000 TikTok followers like their page has, sure, make some money off of it. Why not?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, a bold new all-time quarterback list. Is this right on the money or completely insane? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking hair.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We were going to do Gridiron right here, but boy, oh boy, do we have lots of Rangers news. And I want to take you back to the 1040 segment where about an hour later, I feel like most of our predictions have come true. All right. So, Corey, you have a huge information dump for us.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
And I just want to make sure you understand this. If you're looking at Twitter right now and you're seeing the same thing over and over, all the reporters are allowed to start tweeting out information after Chris Young has spoken.
Yes.
That is how this works. So once they're done, everybody's been typing it and they're just getting them out as fast as they can.
And it just sits there. You're waiting for him to finish talking. So, yes, absolutely.
So all the reporters that I cover or that I follow are reporting the same things. Chris Young, Evan Carter will open the season in the minor leagues.
Can you rapid fire these and then we can dive more specifically into them?
Dane Dunning has been outrighted to AAA. Jack Leiter, Kumar Rocker, Ezekiel Duran will all be on the opening day rosters, and Kevin Pillar has made the team. So that's a
Duran.
That's a lot to happen all at once. I think the ability to rotate him around, his ability to hit as a right-hander, that's a big important part for him there because he can hit left-handed pitching. So that's an option there. So, again, Kevin Pillar has made the team. Rocker and Leiter are on the big league squad for opening day and will be in the rotation.
Okay.
Ezekiel Duran's up. Evan Carter is down, not opening the season with the big league club.
All right. So there's a whole lot to get right there. By the way, Your buddy's here. Big fan of the Rangers. How the heck can we watch them? There are a ton of options. Like if you have DirecTV, they are on DirecTV. They just got picked up by Fubo. They have a ton of digital and over-the-air clearances for this year. Outside of that, you could do Victory Plus. It's $100 for the year. Outside of that, I believe like 13 games are going to be on Channel 33, Friday night home games throughout the season. And so you have a ton of options to watch the Rangers this year. All right. Feels like we should start with Evan Carter. That is the most logical one. That feels like for some folks, the biggest deal. I simply think this is a matter of common sense. I know I said it in the crosstalk with RJ. I will go back to this, and this is firmly what I believe. From an improvement perspective, this is the best thing for Evan Carter. It would be different if the Rangers had no expectations this year. Because then you'd be like, who cares? Roll him out there, let him hit against as many left-handers as you want, deal with the struggles, and just go from there.
This is a win-now team.
Exactly. And so you don't have that ability. And so what's the alternative? All right, you put Evan Carter, let's just say eighth. Eighth in the lineup against right-handed pitchers. And then bench him most of the time against left-handed pitchers. Okay, then how's he going to get better against left-handed pitchers? Or you can let him hit, not every day, but like a lot against left-handed pitchers, and you will sink or swim that way. And I don't want to say like you don't care if you win in the minor leagues, but obviously it's nowhere near as imperative as the big club.
The minor leagues are for work.
Yes.
The big leagues are you've worked and you're going to do the work.
Yes.
But you're not. That's the only time you're working on something is spring training. Everything else from there, you better be ready to go.
So this makes all the sense in the world to me. Evan Carter is still super young. I go back to, somebody texted in, and I understand this concern that they are worried that Evan Carter might be a flash in the pan. I don't think that.
I don't either.
But I will say, don't you think some of that trends back to the shock of when he was drafted? Like if Evan Carter would have been drafted and people on MLB Network, instead of saying, who the hell is this kid, would have been like, steal. What a steal from the Texas Rangers. So I think some of that baggage, which I don't believe is fair whatsoever. I think some of that baggage of like, why did he get drafted so high? Who is that? Is part of what people are afraid of. But he's 22. He doesn't turn 23 until the end of August. He could not be on the big club again until 2027.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, that's still a pretty young Major League Baseball player.
Kumar Rocker, 22, right?
Kumar Rocker?
Yeah.
I think he's like 25.
25? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in like 3 years, Evan Carter will be. Kumar Rocker's just now making the big league club.
Yes.
So like we were discussing this earlier on the part of, hey, maybe it's something in the mind he needs to work out. Maybe it is a physical thing. Maybe whatever the back thing was, the ablation that he was dealing with, he got it removed. Maybe it was messing with him enough to where now his whole swing has to be, altered just a little bit. I still think he has an understanding of the strike zone, but something's not there right now. And he's going to have to mentally toughen up. Like that's a reality for the big leagues. He got here and he did some special stuff. Nobody had a clue who he was, though. And I stick to that. Nobody knew what he was at the time. And so now when guys are getting tougher, they figured you out, they've got some tape on you and they know what you're looking for and what you're not. You got to figure out how to toughen up and get past that.
And you want Evan Carter to get better for that sake. From a strictly financial point of view, you want Evan Carter to be good because he costs nothing for the next 5 years. Or like relatively speaking, if he turns into a good player, if he turns into a really good player, he turns into a starter, he turns into a star, you're going to be getting a deal at every step of the way. Like this year, he makes $800,000. Okay, well, for a minor leaguer, you're like, ooh, that's a lot. But if he turned out to be an everyday player, unbelievable. Same thing next year. Then you move into arbitration, but not until 2027. You're going to be getting good deals on this kid for 5 more years. And so obviously you want him to be better for that.
I think the big factor is because Wyatt Langford had arrived.
Yes.
Everybody wanted to see, all right, our outfield is now taken care of. Like we've We thrust these guys into here. They're ready for it.
I'm guilty
We're
of that.
the luckiest team that we have two 20-something-year-old dudes that are going to be here in the outfield forever, and they're the next face of the franchise. And I'm not blaming you, Kevin, but you definitely are the reason.
That's fair.
But I think that's where a lot of us got excited about that. I was too. Yeah. But if he's not ready, then they're doing the right thing. Like Chris Young and Bochy are doing the right thing by making the decision. It's a tough decision. Bochy said it would be. Yeah. It's a very difficult conversation, but you have to have it with the player when the results aren't there.
And I believe Evan Carter is 9 months younger than Wyatt Langford.
Okay.
Because what you got to remember, obviously Wyatt Langford went through a lot of college baseball. Evan Carter, none. So that's the big difference right there. All right.
Can I roll this out against the Royals today? Today's the 25th?
That is correct.
Simeon leading off. Wyatt Langford. Jake Berger hitting third. That's because Seager's not playing today. Adolis, Pilar, Smith, Heim, Taveras, Duran, and DeGrom on the mound. So whenever your shortstop's back in there, that's just a little
down one, and then Duran's coming off the bench.
Actually, Berger goes down to where Smith is, I believe, and that would kind of maybe even where Pilar is. But that's a good lineup right there. I love it.
So now the next one is Kevin Pilar. Kevin Pilar has made the team, as has Leote. I'll be curious to see how that, I don't know if you're going to call it a platoon situation. I'll be curious to see how that plays out.
I bet he's a starter.
You think Kevin Pilar is going to be the starter ahead of Leote?
I think Leote is one of those guys that had prove it last year and didn't quite prove it. And they're like, okay, all right, we still need to figure out either A, how to get some value out of him, or B, how to get some production out of him. One of those two things. And actually, we need the production before we get the value.
Yeah.
So we got to figure something out there. Pilar has been in us. You know kind of what you have in the person, in the player, and you know his defense in the outfield can save you at times. He understands hitting in the big leagues, and it might be a good opportunity to force the issue with Taveras a little bit, maybe motivate him a little more to really lock it in. I don't know. It's hard for me to say. I feel like that with Pilar, but it might be smarter of them just to say he's currently until Taveras maybe loses it. They really wanted Evan Carter to push Taveras out.
Yes.
Ultimately, that's what they wanted. It's not quite there right now, so they have to wait.
I'm going to have to check on this from the 214, but I believe Dane Dunning's salary does still count because he was still signed to the contract and nobody picked him up on waivers. I will say, I get it. I'm biased for Dane Dunning. I think you are too. I think this is a win. Nobody claimed him. He goes back to AAA. I wonder if there could be a possibility that he could pitch his way back into, hey, maybe we will bring you back for a little something here and there, or like a spot start or injury start, if you want to put it that way. And so I think there's a possibility of that. And then Leiter and Rocker, they make the opening day rotation. I realize this is because of injuries with Bray and with Bradford, but it is exciting, right? Like, you're going to be hyped to see those guys pitch several times until a narrative starts to be created, and then you'll be maybe even more excited, hopefully.
If they both throw no-hitters in their first appearances, I mean, go ahead and put them in the hall.
Okay. This is hard for me to say because I think Bruce Bochy is the smartest baseball human that I think I've ever met.
True.
It would be irresponsible for Bruce Bochy to leave either Kamar Rocker or Jack Leiter out there to throw a no-hitter, right? Like, that's insane. I don't care if they really have given up no hits. They can't pitch the whole game.
Kevin, I think you're right. I think they would be smart and just say, we're trying to win the game. We're less. I don't know, dude. He is one of those guys, though. If he sees something special, he's rooting for it. That's a great question to ask Boch. I like that question. I think you should ask him, like, in this situation with a young pitcher like that, I think Bochy would be the kind of guy that would be like, well, you know, you gotta make sure you got your pitch count and everything. Understand that and where they are, but trying to win a game. I do want to see something special. He probably wants to see something great happen. He loves greatness.
So a lot of stuff happened there. We can pick that back up in the next segment, but also something that I'm really interested in. What are your top 3 keys to a successful Texas Rangers season? And maybe we need to talk about Corey Seager a little bit more.
Oh, no.
I say maybe. Next on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Lots of Rangers movings and a shakings. Kevin Pillar has made the opening day team. Evan Carter has not. He's being sent down to the minors. Obviously, some stuff to work on there, specifically with left-handed pitching or against left-handed pitching. And then Rocker and Leiter both are going to be in the rotation to start the season. I'm curious how many times we make it through before they think Corbin is ready to go and slide a lefty into the rotation.
Obviously, that would depend on
how good
how good those two are doing. If they're rolling, then you're just like, I guess we just keep this thing rocking. There are a couple of notes on that.
Yeah.
Evan Carter, my understanding, is probably going to need about 2 months of hitting in the minor leagues before he kind of finds his groove. And then you know what? I don't even want to say the Rocker thing. I'm just going to say that he's got just keep runners off base is what I'm going to say.
Okay.
Strike them all out, and you're going to be just fine, buddy.
So we shouldn't talk about
because I don't want to give.
Runners on base.
What are you doing right now? Other teams are listening. The Red Sox are listening right now.
Oh,
they're like, Kevin said that
he's probably not going to pitch in that opening series.
Kevin said that he can't keep runners on.
I didn't say that. I said he had trouble keeping runners on.
That maybe he's just trick effing them. Maybe he's just standing there during spring training. I'm not going to hold him on. I'll show it off whenever I get to the bigs.
Now, top 3 keys to a successful Rangers season. I'm going to read you my 3 keys real quick because one of them, Corey has already said, might be in peril. Rocker or Leiter has to be a starting pitcher all season. A real high leverage order, including closer for the bullpen. And Josh Young stays healthy. I see no problem with any of these 3 bullet points, Corey.
What were they again, Kevin? Because one of them I have a big problem with. Can you go back through those? One.
Rocker Leiter is a starting pitcher all season.
All right.
A real high leverage order, including closer for the bullpen.
All right.
And Josh Young stays healthy.
Okay. We can't guarantee Josh Young's health.
Well, I mean, he'll be healthy to start the season.
There is no way to guarantee. We've just been informed that Josh Young is being scratched from today's game, the final of the season, the spring training season, due to a sore neck. Also, Corey Seager is dealing with a bit of a calf injury. So, Kevin, as far as that goes, and I think everybody around here understands if you have a calf injury, you need to be traded. Like, that's how this works.
Yeah. I see what that's about.
If you have a calf injury, just move. And he's often injured, so even if he could be an MVP, he's often injured and now has a calf injury. So
Corey Seager's our
baby on the way.
I got
all this stuff going on. I think you're dead on, man.
Let's expand on Seager for just 1 second.
Yeah.
So he was sidelined from yesterday's exhibition again today with, quote, a little tightness in his calf, per Bruce Bochy. Bochy said the absence was more of a precaution than a concern. We'll make sure we take care of him before we open up here. And so I'm going to take that at face value. Don't panic. But also, there's a little bit of concern with Corey Seager and his calf in general. But also, you don't want to see him rush back for opening day because obviously we've already been through that. Opening day is a big deal. It is a big deal, but it is still one game.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get extra points for winning or extra wins if you win on opening day or anything like that. So,
but you could go 162-0, and that is what your goal is ultimately.
Hey, I hope we can compromise on this. You won't. But
stop saying that.
Not going to happen.
You can.
Guarantee it.
The promise of 162-0 is always good before the season and if you win on opening day.
Well, that's why I said for one day, I'll do every show myself. I don't know if you were here for that. Yeah, if the Rangers go 162-0, I, assuming Spittle's okay with it, am going to give everybody the day off and I'm going to do everybody's show all day. I'm going to do a crash course and learn the board. I'm going to sit at the board
and do the show
and talk. I'm going to do it all. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do Carter's job at the same time. I'll have to figure that out. But
I think you just move the thing over there to you, I think.
The point is, you can all have the day off, assuming the bosses approve of that. If they go 162-0, because it's not going to happen. But I hope we can compromise, because I do now think that Thursday's game is super important. Because all 3 of the times that the Rangers made it to the World Series, they won their season opener.
Let's do it again. Let's do it again
Yes.
this year. 877-881-1053, your top 3 keys to a successful Rangers season.
Oh, from the 972, someone checking on Bassick. He paid top dollar for all those Evan Carter rookie cards.
He's going to be okay. Mike understands what's happening there. He understands young players have to grow. Like, we've talked with him about this, but he definitely is sad about it. Like, you could see every time we brought it up in spring training, you could see he'd be like, I know. You could see it on his face. All right.
He got rid of a lot of the Luka cards at the last Dallas card show.
Top 3 keys to Ranger success for me, Kevin. Berger and Jock bring this lineup back to life.
I like it.
Because the power is back, baby. Number 2, Adolis finds his groove. Again, I stand by it. If Adolis Garcia, somebody texted in earlier and said his groove is on 1 month, off 1 month, on 1 month, off 1 month. But if he finds his groove, you are one of the most dangerous lineups in baseball.
Okay, hear me out for just 1 second on that, because I was immediately thinking Adolis gets his groove back, and then obviously I started thinking about Stella and Angela Bassett. So my wife and I watched this terrible show, this super entertaining called Dr. Odyssey, and
I've been wanting to check it out.
Oh my God, it's the worst.
Because I like the people in it.
It's so entertaining. Angela Bassett showed up on there. She is 66. Holy
she looks amazing.
Moly, does she look amazing.
Dude, she looked amazing in Black Panther.
I know, I'm just saying. She does not age.
No, she's amazing. So that's
back to baseball.
Berger and Jock, Adolis, and I have a hard time choosing between these because you already said the Vanderbilt boys. They need to provide you some quality innings. Like
I need one of them to remain a starter.
I need both of them to be ready for this season. Like I might need Rocker a few more times this season. I might need Leiter a few more times. Whichever one has decided to be in there.
Yeah.
I might need the other one a couple more times this year though because injuries happen. But I can't decide between Corey Seager has another MVP season and Wyatt Langford steps to the stage. Okay. Because I don't know what this team will look like if Wyatt Langford steps to the stage and becomes the star that we all think he's going to be.
Yes.
I have no clue, but I do know what this team looks like if Corey Seager has an MVP type season,
yes.
Which he deserved it because Ohtani got lucky that year.
Wow, you're doubling down on that, huh?
If Corey Seager has an MVP type season, this is a World Series contender. And I have not touched the pitching part of it because I feel like Eovaldi, I know what I'm getting out of Eovaldi. I feel very comfortable there. I'm probably going to have a spell in the season where he's missing, and that's fine as long as the Rangers can get through it. And as far as DeGrom goes, fingers crossed. But the bats, Berger and Jock, new injection of life to this thing. Adolis returns to form. You're dangerous already with those three. And if Corey Seager's an MVP category guy, man, watch out. Every other pitcher that walks up to the mound on this team.
From the 940, like Corey always says, can't go 162-0 if you don't win the first one.
You're damn right!
That's right.
From the 682, how many wins would they have to get in a row before you got nervous about that bet? If they got seriously, if they got 20, if they start off the season 20-0, I'd be like, oh my gosh, I made it. And then
you've been saying they need to start 12-0.
Yes. And then you would see me here in the morning shadowing Peyton, shadowing Lucius, because I would have to start getting ready to learn how to run the board.
Got a text just a moment ago, Kevin, from a listener that said they're going to, is it Sunday's game? I believe it was Sunday's game. Do we know who's pitching yet? Here is the current rotation as Jared Sandler has told us. Eovaldi, Leiter. Malley, DeGrom, Rocker. So that is the way the rotation will look. Eovaldi, Leiter, okay. Malley, DeGrom on Sunday, and Rocker on Monday.
Well, sounds like you have yourself a heck of a selection for a game. Although I would probably still watch out for maybe 4 innings pitch from DeGrom in that game. That is just a guess when they're still trying to obviously be careful and stretch him out. Now, to go along with that, from the 817, fair. Keys to a successful season: score more runs than the other team every game. easier said than done, because from the 214, per Chat GPT, going 162-0, assuming you have a 75% chance to win every single game. The odds of that are 1 in 40 quintillion. That feels like a lot. That once you got past the numbers that I know.
How much is a quintillion?
I don't know.
A lot.
That's the thing.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You're right.
I still like those odds. This lineup's good.
Yeah. If it's going to be a bet where you have to go through that, we'll be here watching. We'll all come and sit on the goose, and that's what everybody calls this couch up here, by the way, is the goose. Everybody says that.
It's an ugly name.
Because my friend, never mind. But yeah, everybody will come up here and just hang out and watch you do the show. And when you like look over and you're like, would you like to be a guest? We'll all shake our head no.
Okay.
Because you lost the bet. You never believed that anybody could go 162-0.
That is true.
Not even the version of the Dodgers. You're like, there's no way.
No, the Dodgers can't do it either. All right? They can't.
Wow.
From the 214, top 3 important things for the Rangers this season, if they're going to be contending like we all hope. Seager is top 5 in MVP voting. That feels doable.
Let's go.
DeGrom stays healthy. Leiter and Rocker stay in the majors the whole season. See, I only said one of them, but if both of them can stay there, a couple of things you're hoping are happening. They've done well enough to feel like you can still win with them as pitchers. And man, how much did you learn about those two guys in a season? Like, if those guys can pitch the most of the season, you have learned so much about them for their development going forward. And that's got to have you even more hyped up about the Vandy boys.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're starting to look at the future for real. Like, when they signed Eovaldi this offseason, it was out of necessity.
I can see that.
And the Ranger and Chris Young knew, too, when he signed DeGrom back then, the risk that there was, but the necessity of we need a really good pitcher. I loved, dude, Brian Ray. I think he's phenomenal at what he does.
Agreed.
When he hopped on with us the other day, though, and he said the Mikko Rantanen trade was a gift to the players, a reward.
Yes.
I love the way he said it, because he said we already rewarded them once this year, and now Jim Nill is rewarding the players again. You've proven that you're going to go out there and fight for it. I'm rewarding you by giving you an exceptional elite player to be by your side. And that's what Chris Young said. Guys, Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, I'm going to reward y'all by giving you Jacob deGrom and good pitching to go along with it. And I will continue to reward y'all as we go along if you keep proving that you're capable of doing it. And so I really appreciate what Chris Young does and what that saying is right there of rewarding the team for a job well done.
And from the 315, if you missed it, yes, Pilar is going to be on the opening day roster. Now, the other two things that I brought up, a real high leverage order, including closer for the bullpen. We have talked about this. All you can do is go off of what you've seen. And what you've seen so far for the Rangers bullpen, specifically what it looks like they're shaping up with for the 7th, 8th, and 9th, is incredibly positive. If you want to fall back on, well, Rougned Odor would have been a Hall of Famer for spring training. You're not wrong, all right? And I definitely concede that. But it is very encouraging. The Josh Young thing. I think this might be number 1 on my list, even though I listed it 3rd, which is confusing. Josh Young feels like just the lifeblood and the catalyst of this lineup in this clubhouse for this team. And you want to see what he can do for a whole season. I think he's played like 168 regular season games, give or take. And he has 30 home runs in his major league career. Can you imagine if you took all the pop we think is going to be in this lineup, and Josh Young plays mostly a full year and hits 25 home runs as well?
I can't imagine it, but I can see it.
Yeah.
Because I can't imagine it because I've been so like, "Urgh." By the way, somebody did say that those odds, Kevin, the numbers that you threw out there, it sounds like we're due. And I agree with them.
Is that what you took from that?
Alec, are you prepared to put in the call for this season?
I will put in the call.
There it is. He's put in his call for the year, and I'm right there with him. So I'm going to go ahead and signify my call as well. That's 2 calls. Actually, I should take mine back because I don't want mine to negate yours. I'm proud of you, though. So I'll go for next year.
I'm going to look like the biggest idiot or the smartest person to ever grace these airwaves.
Josh Young, too, Kevin. Josh Smith is a fine player.
Yes.
I don't want to take anything away from what he accomplished last year. Josh Young is a different player for this team. And as much as Josh Smith can be a good tool for the team, getting everybody moving in the right direction, Josh Young seems to be that guy.
I couldn't tell if he caught that or not. There was a play at the wall, and
nobody knows if he caught it or not.
Yeah, even the guy for the Twins is like, hold up, is that a home run or not? And now Marquez is like, all right, I got it. And then I see a lot of, so you're saying there's a chance. And then there's this. Will the Rangers and the Dodgers play each other? I want to make this clear. I do not think either one of them can go undefeated. I certainly never would have thought both of them could go undefeated. And yes, since they play each other, that makes it an impossibility. But I want to make my stance on this very clear. They can't do it. Neither one of them.
Just a quick note on Kevin Pillar, according to Bruce Bochy, because Bruce Bochy is now speaking. He said Pillar could be used as a DH versus left-handed pitching, center field, and potentially even the corner outfield spots. That makes a lot of sense.
It does.
He said that a platoon in center field with he and Tavares is not necessarily guaranteed.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm interested to see how that goes. But I love Bochy's like, look, I can't just put things in stone. A lot of these things have options, and I like options.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this time we really will do some gridiron gravy plus Warren Buffett, bulk cereal, Yukon threats. Let's talk about March Madness. That's embarrassing. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Shotgun, Wentz, Marino right side, goes deep. Flag is down, catch is made, touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to Gridiron in just a minute, but first we go to the Corey news desk for news. What can you tell me about Patrick Corbin or Cheeto?
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Chidobe Awuzie will sign a 1-year deal with the Baltimore Ravens. Congratulations to him. And it does appear Patrick Corbin information is there. Chris Young said Patrick Corbin will agree to be optioned to make 2 minor league starts to continue his buildup. They're targeting April 11 for his activation to the MLB roster. And there is a possibility that no matter what Rocker and Leiter do, that one of them will go because, hey, this is our guy. And they need a left-handed pitcher in the rotation that desperately. So
yeah, I was just trying to crunch the numbers. So yeah, both of them might only get 2 starts as well because you have a couple of days off in there. But they're going to get the opportunity. That's the thing. They're going to get the opportunity, and feels like we're going to have a whole bunch of new data points.
Yeah, and it's a really great chance to learn where the bathroom. Like, I say this as, and not as a joke. When I say learn where the bathrooms are, learn how to go through your own schedule.
Yeah,
you got to build your own habits. And this was a saying that Bill Parcells said about Bobby Carpenter. And I know this isn't a great example, but they were like, is he going to start at linebacker? And he was like, let him find the bathroom first.
Yeah.
Because if a guy gets to the stadium and is like, oh crap, where's this? Where's that? What am I doing? Let them get used to it and comfortable before you're saying, all right, now let's put all the pressure on them. Because once they hit the field, that's where they're probably at their most comfortable. It's all the other things that kind of fluster them on their way to it. And we need to see where Leiter and Rocker are in that.
Now, right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we had to move Gridiron Gravy today because of all of the Rangers news coming out. But Corey, you brought this list to my attention, and I don't like it. So this is ranking the greatest quarterbacks of all time because they wanted to kind of see where Aaron Rodgers was on this list. All right, so do you want to just get to the top 10?
Yeah, let's buzz through it, man, because we kind of listen. Troy's like 17, like they're in the mix, and that's fine. I'm not into arguing that right now.
Now, number 10,
Steve DeBerg.
No, it's not Steve DeBerg.
Should be.
Damn it. It's Drew Brees, followed by Brett Favre, followed by Aaron Rodgers, followed by Patrick Mahomes at number 7. And John Elway at number 6.
Hold on. Did you just say Rodgers is ahead of Mahomes?
No. Rodgers is 8.
Okay.
Mahomes is 7.
7. Gotcha.
And John Elway is 6. First of all,
way that way. Gotcha.
It's too low for Patrick Mahomes. And I'll tell you why. We will get to it in just a second. Let's move into the top 5. Johnny Unitas. For a long time thought of as the greatest, at least quarterback of all time, if not the greatest football player of all time. He's number 5. Here's where I have a massive issue. Dan Marino is number 4. Okay. Dan Marino made it to a Super Bowl. That is true. Patrick Mahomes has now been to 5 Super Bowls, I believe. And Dan Marino won 1 MVP, which is also less than Patrick Mahomes. I get it. Statistical rankings change because of how much defense has been discounted over the past couple of generations when it comes to passing yards. So I'm not necessarily going to dive into the trajectory for passing yards. Dan Marino was really, really, really good.
Marino has about 30,000 more passing yards than Patrick Mahomes, Kevin.
And he played a lot longer. I have no doubt that Patrick Mahomes will crush that number.
Yeah, Marino has 420 passing touchdowns. Mahomes only has 245.
I believe he will crush that number as well.
Gotcha. Here's something I am curious about when it comes to Mahomes' career. Will there ever be a moment when, if it's hopefully Andy Reid and them are together for a long time, when Andy Reid says, we really do need to scale back on the amount of passes and we need to have a good running game and we got to figure out how to do that. Will there ever be that time? Because right now they're trying to force an issue and Mahomes doesn't, aside from Kelsey, doesn't really have a true number 1 receiver target. He has a lot of tools, but I'm very curious if they'll be like, you know what, we're going to give you more protection for your body and we're going to run the ball more effectively now. I think that, and that would kill a lot of numbers, but it might make him a more efficient quarterback and them a more, even better winning team.
From the 2-1-4. Okay, let's dive into this then. Team game, not just about the quarterback. Fair point. Why is Tom Brady number 1 on this list? Look, he won
Super Bowls.
Yeah, exactly. So he won his first 2 Super Bowls with the defense guiding most of the way. And obviously his first Super Bowl was a farce because they should have lost that game against the Raiders. But he has 7 Super Bowls. That's the most. And so people think he is the best. Joe Montana, he's second on this list. Why? Because he's the best quarterback that ever lived in the Super Bowl. Made it to the Super Bowl 4 times. Went 4-0 with 11 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. Now,
did he have an amazing team?
Exactly.
For sure.
He had an amazing team. And he had, for 3 of those 4 Super Bowls, I'll argue one of the greatest coaches in the history of the NFL, and I don't think I'll get much pushback on that. My point is, a lot of these players had great teams around them. I don't see how Marino goes ahead of Johnny Unitas, John Elway, and Patrick Mahomes when he never won a Super Bowl. And quite frankly, when he made it to his 1 Super Bowl against Montana, he got waxed. All right? So he didn't win anything.
Do you know how many times Mahomes in his career so far has had a losing season?
Probably none, right?
0. Every year, at least 10 wins. All right? Won the Super Bowl 2 years ago, 10-win season. Dan Marino, 7-2. 6-10. He had 2 losing seasons in his career. Multiple times didn't have double-digit wins.
Sure.
And you can say that was a tougher era or whatever. That's fine, too. But, like, that is another thing is they couldn't figure out how to build a team around Dan Marino the right way.
And that's why if you're constructing this list, because I saw some people complain of recency bias. If you wanted to go Brady, Montana, and Johnny Unitas, I could see that. Peyton Manning being at third. Peyton Manning is arguably the greatest regular season quarterback of all time. And he's one spot ahead of...
They had the very bad misfortune that Belichick was in the way.
And he's one spot ahead of Dan Marino, even though he won 2 more Super Bowls and 4 more MVPs. Nonsense.
I'm going to start saying that more because Mike would say this a lot. He would be like, but Patrick Mahomes is in this guy's way. Brady wasn't really in Manning's way. Bill Belichick's defense was in Manning's way most of that time. That was it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was all.
So I just wanted to say I really hate Dan Marino's placement on this list.
Do you hate Dan Marino?
No, his placement.
What about his isotoners?
I mean, that didn't help him not get kidnapped in Ace Ventura. Now did it?
Acting ability?
Oh, yeah.
He was good?
Thumbs up.
I'll give him a thumbs up, too.
Thumbs up for sure. And then make this clear. Dan Marino's a damn fine quarterback.
Yep.
You have him as a top 10 quarterback? For sure.
Yep.
That makes sense to me. But 4? Surely you jest.
You know what we need less of? We need less quarterbacks. That way this list will be easier to comprehend.
That is true. And for the person who says recency bias, by the way, they just decided to put everybody else in the teens that used to play football before we knew of this modern football. Because think about this. 12, Otto Graham, followed by Bradshaw, Staubach, Tarkenton, Starr. They're like, hey, look, I didn't see any of those people play in real time, so we're going to throw them in the teens.
903. I was ready to argue against Kevin, but he has convinced me Marino should be closer to 10.
There you go.
Good job, Kevin.
Let's go.
You always thought you'd be a good lawyer.
All right, let's talk about... Yeah, as long as I wasn't a defense attorney. That was a real thing that got said to me by a real judge.
Very convincing.
All right, let's talk about more contemporary football. Zach Wilson. I still believe I can be a starter whenever the opportunity comes. Twofold question. First of all, you have to have this level of confidence, right? Second of all, you don't actually think Zach Wilson can be a real starting quarterback again, right?
If he plays the way that we've seen him play before, no, there's no way. If he worked on himself and grew, which I'm willing to always give somebody the opportunity to work on themselves and grow, because when you're young in a sport, not a lot of people are there helping you. A lot of people expect you to already be ready and be prepared, especially if you're a number 2 overall pick. I will give the guy the opportunity to prove it, but I'm not expecting it by any means.
Puka Nacua says he's going to retire at the age of 30. Now,
what his body takes, the toll that his body takes, yeah, he better.
That is probably fair. He's 23 right now, going into year 3, and he's kind of looking at Aaron Donald as he goes, maybe it wouldn't even be 10 years. He goes, maybe I play 7 or 8. I think of Aaron Donald, go out on top. That would be super cool. I mean, if he ends up continuing to be like a really excellent player, do you think that would still happen because of the wear and tear on his body, or do you think the numbers would flash in front of him for the contracts and be like, oh,
that is a good question. Somebody comes to you and goes, I know you've gotten near 10 years in and everything, and he's 23, you said?
Correct.
He might become more goal oriented at 28. You know, like there could be other things where he's like, you know what, I've hit a bunch of numbers, and I could be my numbers could say that I'm better than Jerry Rice. Maybe I decide to go ahead and play 10 more years. And you're right, the money, when they start putting contracts in front of you, changes your mind a lot.
Now, the NFL draft. I don't know if you guys care who actually covers the NFL draft. Obviously, the best coverage is right here on 105.3 The Fan. But per Front Office Sports, Netflix, they're not interested in broadcasting the NFL draft. However, Fox does want to get back in on the NFL draft coverage. So obviously it will stay put for now, but if you're looking at future bidding, something to keep an eye on. Let's go from that to Cam Ward. You love this confidence. He threw at his pro day yesterday, and he said, I'm solidifying being the number 1 overall pick today. And that was his goal. And he said after his pro day, he thinks that should be all the Titans need to see. I like that confidence.
He has been that confident all along, too. Like, he's been very adamant about what he is and what he thinks he is. He looked pretty good throwing yesterday too. If you got a chance to watch it, it was a pretty nice watch.
Do you think that the Panthers? I know usually we do My Buddy's an Idiot tomorrow. They're raising their ticket prices by 6%. Does that feel like the time?
Why? Oh, because they're going to invest that money into players.
Oh,
I'm thinking.
Maybe.
Is that how it works? Because they're like, we already spent all our salary cap, but we're going to charge you more so that we can use that money.
Because we're on the upswing.
To get more salary cap.
We didn't have the absolute worst record outright anymore. So I guess that's...
Get on the bandwagon, baby.
Something?
Yeah.
The Eagles signed another offensive lineman. They added Kendall Lamb to the group with a 1-year deal. Once again, per Front Office Sports. Actually, sorry, that's from Fox Sports. My apologies. Draft value. Now, this is not getting to the crux of what you wanted to talk about. And I know you still want, like, positional breakdown of draft value and everything like that. I'm sorry, I haven't figured that out yet.
It's okay. It's a formula I think we're all working on.
But who has the most and the least draft capital?
Right now?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to your question.
The Tennessee Titans have the most draft capital, which makes sense. But this goes beyond...
Not just the first pick.
Yes, this is for the entirety of the draft. So the top 5, Titans, Browns, Giants, Patriots, and Jags.
Okay.
Now with the Cowboys, they are at...
There are multiple teams in that group that I don't think will use that draft capital correctly.
I could see that. Now the Cowboys are at 13. I know they have the 12th overall pick.
You're kidding me.
But they're 13th.
The Cowboys are in the middle of the pack on something.
Shocker. Now, obviously, they got a ton of comp picks, but losing that 4th-round pick for Mingo, who's going to be a star. And, if you want to go back here, that 4th-round pick for Trey Lance, who I'm pretty sure he's our starting quarterback next year.
Jonathan Mingo will play for the Cowboys next year.
Exactly.
That is my prediction.
So, here's what you're going to hear on draft day. Prepare yourself for it. I guess this will be on the 3rd draft day. Hey, we don't have a 4th rounder, but we graded out Jonathan Mingo higher.
They grade him as a 2nd rounder.
Than any of those other picks we could have got in the 4th round, and he's ready to go. So I think we got a sexy pick. Yes, I know, Jerry. Mm-hmm. That's how it's going to go down. That's my prediction.
Who likes using 4th rounders anyway? What?
Not us.
Name one 4th round pick that's turned out.
Has there ever been a 4th round pick that's turned out?
Has there ever been a 4th round pick?
Yeah.
For the Cowboys in the last 2 years.
Barber. Remember how good he was for a minute?
I loved Marion Barber.
Yeah, dude. Now, look, I want to make this clear. I'm not arguing that Marion Barber is the greatest 4th round pick of all time. I'm just saying, if you want to focus specifically on the Dallas Cowboys, you could say Marion Barber. If you want to say Dak Prescott, obviously that probably makes more sense.
I have found Rick Goslin's all-time 4th round NFL draft pick team.
Ooh, I feel like Dak's got to be on this list.
At quarterback, Norm Van Brocklin.
Okay.
At running back, Stephen Davis for the Washington, at the time, different names. Kyle Juszczyk, fullback. Chris Carter, wide receiver. Steve Largent, wide receiver.
And congressman.
Bunch of offensive linemen you've never heard of, that you don't know, but I do, like John Runyon. Charles Haley.
Feels really condescending now.
Jared Allen. Geno Atkins. Not these nuts. Asante Samuel. Harry Carson. You know what, guys? It turns out 4th round's a pretty good way to find some players, it seems. So
yes!
Maybe now. I was joking, by the way, earlier about that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're in the midst of the Expressway, which means lots of content, no commercial breaks. Give me cut number 9 if you can, and then Corey has something he needs us to know.
2 seconds. McNeely fires it. A 3 at the horn, and it's over. Florida survives. They're going to the Sweet 16 for the first time since 2017.
We're going to talk about some March Madness stuff here, and maybe we'll call this segment March Midness. Don't know. But, Corey, felt like you have something that we need to know.
Well, I will say this is not the need to know as much, but Jesse Chavez, for the 8th time, is back with the Braves. Since 2021. We love Jesse Chavez, and Jordan Montgomery will undergo Tommy John surgery. So for all that we were hoping for him, he is now out of the picture for that.
Do you? I'm sure he really is getting Tommy John surgery.
He'll miss the entire season here and
Probably
most
some
of
year.
next season as well.
I wonder if the owner was like, "Hey, I don't care what you do, get the hell out of here."
Yeah, I will take the blame on this. If you can just,
Man, that sucks. Like, I don't know how many players it is, but there is maybe 2 handfuls of players that you're like, we would not have won the World Series 100% without. Jordan Montgomery is really high on that list of you did not win the World Series without him.
Him and Evaldi battle in a major way.
Absolutely.
We appreciate it.
All right. For the March Madness, or maybe you think it's March Midness thus far because not a lot of upsets. We have a lot of stuff to discuss. Alec, I'm going to give you an opportunity. Would you like UConn threats, Warren Buffett, or bulk cereal to start our discussion today? All of these are related to the NCAA tournament, I promise.
I'm kind of hungry, so let's go with bulk cereal.
All right. So I take you to Kentucky, where this is a weird story. So I hope I say this right.
Amari Williams.
No, not that. Weetabix. Weetabix.
Weetabix.
Weetabix.
What flavor?
Is now the number 6 trending cold cereal on Amazon.
It looks disgusting.
Well, it is from Britain, and part of the thought of this is...
It looks like a McDonald's hash brown. Like, that's what it... Look at this. That's a McDonald's hash brown. But it's made of Weetabix.
That is not cereal, also. That is not
Back to
cereal.
you,
So, Matt Jones with Kentucky Sports Radio tweeted it out. I am told, I believe he also owns a wrestling promotion, if I remember correctly. I am told UK's basketball staff bought all the Weetabix this morning that was being sold from that one store in Lexington that stocked it. And then they dominated against Illinois. So, does this mean there's been a run on it because of Kentucky fans? I think maybe.
It's $5.79 a box, dude.
Yeah, and it's not real cereal.
No, it's whole grain cereal. That's not cereal.
It looks like a shredded wheat hash brown.
Yeah, and they're like, hey, add blueberries for taste. Yeah, because something has to be added for taste. Probably going to have to eat it with chocolate milk or strawberry milk just to have any flavor on that.
Are you wary of foods that say that sounded like a burp.
What was that?
Are you weary
I'm not saying blah, blah, blah.
of foods that say add this for flavor? Because that feels like...
Hey, add sugar. Add sugar to regular Cheerios. That's what we all do.
From the 214, it was only a matter of time. Weetabix is damn good.
No.
Sugar on top,
Boom.
or you can eat it with warm milk. What?
Nope.
It is an English staple.
You know what? I'll try the sugar on top. But again, you have to add flavor to it. It's not one of those that just shows up out of the box with flavor. That being said, we all do condemn most cereals in America for the first ingredient being sugar. Like that is a true statement. We all look and we go, man, that's a lot of sugar. So are we not giving Weetabix its due?
They have minis. Ugh, fruit and nut flavor. Yeah.
No.
It's a fruit and nut flavor?
Yeah, the minis. They're called crispy minis. You can get 500 grams of them.
What kind of fruit?
I see some raisins and some berries.
Raisin's not a fruit. Grape is a fruit. Raisin is a dried grape. That's not a fruit, in my opinion.
Huh.
In your opinion. Okay. FDA be damned.
Fruits you can take off the tree or the vine and eat it that way. I think that anything else has been processed and drying out is a process.
Mark that.
I think I just made Carter get up and leave with that statement.
That's how you know the date's not going well. All right. Because date is also, you see? All right. Do you guys want to talk about $1 million or UConn trying to act like they're tough?
Let's go $1 million.
All right. So much like a baseball team in Major League Baseball can't go 162-0, nobody can have a perfect bracket. And Warren Buffett's like, you know what? I'm going to dumb it down for you people. and he gave away $1 million. Not for a perfect bracket, but for whoever essentially had the best bracket through one round, if they could get 30 correct.
Lower your standards.
So it was, if you can get all 63 games right, $1 million. By the way, it's too low. Should be $1 billion for sure. I thought at one point it was $1 billion. And instead, he was like, if you can get 30 of the 32, we will give you $1 million. And they were finally able to get it done. Can you imagine the bragging rights you would have forever if you're like, I won $1 million in my tournament bracket prediction? And you know what? You'd never enter another one today again because you don't have to. Here's $1 million. You want to be in our pool? Nope.
No. Why? Because I got $1 million. I'm better than all y'all.
I'm going to ride off into the sunset with the idea that I did that.
You ever won $1 million doing this? No, I have. Guess what? I don't have to do it anymore.
Exactly.
Just got a text from our friend Skip. He sent me a link to Weetabix, New Zealand, and he said, I grew up on the stuff 3 to 4 every morning, bowl of milk, brown sugar, good to go. Again, you have to add a sweetener. He was like, I'm just sweetening the milk.
Huh.
That's a way to think of it.
Now, let's go to Connecticut. So, you remember, and the way they tried to spin this is truly incredible. So you remember Danny Hurley is walking through the tunnel, and he yells to Baylor, I hope they don't F you like they F'd us.
True. And he was being complimentary to the Baylor people.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they were probably sitting there going, that's against our religion, sir.
So, that and no dancing. So, Bobby Mullen, the UConn director of communications, first of all, he threatened the reporter who took that video and said he would, quote, ruin his life if he did not remove the video. Now.
Oh, my gosh. Have you ever done anything like that?
No. It got even better because Mullen said the lasting image of Coach Hurley leaving the court should have been him walking arm in arm with his seniors, overwhelmed with emotion.
True.
Instead, a reporter who was in an area he should not have been recorded cell phone private comments made to members of another coaching staff. Now, if you yell, I don't know if that's considered a private comment anymore.
Okay.
And if you yell, I hope they don't F you like they just F'd us, I definitely don't think that's a private comment anymore.
The tunnel is a private area.
Okay.
Obviously.
And maybe that reporter shouldn't have been there. But shouldn't you have just said, hey, take that video down instead of, I am going to effing ruin your life? And also, does the director of communications at UConn have the ability to ruin somebody's life?
So was the reporter a reporter that covered the team? Because if that's the case, and they were a college reporter,
I think they were there for another team.
Because if you're
if
you're a college reporter for that team and they say that, then they're going to not give you access. They're going to tell players not to talk to you, all those things, and now it's going to become more difficult. But you can go to another college and you'll be able to do, but then they're going to say, hey, by the way, that guy stinks. So they can. I've always wanted the power to say, you'll never work in this town again. I've always wanted that power. I don't want to say it. I just want to have that kind of power just in case I need to.
Okay, I gotcha. Well, Joey Ellis says just a quick and hopefully final update. Bobby Mullen and I spoke a short time ago during which he apologized for his behavior. I accepted it. And life rolls on. So he apologized. Time to move on with your life. Got it?
Got it.
Okay, good. Now let's go back to the NCAA tournament. Tyrese Proctor for Duke has now made more three-pointers through 2 games than any Duke player in history.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive, right?
Yeah, considering all the players they've had.
That is true. Not as impressive, though, as the University of Wisconsin. This is one of my favorite things. I don't know if you saw the score bug. It didn't work out for them.
No, I didn't.
They ended up losing to BYU. But for a minute, it really looked like Wisconsin was dominating. Because in the span of 10 seconds, they went from losing 38-24 to winning 225-38. Now, if you want to do the math right there, that's a 201-0 run in the span of 10 seconds. Now, some people might argue they just accidentally put an extra 2 in there, and it should have been 38-25, I guess. Or Wisconsin got unlucky because they had the most dominant basketball team in history.
I'm going to say that one. Wisconsin got lucky.
Can you imagine, though, if you hadn't been watching the game and you just tuned in? Like, obviously, you'd figure it out in a second.
255 points.
Yeah, it's like 225-38. What the hell happened?
Yeah.
And how is it still the first half? And then also, wouldn't you want to be like, but what's the real score? Do we have 52 points? Do we have 22 points? Do we have 25 points? So Wisconsin, they almost had a shot right there. But unfortunately, they did not make it.
Oh, man, that stinks for them.
I feel like you already knew that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
What is the first thing you do when you get to the stadium? Next on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, yeah. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I didn't like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, please.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Really appreciate that. We've had a lot of breaking news happen today. Adrian just asked how our day's going. I said, this is one of our best shows this year, and I'm pretty proud of it. I'm having a great time. I feel like the Tolos out there are getting great sports content at the same time, and I hope that they're having just as much fun as we are. Let's see, I wrote a bunch of things down for this.
By the way, Josh Young is expected to play on Thursday. I know he got scratched from the lineup today because of the neck issue, but he is expected to play on opening day.
Seager expected to play on opening day with that calf injury, or are we still out on that?
I don't know if I've seen an official prognosis on that. I know Boach said it was precautionary. So.
Okay. What is the first thing you do when you get to the stadium? And somebody said the first thing I do is park. Okay. I get it. Now
That's a fair point.
Now you're in the stadium. What's the first thing you do? Because opening day is on Thursday. We will be there for the Whataburger opening day. We will be in center field. When the doors open, you can come inside and have a good time with us and say hello.
And Derek Holland will be doing the show with us.
Our buddy Derek Holland is going to join us for however long, we don't know. But he will be joining us. But I've always been kind of curious on when I go to the arena, when I go to the ballpark, when I go somewhere, I usually want to grab a drink first because I don't want to go beat all the lines. I don't want to go have to fight the lines.
Okay.
So I usually try and find whichever place has the shortest line and go grab a beer. And then like my kids are like, hey, Hurtado, Whataburger, whatever they can find, whatever they want to eat at the time. They don't go though, and they just see the one that has hot dog, nachos, popcorn. They don't want to go to that one. They want to go to the specialties. That's where my kids always want to go. But the first thing I do immediately, get inside, of course, scan the ticket, walk through, go find the shortest line to get a beer, and then I'm going to my seat. What's the 877-881-1053 as you prepare for the Rangers to go 162-0? When you get to the stadium on opening day, what is the first thing you will do? And the reason, I'm sorry, I forgot the reason I'm asking this question. The Miami Marlins have put a cruise ship in center field. Remember they used to have that stupid dolphin thing that exploded and all this stuff? You remember that thing they had out in center field? It was an art piece. It was the dumbest thing we've ever seen. And out of nowhere, this dolphin would just jump up, and you're like, oh, a home run. Is he going to eat the ball? I don't know. But they've removed it. And now, because of Norwegian Cruise Lines, they now have a thing out there in center field. They have a cruise ship, and it will shoot off fireworks every game, they are told. So that being said, what is the coolest feature? Do you show up and you're like, I got to see this feature? What's the coolest feature you've seen at a stadium? And the first thing you do when you get there?
So I've always I've always wanted to watch a game at Rough Rider Stadium in the Lazy River. I have not done that. I always thought that sounded like the coolest thing ever.
At Rough Riders?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the first thing
actually yesterday, I believe it was, they tweeted out a picture of somebody diving into the pool, and they were like, "What time is it?" Or I got to go back and look to see who did that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, for me, I need to find where my seat is and understand my surroundings. That's a big thing.
Oh, like people at the airport who need to go make sure their gate's there?
Yes. And now, look, I'm the
same way, though.
I believe my seat is there. I really do. But I just want to know, how far out do I have to travel? So, for example, are there good options around where my seat is and I can stay there? Or am I like, hey, you're going to need to walk halfway across the park to get that thing that you really want? And that might be, that could happen.
You start doing logistics in your mind of, which inning can I leave?
Yes.
To go get that thing on the other side of the park, or how? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That definitely does. From the 214 from Jagon and Terrell. First thing, go to the bathroom. Walk in, make sure you evacuate everything so that you can fill up with other stuff. Second, find seats. Third, because again, you have to make sure your seat's there. You just got to make sure is somebody sitting in my seat? Because what if somebody's there and now I have to ask them to move over?
Okay, do you guys do you feel anxious about that confrontation or situation, or like, oh, excuse me, will you please? Or are you like, hey, that's my seat. You got to move.
I always feel anxious if I'm the one sitting in somebody's seats. Because, if you want to spread out, you got your seats, nobody's there in second inning, you're like, you know what, I could take the seat next to me and have a seat between me and whoever. But I do get anxious waiting for that person to walk up and go, excuse me, sir, you're in our seats. But if they walk up and say it, I'll just be like, okay, fine. In the same way, if I walk up and I go, hey, you're in my seat, I'm not accusing you. I'm just pointing out a fact. And
sir.
Yeah, I'm not being like, oh my gosh, you dummy. I'm just like, hey, this is the seat I paid for. And I think everybody in the stadium should go, yeah, I paid for a seat too. I'll move to my seat. That should be the appropriate thing.
Okay.
And then somebody said, first thing I do from the 720, grab a beer and walk one lap around, just taking in the atmosphere. That is a very good approach. Go see the whole thing. Alec?
I think specifically when I get to Globe Life Field, the first thing I do is make my way out. I believe it's in center field. I find Golden Chick.
Oh, yeah.
And I get myself my meal. That might be my first of the day, of many. It might be my last. Who knows? Just depends on the vibes of the ballpark that day and how hungry I am. But that is the first thing I do. That Golden Chick, I swear, is the best Golden Chick I've ever had in my life.
It's very good.
I can't explain why. I don't know. Maybe because everything has to be fresh because they're pumping out so many different meals. But yeah, I have to stop by that Golden Chick. And then I kind of do the same thing. I'll walk around the concourse, see who I can see. I'll bump into some friends randomly. Sometimes I'll catch Jared doing his pregame lap and I'll say, what's up, and then I go find my seats.
Yeah, see, I'm one of those that I probably care less about everything else that's going on. I only care about what's going on the field. I
got you.
I'm not I will walk around, but I'm walking around with purpose. I'm trying to get somewhere, either it's the bathroom or it's the concession line. I'm going with purpose. But the whole reason I'm there is to watch whatever's going on the field. So even if you see me at a game and you stop me to talk, know that I am looking at you and smiling and hearing the words you're saying, but I'm thinking about whatever is happening on the field.
Oh, so you're not really totally engaging with them?
I'm giving everything I can, all right? Superficially. But inside, deep down inside, I'm only thinking about is Evaldi throwing a strike right now? What's happening out there? Would you guys like to bring up the conversation we just had in the break that Carter's texting us about?
No,
I'd rather
not.
What they're doing at McDonald's? Anybody want to have a talk about that, guys? Or are we going to focus on this segment here? Jeez. You said Mike made this show a bunch of kids.
I'm sorry, Corey.
I'm just
now
joking with y'all.
Focused. $1,000,000%. Actually, 100%. I hate it when people go off the 100 scale.
From the 817, my wife's with me. We are already late, and we're going to the seats, and she's getting the first beers. Oh, that's a good approach. You made us late, so you get to go get the beers while I watch the game.
Is that conversation worth having? Because there's going to be a different viewpoint of it, right? Well, I don't know if I made us late, but you did, so...
From the 214, straight to the pro shop and grab a hat. I collect them. I have a hat problem. I'll be very honest. I will one day tweet out a picture of all the hats I have. Kevin, I have at least 50, according to Chris Arnold's.
Okay. So Chris Arnold sent me a picture, and I need to get back to him on that. He's like, I got like 40 hats. This picture has at least 100 hats in it. And I'm like, that you're too low. But also, I wanted to see if you guys remember, he posted that on social media. I'm trying to convince him to just donate all the hats for Peace-a-thon. And he was like, well, first let me see if I got vacation money coming here. And I was like, I get it. Like, if it's like $2,000, maybe that's too much. So there you
go. I bring a cooler with beer, and I leave it in the truck. I walk to the stadium carrying 2 or 3 beers to pregame. As soon as we get inside, we go use the restroom, then find our section. Before we sit down, we get food and beer. That is our routine. We save some money also. Yeah, that is smart. Save some money by brewing, by drinking on the way to the door, and then chug them, and then throw them at the security guards and ask them to put them in the trash can, right? Is that how you do it? Just throw that in the trash can for me.
I wouldn't advise the last part. The rest of it, I was with smart. You. Just don't throw things at the security guard.
425. First thing to do is find Mike Bassick, and then I go to the seat to take a load off. I like that. That's a good one. What do you mean okay like that? Watching a game in the lazy river isn't as cool as it sounds. I did it once. Won't pay to do it again.
Oh, really?
But again, one time. Like, you didn't say you wanted to do it for the rest of your life.
True.
You just said you wanted to do it one time. I work at the stadium, section 129. The first thing I do is walk the entire level.
Okay.
Dude, look, man, 129. Say hi if you see us, by the way. If you happen to see us, say hi. We've gotten to know some of the staff out at the stadium, and it is wonderful. Also, Kevin did learn this today. The backup goalie does not pick up the pucks after practice in hockey. It is rink staff, according to our friend Frank Provenzano.
That
was a big deal to you earlier this morning.
I just said it didn't feel likely.
And I wanted to confirm that information was there for you.
Thank you.
Have you heard of Matt Strom? He is a pitcher for the Philadelphia Phillies. He had to miss a game after hurting his finger packing away his kids' toys. He was supposed to pitch March 24th, which was yesterday, but he has a left middle finger irritation after packing this morning, not believed to be serious. And evidently, according to Jason Stark, he said, I'm going to have to buy a house here so I don't have to pack anymore. He said he was packing his daughter's toys in a box and jammed the cardboard between his nail and his finger. That is terrible. It's like, driving bamboo shoots up your fingernails.
Yes.
He said it's his second packing injury of the spring.
What?
Yeah. And cardboard, that hurts. I don't know why he can't pitch, though. Toughen up a little bit. That's a fingernail, bro.
So, a couple of things. First of all, I think Noah might have hyperextended my knee because he does not respect how legs work.
Does he just run straight into your knee?
No, he jumped, and luckily I kind of caught him while I had my feet up on the table. And my knees don't bend downward.
Oh, yes.
And so...
Yeah, Carter used to just dive bomb me, dude.
And so I get it. Kids are a huge reason for injury. Absolutely. So, yeah, just hire some movers.
From the 817, first thing I do is drive right past Globe Life and head to the AAC to watch the Stars. Hey, look, we are a 4-team DFW. Actually, 5. We got FC Dallas, baby.
And just depending on where you're coming from, that might not be a smart navigation. Like if you already live in DFW, if you live in Dallas, that's
if they're
foolish.
in Fort Worth or Arlington,
okay, then
they
that
could
works.
drive by and go
I'm saying
straight
if
to
you're
the
in
AC.
Garland, you drive out to Arlington just to drive past it and come. That's just silly.
Give the stadium the finger on the way by.
That's just silly.
Yeah, they're not going to see you flipping them off.
I'm going to disagree with you there.
You're on the You're on the highway.
Hold on.
Nobody can see it.
You don't know which part specifically I'm disagreeing about. I agree that maybe that one person you're trying to flip off won't see you, but you'll feel better. Now, you shouldn't flip people off, probably. But let's face it, there is some power that comes from that middle finger that just makes you feel better. If that person had it coming to them and then BAM! You just feel better. I almost flipped you off right there.
I got flipped off yesterday on my drive-in.
Were you at fault?
Probably. Here's what happened. I was in the left lane. The left lane clearly, on 75, clearly was backing up.
Yeah.
And so I was like, do I want to get over? So what I did, started waiting because the car next to me was just putting along. And I'm like, all right, I got to wait for this person. Couldn't speed up because I'd hit the car in front of me. So I'm slow, waiting. Right as it passes, I start to get over. Did not use my blinker. The person behind me, as I looked in my rear view, was getting over at the same time. They honked at me. I gave them a thumbs up like, hey, we're good.
Yeah.
They flipped me off. And then I waved and said thank you. So I was just like, no, I kind of understand. I screwed up here.
Yeah.
You didn't need to flip me off because I wasn't flipping you off, but I get where you're going. Hopefully the wave pays off. Where I got my revenge. Later, I got over again, and that person was stuck in traffic for a very long time. I saw him way back there while I was cruising, so I kind of felt good about that. I'm sorry, lady.
Oh, man. I don't know why. That felt like the end of Metroid where you just, or Super Metroid. You're like, oh, it was a lady?
And last but not least, Six Flags has gone cashless, Kevin. And they are mandating that chaperones for guests 15 and under need to be around. Certain guests will need an adult accompaniment after 4 p.m. So if you're one of those people that's like, I'm just dropping my kids off at Six Flags today, just letting them run amok out there, Well, I think this is smart. They're like, kids don't carry around cards. They carry around cash. Their parents give them $20 and say, go have a great day. They're like, not anymore.
Okay, Norman Rockwell, let's dial it back just a little bit, all right?
$20 gets you one
might
drink
be
enough.
living in a bygone era, just like the people who are like, oh, my sports should be free. How long has it been since people just drop their kids off with a 20 and it's like, go on?
I don't know. That's what we actually, last year, I think we just told Avery, he said, I want to go to Six Flags. And we said, you have a car? And so he took Carter out. Him and Carter and his friends went out to Six Flags. And each of them got a $20 bill. And they figured it out from there. But now they can't do that anymore because they're all going to need cards.
Would you trust your kids with your credit card?
They aren't. Not Carter.
That is a big change.
He's set precedent for. But Avery's very mostly reliable. Mostly, I'm pretty proud of him. Carter, you got to watch out for that one. He's grounded from his phone right now. You know what he told me before bed last night? He's grounded because of grades. All right. It was his fault. He knows he's doing better now. He's grounded for 9 weeks from his phone.
Ouch.
You know what he said last night? On my way to bed, he looks at me and goes, I'm going to figure a way out to talk to my friends without the phone, right? That's how this kid thinks, dude. He's always thinking about how to cheat the system. It's a quality I'm actually pretty proud of, but I also don't support because I feel like it's going to get him put in jail at some point.
So my wife told me this story about how the maddest that her dad had ever been at her is he took away her driver's license for similar problematic issues in high school. And she defiantly said to him, just because you take away my license doesn't mean I can't drive. And she was like, that's the maddest I've ever seen my dad. And my mother-in-law was like, oh my gosh, I thought it was going to be a huge issue. And
that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what the local experts predict for the Texas Rangers. Do you agree, disagree, or just think that print media is dead?
Whoa.
We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the 1-2 pitch. He's lifted high into the air, deep right field. Adele going back. He looks up, and it's gone. Opposite field home run, straightaway right field for Adolis Garcia, his 17th home run of the season. He puts Texas into the lead, 5-4.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. If you want to get involved in the conversation as we gear up George Whataburger opening day Thursday, we'll be doing the show live at Globe Life Field prior to Rangers Red Sox. So I wanted to go through what the local yokels have to say about this Texas Rangers team.
The meat place out in McKinney?
No, I just...
Okay, all right.
I just like that phrase.
It is a fun phrase.
So 5 representatives from the Dallas Morning News, 5 actual experts from the Dallas Morning News gave their predictions.
Which I've always said, Kevin, and if you're going to have less than 10, it needs to be an odd number.
Okay.
To be for me to say that's a good group of experts.
Okay. So
and 5 is good.
5 works for you.
6, kick 1 out.
Okay. Especially if they're the weakest link. I got you.
Yep.
All right. Of those 5, Alec, I'm going to give you a chance to start here.
No.
How many of the 5 from the Morning News picked the Rangers to win the AL West?
I'm going to go with 3, Kevin. 3.
Corey, what do you think about that prediction?
Without knowing who they are.
Oh, do you want me to tell you?
I'm going to go with 5.
Oh, okay. So, advantage Alec, I should have told you who they were ahead of time because it was, in fact, 3.
All right.
You have
I'm out on this guy.
Evan.
Not you, Alec. I'm still.
Evan Grant, Sean McFarland, and Kevin Sherrington all picked the Texas Rangers.
That makes sense.
To win the AL West.
They're homers. We've always known that.
Oh, my gosh. That was not necessarily what I was going to say. The 2 other reporters did not pick the Rangers to win the division or make the wild card.
Are they reporters or columnists?
One's a reporter, one's a columnist.
Tim Calishaw picked against the Rangers.
Tim Calishaw.
Always been a hater.
Okay, but hold on. You
Always.
can't. The only 2 options can't be homer or hater, right?
What other option is there?
Reasonable-minded individual who you may or may not agree with?
Nah.
All right. Man.
Dude, did you clip this out of a piece of a newspaper, by the way?
No, I didn't. I thought about it. And I actually want to do a brand new segment now called Hater or Homer.
Oh, Sean will love that segment.
Where like you give a sports opinion and then just go from there. All right. Of the 3 that predicted that the Texas Rangers...
I'm sorry, who was the other reporter, by the way?
You know, I practiced this.
All right, don't worry about it, man.
Abraham, I'm going to say Noodle Steger. And if I got that wrong, I apologize.
I do not know this person.
It's Nudelsteger. I promise.
Okay.
I looked it up.
I don't know if they're a hater or not, so I don't know.
Well, they didn't pick the Rangers. So by your logic, that automatically...
we always knew that Calishaw was a hater.
Okay.
That's a long-standing fact.
How many wins will the Texas Rangers have this season?
162.
Okay. How many wins could the Rangers
Alec put in the call earlier today.
Have? Okay, let's say it's not your best case scenario, but your most reasonable scenario. How many wins do the Rangers have?
If you're making me be reasonable, which
And
I thought my call was reasonable, but if we're gonna go against the quintillion odds, what? Maybe like 85?
Okay.
I Googled Rangers wins. I just typed in Rangers wins and it says 0. And I was like, well, crap. 91.
All right. So your new favorite people is going to be Evan Grant. He predicted 91 wins.
Wow. I didn't peg Sean McFarlane as a hater.
Sean McFarlane picked 90.
Oh, okay. You know what?
That's
Still a little low.
good. Who will be the Rangers home run leader and how many home runs? You want me to just give you the answers?
I'm going to say Adolis.
Okay.
39.
Only one of the reporters said Adolis, and they put it at 25.
Really?
The other four, Wyatt Langford, 34 home runs. Jake Berger, 37 home runs.
25?
25.
We're in a bad shape if that's the case.
And these are Abraham's predictions. He also has the Rangers going 81 and 81. So I have a feeling in homer or hater.
I don't think he's real.
He is real.
I don't think so. Prove it.
Okay, Abraham, if you're listening, give us a shout, text in. Corey Seager at 33 and Jake Berger at 32 were the other selections. Which Rangers pitcher will have the most wins and how many? This answer is going to make you mad from Abraham as well.
Evaldi at 11.
Nathan Evaldi at 6. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
They said Nathan Evaldi at 12.
Oh, really?
So three of them said Evaldi, 13, 14, 14. And then Kevin Sherrington, Jacob deGrom, 15. Who will have the most saves on the Texas Rangers and how many? These nuts. Okay.
Kevin. Jeez.
That is a real thing that I really said to Stephen Jones because I did not believe his answer to me about having not heard about the Trayvon Diggs situation.
Who will have the most saves on this team?
And how many?
I'm going to go with Chris Martin, 33.
Ooh.
Oh, do you think that's too high?
Ooh.
Yeah, it probably is too high.
No, I think anything's on the table when you win 162 games. I'm gonna give you a wild card. You guys won't think it's a wild card. A lot of people will. Emiliano Teodo.
Emiliano Teodo is the choice of Tim Kalishaw at a robust 12 saves.
Oh.
Now for the rest of the panel, Chris Martin at 17, 18, 15, and another person has Luke Jackson at 18. Now here's the one you're not going to care for.
1 second. From the 682, this deserves a poll. I don't think he's real either.
He is real.
From the 903, Abraham isn't real. It is Kevin in disguise because he says we can't go 162-0.
Okay.
From the 817, hi, I'm Father Abraham and I have many sons.
Okay, that's
I love
funny.
y'all. I love the
Abraham, and I apologize. I looked up one definition or pronunciation. I didn't look up more. I believe it's noodle-steger. If it's noodle-steiger, I apologize. Or if he's like, you're not even close, bro, then I double apologize.
Oh,
if you know Abraham, tell him we're trying to shout out his work.
Mm-hmm.
But, Corey, you're going to be mad.
Even if he's a hater.
He predicted 6 starts for Jacob deGrom.
Really? I think I did that the other day, too, though.
What? Are you a hater?
I think, or maybe was it 6 wins and 12 starts? Like, it was something really. I think I said 9 starts. It's not that I'm a hater. I'm just terrified of Jacob deGrom's arm.
He predicted 6 starts and also that this will be Bruce Bochy's last year with the Rangers.
I think I'm getting a phone call from Abraham right now. I'm going to check my voice.
No, there is no way.
Oh, because he doesn't exist. Oh, how's Kevin so sure that there's no way that he's calling me?
Oot. Shoot. That's a good point. He might be listening right now. That's, to be fair, I don't know. Who will be the Texas Rangers MVP this season?
Wyatt.
Okay. What say you, Alec?
I wanted to be Wyatt, but they'd probably say Corey Seager.
So, 3 of the experts predicted Corey Seager. Abraham predicted Adolis, and Wyatt Langford is another vote. All right, look.
Fan text is so good. Y'all are so good at this.
From the 469, I am Abraham. I am so real, dudes. And then put a question mark. From the 214, I think we all just discovered Kevin's internet alias.
Yeah, go look up his burner.
From the 858, no one's ever seen Kevin and Abraham in the same room. I'm just saying. All right, I hope he is at opening day. I'm going to go find him. I'm going to see if he will come on air and get the proper pronunciation for his last name.
How do you spell it again?
His last name is spelled Nudelsteger. Noodlesteger.
J?
Yes. J-E-R.
All right, I'll see.
Okay, because he doesn't believe it. You're looking up to make sure this is a real person. Why would I just make that name up? Why wouldn't I just go with like somebody else you had ever heard of before?
Oh, I don't know, dude. I'm looking at this picture of him. He doesn't look
Come
real.
on.
Doesn't look real.
All right, fine.
Oh, okay. I got it. All right, yeah.
Okay.
Dallas Morning News and Aldea content producer.
Thank you.
Allegedly.
What? Do you think I have multiple side jobs? Well, I guess I did tell you I have another thing to do for a different job after this. All right. Rangers trade deadline. What are they going to do at the trade deadline? It can be positional. It could be nothing. What do you think they're going to do at the trade deadline?
Well, it definitely depends on their needs. Like if Corey Seager, something, God forbid, was to happen, would you need to trade for a shortstop? I know most people say, no, we're good. We got Josh Smith. I think they'll trade for a pitcher. I think that
starting pitcher,
relief pitcher, and hopefully that's all they need to do.
Okay,
I would think it would be smart of them before you get to the trade deadline to find a way to trade for a starting left-handed pitcher too. Not that I'm not loving Patrick Corbin, just in case.
Alec, what say you?
I think they make two trades, both of the pitching variety, and I think I'll split it there. I think they add one starter and one leverage guy. And I think if they add a starter, it'll be just kind of like the supplemental, like, just get us through the season, man. You're probably not going to pitch in the playoffs kind of situation. And then the leverage guy that they add, I could seriously see them adding a legitimate leverage arm. Like, not some guy that you've never heard of, and they're like, oh, but in leverage situations, he has a really cool baseball savant page. Like, no, like, I think they would be open to adding a legit closer at the right price. Okay. So I could see them adding just a good starting pitcher and a really good leverage arm.
From the 817, Abraham is Mike Bassick in disguise. No! From the 214, Abe here. Okay, we're getting familiar with the names as well.
Father Abraham had many sons. Kevin has many sons.
He's real, and I'm sure he's spectacular. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, probably more of your texting nonsense, but also we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up tomorrow morning on Sean and RJ.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Stars trying to crack one here. Shot, score! They do! Thomas Harley. The shot from the blue line. It pinballed around, and Wyatt Johnston with his latest power play goal opens the scoring in the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Stars win, and Jim Nill becomes the first GM in Stars franchise history to get to 500 wins. Awesome stuff right there. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Now, I'm going to ask a different question today. Gentlemen, specifically Gavin Dawson, do you have a different opinion of me now than maybe you did 5 to 6 minutes ago?
Yes. You are definitely uncomfortable question guy. Like Cards Against Humanity was made by people like you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It was pretty jarring to walk into that.
Yeah. If you've been to any of our remotes and people want to hear my hypotheticals, they're there.
Kevin has a lot of great qualities.
You don't.
A lot of great qualities about you. Those questions are not the ones I love the most.
Those are the questions that maybe next year in the Rangers clubhouse, those would be the questions that you guys could tee up.
All right.
Since you guys like to do the super uncomfortable stuff in there.
I think that's y'all that like
and Walchuk are trying to just go
be professional.
Seam head and
baseball guys asking baseball questions, and you want to talk about dongs and stuff.
All right, so but before y'all were asking those questions,
who does that?
Who was the interaction we had with that? You're like, hey, can we ask you a couple questions? The reliever, and he goes, about what? And you go, I don't know, just some S or
Keone
whatever. Keone Kella.
Yeah.
And he turned around.
Chips and S.
Kella, man.
And then I remember an interaction we had with Sam Dyson. He goes, how long is this going to take? And I said, depends on how good your answers are. He seemed to be amused by that and decided to stick around for the interview. So that was nice. All right, immediate baseball reactions. Jacob deGrom.
What am I even watching right now?
He's already given up a run. What are we supposed to do about this?
0 strikeouts. He has got 2 outs, but a Royal reached, and then he got another hit, so it's 1-0 Royals here. Last 2 times we've seen him, the other team's been scoring a little more than my liking.
Yeah, we're done. That's it. Season's over.
Okay.
He's the type of guy you can expect perfection from.
Yeah,
and if he's not giving it to you, you're kind of side-eyeing him.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's problematic. It's probably just precautionary.
We're out of the inning, Kevin. We're okay.
Yes.
He's done it.
But when you hear
That's not problematic.
When you hear Corey Seager was out because of his calf, and Josh Young because of his neck, the season hasn't even started. Hearing those things kind of worries me.
Makes me feel like me and Josh Young had the same night of sleep last night because I got a little right neck, kind of trapezius or whatever, and it's a bummer. I couldn't swing a homer today.
Yeah.
Yesterday, obviously, I could. Tomorrow, I'd probably feel good about that as well, but not today.
Okay.
So I understand why the jungle cat needs till Thursday.
Are you guys worried about this?
Not at all. I think that I'd be worried if they were out there. We don't need them out there right now.
Too risky.
All of a sudden, you get hit on the wrist, like we saw what happened with John Gray and what's happened with Josh Young before. I'm good here. Those two don't need to be playing until it's meaningful baseball. Now, they played enough in the spring. We're good.
Now
Josh Young does put off maybe the idea that maybe I can play baseball for 3 or 4 weeks before something starts bothering me. Guy,
yeah. And he's so nice, and we all want him to excel so well. It just hasn't
he's
been there.
Terrific, yeah.
As of yet.
I'd look into some yoga, maybe some acupuncture. I think he's got to look outside the box.
Have you done acupuncture?
Yeah.
How was it?
It didn't fix what I was looking for. But
I hear you, Broadus. That was good.
This was actually back in the online poker days, where I had repetitive stress injuries through my wrists and elbows, thumb, shoulder. Moved into my knee and ankle, but so I was trying to get some joint therapy going on.
I got you.
And I was looking, and it didn't really help, but it was very interesting.
Do you think you could have done the acupuncture session while you were doing online poker?
He would have tried.
I could have for sure.
Excellent.
I think I was laying on my stomach.
Didn't you play a hand with your foot one time?
Oh yeah, I played many hands with my feet. Yeah, I got after my right and left wrist and elbow were just in too much pain to keep playing. Like I could not click anymore.
Yeah.
I got a mouse that I could use with my feet.
Yeah.
And
told you,
Corey, your thoughts?
That's genius. Do you use that? Do you use that on like when you're playing any Warzone or anything like that too? Foot pedals? Or?
No. It was terribly imprecise. We're talking like 2005 or so, 2006, somewhere in there.
Okay, fascinating.
That is definite addiction to gambling right there.
Yeah, I tried a voice dictation mouse, but it wasn't precise enough. I would ask
voice dictation.
You have chosen all in. And you're like, oh, that's not what I said. Now, there was a lot of information came out today about the Rangers. One of the things is something that we talked about last week. Evan Carter, in fact, did get sent down to the minors to start the season. He's got some stuff to work on with his swing, specifically his swing against lefties. Are you surprised by this, and how do you think it will go?
I'm not surprised. I think only a dysfunctional organization would have decided that Evan Carter should start in the big leagues.
Okay, I'm with you on that for sure.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, this was no surprise. We were kind of talking about it yesterday. I guess a little bit of a surprise that they went ahead and went that way. But we were talking yesterday about the idea that this makes a ton of sense when you have the luxury of the way Leote's playing right now and his track record in center field, and then the way Pilar has played.
Yes.
You don't feel like, oh, we don't really have a choice. You do. You have options here. And right now it's just about building back the confidence and getting more reps versus lefties, which he can do at AAA. And it's not to say that we don't see him for the rest of the season. Who knows?
Following the script, you didn't need him until the end of the season.
There you go, Wolchuk.
In 2023.
I like it. Paint that
he
picture.
sits in AAA,
Okay.
2023. You bring him on up. You get the confidence is right. He's grooving. He's feeling good. Full count Carter. Boom, World Series run again in the postseason. He's a hero.
But of course, what that means for DeGrom is unfortunate.
Oh, but if you know the end result is going to be a World Series, then you're
The only question is who's doing the ostrich egg this year.
Okay. I mean, it feels like you guys made a lot of friends there, so you could probably figure it out.
Bring him back. There's some dudes in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we talked about the Mavericks this morning. Second segment. I know they won. Anthony Davis is back. They might be in the playoffs. I just can't find myself getting really fired up about it right now. Where are you guys on this? I'm not out on the Mavericks, but when I'm watching, I just am not as fired up when the game starts to flow back in their direction.
You know, I think there's something to be said for that because we spent, 18 games or so kind of actively rooting for them to fail.
Yes.
So they could get out of the playoffs. And just as they get out of the playoffs, now Anthony Davis, maybe Lively and Gafford are coming back. I'm intrigued. I'm curious about what this group could be capable of, with guys like Brandon Williams and Najee Marshall giving you playmaking.
Yeah.
They're kind of bending the traditional rules, and definitely where this has flowed is with elite perimeter playmakers being the best teams. Well, now you have none. You have some that are average.
True.
And an elite power forward, and maybe you could deploy incredible defense if you get totally healthy. You could deploy incredible defense. I mean, you're taking Kyrie Irving off the floor now. You might have the best defense in the NBA.
No, the defense should be really good. I mean, Kai Jones, I thought, was also pretty impressive.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
I really, it was fun watching Anthony Davis. Like, you're reminded just how damn good he is. And he can facilitate for a big man himself. I mean, his ability to move the ball up the floor, it was pretty smooth. The issue, like, if you had Klay Thompson, who was still a top 3 player on a team that could make a run, then I'd be more into this. But Klay seems so far removed from that. Like, he put his first 3 up yesterday, and immediately Anthony Davis turns around to walk the other end, puts his hand up with the 3, and bricked it. Klay gets the rebound, shoots another 3, bricked it. So, like, Klay's just not that guy anymore, and I was really hoping he could flip that switch. But offensively, you just don't know what version you're going to get of him night in, night out. So I just don't think they're going to have enough from the guard spot, but they're definitely capable with those bigs. If everybody comes back healthy with that defense, they could win a playoff series for sure.
Yeah, Davis's ability to pass, when Gafford and Lively are healthy, his ability to pass in the paint is really impressive. I mean, because he's going to draw double teams, and Gafford will be wide open for that. But can they get that perimeter shooting back? Can they find that? PJ, what role does he actually play? Because it looked like last night, whenever Anthony Davis was off the court, PJ kind of took that role and became the centerpiece for facilitating throughout that team.
And we're a little bit more than 49 hours away from first pitch for the Texas Rangers. What's your hype level for opening day?
10 out of 10.
Already, I love it.
Yeah, opening day is amazing. It should be a national holiday. It is the closest thing we have to the Greenville Parade, so it's a great party.
Ooh, I like that.
There's a lot of reasons to love it, but on top of that, I expect this team to contend.
Okay, all right. Well, you guys,
I think it's probably like the most excited I've ever been.
Good callback to one of my lowest moments of incompetence, asking Jared an opening day question on before the COVID season started. So we had this huge delay, and so I just couldn't get the words out about how excited he was.
Yeah,
and it's really, really.
Do we have this audio?
Oh, I guess honestly we'll have to play it tomorrow as sort of like the 5-year anniversary of the incompetence. So yes, but I'm full torque, man. This is going to be a great season.
I love it. Broadus,
let's go.
Yeah. All right.
And that baked potato from Hurtado.
Oh my gosh,
yes.
potato!
I can't stop thinking about it.
That's all I can think about right now.
I got a bet, by the way.
Eric says he can eat it completely without utensils.
It's a no fork situation.
Yeah, that's what
we talked about that with you guys.
The baked potato?
The baked potato.
The baked potato.
Loaded baked potato.
Pick that thing up and just gnaw
It's a
on it.
vessel.
So when we're out there,
that thing is loaded, bro. Loaded.
So
it's a big
you
dog.
can't drip on yourself at all?
No.
Ooh,
I'm sorry,
tough.
I forgot to mention this earlier. Hey guys, my dad's been listening for years, and this past year he really got me into y'all's radio show. I've been listening ever since. It is his birthday. Happy birthday to Chris. Thank you for raising the Tolos right as well.
Nice.
Gentlemen.
The way you read that, I thought he was going to tell us that Dad just passed away.
Oh,
when you started reading
listening
that.
to the show.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
There's a Bin Laden text in here I was going to read.
Don't read that. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. We do have Tim McMahon at 4:00. His book about Luka, the Wonder Boy, out today. So go get your copy. And Sans is going to join us at 4:40. Expressway, Dave Raymond, 5:20. We're loaded here on a Toxic Tuesday. And I'm going to do LA Live again.
Oh, I love
Lucius is out, so I'm going to do LA Live again. Hoping for a better performance than last night.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Roll
Just
home
average.
with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Lucho Acosta, Kevin.
Oh, we'll see you tomorrow, FC Dallas.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on this Tuesday. I hope you're having a great day. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. A rare neutral white button up here today. No LSU, no Texas being represented by the Broadus family.
Yeah.
Ross Lebinsky's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Keeping the Gators down best he can. Lucius Alexander, a 2-week vacay. Send that man some love on social. Wolchuk and Chiafalo reunited, and it feels so good. And you have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us online, Twitch, YouTube. Okay, a big day here. Tim McMahon joining us coming up at 4 o'clock, talking Mavs in his new book about Luka, the Wonder Boy. And, I thank you for booking him. I love having Tim McMahon on the show. He's just a wealth of Mavs information.
Let's see if we can make him mad.
Oh, no.
You know what I'm saying? Just kind of like throw something at him, kind of call him out like your book's not going to do any well. Or just kind of see if we can kind of draw him off sides a little bit.
I think it's the Nico mouthpiece stuff that is.
Oh, is that what gets him?
That circulates. I don't know how much it gets him. I'm curious to know.
Yeah.
How much it bothers him. If he leans into it, does he just mute all of his mentions? Because I don't think he's necessarily a fan favorite, but I love that in a guy who covers the team. He's not here to make friends.
No. And it's amazing. He was one of the guys that over the last couple of years was pointing out that behind the scenes, it's not kumbaya.
No.
This is not good. And I think
Tim does really well.
Fans hated him for that.
Yeah.
But in the end, I think it kind of played out in a way that vindicated him. Because it was proven things were not going great behind the scenes.
Nope.
But be really interesting to know from him, what he thinks this team is capable now and what this team is capable of next year. Fairly impressive dub last night. 120-101 over the Nets. They did what I thought they would. They continued scoring. They held the Nets to 101, and Anthony Davis didn't play a ton. I guess he was restricted to 28 minutes. He ended up playing 26, but very efficient, 6 of 9 for the floor, and had 12 points, some rebounds, some assists, and everything, and a block shot. And he said afterwards there was no doubt he was coming back. Said seeing the guys after the game so exhausted, knowing they were playing with 7 or 8 dudes, just inspired him to make it back, and that was his plan all along. So. What are they capable of? I did think that when they played that 3 quarters against the Rockets a month and a half ago or however long ago that was, it looked like they might be the best defensive team in the NBA, and that's with full understanding of what they're doing up there in OKC. Thunder, a hell of a defensive team. Yeah. But the Mavs could, I think, be just as good but have more length and better size.
No doubt. If you're able to get your bigs back with Lively and Gafford and Anthony Davis and PJ, Najee Marshall, tons of length. Yeah. If you had Kyrie, I'd be all bought in on this. The West is there for the taking. I think you absolutely could make a case they'd be the best team in the conference. But without Kyrie, I don't, like Spencer Dinwiddie would get fatigued eventually. I just don't think you're going to have enough playmaking from your backcourt. And unless Anthony Davis wants to just be Superman and all of a sudden he's Nikola Jokic and he's putting up 10 to 15 assists for you as well to help others get involved, I just don't see you really getting past the second round. Yeah. But it just depends on the matchups, really.
Yeah, I think I agree. They could win a first-round matchup depending on who it's against. I don't know if they'd be favored. We'll have to see how these final 10 or 11 games go. What can Brandon Williams give them with playmaking? What can Najee Marshall do? You don't want to be Spencer Dinwiddie dependent, but he's playing great.
He is.
He has been very consistent here, giving you games of at least 10 points, I think, for 9 or 10 games in a row. He was great last night. And so was Najee Marshall. I think that's a playmaker right there. He had 22 points. I mean, he can play point guard. He's played center, but lots of players were good last night. You had 7 dudes in double figures. So they'll stay in New York and play the Knicks tonight.
I will say, you mentioned Kai Jones in crosstalk, Walchuk. Jones.
He was looking really good, and he's big.
He is big.
He's a big dude.
And they're leaning all the way in because they're playing Anthony Davis next to guys like him. Dwight Powell's at the 5 or Jones at the 5, Anthony Davis at the 4.
Yeah, that's what they want.
Just that paint presence is pretty legit.
Yeah. Can you imagine if you have one of the best young big men in the NBA and one of the best veteran centers in the NBA joining that instead?
Exactly.
This could really be difficult to get shots in the paint. To make entry passes. I don't know. Like, they're going to get in some matchups against really good defensive teams with good bigs, and at that point, they're probably going to get eliminated. But I could see them beating Houston. I could see them beating Memphis. I could see them beating Denver. It'll be interesting. Los Angeles definitely looking vulnerable right now, as LeBron back for 2 games in a row has not stopped the bleeding in Los Angeles. Okay, Evan Carter did not make the opening day roster. How much of a bummer is this, guys? I think part of our expectations.
Didn't you?
Yes, I did. Through spring training. But
you're not asking us. Are we surprised? You're asking us.
But it is a bummer, right? Yeah. I mean, I was listening. I heard you guys yesterday talking about it, and it kind of seemed like that was going to happen. But certainly, we would have loved to have seen Evan Carter look good against lefties in spring training, come out, claim center field, and now everything would have fallen into place. We were talking about, like, maybe Leote's a trade chip for you. Mm-hmm. Maybe if the closer situation isn't something that resolves itself, now you can go out and make a move. Maybe down the line that still happens, and Evan Carter figures it out at AAA Round Rock. But it is disappointing. I thought maybe he would have had a better spring.
Yeah, I was hoping he could be a guy that could be part of a great lineup. And now he's not. Does it change expectations? I think at least fractionally it does. You can maybe still get some good production out of Pilar and Tavares in center field, but we were hoping he could be a young star that could help drive this lineup forward. And right now he's not even a big leaguer. So probably makes sense that I like what you said in crosstalk there, though, Zach, just about he's following the script. Use the summer in the minor leagues to get your timing down, start dominating, build your confidence, and before too long, they're going to need him, and he'll get his chance to prove he can still get it done.
Do you think really the biggest problem of his is the confidence?
Yeah, I think it's all mental with him. And he talks like, hey, he's going to get this figured out, and I hope that he does.
Sure.
But I do think it probably is wearing on him a little bit. I think human nature, I would assume that's probably safe to say. Like,
mentally tough guy?
It is eating on him. I thought he was a mentally tough guy, but maybe now it's like this thing goes on year over year over year, and it's like, damn, it's still the same question. Can I hit lefties?
Sure.
And the answer's been no. Can I hit lefties? Like, do you start to, does the self-doubt start to happen?
Is that something he just doesn't have the ability to do it?
It might be. That might be the case.
Well, we also have to remember how young he is and how little reps he's really had at a professional level. Sure. So to me, I think all of it
I think the expectations are super high for him, though, after what we saw in the World Series.
Agreed.
Right?
Yes. I mean, those were probably a bit unfairly high, and I think it's the injuries to me that are more concerning about the big picture. I think everything he's going through now, you've seen guys go through, especially at this age with not having the type of experience that a major leaguer needs. Kevin Pillar has talked about that. Like, dude, I've been on good teams, bad teams. I've sucked for a while. I've gone 0 for. I've been in ridiculous slumps. So he's now at a place where he understands how to overcome some of that stuff. Evan Carter's still just scratching the surface. For me, can he physically hold up to give himself the time that he needs to get the reps and get the confidence back up? I think this is all understandable, but the back injury is what's really scary.
Jonah Heim there with a warning track double that scores Adolis Garcia, and we're tied at 1 there in the second. The only way you're going to get confidence is by having success in the actual games. I mean, you can build confidence by working hard and believing I got a shot, but it's not really going to come and be solid until you go out there and have success in games. So you start to do that in the minors. Maybe you come back up to the big leagues. But I think, Chief's exactly right. I think it's more injury-related rust, and that has led to lack of confidence because he hasn't been a successful player now for the last 16 or 17 months of his life.
Sure.
Last year, he was so hurt he couldn't play well. Mm-hmm. And now he's so dang rusty from missing all of last summer trying to get the back right that I think it's going to take a long time to get that timing and get sharp enough to rise to the challenge of big league pitching again. But we know he can do it. And dang it, he did it for like 6 or 7 weeks.
Yeah.
It's not like he just did it for a couple of weeks. Josh Young hurt neck, not playing today. Should be okay for opening day, though. Jungle Cat, don't want to see that guy go down. That's been a bad harbinger of things
he's
to
a
come.
key cog, man. He needs to stay healthy.
They are slow playing their hand as far as their opening rotation. Evaldi Thursday, Malley day 3, I guess, and maybe DeGrom day 4, but he could pitch Monday as well. We did get the news, though, that Leiter and Rocker are in for now. We just don't know exactly where. Adrian Hauser and Patrick Murphy were the other candidates for those jobs, but they want to go with the youngsters. I like it. Let's see what they can do. Kamar Rocker's last time out was pretty good.
It was, and I think it's going to be so. Evo, we know, is going to start Thursday. I think it'll be Leiter on Friday with an opener, is what I saw Jeff Wilson talking about. Then you've got Malley. DeGrom will be on the finale of the Red Sox, and then Rocker will probably open up the next series starting on Monday. So we'll see. Obviously, that could change, but as of right now, I think that's what Boach was talking about. The plan is.
Well, is Hauser in the plans if Dane Dunning clears waivers? Is that what we're kind of hearing?
Yes, they want the 40-man spot for him.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah,
maybe him, maybe somebody else.
Yeah.
But a couple of different candidates there.
So not a candidate to be on the roster to start the year, then, right? Hauser?
I don't think so. No, not with this news that they're going to have Rocker and Leiter in the rotation.
Yeah, I mean, not as a starter, but I mean, if he ends up, maybe they put him in the bullpen.
Yeah,
maybe he replaces Dane Dunning in that long role.
Yeah,
that's what I was wondering. Yeah.
Well, there was lots of glory to be had last night. Thank you for tuning in here on your home of the Rangers. What a leadoff dong from Simeon. That was fun. Tavares solo shot. Berger homer took the lead in the 4th. They had 3 solo home runs and led 3-2, but then the Royals tied it up. 3-run blast from Jock Peterson in the 7th inning after the Royals had tied it again there, and they ultimately win 6-3. I was asking on social for the origins of his little step that he's doing around third base and then crossing it home. Is that an old Jock Peterson thing?
I saw that as well, and I saw you tweeting about it, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure exactly what the backstory was on that.
He's a unique individual. I'm sure he's got a story behind this.
I'm just hoping to see some sort of claw and antlers thing.
Yeah.
Whenever you can get a team doing some sort of a hand gesture or a bit simultaneously, I think it improves the good vibes on your team significantly. Okay, Juju Watkins went down for USC.
It's kind of a cheap play.
Yeah,
she got run into unnecessarily on that play. I think I mean, the way they tried to cut her off to go into the basket, and with her team being up as much as they were, it's really unfortunate right there to have that type of play end her season, and maybe even really kill USC's chance to win this thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Without her, I mean, she's 25 points per game. She is kind of that USC program. I'm sure they have some pretty good other players, but she's tough. So probably going to be back before, maybe New Year next season. I believe that's going to be her junior year. But tough break from one of the biggest stars in college basketball, Juju Watkins.
Well, they just ran right into her.
Yeah,
I mean, it didn't look like they were going for the ball, just trying to keep her from going to the basket. Unfortunately, and the USC's players had some, in the handshake line afterwards. They had some words with the Mississippi State players.
Yeah, defend your star.
I feel like she's playing defense, dude. I feel like
she just ran over the top of her. She wasn't even going for the basket.
She's cutting her off. She's not going to give up a free layup in transition. I think Mississippi State's out here playing basketball like it should be played. It's unfortunate what happened, but I don't think it was.
You didn't feel like that she just could have not ran into her the way she did. I mean, it looked like she was trying to take her out.
I couldn't disagree more.
Okay.
I mean, she could have been a little bit more careful, but I think she was coming in there trying to make a physical play on the ball and maybe get in with her near hand for a steal. And you just kind of had that unfortunate deal where, Kyrie Irving tore his ACL. You're approaching the basket. You're trying to gauge, am I going up for the shot? Am I passing? And then all of a sudden a little bit of pressure put on you that you were not expecting, and it's ugly. You hate to see it either way. Unlucky. Okay, Paige Becker's got 34 last night for UConn, beat South Dakota State handily, projected top pick by the Dallas Wings. You might want to tune in and just see what you're getting. Pretty good star power factor coming to the Metroplex there for the WNBA team soon. A lot of stars in play for the hockey team last night. 3-0 against Minnesota. Shutout for Ottinger on 32 saves for your guy, Wolchuk. I know you were happy about that.
He was brilliant, and he had to be. And the Stars' power play was also incredible last night. The penalty kill, 4 for 4 on the kill. But Otter, I think he had 11 saves in the third period alone. I mean, it was the 12th shutout he's had overall. And as we mentioned in Cross-Site, shout out to Jim Neal, 500 career wins now as GM of the Stars. But Otter, that's what we want to see heading into the postseason. That's the dude that you can go on a Cup Finals run with.
We can't get out of the puck's way, though, with our own faces.
Yeah, that was also the bounce on Rantanen, man. It's bizarre. Like Pete DeBoer post-game comments were also like, dude, what is going on? We're just so unlucky with this right now. He's never seen anything like it.
6 of them.
Team full of puck faces.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what you do about that. I guess hockey players just chalk it up to bad luck and soldier on. But I'd definitely be looking for some sort of maybe a women's softball mask. You know how to do that?
Everybody just masks up.
Maybe go back to like the college hockey days and everybody just go full cage. You know, that's what those dudes do.
I mean, they'd probably laugh you right out of the locker room.
Yeah.
Probably. But that's just the toxic nature of sports there.
Some guys just don't like it. Messes up the vision.
I can see that.
Blurry,
I can see that. So you don't do it, right? But now you're laughing at me for being safe.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to take care of myself here. Might catch one to the jugular at some point.
I'd worry more about a skate to the jugular than a puck.
No doubt.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Wyatt Johnson and Matt Duchene got the party started second period. Rupe Hintz assisted on both those, so it's great to have him back. The defense has been pretty dang good lately, limiting the goals, and they'll visit Edmonton tomorrow. Mavs in action tonight against New York. Big Sports Tuesday coming up for you. Chuck Wagon is next. Zachary, where are you taking us?
Side jobs, mock drafts, and cocaine melons. That's next. Well, let's talk trade.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Rangers and Royals tied at 1 in the bottom of the third inning. Simeon just flied out, but he hit it well. 98-mile-an-hour exit velo. He's seeing it well. Bang Bang up to bat right now. Wyatt Langford as opening day on Thursday here on your home of the Rangers. Pregame at 2:30. First pitch just after 3 o'clock. It's time for a Chuck Wagon as Langford singles to right field. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Zach.
Well, it looks like Rhett Lashley has announced that SMU's not holding a spring game. They're going to hold an open night scrimmage on April 25th. So I guess they're still scrimmaging, so they're still going to do something, but it's not going to be your traditional spring game as SMU is the latest team to join that. And I just saw that, hey, the Hawk Tua girl, Haley Welch, getting a documentary made about her. She's been in hiding, I guess. I mean, we haven't really seen much about her ever since that crypto debacle, where she reached a market cap at nearly $500 million, then it plummets 90% within just a few hours. Then all of a sudden, she's gone into hiding. But according to Deadline, this documentary is being produced by Bungalow Media and Entertainment. You ever heard of Bungalow?
I thought you were going somewhere else, but then the Ungalow part you added. So
yeah, I don't know. I mean, this could just be. I've never heard of Bungalow Media, but she said, "I hope."
It sounds. It sounds like a famous place. I need to look this up.
It's probably legit, and I'm sure it's well known. And I'm just very uneducated on the media companies. But she put out an Instagram post that said, "I hope y'all have been enjoying the crazy stories about my life unfold on social media. First, I was dead, then pregnant. Now I'm wanted by Interpol and in jail. Luckily, we've been working with Bungalow to start spilling the tea, and the truth is actually even more bizarre than you think," said Haley Welch.
So this isn't a documentary. This is her making her spin, right?
Yeah, she's trying to do something to like get back out there for her. Like she was crushing it. She's got the podcast. Everything's going great. Then all of a sudden there's this crypto thing, and she totally fell apart. And we haven't seen her. So now this is like the comeback. This is the re-release. Rebranding.
I would say you just disappear. There's a lot of rug pulls in crypto every day, and you might just be able to get away if you can get people to forget about you.
Yeah, just stay quiet.
Yeah,
that's coming from a veteran in the game.
Go to a desert island. You're done.
We've all been rug pulled before, right?
I have several times.
Couple times.
Yes.
My gosh.
I can't. I mean, I guess, is there going to be a market for this? Do people care enough to sit down and watch this?
I don't, but I'm sure people must, or else they wouldn't be putting money to do this.
She got her 15 minutes of fame because people were interested in her stupidity.
Yeah, like people 25 and under right now would probably think it's hilarious.
They're probably very intrigued about what happened. I mean,
got nothing
people clearly wanted to hear and listen to what she had to say. Her podcast shot up to #1 immediately as soon as she did it. So
talk to her.
People were interested. Yeah, maybe
boosting the numbies.
Her and Bobby, whatever the other one is.
Althoff.
Yeah. Weird stuff there. Bad news, Jordan Montgomery, Tommy John. That stinks.
Monty.
Lefty got us. Man, Monty, he's going to be Dunsky. So we can't, that dream of maybe trading for him if you're having issues, not going to be able to go get our guy Jordan Montgomery anymore.
At least they didn't trade for him. Silver lining.
Silver lining. You're right.
Could you imagine traded for him last week?
I could have with the luck of the Rangers when it comes to, I could totally have seen something like that happening, and then we're looking at each other like, wait a second, what?
Ray would say, never again.
Tommy John, what the hell? Yeah, never again. Anyway, I guess for that owner in Arizona to have him not pitching for their baseball team, he's probably doing backflips today. So we've had a lot of stuff trying to get smuggled with drugs in them. The latest is limes. We had a bunch of limes that were confiscated in Texas and were seized that had over $2.4 million of methamphetamine that were hidden in the shipments of these big Persian limes. So 960 packages of alleged methamphetamine weighing just under 269 pounds were seized. But I do love the creativity here.
What'd they do?
Putting all the cocaine in the limes?
Did they cut open the limes and then pack it in there with the meth?
They
and then
found
steal
them
it
all.
back up?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened here. And it is pretty amazing, like the creativity to be able to find a way to stuff and then reseal all of these fruits. You know, I would think that there's no way that you're going to be able to do this. But these drug dealers, man, they're trying to find all kinds of loopholes and ways to work around this. I think, it's terrible, but brilliant.
There's money to be made. I mean, they're on meth. There's the internet. You can't even imagine the kind of wormholes you would go down.
Almost $3.7 million worth of cocaine. The tractor trailer and the driver were all turned over to the Roma Police Department, who initiated a criminal investigation. Now, the next level thing would be you break into the Roma Police Department.
There you go.
Now you find a way to take it all back.
Oh, get the evidence before the rats do.
Yeah. What does the Roma Police Department do with this? Yeah, because you don't want the cocaine rats. You just burn this?
I feel like they just keep it for like a long time.
Just have $3.7 million worth of cocaine. Like, I would think that if people know about this, clearly they do. Like, this is a public story.
You might use it for stings. For undercover
like
operations.
Stuff. That's smart.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And then you need a lime.
I saw something the other day where, because it reminded me of what happened in my truck, when they took the engine out of it and they stole it.
Yeah.
I saw this deal the other day that now they're having a problem down in Houston that their cars are being stolen and then they're going to these chop shops and the parts are being sold and and the people who are stealing them are buying, like the police department comes and picks up the gutted cars.
Okay.
And they sell the gutted cars or take them to an auction. And the people who are stealing the cars are going back and buying the cars and, keeping the parts and then putting the cars back together. And the car has a clean title to it. It's not listed as a stolen car anymore.
Genius.
Damn.
Wow. Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
That is
so
nuts.
you take all the parts off it, leave the car body, then buy the car body back for a lot less, but the car's completely clean.
High IQ thievery.
Yeah.
Man,
look at that.
Those are the guys you got to be worried about, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where they have the ingenuity factor.
Dude, that's unbelievable.
Was that a DeGrom dong that just got sent? Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Son of a gun.
It's all right. No need to hear about this negative stuff. Just gonna pretend that didn't happen.
It's just 3-1 right now. The
No
Rangers
big
not
deal.
winning.
He's just working some things out.
Still spring training for everyone.
Not a biggie. Get the home run ball out now. Right, that's what we're looking for. James Colsey, he's the head football coach at Florida A&M. He took over for Willie Simmons after he left to be the running backs coach for Manny Diaz and Duke. Went 7-5 his first season, made $250K in the process. But apparently $250K in Florida doesn't get you as far as it used to. So he is moonlighting with the side job. He's 50 years old. So this guy, who is a head football coach in college football, is also a home plate umpire for a top 25 NCAA Division I softball game. He was just doing it for Auburn and Mississippi State that was aired on ESPN, and they featured him. So not only is he a head football coach in college, he's also side hustling as a home plate umpire in college baseball. That's unbelievable.
That's all time busy right there.
That's crazy.
Because if you're doing the recruiting, like being a head football coach in college football is like extremely taxing in terms of how much time you have to spend.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
Still getting the umping in. That guy, that's a hungry dog.
That's
right there.
unreal. Right,
I love
there.
that.
And I feel for him because now, after we played that audio last week of that poor guy getting hit in the gonads, you better be careful back there at home plate, bro. He better be wearing a cup.
I would definitely do that.
You better be protecting those family jewels.
I'd always want one of those big pads you held like a shield. Remember those, like back in the day, in Little League and stuff?
Yeah.
I as a big leaguer, I want to go out there prepared.
Yeah. I'm anything I can wear.
Well, thank you. Well, Chuck Wagon here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Ross Lubinsky.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Well, just as you said, it's time for G-Bag of the day, so let's cue the music. G-Bag of the day time, everyone. You know what that means, all the Tolos out there. We do it every day here on the G-Bag Nation at 2:30, where we always play the best of the clips, whether it's the best of the day, best of the weekend, doesn't matter. If you like it, send it our way, and assuming it's clear to air over the radio, we'll play it. But as always, for G-Bag of the day, we start with our winner from yesterday, which has the G-Bag Nation guys getting a little distracted.
And his sleep schedule has to be out of whack. He's on roofs by day. He's at the mic by night. He's flying home, probably getting a second helping of McDonald's after the initial 6 o'clock run through the drive-through,
crushing it,
and still, looking respectable.
Yeah. How about this gal?
It all goes to his head.
It does. How about this gal at Iowa State, though? How many McDonald's meals a day you think she's getting?
Oh, no.
I thought I saw Kendrick Perkins playing earlier. Was that somebody else?
No, she's a good player.
She was just on Lucius's screen over here. They're covering her in the pregame.
They had to go with a wide shot.
They covered her.
There are some big girls out here that got skills and fancy feet. Her and the gal at Washington. Bro.
Nice save.
Nice save here, Gavin. Close it with the compliments, man.
Good
Dancing
spin moves.
bear.
Good spin moves. Great balance.
We love the big man player,
Absolutely.
The hefty man.
Yep.
We appreciate the hefty female just as much, getting it done as a great athlete.
Yeah.
Man, I tell you what, playing basketball growing up, one of the worst things you could see was the big man who just commanded a radius around him. You couldn't get the ball. I mean, he's holding it. You can't reach it, right? His gut is just like, nope.
Yep.
Right? And then he spins on you and hits a little fadeaway without ever jumping, right?
Yeah.
He's getting rebounds. He's like, now mind you, he's 5'11", okay?
Right.
Just killing it in the post.
Just sweating all over you.
Yep, that's the equivalent at Iowa State right now, Ross.
Big man with touch is a scary man to deal with.
Yeah.
Man, I don't doubt it. So, are y'all big TikTok users, perchance?
Yes.
Broadus is for sure.
Okay.
I'll dabble in the TikToks.
So, Broadus, have you been seeing this recent trend going around where apparently all of these folks have Italian dads and they are just lighting them up, pranking them by being like basically just constantly going like, nuh-uh. Well, this is a full trend right now. And my goodness, this one son got his dad a little peeved.
Last night, I told you I needed to go to Home Depot to get me 20 bags of salt.
Nuh-uh.
Yaha! Yaha! I told you last night, you said okay.
No, you didn't.
I told you last night I need 20 bags of salt.
20 bags is crazy.
Are is that crazy? I do it all the time. I asked you. I told you last night. You said okay. Remind me in the morning. Well, here we are, and you get. What do you mean, nah? What is that bull?
Didn't.
What are you talking about? You drive me crazy every day. It's every day with you. Stop saying nah. Go get the salt.
Why can't you grab it?
Because I gotta go to work. You got nothing to do.
He goes, nah.
Bull. I don't do nothing. You do nothing. All you do is sleep. Eat.
That's a good bit. I
That is
understand
a
why
good
that's
bit.
going viral.
That is a very
that's gonna
good
pull
bit.
the
Yep.
parents' offsides for sure.
Very well executed.
Yep.
Expert trolling. And the voice of a kid who's never been hit, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, how could you be that confident?
For sure.
Woo.
That dad sounds.
Yeah.
He has the voice of a dad who's definitely hit his
Yes,
son
yeah,
before.
yeah.
But
I
for
mean-
whatever reason, his son has no fear.
I got
Maybe the son's
PTSD
bigger
just
now.
listening to that.
Yeah.
I was like, no, when's the smack coming? That's when you need one of your siblings to run around and be like, no, listen, it's cool. Stop talking.
Yeah, it's enough.
Yeah.
It's over.
All right, so a very recent one, in fact, just from y'all's show yesterday, had to include this because when y'all had our own Jared Sandler on, y'all were talking about the large-sized burrito they now sell at the ballpark, and that led to a pretty interesting conversation.
boomstick burrito looks pretty impressive, though. I'd like to take that down. I think we're going to get a chance on Thursday, opening day, to take that down. So I don't know. I mean, how many inches do you think you could take of that, Chief?
Well, I mean, I did in 3 hours' time. I did the 2-foot boomstick burger. I guess it was a couple of years ago now. So if you give me a couple 2 or 3 hours, I think I could put the whole thing down. But in one sitting, I feel good about the first 12 inches.
Who do you think can take down the most inches of the station?
I mean, I don't want to be braggadocious or whatever, but I think I'm leading the charge on that. I'm certainly the favorite.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Walter could be up there.
That's a 3.5 pound thing, right, Jared? Is that what we're looking at?
It is 3.5 pounds.
Yeah, I was told 3.5 pounds. How bizarre is that? My
Crazy.
goodness.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, I would do that like a breakfast burrito. That would be really appealing to me. You give me 24 inches of bacon, sausage, egg, cheese, hash brown.
Yes.
Maybe throw a little salsa on there. Yes. I would take that bad boy down.
Who do you think can take the most inches at the station? I don't want to be braggadocious, but I think I could take at least 12 inches.
I gave you some credit as well.
Yeah,
I feel like you could hold your own.
Jared's line, that sounds about right. Also, sending it to higher levels.
Oh, no.
This is a champ and two very good challengers, Ross.
Yeah.
Are you ready for us to vote?
Yeah, let's do it. Because the last one I have is like a minute and a half. We'll push it to tomorrow.
Perfect.
Push it to the limit, Ross.
I'm going to go with the boomstickerito bit there with Sands and Chief.
I'm going with the TikTok dad.
Italian dad. Lubinsky.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the boomstick as well.
We'll check.
Give me 12 inches.
Brian, we have a tie. You prepared to break it?
Go ahead. You want to vote for me?
No.
Boomstick.
Boomstick by a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Congratulations to Jared Sandler, who's going to join us coming up in 2 hours, by the way, the 4:40 seg. We'll recap today's game and all the big Rangers news items. If you missed it, Josh Young is dealing with a neck today, so he did not play. Chief, what are we doing next?
What's trending on a Tuesday? We have your sports quote of the day. We have a weird finger injury in the world of baseball and a Steph Curry ball sacking next year in the nation.
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Ross Lebinsky in for Lucius. Jonah Heim up to bat. Rangers trailing 3-1, bottom of 4. DeGrom got hit around just a little bit there. So they're in a hole, but they do have runners on first and second. Kevin Pillar with a double. Here's the Chief with some sports fun.
Pillar's been getting on base, man, versus a lefty. That's encouraging. Now, yesterday, Wolchuk, I mentioned to the fellas that on Saturday at Zero's wedding, we had the seating arrangements allowed for there to be a Wolchuk sandwich with Babe Laufenberg and Brad Sham as the buns.
Right.
Told them you had a spectacular time, and they were pretty impressed with the seating arrangements. I told them we were dead balls last in the buffet line, but it worked out when we wanted to double up on the food.
That did work out. Yeah, you did mention, like, hey, give me double of everything.
Yeah. So
and then it went back, I think, for seconds.
But I feel like that was probably the coolest part of your weekend, right?
It was great.
Just as we look back, and you're fighting through allergies right now, obviously.
It was a highlight. Yeah, I mean, I also slept on the couch last night because wifey's sick, so she doesn't want to be anywhere near me right now, which is okay. I'm cool with that, but it wasn't the best night's sleep.
Yeah. Oh no, the couch.
How'd
will
the
get
first
you.
day of
you dropped her off at daycare?
Yeah, I dropped Eliza off at daycare today. I'll find out probably in about an hour or so. So far, I haven't gotten any negative updates, so I think she's been pretty good.
There we go.
That's the Eliza.
So
we
far,
know and
so
love.
good. I mean, she was already looked like happy as a clam when I left her. So we'll see.
She's battle tested, dude.
She's a badass, man. I mean, she's really been a pretty easy baby, minus the whole coming 2 months early there.
Obviously,
that was a bit of a scare.
Yeah,
but otherwise, ever since we've got her home, she's been fantastic.
She's a warrior in every way. So is our guy Amir Khan, aka Aura, the student manager for McNeese State basketball. And
Shame he had a small run.
We didn't give him the tip of the cap yesterday that he probably deserved. I just want to show some love to him as his legendary run comes to an end. This is the first of its kind when you have a student manager not playing a single second, but help lead his program to their first ever tournament win. Absolute viral sensation. I saw him hanging out with Spike Lee. He's got like 6 figures in sponsorship money. It ended up being like double-digit NIL deals. He's got the cheerleaders wearing his face on their socks, on his face on their shirts. Like, he is certified. He's got like his own clothing line. He's got Aura on the back of his clothes now because that's what he's referred to as. Like, this guy's an all-timer. I would like to think he's going to follow Will Wade to NC State.
That's what I was asking. Is he going to be part of the program going to Wolfpack?
This guy has a job forever. He's clearly a minister of culture. Will Wade will take Aura under his wing. And at some point, Aura is going to take Will Wade under his wing.
That's right. I just don't know who he's most connected to. Is it Will Wade or is it the university? Because I'd create a bidding war to keep that guy around. We're going to create a role for you if there's not a title you don't slide into. I'm firing people to keep this guy.
Yeah, your presence means something.
Vibes like that are valuable. You know, he's a showman, part of the presentation, increases fan engagement. We can't let this guy out the door.
We name him marketing director there at McNeese, can't we?
There we go. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
You know, video coordinator.
Mayor
I
of
don't
Lake
care.
Charles. What do you want to? Yeah.
I don't care what his job title has to be, but he's not leaving.
Might be the next Eric Spoelstra. Video guy, marketing guy, video guy.
Ends up making it all the way up.
Coach of the Miami Heat.
Could be like Nate from Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso. There you go.
Well, I hope he doesn't have a full heel turn.
No. Well, I mean, hey, he ends up going back and being the coach of his hometown team.
I didn't even realize that part. Yeah. I just remember him being kind of a nemesis bleep hole.
He was a nemesis bleep hole, and then it kind of got positive.
Okay, I didn't finish through. I gave up on Ted Lasso at some point.
He circled back and was a good guy.
We have what do you guys what's most synonymous to you when I just say the words Doc Rivers?
3-1.
Bad voice.
His voice. Yeah. 3-1. Okay, those are all. Everybody's getting points here for the record. Wolchuk just so happened to get the answer 100% correct. The 3-1
basketball guy of the day.
That is Doc Rivers.
Screw you, Brian.
He's the rare champion who's more synonymous with losing than being a champion.
Oh, okay.
And
he did get that one championship.
He did. He got that one. Thanks
and
to
all of those Celtics players will let you know about it.
That's true. Yeah,
true. Kendrick Perkins made a living off it.
Well, Doc Rivers is quoted in Mark J. Spears' recent article. And they reference the 3-1 stuff and how it smeared his legacy. This is your sports quote of the day. Doc Rivers saying, no one tells a real story. I'm fine with that. It's unfair in some ways. I don't get enough credit for getting the 3 wins. I get credit for losing. I always say, what if we had lost to Houston in 6 instead of 7? No one cares. One of the things that I'm proud of is we've never been swept. All the coaches have been swept in the playoffs. My teams achieve.
Glass half full.
You can't say that out loud. You got to keep that. You can't. You
He
can't
says,
say that.
I don't get enough credit for the 3 wins in the series where I end up blowing a 3-1 lead. That is where Doc Rivers is at this stage.
You don't go back and look at like, oh, how
I'm
you
impressed,
just remember who
dude.
won.
Nice work, Doc. That's how you get your. That's going to be the Hawk Tua documentary that you were talking about earlier. It's going to be quotes like that about how she deserves credit for even trying to start, a local business or whatever the hell. And then, yes, of course, everybody got frauded. But what about the good parts? I can't believe he said that. That's hilarious, Doc Rivers.
Dude, you can't say that.
There's nothing worse than a biased autobiography framed as a documentary.
Right.
And I'm staring right at you, Last Dance. Oh.
Shots fired.
Don't you come after the GOAT like that. What about the middle finger injury in baseball? What are you about?
Heim just got run on.
Rocker gave up a single.
Rocker's on the bump.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was a good pitch and a decent throw, but it was a little late. Good running success there. I don't think he'd have had him even if Simeon had made the play.
Phillies pitcher Matt Strahm, he was a late scratch to one of their recent games, and it was a middle finger injury. And they were like, what's going on here?
On the turnpike, he gave it to somebody?
The update is that he was packing his daughter's toys in a box and jammed the cardboard between his nail and finger.
Ooh, I believe it.
He's apparently had a couple of packing injuries this spring, and now he's ready to just really hunker down into whatever new place they're moving into because this dude has hazards packing. He's alleging that he's lashing out at the toys of his own daughter for getting under his fingernails in a way that prevented him from pitching and doing his job.
It is frustrating. You get some of these toys, and they are like strapped in there 15 different ways. You got to peel back one layer of cardboard, screw them off in the back, and tie things.
Yeah, that zip tie thing that's bolted down. What's up with that now?
See?
The zip tie stuff is extremely annoying.
I've had to get a screwdriver out.
Really?
The zip tie thing and the hard plastic casing over.
Yeah, the hard. Yeah, you're just having to.
What's up with that?
Rip it and then crap goes everywhere.
What are we doing on that? What are we trying to protect?
It's frustrating.
Must be shoplifter prevention. They don't want you to
looks like to me
they store and just pocket them.
Looks like they just kind of let you walk out of the store with stuff nowadays, right? You load up your cart and just, hey.
That has happened.
See ya.
Hey, we all deserve a pat on the back, though, for not running with the very believable video of Steph Curry doing the full court from the tunnel, one-handed launch as a swish into the opposite goal, like 100 feet or whatever it is.
Oh, that didn't happen?
See, and we didn't talk about it because I think it happened like on Friday or something. It was late last week, and I wasn't, because you see those old videos. It was like, I think LeBron had some commercials or something where it's like full court. They look like they're barely shooting.
That's McDonald's, him and Larry Bird. That was him and Magic Johnson, right?
It didn't pass the sniff test for me or you guys.
Off?
Clearly,
yeah.
Now we have the alternate angle, and it's been proven that Steph Curry, in fact, missed the viral 100-foot shot with one arm from the tunnel the other day.
It was too good to
now,
be true.
it was really, and it's not to say that it wasn't impressive because it was, and it is, because it was right there, but it didn't actually get in the hoop for the swish. It just grazed the net coming down, so it didn't actually make it in. And the alternate angle, you can now see that. But it's amazing how why didn't the alternate angle come out the same day as the initial one?
I don't know.
They wanted to build this ball sack up to trap us, guys like us, run with it.
Yep.
But we stayed true to ourselves.
Luckily, our spidey senses were firing hard on that one. Just didn't seem right for the audience, We want you guys to know you can trust us.
That's right.
Like the video, please.
Not even that good.
You guys deserve better. And then how about this for a Tuesday headline? California surfer hospitalized after being stalked by demonic sea lion, likely poisoned by toxic algae. This is in Oxnard, bro.
Okay.
This is a California surfer enjoying himself on the water.
Oxnard.
All of a sudden, there is what feels like a rabid sea lion that's trying to attack him. And
Yeah.
these are usually these guys are usually fun, right?
Yeah.
In
They
general,
got to get nasty
pretty
now to
playful.
fight the sea whales.
Well, apparently
Unless
now
they're at Sea
Got a
World.
rabid one.
So
Killer whales
this
are out
sea
there.
lion bit this dude right there on the butt cheek, and this dude had to go to the hospital and everything. Like it ended up being,
Rabies?
Yeah.
I don't know. They're assuming or they're thinking that it's toxicity in the algae that is making these animals really aggressive. So you're getting a sea lion that now is roid-raged up, and he's no longer the fun sea lion floating around on a surfing Saturday. He's now attacking you and biting your butt cheek.
Wow, that might be a game ender if you're out there surfing. Seal's going to come after you.
You can't trust
Through your
any of these
wetsuit,
animals.
right, huh?
How crazy is that, though? Toxic algae making friendly animals rabid.
Might have to go surfing with your Glock.
Yeah.
Find a nice little waterproof holster.
We need a word with Aquaman.
Just tap him out there.
I don't think Broadus is going to be able to do his traditional Oxnard skinny dipping.
That's tough, Brian.
In the Pacific.
To survive.
I ain't gonna get bit by a sea lion.
I know you
Kidding
and
me?
Jason Garrett used to love going out there together.
Yeah.
You confided me one time.
A couple of dudes being bros.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Coming up next, NFL News of the Daytime. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got early retirement talk. Cocky Cam and Brady opening up about divorce. What's next?
Commercial-free G-Bags.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It's time for an edition of the NFL News of the Day. Here he is, Wolchuk.
All right, Cam Ward at his pro day yesterday went up to the Tennessee Titans, said, I'm solidifying it today. They finally got to see me throw in person. That should be all that they need to see. Cocky Cam Ward is in the building as he is probably going number 1 overall. He is the best quarterback in the draft, according to many, including myself. Now, the Tennessee Titans are very open to taking Cam Ward. They're going to now hold an additional private workout and throwing session with him. Adam Schefter said that they're also still listening to offers, though, for their first pick. But it's now, after seeing him throw, going to take an even stronger package.
There you go.
For the Titans to move down.
Who's got the strongest? Who's ready to bring it?
How strong a package are you ready to throw?
I just feel like Cam Ward has to be a little, because what did you say the quote was? This should be all they need to see.
I'm solidifying it.
And then they're calling him back for more.
Yeah, they want more.
It's like, so he didn't
does he reject it? Do they say like, maybe the next time they meet, it's just more conversing. It's conversational. Maybe we're putting it's one-on-one. Everyone's here. This is now just us in a room together.
Maybe a little whiteboard action.
Maybe they actually ask him to run some of their plays.
Maybe they bring Will Levis into the meeting just to tell Cam Ward what not to do.
Yeah. Hey, dude, don't be putting mayonnaise in your coffee because now you're going to be turning the ball over left and right like Will Levis. Sticky fingers, slippery fingers. Man, I made some tuna last night. I put way too much mayo in that. Hate when I overdo the mayo.
Yeah.
I need to tell myself that I can always add more. I can't go back and I can't take the mayo out.
No, you can't.
Made it too wet?
It was wet as hell.
Do you combat
Normally
it?
That's not a problem. This was a slippery slope.
You combat it with some mustard?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. Some relish.
You have to. And a little relish in there. There you go.
But goodness gracious, golly, it was a bit soupy on me.
Canned tuna,
little soupy, yeah.
Were you just eating it out of the bowl, or
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, good for you, man. That's some lean Studley type protein. Until of course you douse it in mayonnaise.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, it was avocado mayo.
There you go.
It's like the Chosen Farms or whatever, the one that's supposed to be. I mean, it's expensive as hell.
It's expensive as hell.
And normally I put a little bit, not enough, and so this time I overdid it, and it was just too much. But I don't think Will Levis, there's probably not too much mayo he could put in there. I think for Cam Ward, before we got a conclusion, I'm booking it. He's number 1 to the Titans. I don't think we're going to get a trade.
You're solidified in Cam Ward.
I'm solidified. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with after him. Shador to the Giants makes a lot of sense to me. I know we've had Adam Schefter who's been adding and talking about that it just makes sense. There's a lot of smoke around it, but he's kind of been built for this. He's been raised, performing under the bright lights, the big city. I could see it happening. I could too. Now, we had a Tannenbaum mock that came out today. Where's Tannenbaum on your list of guys that you actually trust?
Mike.
He can be creative too.
I like Mike.
Sometimes he thinks outside the box and he'll throw you something that not everybody else is doing.
Mm-hmm.
So he was GM for every team. Now he indeed did take Cam Ward number 1 to the Titans. Travis Hunter goes to Cleveland. Now I was listening to some Cleveland sports and they'd be ticked. They're like, if we don't take Shador Sanders, I don't know why in the world we're taking anything but a quarterback. I guess Cleveland fans just keep taking a quarterback until we find one that eventually works over and over and over again. But hey, they take Travis here. Shador goes 3. How about Membu? Armand Membu.
He is the guy that has risen up the boards. There are guys that have dropped in the draft, the Scortons and guys like that. Even Will Johnsons and guys like that have dropped.
Ted McMillan.
From the top, from guys that were in the top 4 or 5. Membu was like a guy that probably was at the bottom of the board.
Crazy.
In the bottom of his first round and has fought his way into being a top maybe 7 pick.
Goes 4 here to New England. Offensive tackle / guard out of Mizzou. And then Abdul Carter falls all the way to 5 to Jacksonville.
Okay, I'll ask you guys this question. Because we've talked about a scenario where if we get to 5, you're looking at your 2nd round pick and a 5th round pick to get to 5. Would you go do it for Abdul Carter?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd have to consider it.
Elite pass rushers make the defense go round.
What are you giving up?
A 2 and a 5.
Plus 12.
Well, you're just,
Dang.
you're basically.
You swap it and go
You're
2-5.
swapping,
Yeah, I'd have to consider it. Abdul Carter's
Definitely would
few
consider it.
studs. Absolute studs. Now, I know, like,
What's
I'd like
the
to get
injury situation, injury and personality stuff.
They say that maybe more of a diva than
he's probably going to be tough to deal with
than our guy Micah Parsons.
But maybe him and Micah together. I mean, again, that could flourish, or that could end up just being awful and backfire on you. We'll see. Now, Abdul Carter's also saying that I'm going to be the number 1 overall pick. Don't let this quarterback talk fool y'all. They already know who's the best, and no quarterbacks in that discussion. Like I said, the best player goes number 1.
That's good engagement farming. This is a great time to grow your brand. The world is hungry for NFL news. You say stuff like that, everybody that talks draft is talking about you for another day.
Yep. And, he's doing a good job of that, as you mentioned. Keep your name in the news there.
But there's no way you pass on Cam Ward.
No, you don't pass
Has the potential to be special.
You don't
End
do
of
that.
story.
You don't do that. He's not going to go.
We're not projecting Mitch Trubisky is going to be a good quarterback here. It's a guy with an amazing talent.
Genty 6 to the Raiders. That seems like everyone's putting that now. That's the new lock. Campbell to the Jets. You go to the Cowboys pick here. Tet McMillan. Tet McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona, goes 12 overall to your Dallas Cowboys, according to Mike Tannenbaum, former general manager with the Jets. McMillan.
The only thing wrong with that is he should wear the 88s and throw up the X because he plays a lot like Dez.
He does. When you talk about somebody that doesn't have a lot of separation, angry, violent runner after the catch, the size, I could see that.
Catch radius goes up spinning majestically.
It's beautiful watching him catch the football.
Can you give me the 4 picks after that, please?
4 picks after. Okay, 13 Dolphins take Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State.
Okay.
14 Colts take Tyler Warren, Penn State tight end.
Okay.
15 Atlanta Falcons taking Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan.
A good player.
And then the Cardinals take Matthew Golden, wide receiver out of Texas at 16.
All right, the determination here, guys, for us is going to be whether we're going to take Ted or we're going to take Golden.
I don't think it's even a conversation for me.
Well, it's not for you, but it's the conversation for them.
Yeah, and that's going to be, I think, one of those things that feels inevitable now. If the Cowboys are not as in love with McMillan as most people are.
Yeah.
I know there's a couple people in that building that definitely have him as the wide receiver 1. Ted McMillan.
That's what I'm saying. That's where this thing is going to come down to at 12.
Yeah.
It's not going to it's going to be if you're going to take an offensive player, because the way everything looks out right now, Genty's probably off the board. So you're probably looking as a wide receiver right there.
Yeah,
so
if you're going offense.
So if
absolutely.
you're the Cowboys, you have to determine if you want to take McMillan or you want to take Golden. That's where it's going to come down to for them. Because they're not going to take Luther Burden. It doesn't sound like that.
No.
And you don't think they like anybody defensively there as much?
I think they might like Egbuka more than Golden. Egbuka might be in the conversation there.
All right. But you would still go McMillan, right?
Yeah.
And so would Broadus.
I haven't heard that.
You haven't heard that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think that it could be, and it's some. Like, this could be different opinions in the room.
Mm-hmm.
It could be Tet, Egbuka, Golden. 1, 2, 3.
Aren't you
Burden, I think, is 4.
Aren't you going to get in trouble like betting on the speed instead of the better college player? I mean, Matthew Golden is very intriguing if that comes together.
Oh, no, he's absolutely. I have no problem with Golden. I have absolutely no problem with Golden if that's who they're looking at right now.
It just seems like his profile has raised significantly since the combine and this crossover past Tet McMillan. That's not what everybody was saying before he ran the time that he ran.
He's a 4.51 guy, 4.52. Okay. So yeah, I could say
speed.
The way I would have it on my board would be I would have it because I don't think they'll take Burden. As I said it again, I have it McMillan, and then I have Egbuka, then I have Golden. But I think for them, they probably like Golden a lot.
Didn't Golden run a 4.29?
He sure did.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
you're going to project that's going downfield, but turning on and watching him in college, it doesn't seem like a very polished guy.
Yeah, the route running for him, he could improve a little bit, but he is a big play type of guy.
But you got to understand,
in big moments.
You got to understand if you watch Texas offense a little bit, it's all this screens and drags, and it's there's occasional down the field, and it's probably because of their quarterback.
Gotcha.
But they throw it seems like you look up. I mean, the number of screens that these receivers catch it's hard to project Golden. I mean, he does make plays down the field, but not like you would think.
Yeah.
Not like you think, oh, man, look, a guy can run 4.29. They're taking advantage of him. No, the scheme really kind of is around the quarterback who just is kind of an underneath thrower.
Yeah, the production, it's not even close. Matthew Golden and Ted McMillan. And McMillan, I don't think, ever played with a quarterback that was anywhere near as good as Quinn Ewers. So I don't think that it's close, in my opinion. But, hey, the Cowboys are going to do what they want to do. Maybe they do. Maybe they do like Golden.
I mean, me personally, I would absolutely love it if it came down to Ibuka and McMillan.
Yeah.
But,
hey, I mean, Matthew Golden's a good player. Hopefully he ends up being good, but at 12, man, I'd be stunned. I'd be stunned if you go Golden over McMillan. Now, you did bring up Luther Burden, so Eli Drinkwitz, because we've been hearing like some stuff about
they're having to defend the kid now. Yeah.
So here was Eli Drinkwitz on with Kay Adams, and he comes down and really stands on the podium for his guy.
Oh, 1 sec, my bad.
Oh, you're good, Russ.
All right, there we go.
And then when you talk about Luther Burden, I'm jumping the gun here, Kay, but his competitive spirit, competitive toughness, if you're a program that maybe hasn't been to the NFL playoffs the way you want to, and you're trying to rebuild, this guy's already done that at the University of Missouri. He came when nobody else thought he should. He came when it wasn't exactly sunshine and rainbows, and he made it into that. He's an elite player that can take over a game. He's a guy that when the ball is in his hands, he has a stubborn refusal to get tackled, and especially in a league that doesn't, I'm not going to say they don't tackle, but not everybody's out there trying to tackle people. He's going to run through a lot of arm tackles. He's going to run through guys who do not have a mentality that we're going to bring him to the ground, and his competitive spirit. So, again, maybe you're solid on the offensive line and you've got a really good quarterback. You better find a way to get that ball in the end zone. And Luther Burden, they call him Touchdown Luther. I mean, I don't know what else you need to be called in order for you to get drafted in the first round.
It's pretty good praise right there for your head coach. And the tape's great with him, but he's also one, he just kind of scares me a little bit with his size on the outside. Like for a guy that's all about like just, hey, I'm just going to throw it out to you, kind of a bubble screen, I'm going to catch it and run. And now in the open field, like he is an absolute monster with the ball in his hands. But I just, like, I see Golden better, Ibuka better, Ted McMillan better, and then Burden for me would be wide receiver 4. If I'm not including Travis Hunter in the wide receiver rankings. But Eli Drinkwitz, high praise there for his guy at wide receiver.
And that's what you expect, right, from the coach. I remember when Brian Kelly was talking about one of his quarterbacks that was Deshaun Kaiser.
Yes.
Was it
Kaiser at Notre Dame? I think it was. And he was like, oh my gosh, he's like Michael Jordan.
It was before the draft. And he was underselling the heck out of him. It was like, I actually appreciate the honesty there from Brian Kelly, because Drinkowitz is acting like he would take Burden number 1 overall.
Now he probably does love Burden because he's right. I mean, he did come in there and help him turn around the program, but I don't know. He's just not my cup of tea compared to others, but other teams could have Burden as their wide receiver 1. That's the beauty of the NFL draft right now. You never really know what the deal is. Okay. Yep, go for it.
Sorry. As a coach in that situation, though, I'm saying all this stuff. I'm getting the clips, and I'm sending that to recruits. This is how I'm going to do you.
Exactly.
When you're leaving.
Yeah, it's a good look for him.
I'm taking care of my guys.
It's a really good look for him.
That Burden guy actually sucks, believe me. I wouldn't touch him.
Trust me. He was a pain in the ass to deal with. I'm so happy he's out of the program. Stephon Diggs got some positive news, the ACL recovery. He left the Patriots visit last week. We talked about that, went in, but he is now running full speed 5 months after tearing his ACL. So he is looking good, progressing very, very well as he continues to rehab. He's a free agent. The longer he stays out there, you're going to keep hearing the rumors, hey, maybe he links up with his broski here in Dallas. But either way, positive news for any team that wants to bring in Stephon Diggs. I did see that, Dane Brugler put out Isaiah Bond at Texas Pro Day today. Bless you, Gavin. Just ran a 4.35. So he ran the 4.39 at the Combine up to a 4.35. Still nowhere near trying to break what his former teammate Xavier Worthy did. Well, they didn't play together, but former Texas Longhorn Xavier Worthy did last year, setting the record. But 4.35, not too shabby for Isaiah Bond. And then the last thing here, Puka Nacua. He's 23 years old right now. Came into the NFL at 21. Here he was on the Join the Lobby podcast, and he's not one that wants to play too late in his career.
I want to retire at the age of 30.
I'm 23 right now. I'm going into year 3. I think of Aaron Donald like, man, like to go out at the top, I think it would be super cool, but then also be like, yo, like I want to have a big family, just like I want to have at least a starting 5. I'm like, I came from a big family, so I'm like, I need 5 boys. I need 5 boys for sure.
That's cool.
But also be like, man, I want to be able to like be a part of their lives and like be as active as I can with them. So I'm like, I don't want to be. The injuries are something that you can't control part of the game. So like, oh man, like you never know. Hopefully like the rest of their career go healthy, but like, man, you have shoulder surgery, you have knee surgery, you have ankle, and be like, yo, like by the time my kids could be 18, I'm like, I could be barely walking if I like if you play the game and like you sustain all the injuries and stuff like that. But I want to retire early.
I mean, he got to the NFL very early, young man to be going into year 3 already. I guess that would be a 9 or 10 year career. He would probably get at least 2 good contracts and maybe a third. Might make sense for him. At 31 years old, going on 32, Amari Cooper is kind of Dunsky, at least as a premium free agent option. Where's Stephon Diggs at 31 years old? We do see guys play till 34, 35 at a decent level, but more often than not, like 30 is getting close to the end for most of them. At least
we start looking at 30s like, okay, yeah, that's the downhill phase. So for Puka, not a bad plan. You still have 7 good years ahead of you.
Yeah. But if he can still play when he gets there, I don't know how you turn down the more money.
He might not. Like, it's easy to say now, but until you're in the position and you still feel like you can play, he might end up looking ahead and reassessing that.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. NFL News of the Day is in the books. Where are the Cowboys in the post-free agent power rankings? We have that and more NFL News of the Day coming up next in the nation.
Inside info about the Cowboys and the upcoming NFL Draft. It's Love of the Star, DFW's top Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, and Zach Wolchuk on the Odyssey app presented by Comerica or wherever your podcasts are found. From your home of the Cowboys, The Fan.
All right, back with you. Let's talk Trajan Wealth, shall we? That's TRAJA. And don't waste your time messing around with anybody else. Put the ball in your court. Call Trajan Wealth today. Set up a free consultation. Number to call 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. You can also go check them out online, TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth.com. And in Frisco, Arlington, South Lake, Fort Worth, and McKinney, Eric.
That's right. Trajan Wealth is just around the corner, and that's why you need to schedule that free no-obligation consultation.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
One's low for those reasons, Chief. How about you?
I get what you're saying. I think they're, if everything goes appropriately, they could be maybe closer to 12 or something like that. But they're the unknown of Dak right now with the health and what type of version you're going to get. You're going to have everybody's going to be learning a new offense. They're going to be learning a new defense, and who knows? Are they going to have now 3 years in a row where their first round pick's not making an impact? God help us.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking they are going to get at least like 700 yards out of a rookie wide receiver. I assume they're taking one at 12. If that's a bust, Ola, then, I think 21's in play. But I'm assuming the second best wide receiver is about to join this team and by far the best running back.
And they're going to need every bit of that.
Need everything.
Yeah. And defensively right now, I still think that your run defense is going to be getting clobbered. Your corners outside of Deron Bland are likely to be getting clobbered. And so, yeah, again, all while everybody's learning a new defense.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The corner situation is pretty thin to start the season. They might have to outscore a couple of teams there while they wait for a rookie to come online and be good enough to do it, or the return of Diggs. According to Dallas Morning News, running back Ashton Jeanty is going to visit the Cowboys April 4th. Frisco Lone Star product was amazing last year. He ran for 2,600 yards, guys.
Just a freak.
29 freaking touchdown. You guys are pretty sure they'd have to trade up to get him, though? He'll be gone?
Seems that way right now.
It appears that's about what's happening ahead of you. People are realizing the more they're digging in on this draft that as we were talking about months ago, he's the surest player on that board, and teams have figured that out. regardless of position. And so it's you go out and you get the whole idea in the first round, and really all the rounds is to go out and draft the best players. And he is clearly one of the best players in this draft.
Saw Daniel Jeremiah tweeting today about how he misses the old days when the Cowboys did bold moves. He's suggesting trading for Travis Hunter. It sounds fun, right? And moving 12 to 5, as Brian has told us, is only a 2 and a 5.
Yeah.
What would that be? That's not New England. The next team
that's Jacksonville. If you go to New England ahead, that would be your the 2, and then probably next year's 3 is what that would be.
I mean, that's exciting if that's realistic. Do you think the Cowboys would have an appetite for that right now?
I talked to Daniel Jeremiah before we went on our show today, and I asked him, I said, hey, are you doing this just to kind of have some fun? Or are you doing this that you've really heard something? He goes, I haven't heard anything other than the Giants and the Patriots are willing to trade out of their spots. So if that's kind of where that would be 3 and 4 are willing to trade out. So, he was making a mention, it'd be fun to see Dallas do this, but this is nothing that he said he's heard substantially that they would do.
So these teams don't feel like Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter are significantly better than what's going to be available at 12?
I guess so.
How do you feel about it?
I would take
worth it.
I would absolutely take both those guys. Sure. Yep.
Yeah, I think you're getting more of a sure thing on a hit, and you're getting more All-Pro Hall of Fame potential in there when it comes to the probabilities. As much as it would hurt to part with a 2, they're probably just going to gamble on some super injured guy with it anyway.
Yeah, that's true. That's what they usually like to do with their second round pick. I'm generally all about just trading down. I think that's, especially in a draft like this, your best bet. But when you say a Travis Hunter that is truly a unicorn type player, and you have otherworldly type ceiling with a player like that, 2-way, all that stuff, I would be interested in doing that. For Abdul Carter, I don't know. I don't know that I'd be willing to do that, to trade up for.
Because you just don't like him as a player? Or
I think you don't like what you've heard about
He's a
him.
really good player, yes, but you're going to come in with potential character concerns and a foot issue.
Sure.
I got too many holes. I'll let somebody else. If you're going to go be a superstar somewhere, that's fine. We've drafted the superstar guy, and it still wasn't enough for us.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not an Abdul Carter away. We've got the better version of Abdul Carter, who's manifested himself into being one of the best in the sport, and it's resulted in not much.
Can you imagine if Abdul Carter hits while Micah is in his prime?
Yeah, that's
the hell you
unbelievable.
Would yeah,
that's what we were hoping for. Like when we talked about trading for a Myles Garrett. You pair 2 of the top 3 to 5 defensive players in football. That'd be incredible. But Travis Hunter would be worth the capital because you might be filling 2 needs right there if you plan to play him at wide receiver and at cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
So are we talking like a diva, like being moody and being a little high maintenance, or are we talking like, legitimate bad guy stuff?
Yeah,
pain in the ass type stuff. Yeah. Well, what do you think? Sure thing? Could he be as better than Micah? Could he be as good as Micah?
He's to me, like, I think Eric makes some excellent points about the foot injury, because that's something this could lead into stress fracture problems, which you dealt with basically with Tank.
Yeah.
You dealt with foot problems in a defensive end. That's something that's never easy. He is going to be on a lot of teams' boards. He's probably going to be in the top 4 players on the boards on a lot. I mean, I would say majority of the teams' boards. So, I mean, there's a lot of people in the league that believe that he is going to be just as good as Micah Parsons.
Yeah. I think for some guys, when they're that damn good, it's hard to be humble, and it's easy to get caught up with what you can get away with.
They had a hard time getting him to do what he needed to do.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. Money can be a motivator. Talent shines through early in careers, but if you are trading up, I would want to have all the boxes checked to that point. So I could definitely be talked out of it.
If we're trading up for Hunter, we got to think about his size.
Sure.
He's a 185-pound guy.
Yeah. But you got 2 bites of the apple here.
That is
he
not.
can do one of them.
Yeah. And you hope he can. I mean, you hope he can. That's the thing about it is, I mean, he is a rare player from that standpoint of it, but you are dealing with a slight player. You're dealing with a guy who is not physically very big. And that could be an issue.
But he's got elite reactions. He's got quickness and speed.
He's got
what it takes.
There's a lot of things about him. He's got the heart of a champion. The way that he's able to play 100 snaps for you every week, and not back down. but he is going to get wore down. This NFL schedule is long, as we all know.
Okay.
And so that's where I think, I'm like saying, I love the player. I just think that if you've got to think about that, the things that could be the problem with him is of how slight he is, his build.
We're in the midst of your Cowboys news of the evening, where we take a look at the top headlines around your Cowboys. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, has a story up about who's poised for a breakout amongst the young Cowboys on this roster. I don't know who you guys would go with. He goes with Maris Leofau, that have 50 tackles and 9 starts last year, two forced fumbles, and says don't bet on Leofau losing his job to either of the two new guys there, Sanborn and Murray. What do you think? Is there another guy who's poised? Could Nealon?
Yeah,
Nealon could.
Nealon could absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Nealon is, it's unfortunate that he got hurt, but because he was starting to kind of figure out how to rush the passer. He was always, his ability to play the run was pretty darn good. He just didn't know how to rush the passer, and he was starting to do that before he got hurt.
This 3-round mock from Inside the Star, Mario Herrera Jr. I wouldn't mind this at all. You guys see this?
No, what is it?
Ted McMillan, and then you get Jahdae Barron at 44. I don't know if you guys could see him falling that far. That would be like your CD Trevon Diggs draft. That was magical. And then Shamar Stewart, Aggies, a tank replacement there in the 3rd round.
I saw a mock. I can't remember whose it was now because we're in mock season. You just got so many freaking mocks all over the place, and you don't know whose is whose. But somebody had Barron going in like the top 8. Maybe going to.
Well, Daniel Jeremiah's got him up there every time he does a mock. He puts him pretty high.
I mean, he's an outstanding player. Yeah. He should be a top 10 to 12 pick in this draft.
But in this scenario, guys, we'd be through day 2 with no runner. You don't think Shamar Stewart's getting the 3rd round?
I mean, all 3 of those guys could be top 15 picks, and he's got them at 1, 2, and 3.
I like what Mario's doing, man.
I mean, look, Shamar Stewart, I'd love him in the 3rd. Like, that's kind of about where when I first watched him, I thought, okay, maybe he should go here. Sure. And then he's an athletic freak, so teams are going to bet on the potential. And you see it. Like, he could be a rare double-digit sack guy, but he also could be like, oh, my gosh, this dude's not really doing anything for me. That'd be like a dream in a world where I could make 3 wishes. That'd be fun. But I don't think that that has any realistic expectations of happening.
Would you be okay with a 5th-round runner? I feel like Brian would be, the way he's talking about these guys. I think you said yesterday you got guys in the 5th round better than Miles Sanders.
Yeah, absolutely I do.
You okay with a 5th-round runner?
I'd prefer to get one earlier, but, I mean, this is definitely one of those drafts where we could come away with a guy that you feel solid about.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation C-Note here. Cowboys news of the evening, every day 3:20 here on The Fan. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, speaking of running backs, let's talk about some superlatives for some of these guys. We'll do that next.
Okay, I have plenty of superlatives for Men's T Clinic. This is where I go to get supercharged, make sure I'm feeling right, the testosterone replacement therapy at Men's.
Adopt.
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference. Based on your Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lebinsky, in for Lucius today. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you to Reliant as well. Do we not have the review strikeout things? I guess we don't do that anymore.
I don't know if there's a challenge system available at the big league ballparks yet.
Okay.
As they're back here at the Globe today.
Okay, yeah. Probably should have challenged that one, I think.
Really? Yeah, it looked like Duran got called out looking third strikeout of the day.
Third strikeout of the day.
Welcome back to the big league team.
Your guy, Ozuna.
Yeah.
He just got a double. Incredible. He's playing very, very well. All right.
Only problem with him is he's a left-handed hitter.
Yeah.
So he can't fix your lefties problem, but I'd still throw him out there. Let's get him in the outfield.
I didn't realize he was that small.
Little guy, but he brings the thunder, doesn't he?
Oh, no, he does.
Yeah.
He absolutely does. Good for him. Hey, Chief, I have a question for you.
Uh-oh.
You know, you're talking about trading back, and I'm just asking this question because I'm curious about what people think about the trading back. Just back-to-back strikeouts here.
Mr. Foskey looked at a no-doubter right there. That was right down the pipe, buddy.
Tying runs on base with 1 out and 2 strikeouts back-to-back.
Both of you.
Yeah. I'm just curious what really people think about this whole thing with the trade back stuff. And, you know, we always talk about getting value for that trade back. Are you a trade back just a trade back guy? And I'm not saying this as a direct, like trying to be mean about it, but are you okay with trading back and not getting value for trading back? I'm not. I'm just saying it because early in the segment or in the previous segment, you were saying, "Yeah, I'm interested in trading back," and I wanted to see how committed you are, and maybe people on the text are, of trading back, but not getting the full value for your trade back.
In terms of the other picks that you pick up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
for example, you know, we go back and the Cowboys made that massive move for the Travis Frederick one, where they should have picked up a 2, but they took a 3 instead.
Went 18-31.
Are you in that camp of, okay, I did what I had to do to bail out of there? Or is, you know, because I don't know in this draft if you're going to get the value for your picks if you're trading back. That's what I just want to know.
You think it's a full round, like you deserve a 3rd round pick and you're going to get a 4th rounder?
Yeah, that's what I worry about a little bit in this draft. And I wanted to see, since you brought it up, and it's not an attack on you. I just
the hell out of them.
The people who don't want to trade back are like that. Yeah, let's trade back. Sure, let's trade back.
If teams 12 through 50 are roughly the same, you know, I think you should be flexible with what you're willing to take in return, shouldn't you?
Yeah, no, I was just saying.
If I'm going to get a player that I have a very similar grade on, then I don't need to get full value. I'll take a 3.
Okay,
let's move down. I got to be opportunistic one way or another.
I just have to be prepared when the draft rolls on and teams trade back and they're not getting value.
Mm-hmm.
That I can't complain about they're not getting value.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
If all of a sudden, you know, you should have gotten a late 2, but you end up getting a late 3 for your trade, you know, usually I'm like watchdogging that. I'm usually like, well, man, you didn't get your value for the move down.
But you think this year you won't grade that as harshly?
I don't know.
I like the 3rd round. I think that this year... Yeah, well, I think it's going to be harder to move back because of that exact point. That if 12 through 50 is similar, I think it's easy to say. That's what annoys me with the whole.
Oh no, that's what I was just wondering because
there's got to be somebody that wants to move up.
I've experienced that. That's what I'm trying to say. I can't convey that enough of how you want to get out of there, but you can't. I mean, you're trying to drum up business, and you can't get anybody to give you value for your pick.
So you got to entice them more by taking less. You know, I think it's if you believe you're going to get just as good of a player if you drop, then any extra value is great. You know, I'm probably not dropping 7 spots in the first round for a 5th rounder, but for a 3rd, why not?
Yeah, I think I would be in this particular draft. I'd be more open to not getting quite as much in value, but it's clearly case by case. If some unbelievable player that you never expected to fall to you, like the CD Lamb draft, that draft, I'm not telling you when you're on the clock to trade back. I'm not telling you to do that because you got a guy that you thought would not be there, and you feel like that's a home run. Awesome. But the Travis Frederick draft, all of a sudden you feel like the guy that we get at 18, I can get a better guy at 31, then sure, I'll take a little bit less in return because I know I feel great about the guy that I'm getting, and I don't feel like I'm missing out on not picking 18 to 30.
Zach, I'm going to ask you this question about trading back because you've studied these players, so you've got a couple hundred players on your board. How many first-round grades do you have?
15.
How far, and we talked about this in the draft show this morning, how far are you willing to go down? Are you willing to get completely out of your 15 guys to make a trade? Or are you willing to go, like, I kind of feel like that maybe all your first round grades might be gone by the time pick 19 rolls around.
Yeah, the likelihood is true. Like I like
anything past 19.
Yeah, it'd be tough. Like
you're not taking a first round player.
Most likely not.
That you worked hard to, like, okay, man, we've only got so many of these guys. So now I'm trading away, but I'm trading away from one of the guys that I said, wow, this is one of these 15 guys I'd love to have.
With Wolchuk's way of looking at it, I mean, it's really players 16 through 50 are about the same. You know, if he's got 15 first round grades on guys, you know, if I'm at 12 and I'm absolutely cooked, I want to move down, but I don't know if I like the idea of moving out of first round graded players.
Yeah, like for me, if Tedero McMillan is there at 12, I'm not moving. I'm going to stay there and I'm going to take the player.
Yeah.
But if he's gone, and then the next thing you know, like I'm looking at, you know, some other guys that maybe I like that they don't, you know, Jalen Walker, is he a little too small for them? I don't know. Jahdae Barron, I've got a first rounder on.
Sure.
I don't think they're taking him. I think that he might be too small for what they want to play with at corner. So they might look at that totally differently and be willing to move. I think 20 with Denver, if I can get their second round pick, number 51 overall, that's a trade I'd be really interested in making. But I think it'd be tough to slide back totally out of the top 20 picks.
I kind of was looking at Arizona. I believe they're at 16.
Yeah.
And just picking up a 3. That was kind of where I was.
I'd love that. 4 picks and you pick up next
I was
third.
still kind of comfortably, maybe I would still be in my first round window. But like I say, if I go much past that, I'm probably going to be picking a guy in the second round, but which is
fine because you're also getting an additional guy in the top 100.
Right, but I busted my ass to try and come up with first round names. You know,
yeah, I get why that can be frustrating, but you're also trying to.
The whole idea is to try and take players, you know, in that window of first round grades.
So like I might get salvaged because I've got Emeka Egbuka as a first round player.
I do too.
He's 11 on my board.
Okay.
I'm seeing him slide roughly around that range where Denver is at 20. In fact, I saw a mock today where I think it was Chad Reuter of NFL.com had Denver moving up with Dallas. Cowboys got Egbuka at 20. So that would save me. I'm picking up an extra second. I'm still getting a first round grade for me.
Right.
And I moved back to 20. So like that's the one player where I'm looking at in these trade back scenarios, Emeka Egbuka.
So you
might
don't
be the guy that I can still get my first rounder.
You do not think you're going to lose all. You don't think you're going to lose all your first round players until you get to pick 20.
I don't think so. Unless some other team surprises me and takes him, but just at least right now.
So you give an 8-player cushion.
I could, yeah. And now maybe Arizona or somebody else says like,
Sure.
we like that receiver, and then they snipe him from me.
Yeah, I think we have to be ready if we're trading back not to get value.
Yeah,
and then as an evaluator, I can't during our show or during the draft say, well, Dallas got screwed on the trade. I can't say that, you know, because I don't think there's going to be value for trading back. I think if you're trading back because you just don't want to pick, and you got to.
Well, and because you know that you have a roster that's filled with holes, and instead of maybe getting the one great player, you feel like I'm now getting two really good players.
Yeah. I told you, like I said, I'm getting myself mentally ready for this.
Grading on a curve.
Well, yeah, I'm just not going to get value. And and by the way, to change the subject too a little bit, what I heard though, and this is talking to Daniel Jeremiah, I told you guys, possibly that he was hearing that New England and the Giants at 3 and New England at 4 could be back out situations.
Yeah, I wonder if the Giants are thinking like, hey, if Shedeur Sanders goes to the Browns
if that's the case, if there's not value, if everybody's not getting value for their trade backs,
offer them less.
Go for it.
Go get Abdul Carter.
Go for it.
Travis Hunter.
Go for it.
Draft day, baby.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you find out that people aren't getting value for their picks, you should go for it. Go up and grab one of those guys and take all the guesswork out of this thing. All right. Pro Football Focus did their superlatives for running backs. Wolchek, I'm going to need your help on this one.
Okay.
And this kind of breaks down yesterday, guys, what we did with the quarterbacks.
Yeah, I like that.
Remember that thing?
That was good.
Okay. They have broken down in various categories here. And like I said, Wooly, help me if you can. The running backs. They're saying the running back with the best long speed is Ashton Genty from Boise.
Long speed? Probably Travion Henderson for me from Ohio State. That dude, you get him in the open space, I don't think he's getting caught. Travion Henderson, I'd probably go with better long speed than Genty. But Genty's a solid long speed guy. More so, certainly, than some of these other backs we've looked at. Like him over Hampton in that category, 100%. I'd probably give that to Travion Henderson for me.
Yeah, I kind of like what you're doing there. I even think with Sampson a little bit from Tennessee.
Yeah, Dylan Sampson he's got juice, 100%. I think R.J. Harvey's got a little bit of that.
Yeah.
There's times where I did see Harvey get fetched, but there's also times where he will finish it, and you're talking about a 70-yard house call.
Yeah. All right, the next category they went down to is they said best balance in the draft. They said Ashton Genty again.
That's easy, Ashton Genty, yeah.
Yeah, because he broke 164 tackles last year in runs and receptions.
Dudes just bounce off him.
It is wild just watching bodies just like roll right off of him. It's crazy. They're falling like trees.
Best footwork. Here's your guy, R.J. Harvey.
Yeah, I'm with you on
from
that.
Central Florida.
Sweet feet.
Yeah, while he lacks top end speed, Harvey is still effective at breaking tackles thanks to his quick feet. His 211 forced tackles, missed tackles in 2022 are the fourth highest among, since 2022, are fourth among the FBS running backs. So R.J. Harvey, Central Florida, man, he is incredible.
Slippery guy.
With the way he runs. Best vision?
Ooh, best vision.
Ashton Genty again.
I mean, I'm trying to think of somebody other than Genty to give some of these to.
Yeah, and I was that's why I needed your help on this, because I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking guys other than, I'll tell you what, to me, it's funny that when you look at a guy like, I think with and I go down to like guys, maybe even like Brooks.
Yeah,
like
Taj Brooks has got good vision.
Brooks.
Absolutely.
With the way that he is able to, like, he cuts again.
Yeah.
He can make like the 3 cuts, and in the way he sees the hole.
Sure.
I would say that he has that kind of, I think ATN from Georgia is another one of those guys that has that vision to be able to see as well. Okay, and the last one that we got here is the best elusiveness.
Most elusive. I mean, is that Dylan Sampson?
I think Dylan Sampson's got this one. Now they say once again Ashton Genty.
I mean,
he's just cleaning up at the award show.
I do believe it is a big gap from Genty and everybody else, so I don't hate that giving Genty all the love. But Dylan Sampson's a super elusive back. I think that's his best quality.
A short yardage back, Cam Scatterboo.
Okay. You know who also doesn't get enough credit for that is probably Jordan James from Oregon.
Yes.
Jordan James is a very good short yardage back.
I saw the numbers on Sampson, the Tennessee running back, and he converts 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2 at a rapid rate.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Let's scram. Tim McMahon joins us next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So Doc Rivers, who has coached the most blown 3-1 series leads in NBA history, wants credit for getting those 3 wins, even though he couldn't get the 4th. But let's give the man the credit. It's remarkable that someone that's underachieved so thoroughly since winning a championship, what feels
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. New book out today, The Wonder Boy by Tim McMahon. The elite Mavericks and NBA reporter Tim McMahon joining us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, Tim. How you doing?
Howdy, partners. How you doing? I appreciate you having me.
Man, it is great to have you, especially on this day that now on sale. Congrats on the book. How'd it go?
There was a little plot twist at the end that caused some stress, some unanticipated extra work, but, that's the publishing business also doesn't move quite as quickly as I'm accustomed to in the .com world. But, all in all, it was quite an interesting project. It's been in the making for a few years, and it's nice to have the thing to the finish line.
After reading the final chapter that our friend sent over to me, Tim, I was left believing strongly that the Mavs' decision to trade Luka was not crazy at all.
Really? That's interesting. That's interesting. I would, the one thing I'll say is I've talked to a lot of people in a lot of front offices around the league. I'm talking dozens of people, and I've yet to find one from another franchise who thinks that the Mavericks made a good move. So, there's certainly a lot that went into the decision, fraying of relationships, the conditioning concerns have frankly been a thing throughout Luka's career. But this is the first time we've ever seen a player, not just of this kind of talent, but who's produced at that level, traded before his prime, that didn't want to be dealt. There have been guys who got moved, but it was because they basically forced the hand of their franchise, and that is absolutely not what happened here. So, unprecedented. I'll say that. Bold, risky. There's a lot of words to describe it.
Yeah, I think the trade itself was terrible, but when I'm reading about the alienation basically that was between Luka and the front office, they couldn't get a hold of him. He's putting on weight when he's supposed to be getting in shape. I felt like maybe this front office and team felt kind of hopeless trying to manage this guy. And when you wrote that a source said they felt like they were being held hostage inside their own team by the player, I thought at that point, hey, the decision to trade him, I think somewhat reasonable. It's just what they got was unforgivable.
Well, and so the majority of people I talk to around the league, the opinion is you just can't trade a guy who's that type of generational talent going into his prime unless you absolutely have to because he's demanding and he's forcing it. There were people who said, hey, I understand wanting to get out of the Luka Doncic business, but you have to maximize your return. And simply because Nico, by his own, not just admission, but he's proud of the fact that they kept it top secret. There were no rumors. And most importantly to Nico, Luka and Bill Duffy had no idea this was coming. He felt like they had to blindside him with it. And in that process, you lose leverage because you're not opening up to other bidders. I think, look, I reported on his conditioning probably more than anybody, and it is a concern. It has been. There have been consistent issues throughout his career, but it's pretty hard for me to say that it's something that is just, you have to reach the conclusion that you got to give up on the guy when he just averaged 34, 10, and 9 and led a team to the finals while playing more minutes over the course of the regular season and playoffs than any other player in the NBA. So, was there plenty of room for improvement, of cause for frustration? Certainly, absolutely. But to say, as Patrick Dumont says, you can't win that way, I don't understand how you can say that fresh off a finals appearance. Or as Patrick would say, making it to the championship games.
That frustration was definitely felt throughout Mavs Nation as we have Tim McMahon with us here. I guess, Tim, as you've been talking to people around the league, how uncommon is this to where it's like Luka and he's certainly got issues that are frustrating the Mavs, but then other superstars, like maybe not all of the things are the same where it's Luka and the weight issues, but I mean, is there kind of a bag of hair around for all of these superstars that teams might not want to deal with, but they deal with it because they're just so damn good?
Yeah, and as somebody says in that final chapter to me, basically, Luka, by superstar standards, was there some maintenance involved? Absolutely. But Is he the highest maintenance superstar in the league today? No. And as I said, ask Miami if they would have rather dealt with Luka or Jimmy Butler over the first few months of this season. Listen, and the thing with these guys having their own body teams or medical squads or however you want to say it, that's not unusual. And look, it's been an issue with Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers. It was an issue with Donovan Mitchell and the Jazz. And in this case, it was an issue with Luka and the Mavericks, but that's also after the Mavericks got rid of the people in the health and performance group that Luka did know, that he did like, that he did respect, and most importantly, that he did trust. And so, again, there were issues there. I don't think Luka was solely or even primarily at fault for some of the issues, though.
It's Tim McMahon here with you on the Fan. So the right move, if you get wind of this as an owner, is to get a new GM. Do you think this is ultimately who the responsibility falls on, is the GM and the owner?
I mean, in this case, Nico Harrison absolutely managed up. I know there's been all kinds of conspiracy theories. This had to come from the top down. I'm telling you, Nico has told you. Nico Harrison talked Patrick Dumont into this. Now, should Dumont have maybe picked up the phone and called Mark Cuban possibly and say, hey, I know we've totally pushed you out of basketball operations, but what do you think of this?
Yeah.
It might have been in his best interest. Should he have maybe, possibly even called another person who's been in that ownership seat? But he didn't. He bought what Nico was telling him. He completely trusted Nico. Nico said in Cleveland the one time he's discussed this deal publicly, at least in a sort of press conference setting, he said, hey, time will tell if he was right. Obviously, the Mavericks have had some very unfortunate developments since then, but by shrinking the time frame to 3 to 4 years and trading a guy who's probably going to have a decade-plus run, time was not going to be real friendly, I don't think.
How long do you expect Nico Harrison to be here?
That would be pure speculation on my part. I don't really want to speculate on that. The one thing I can say is Patrick Dumont's, as far as I know, the little he said publicly and everything I know behind the scenes, is he has, he's got Nico's back. He believes in Nico. Nico has his full support. I'm not sure that Dumont had any clue of the financial ramifications of this trade.
Yeah.
That Supermax contract, that's a huge number. I think the Mavericks are going to lose a lot more revenue than they were going to be paying Luka Doncic.
Well, as you were uncovering all sorts of interesting nuggets throughout your time putting this book together, The Wonder Boy, Luka Doncic and the Curse of Greatness, what is one of the things that you found most interesting and stuff maybe that you didn't know but you uncovered?
I think a lot of this is going back with the benefit of hindsight through his time with the Mavericks. I think the stuff that was most interesting for me to learn and was all new and fresh to me was all this stuff with the, with Real Madrid and more I think more recently and more importantly, with the Slovenian national team. And I went to Slovenia. I got to know people in the basketball community there. I was around his national team. Went to Germany, saw them compete in group play. I've talked to, like Vlatko Čančar, who's with the Denver Nuggets, the only other current active Slovenian NBA player, had a nice conversation with him, among other guys. And I think that the one thing that I really kind of hit home with all that was Luka is naturally a guy who leans towards loyalty. If he loves you and he trusts you, he's going to be loyal to you. And that's what he wants to be. And his commitment to the Slovenian national team is kind of exhibit A of that. Number one, the fact he plays for Slovenia, period. He had a Spanish passport. He's of Serbian descent. If he wanted to jump on one of these established European powers bandwagons, he could have done that because he had never played in an official tournament for the Slovenian national team until Eurobasket when he was 17 and co-starring along Goran Dragic as his tiny little country beat all these established powers and won that title. So the fact he plays for them at all is an example of his loyalty. The fact he plays every single game he can, every single summer, if he can walk, he's on the floor, He's playing heavy minutes. He's carrying the load. That is extremely unusual. Almost every star in the NBA, it's a case-by-case basis. Luka's commitment to the Slovenian national program has been unconditional. And again, that's an example of loyalty. Now, did I think for a long time writing this book that it could end in a trade? Yeah. I thought that the Mavericks were going to fail to be able to put a contender around him for a long time, as recently as midway through last year. It wasn't until about this time a year last year that I was like, okay, hey, they got something. They might have a chance here. But I never thought he would look for reasons to leave. I thought those reasons might just slap him in the face, but they succeeded building a contender around him. He, despite the friction with the front office and, kind of the complicated relationships, he wanted to be in Dallas. He wanted to spend his whole career here. They changed their minds on him. They decided to dump him.
Hey, Tim, we're starting to hear Mark Cuban kind of talk, on some podcasts and various things, but I want to ask you, and you have a relationship with Mark, as you will, a good relationship.
Yeah, hot and cold one.
Hot and cold one, but do you think Mark Cuban has any regret of hiring Nico? And would he have hired Nico knowing that if he was going to do this?
Listen, I can't sit here and put words in his mouth, but I can tell you this. Mark Cuban's priority over the previous 6 years or the 5.5 years that he had basketball control during Luka's career was to do everything within his power to make Luka happy. I mean, and there were a lot of missteps by Cuban along the way. The Porzingis trade blew up in his face, completely bungled the Jalen Brunson situation. These things are in the book. There was a lot of chaos in the front office with the coaching staff. Cuban should own some of that accountability. But there is just a 0.0% chance that Cuban would have intentionally done anything that would result in Luka Doncic leaving Dallas. Cuban desperately wanted this guy to spend his entire career in Dallas, just as he did Dirk. Cuban's loyalty to Luka was absolutely, positively unwavering. And look, man, I can tell you, Mark Cuban has not gone to many road games this year. He hadn't gone to a single road game since the NBA banished him from the second row of the bench. Until the Mavericks are in Los Angeles on February 25th. Cuban bought courtside tickets, and he's sitting right there wearing a pair of Lukas on his feet.
Yeah. Hey, Tim, but let me ask you this, though, about with Mark and, the situation with him and Luka and all that, though. Is this one of these things where do you blame people in the organization that didn't step up and tell Dumont that this was a terrible idea? I know you said that they, that.
Well, who's?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, is it basketball malpractice for a Michael Finley or somebody? I'm just, I'm trying to think of basketball operations people or, assistant general managers, or is there anybody in the organization that was willing to put their job on the line and say, this is a terrible idea, guys. It's a terrible idea.
And frankly, I don't know exactly what was said behind closed doors. Okay. I can tell you it was not a consensus decision within the front office. I can tell you that for certain.
Yeah.
Now, should somebody go over the head of Nico Harrison to talk to Patrick Dumont?
Sure.
Patrick Dumont and Nico Harrison want to operate in a very corporate-like structure.
Sure.
I just cannot imagine somebody doing that and keeping their job.
Right.
So can I blame somebody if they didn't feel comfortable doing that? Hey, man, these are human beings with, families to feed and,
right.
All those kind of things. I first of all, I can't tell you for certain that didn't happen. I don't believe it did. But I can't fault somebody for not doing something that almost certainly would have resulted in them being unemployed.
Okay.
Finishing up with Tim McMahon here on The Fan. Okay, so with AD coming back last night, maybe Lively and Gafford in the future, how good is this team now as they're cobbling together point guard play?
Well, unfortunately, look, this team, it was never going to be a popular trade, but this team is going to have a chance to be really good this season. Kyrie Irving was going to be the leader of that. Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis obviously were going to be the co-stars. They really needed Kyrie to be the player that he had been all season until he, had just a devastating knee injury. And any chance of the Mavericks being anything more than a pesky play-in team, it went down that night, unfortunately. And then, we'll see about next season. Look, Kyrie's going to work. He's going to do everything in his power to be able to come back strong. We don't know how much time he's going to miss next season. We don't know what he's going to look like coming off a major knee injury in his 30s. If Kyrie's not himself, it's really hard to see this team as anything more than maybe first-round playoff fodder. It's not nice to say, but that's just a fact of the matter.
No, always appreciate your candor and your honesty there, Tim McMahon. And then what do you think about Nico moving forward? Can fans look at him like, other than the Luka trade, a good GM, or is this a guy that can be trusted to lead them back to contention?
Well, other than her husband getting shot in the head, I think Mrs. Lincoln probably enjoyed that play. Based on what I've heard, at least. But well seriously, other than the Luka trade, Nico has done a good job here.
Yes, yeah.
He was able to scramble and successfully recover from a catastrophe with Jalen Brunson leaving for nothing in free agency in the wake of the Western Conference Finals trip. Now, they got fortunate that because of a lot of controversy and chaos in Brooklyn, that they were able to get Kyrie at a massively depressed price. They were fortunate that the Lakers didn't make a run at him in free agency, and they didn't have to sweat that out. And then he made good moves last year. And they weren't necessarily well received around the league at the time, but P.J. Washington, Daniel Gafford at the deadline, drafting Derek Lively II, Derek Jones Jr. on a minimum. And then, honestly, this year, I thought they had probably the best supporting cast around Luka, but everything revolved around Luka, and rightfully so. So do I think that up until February rolled around this year that from a roster construction standpoint that Nico Harrison had a successful tenure as a general manager? Yes. Do I think that he's going to get a lot of credit for that from the Mavericks fan base after the guy who everything revolved around got unceremoniously dumped and you didn't maximize the return? No, I don't think that people are going to go out of their way to grade Nico on a curve around here.
Okay, Tim, do me a favor. Power rank the Luka problems, the food, the beer, the hookah / heaters.
Honestly, I know there was a picture of him smoking hookah on vacation. I've never heard anybody consider that a problem. The man likes to eat. He enjoys a post-game brewski or twoski. He does have the remarkable ability to put on weight while leading the league in usage rate and playing heavy minutes. So that stuff was absolutely a legitimate concern. The fear was, with all these calf strains, that there was going to be a major injury, that his body's going to break down in his prime. All those are real concerns. Again, though, I do have to point out, I don't know if anybody's aware of this, but he did average 34, 10, and 9 and lead a team to the finals and lead the NBA in minutes played over the regular season and playoffs last year. So a lot of room for improvement, diet, conditioning, discipline, all those kind of things. And I get all the concerns and I get the frustration, but typically that kind of production forgives a lot of sins.
Was he a drive-through guy? Was he like a...
I tell you this, Nick and Sam's loves him. I don't think they've got a drive-through over there. But
there you go.
Doggy bags. Yeah.
Eating good.
They've still got the Luka on the menu, as I'm sure you boys know. It's a 77-ounce steak. I joke. They'll look a order too, but I'm just kidding.
We all know it'd be 3. You're the man, Tim. The Wonder Boy by Tim McMahon about Luka on sale now. Thanks again, and congrats on the release.
Hey, really appreciate you boys having me. Adios, amigos.
Salute. There he goes. Quite a conversation, and a guy who has been all over this story, rankling people at times, including Luka, throughout this entire story arc. But, he makes a great point. It's like Ronaldo from Brazil, big Ronaldo, fat Ronaldo, right? People talked about how out of shape he was while he was scoring the most goals in the entire world.
Sure.
What's the problem here? Chuck, where are we going next?
All right. Well, I hated the Luka trade. Let's do top 10 sports teams you love to hate. 877-881-1053. Who do you enjoy hate watching? That's next in the nation.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Singing sisters.
Laser Babies.
Saffron Squad.
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time for Wolchuk's Top 10 segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, your woolly bully, Zach with an H.
All right, who are some of the sports teams that you just love to hate? Did just see this. Very excited, Brian. I'm pumped for this update. Our buddy Tommy Yaris, boots on the ground, his old place of employment there in the 40 acres, Austin, Texas, the Longhorn Pro Day. He is reporting that Texas safety Andrew Makuba is indeed taking a 30 visit with our Dallas Cowboys.
There you go.
That makes me very, very happy to hear.
Yep, absolutely.
We love ourselves some Andrew Makuba.
Be a nice pick at 44.
Gosh, he'd be glorious. He really, really would be. His ability to run the alley and smack people, maybe the best among any safety in this class. In fact, if Nick Emanwari had the same ability to run the alley and tackle like Makuba had, he would be the best safety in this draft.
Yeah.
But for his size, he just does not strike like he should.
No, I think there's times where Nick just does not play with very much urgency. And Makuba is trying to get there. He's trying to make plays.
So good.
Yeah, and he likes to cover, and he likes to be around the ball, and he likes to be physical. And, you know, like quarterbacks, when they try and throw the ball on him, he's not giving up plays. And the metrics will tell you that. He was the fourth best safety in the country when it came to coverage, you know, quarterback ratings and stuff against him. This guy's he's got some special qualities to him.
Good player, man. Really, really fun to watch. Also reporting that Bruce Bochy has awarded the last 2 opening day roster spots for your Rangers. They're going to go to our buddy Mark Church and Garrison Garabito. So congratulations to them. They have made the Rangers opening day roster. And we'll have more bases coming up at 6. And we're also going to catch up with Dave Raymond coming up here in less than an hour. Expressway.
Cannot wait.
It's going to be awesome, man. Opening day, just a couple of days away. Just 2 more glorious sleeps. And then, you smell that? Oh, opening day Ranger
borderline
baseball.
Taste at Wolchuk. This is what an incredible time of year. And Mark Church making the squad. I think that means everybody that we had interactions with in the clubhouse.
Everybody made it.
Everybody made it. Everybody made the cut.
Made it.
They got the bump.
What do you say? Good luck, Charms? I think so.
I'd like to think so.
I think so.
Mark Church has a nice moment in our spring training opening day montage for tomorrow.
Nice.
Mark Church making a nice appearance there.
Awesome.
I kind of feel like Jock Peterson really stole the show, though.
He did.
But then again, so Cody Bradford.
Cody. For a moment there, I was like, I think Cody hates us. I think that's just Cody's face. Because I've been watching the Rangers post a lot of their individual one-on-ones with players. They'll ask like a question of the day, get their take.
With the mini mics.
It's just kind of Cody Bradford for you.
Hey, he's a bit stoic in that way.
You never know when somebody's going to cut loose,
No.
You never know what's going to do it.
But we got some great personalities, and I'm
Hard for
very,
him.
very happy for Mark Church. And shout out to Cheeto Awuzie as well, our old friend. He's got a new home with the Baltimore Ravens. They needed to add another corner. They lost Plano's own Brandon Stevens, who Heisman the Cowboys, said, I'm good here. They were showing interest in him, then signed with the Jets. But now Chidobe Awuzie going to be a Baltimore
I feel
Raven.
like he could be the next former Cowboy to go win a Super Bowl somewhere else.
Oh, he could be.
Yeah, congrats to him. For
That might be an early preview for September. Super Bowl picks. Gavin Dawson, could he be on the Baltimore Ravens?
I'm
Look
eyeballing
out.
him. Hell no.
Back-to-back bird championships. Has the league ever seen something like that?
I don't think so. And thank you to Not a Fan 1053. Great subject for today's top 10. I appreciate it. I actually came up with it on the fly. I was spitballing. I was like, I don't really like the options for it today. I want to pivot. And this one just kind of came to mind.
Can I give you my official top 5?
Give me your top 5.
Lakers first and second. For me, it's not enough to put them as first by themselves any longer because of what they did stealing Luka. I did not know my Laker hate could go any higher.
It always does.
But it absolutely exploded. Then the Astros for cheating and the rivalry and their reign of terror pretty much. Then the Eagles, I think because of their fans, there's usually quite a few cool players over there. On the Eagles. Then the Thunder because they used to be the Sonics. And I hate them. That was the I-5 rivalry back in the day that I grew up with. And then check this out, Wolchuk. I got the Minnesota Wild because they hate the Dallas Stars so much.
I like that because I've also the hate for Minnesota grew a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I got to be at game 1 of that series, and they took the run on Joe Pavelski, and it was Dumba, who's now currently on the team. And I really hate Minnesota as well. Like my most hated team growing up, because I got to watch 98, 99, 2000, coming into my prime of a young sports fan.
Hey, I think you're in your prime right now.
Thank you. I don't feel it
physically.
But, oh gosh, that's so not true. But I hated the Colorado Avalanche. I really did. I mean, those were some wars the Stars were battling back. But I think Minnesota might have taken the cake. I like what you're doing there. It's clearly the Eagles would be 1 for me. Astros would be 2.
Yeah, Eagles and Astros, I think, are in the mix for just about everybody, especially now with the way the Eagles and Sirianni just being so they were more likable with Andy Reid.
Can't stand them,
even though you still hated them.
I think the Yankees are out of my top 5 for the first time in 30 years, just because they've sucked.
They've kind of become irrelevant a little bit. I know they went to the World Series, but did we think they'd win?
Did the Dodgers replace them?
I was going to say, how many of us are going to be
the Dodgers have won the World Series?
Not yet. Let them win a couple in a row. Then they'll jump in there.
Get ready for
I got
that.
a lot of sports hate, though.
A lot of sports hate to go around.
It's a hard top 5
you
to
know
crack.
What? This is honestly, this list could take up the whole rest of the show, I think, because we do have a lot of hate. I hate the Spurs, and I always will. Now, the hate's definitely kind of subsided once you had the triplets of Ginobili and Parker and Duncan leave. But gosh, I couldn't stand them. They were annoying as hell.
Getting a lot of texts from every area code of the Metroplex right now.
I love it.
About how they're hate watching the Dallas Mavericks of Dallas.
We've turned our own. We are eating our own here.
Thanks, Nico.
Any team that has LeBron from the 214, I hate watching the Mavs, the Lakers, and the Yankees, and the Eagles, the Yankees, the Spurs, the Eagles. The St. Louis Cardinals is a good one, 469. Ever since 2011, I have had an absolute hatred of them as well. Number 10 on the list, Manchester United FC. They are the 10th sports team that people love to hate. Number 9, the Toronto Maple Leafs. Definitely a big-name franchise, but it feels like they're always going to lose. They're not actually going to end up doing anything, so I don't really have a hatred for them, but I'm also not in Canada. Maybe Canada was voting there. Number 8, Boston Red Sox. 7, Boston Bruins.
I think you just include all the Boston teams.
Yeah, the Celtics really.
They could really, and I'll
hate
tell you,
watching them. I hate their colors. I don't know. I just
all
can't
of them are on
stand it.
here. All 4 of the Boston major sports made the top 10. Red Sox at 8, Bruins at 7. The Lakers are at 6. I thought that was low, Gavin. I thought they'd be top 3 on here. 5 is the Celtics. 4 is our Dallas Cowboys. I did have some people on Twitter said they do love to hate the Cowboys as well.
Yeah.
And I guess
it's crazy.
Even if you love them, maybe you are hate watching them because usually what they're putting on display is hateful. And we're annoyed and we're frustrated and we're angry. Number 3 is Real Madrid FC.
A lot of winning.
2 is the New England Patriots, which I think eventually we might be able to swap out for the Kansas City Chiefs if they keep winning.
Yeah, and if they get caught cheating.
It's the scandals. Yeah.
Could be the scandals. Well, hey, Hagee will tell you there's scandals in Kansas City.
Mhm.
Number one, though, the New York Yankees, the sports team that we love to hate, and they are very hateable, the evil empire that they were. But there's the top 10 thanks to Mojo.
You did it, buddy.
Appreciate
Congrats.
Welcome back, Wolchuk.
Another top 10 for the ages is in the books here in the G-Bag Nation.
Your whiskey sour yesterday made number 7 on the top 10 best cocktails ever created.
Thank you. I'm glad that people are liking and enjoying the whiskey sours.
Let's
I haven't
talk
had them in a while.
Rangers. It appears Kamar Rocker did something very newsworthy today. We'll get Jared Sandler's thoughts on that. How about Josh Young's injury and more? Sands joins us next in the G-Bag Nation. Have to chat about D&M leasing with
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Strike zone for a period there. What were your takeaways from Kumar Rocker? And is the plan still for him then to go after DeGrom? Would he be the fifth starter in the rotation?
Yeah, so he obviously found out, as was reported earlier, he made the team. And I don't know how long he'll stay up. I mean, he could stay up all year. But, you know, Patrick Corbin will be in the rotation when he's ready. He's obviously not ready just yet. But, yeah, I think the plan is for him to go Monday. And Brian's right. You know, that first two innings, you know, he really wasn't throwing a whole lot of strikes, but he was, I guess, effectively wild. And then, you know, he did kind of rein it in a bit. And, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, 4 scoreless, 8 strikeouts is great. You know, he was facing the back half, or he pitched kind of the back half of the game. So, you know, he was facing more of the second unit for the Royals. But, you know, he was good. And the one thing that, you know, we were talking about earlier, if he's going to face Cincinnati, or really, I mean, even if he was going to face Boston, both those teams are athletic teams. They like to be active on the bases. And Kumar Rocker is going to have to not only demonstrate an ability to get big league hitters out, but he's got to show that he can control the running game a little bit. You know, he gave up 5 steals against Colorado, a couple more, I think, here today. And in the regular season, that's going to hurt much more than it does in spring training. In spring training, it's like, whatever, you know, it is what it is. But you know, that's going to be something that we'll be watching for certainly on Monday against the Reds. Now, if he throws a perfect game, then, you know, it doesn't really matter. And maybe he just does that every 5 days, and that will answer all our questions. But short of that, he's going to have to figure out how to not only, you know, be able to maintain focus in getting the batter out, but do so without totally ignoring anyone on base. I'm sure that's something that will come. That's not a major concern, but maybe just more of an immediate future concern for Rock. But, yeah, it'll be exciting to see him throw on Monday, and hopefully that command and that control ticks up a notch as well, because Brian's not wrong. It did seem like he was spraying pitches early, maybe getting away with some stuff, so that's going to have to improve once we get into the regular season.
Jared, I was trying to kind of figure out the thing with DeGrom. Do you think it has something to do with potential early season weather in Cincinnati? That maybe you have some games that are going to be in the low 50s and rain potentially for those games, that you don't want to have him get ready for that, and maybe in a controlled environment, you know, at our stadium here, he can go out there and pitch and get what he needs done?
Yeah, we had talked about that, and the counter to that, Brian, as well, he pitched for the Mets, and he's used to it, but then the counter to that counter, more in line with what you're suggesting, is, yeah, that's cool, that's great. I lived in Michigan, and I lived in, sub-zero temperatures. Doesn't mean, I'm...
Yeah.
And for a guy coming off his second Tommy John, there's, if you can avoid that, great. Now, the problem is you're probably not going to be able to avoid it for long because if you look at the April schedule, they're going to be in some colder climates, Chicago, Seattle, and maybe they are able to kind of dodge that, as much. Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense, Brian. I mean, why? And also, I don't know, to whatever degree this is a thing, I think it's cool that his first start's going to be at home. I think, that, the home crowd's going to enjoy that. Obviously, once you're within the flow of the season, you don't need to manipulate it in that way. But, you have the ability to do it now. And I think having Jacob deGrom start at home is fun. And, I don't know if that, the joy of it had anything to do with it. But, yeah, pitching in a controlled climate, I think definitely is a plus and makes his second start, I believe, would also be at home after that brief road trip against Cincinnati. So I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that will allow the first few starts to be, home turf.
Current G-Bag of the Day champion Jared Sandler with us here in the G-Bag Nation.
What'd I say?
I think you were just talking about...
the 12 inches.
Talking about
how much you
sausage,
can take.
How many could you take, Jared?
boomsticks, and inches and stuff. Painted quite the picture. Now, if I had a magic genie, you have one baseball wish, and you get to have somebody in this year's lineup revert back to their 2023 dominance. Somebody is going to, at the snap of their fingers, return back to the height of their powers. Who in the lineup would you most want that guy to be?
Yeah, I mean, it's Adolis for me, and it's just because when he is going the way he went in 2023, he'll, you've got a built-in hot streak just because of him 2 or 3 times a year for, a 10-day stretch. And he's going to be productive outside of that, obviously. But, I mean, this guy just can put a team on his back. I mean, we refer to guys like him sometimes as aircraft carriers, the way that, they're able to shoulder the load. And I just think that the way he can impact a lineup is a little bit greater. It's not to say that Marcus Semien doesn't have the ability to be a really good hitter. He absolutely does. I just think that what Adolis did in 23 and what he didn't do last year was felt heavily, more so than maybe the fluctuation you got from Marcus Semien. And then you guys talked about Jonah Heim yesterday. I think the insurance of Kyle Higashioka, who might end up being 1A to Jonah's 1B, or maybe Jonah's 1A to 1B, whatever the case. I'd like the depth that the Rangers have there, and I don't know that the upside is as strong, for Jonah as it would be for Marcus or Adolis as a hitter. But I think a middle-of-the-order impact bat like Adolis. And the other thing, if I may cheat a little bit with this, I'm going to also include that going along with that is health for Adolis. And that not only means that Adolis is going to return to form offensively, but hopefully return to form defensively, because the 2023 Adolis Garcia was a Gold Glove outfielder. The 2024 Adolis Garcia defensively, I don't want to say it was a liability, but he was not a positive impact player. And the Rangers would really benefit from having that right fielder back as well as that bat back.
I'd love to have Evan Carter's 450 on base percentage from the 23 postseason if I could, but not on the opening day roster. Sands, how confident are they that he'll be back to being that guy midsummer or something?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I'd probably be lying if I said, they felt like they had full confidence that, it's going to happen. But I think they are really confident. Here's the thing, Evan Carter's 22, and he's not going to turn 23 until late August. We talk about this a lot. If I told you Evan Carter was making his major league debut at 23 to start the 2026 season, you wouldn't bat an eye. There's nothing about that that's like, wow, he's behind schedule. He had an interesting trajectory. Usually when guys get hurt in the minor leagues, it puts their progression on pause through the system. But it didn't seem to really pause it for Evan Carter, because when he was healthy, the results were so impressive. And then there was a need in September of 23. But he really has such limited upper-level minor league experience, and I think the Rangers feel like it's not that he's got stuff to prove down there as much as he definitely could benefit from it. And here's the thing. He'll go down to AAA. He'll lead off. He'll face lefties. He'll face righties. It doesn't matter. And I think while Chris Young was clear to say it's not just because of the lefty thing that he got sent down. I mean, he did not have a great camp. If there was a competition, which there was, he didn't win it. He didn't earn the spot. It's not like he was sprinting through the finish line. And I think because of some of the other factors, I think now's the time to do it. I think it is better to do it now than for him to struggle in April and then get sent down. And I think they're wanting to nip this in the bud now, give him some time to grow and develop, get a little bit of momentum, get some confidence in a lower pressure situation. I don't think that the Rangers – I'll say this. If before spring training someone with the Rangers felt like Evan Carter was going to be a future multi-time All-Star, I don't think that what happened over spring training changes their thoughts. I think it might just delay the timeline in which he gets to that point. I think that they are lacking confidence in what the future might hold. And Gavin, to your point, I absolutely think that Chris Young would gamble that Evan Carter's going to end up spending more time on the big league roster than he will on the Round Rock roster. It's just a kind of a matter of when and how long an injury could expedite that, an injury to someone else, or obviously if he busts down the doors with a good 2, 3, 4 weeks to start off the season, then we might see him sooner than expected. But I do think that he had an interesting path to the big leagues, and I really think that he can benefit from this, especially facing lefties. I really think that it's going to be really beneficial for him in that regard.
Need some more season in there, Sands. Before we let you go, we got to run, but is Josh Young going to be okay?
Yeah, I was told and checked in with him. I think he's going to be just fine for Thursday. I think it's precautionary, and so far, same for Corey Seager. So we'll wait on Thursday to find out, but I believe that both guys should be good to go.
Cheers, Jared. Have a good night.
See you, fellas.
He is at Jared Sandler on Twitter. He gets one day off tomorrow, and then 200 straight days of baseball, probably. Maybe 220, something like that. If you make it,
sign up for
I wonder how he celebrates.
Sign
to start of it.
Yeah.
It must be quite a celebration. You know, waking up when you have the realization that 6 months of nothing but America's pastime staring you in the face. Football's finest coming up. Football's finest coming up next, Chief. What are you taking us?
Sounds so awful.
Hey, man, it's a long season. It's a long season. Battle of attrition. Walchuk versus Sims in a scout off. Plus Andrew Luck, a general manager, making big time moves next year in the nation.
This nation. Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot Chats, Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We'll talk with Dave Raymond, voice of the Rangers, coming up here at 5:20. Get his thoughts on the upcoming season. LA Live is going to be another GD Live tonight. I'm going to take these broadcast reigns coming up at 5:40.
What's your confidence meter?
Out of 10, I don't know, maybe a 6.
Okay.
It's better than yesterday, though. You were floating around a 4.5.
Yeah, at best. I think that's where I peaked.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll do better coming up at 5:40. But right now, it's time for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's the Chief.
Okay, we're going to get to the Texas Pro Day takeaways coming up here in just a moment, but some NFL housekeeping for the people.
You think Dave Raymond's already hitting the booze after working with Bassick for today? Or did he has to know he has 200 games? He's got to work with him, whatever.
He worked with him last year. He probably pre-gamed it, actually.
You think so?
He's
You think he
probably boozing,
tailgated it up? Kind of like we would if we were doing the broadcast?
I'd probably do a little flask. You know, I don't want to show up
like Bob
inebriated
Uecker kind of deal.
You know, there's a lot of people on the way in that I'm going to have to talk to. So I definitely don't want to get a buzz going until maybe third or fourth inning. And then I just hang out in there until everybody goes home and I'm gone.
That's the similar advice you have for the Wooly Bully on Drunken G-Bag Fridays.
It's a pattern.
Right? Like just kind of treat this like a marathon and close the game.
We said we were going to have an intervention
close
with him,
the
right?
show on the peak high.
I think there is a peak about 2 hours after you start drinking where you're having the most fun.
Yeah.
And you make the most sense, but you're a little wild ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
That's where I would want the show to end if it was me.
Yeah. Go out on top.
Yeah.
I like the idea of a 2-hour show.
Yes, that does sound wonderful,
kind of a sweet
too.
spot.
You know, now
do you feel like you got drunk and then kind of sobered up during the show?
Yeah, it was like
that
the
hurt you?
hangover afterwards. I felt the tequila just zapped my spirit.
Did it?
Yeah. If I had kept drinking, I might have had a better shot, but it was kind of just out of the system. And then at that point's when the headache set in and a little bit of nausea.
Like you didn't touch your brisket at all.
I ate a piece of brisket, and it was tough to eat.
Because
the whole time he was just kind of rubbing and patting his tummy.
Yeah, I was feeling like I tried to go to the bathroom and get the deed done, and it just wasn't going to happen.
The puke deed?
Yeah. I felt bad.
I'm glad that you didn't.
What a coward.
Don't vomit all over cold beers and cheeseburgers.
I was good to go.
Mark Cuban once famously said, though, that he wouldn't watch day baseball games because he didn't want to drink 6 beers in the middle of the day, then go back to work.
Yeah.
You know, working after drinking?
No way.
Awful.
Absolutely not.
Working while drinking? Hey!
Yeah.
Working after drinking.
No, that would be terrible.
I didn't have poor driving. Did I help you or not?
No, you were good.
Okay.
Fine.
I just want to make sure I didn't.
We were good. I thought we executed that brilliantly.
No, I just was worried about me driving poorly and then you getting sick in the car.
No, it wasn't one of those car sickness things.
I got you. All right, cool.
All good on that part.
Good.
Okay, we got the knock on the door, the housekeeping knock earlier. Yep. I feel like we were rude. We didn't open the door.
Housekeeping.
We're going to go ahead and open that door.
Yep. What do we got?
The NFL's competition committee is expected to propose a tweak to the kickoff. moving touchbacks from the 30-yard line to the 35 to increase return rates. Now, we had mentioned this maybe last week when there was some potential rule changes floated out. This seems like one that's going to stick, and they're really going to propose it, and I imagine this thing gets cleared, and now your touchback is going to be at the 35. So now, as a defensive coordinator, as a defender, you're probably like, really? 5 yards closer to the end zone, 35-yard line? That's a tough pill to swallow.
As a special teams coordinator, are you kicking it to the return man yet? Are you kicking it to Turpin?
I hope so. I hope these rules just help benefit more returns.
Yeah, I guess you would
We're
have
almost
to go
in field goal range.
Let's
on
make
the
it happen.
touchback.
Hell yeah, touchback.
How many dudes are averaging getting past the 30 or close to the 35 on a kickoff return? That would be where you would probably want to start on that, because I'm sure most kickoff returners are not getting to the 35.
No,
and giving the ball at the 35. I'm honestly fine with it, but at the same time, if I was a defender, I wouldn't be. If I was
There's
a
going to be more
defensive
collisions here. Get ready.
More collisions?
Yeah, more collisions.
With the returns? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what they're inviting because they want the returns to
They
take
went from
place.
like, we don't want guys to running into each other for the last couple of years to we're okay now with guys running into each other.
Trying to find the happy medium.
I think in this format now, with the guys moved up and all that, there's more of an opportunity for big plays and less super high-speed collisions. At least we're not running 60 yards and then colliding.
Yeah.
Maybe they're going to find a sweet spot here. It'd be great if there was actually the possibility that maybe you get a half dozen kick return touchdowns in a season or more. Why not? Let's keep engineering.
It'd definitely be good for SportsCenter top 10 plays.
Oh, dude.
You know,
Nothing more
get
exciting.
More kickoff returns in there. I think that's kind of a missing ingredient these days. The Bengals are fully prepared to negotiate a new deal with Trey Hendrickson, and a trade is off the table for Hendrickson. That's from Jordan Schultz, friend of the program, just about an hour ago, reporting on that. And then you had Von Miller kicking the tires on a potential rejoining of the Broncos. He's still out there. I'm assuming he's going to be one of these post-draft pickups, and we'll see where he ends up, but maybe a return to Denver is going to take place. You have Tom Curran, who covers the Patriots.
Boston.
Had significant interest. Patriots had significant interest in trading for DK Metcalf, but he had no desire to go to New England.
Yep.
How do you have desire to go to Pittsburgh with that quarterback situation? You're not in the warm weather environment like we thought he wanted to be in. You're in Pittsburgh. You're playing in the AFC North. Physicality, cold, and defenses are pretty dang impressive outside of the Bengals. But you want to go there without a quarterback as opposed to going to the up-and-coming Drake May in New England? What's the difference?
Yeah.
I think that from my research, the only difference that I can come up with, unless he just loves those French fries on cheeseburgers like they do in Pittsburgh, I think the taxes are pretty terrible.
Heavy.
When it comes to that particular neck of the woods.
Sure.
Foxborough and whatnot. So
Massachusetts.
I mean, that's the only thing. And the Patriots had enough money to probably be willing. They were willing to give Chris Godwin a fat bag, like $5 million more a year than what he ended up getting with the Bucks. I'm sure the Patriots would have overpaid. I just think that's an egregious decision right there to say I'm down to go to Pittsburgh, not down to go with Drake May and Mike Vrabel.
These receivers talk to each other. Remember Brandon Ayuk when he was that possibility of getting traded and it was going to go to New England, and he just decided, no, I'll sign whatever you want me to do. I'll sign. Remember that? I think these receivers all talk to each other about stuff like this, but I also feel like that maybe people don't want to play for Mike Vrabel, you know, and playing for our guy at Pittsburgh, maybe a better thing than playing for Mike Vrabel.
Well, I guess that's fair, and you can't really argue that if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Vrabel might not help a wide receiver's career. Maybe our guy at Pittsburgh might not help a wide receiver's career either. But
I do think people want to play for Mike Tomlin. Cam Hayward's taking all the credit for it. Said he heard that DK was going to the Chargers. Texted a friend of his, said, yeah, he's also hearing that DK is going to go trade to the Chargers. And then he ended up talking to DK and helped persuade him to Pittsburgh. Personally, I think Pittsburgh gave the best offer. I don't think DK had a damn choice.
Well, and if that's the case, then sure, I get it. But, man, you want to go – I get you want to link up with Tomlin. He's a great coach. Players love him. But he hasn't had any ability to get a quarterback in the building. You are a wide receiver. So, Good luck to him. You mentioned Brandon Ayuk. Diana Rossini says that on the possibility of the Niners trading Ayuk before the April 1st payday, he's got a guaranteed money coming in. She says, I don't get the sense that's a reality. She says, I'm sure the Niners would like to trade Brandon because of the finances. We'll see what happens with this. I don't expect anything. So there's a little football housekeeping for you. Now, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Wolchuk, but Chris Sims and his wide receiver rankings, I don't know if you saw this. He had Wazoo's Kyle Williams as his second overall receiver in this draft.
Go Cougs.
It was Travis Hunter, Kyle Williams, then Ted McMillan, then Jalen Noel, which is another interesting one from Iowa State, and then Trey Harris from Ole Miss. So overall, I would say his top 5 is nowhere close to consensus when it comes to the wide receiver rankings. But in particular, Kyle Williams. This is not even a guy that I am familiar with at all. He's been put on the map thanks to Chris Sims for me.
Kyle Williams?
Yes.
Not a guy that I've watched.
Have you seen him? You haven't seen him play?
Not yet, no.
Yeah, we talked about him yesterday.
It's just crazy.
Yeah.
This dude's coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I think I saw some Twitter hype about him this week as well, and so I put him down as a guy that I need to go back and check out.
1,200 yards, 14 touchdowns last year.
The clips I saw looked good. The Washington State wide receiver, that's who we're referring to, and I saw some reps of him at the Senior Bowl, and he looked really, really good 1v1.
This is a twitchy guy, and he's got with ball in hand, he's a dangerous skill set to him, and the screen passes, the underneath stuff. Big chunk plays with this guy. He's got some elusiveness to him. He's got kind of that punt, kickoff returner mentality about him with the ball in his hands. Like he can weave through traffic and he makes himself available. He's a deep ball catcher. I mean, there's a lot to like. I told you that he broke Des Bryant's Holiday Bowl record with 10 receptions for 172 yards against Syracuse. So, yeah, I mean, he's got some things. When you watch him run, he'll run at the same speed no matter what the route is. Like he doesn't stop or. So I can see why Sims like him. I personally don't have him in the second round or have him as the second best
receiver in the class.
But there's a lot of good traits about the kid at 5'11", 190.
I like that. I mean, it's different. I'm all for, I'll go watch Kyle Williams tonight.
Second in the class in terms of yards per route run versus man coverage.
Yeah.
Third in the class in terms of yards after catch per reception.
Yep.
So interesting dude, somebody to consider. I wonder how high he will end up going. Now, you had the Texas Pro Day today. I loved this. Jahdae Barron said he didn't want to wear the official Pro Day gear that is given to each player. He says, I didn't want to wear the Pro Day gear because it was gray and it was black. I wanted to wear burnt orange for one last time. So he went out there and repped it, dude. That's just,
hey, you got to love that.
That's just a guy. Somebody's going to get an absolute dog, and they're gonna love it. And it's probably going to be, these mocks that I see, it might be before the Cowboys even pick at 12, which would be something. But some team is going to be very happy with that selection.
A dog with alligator arms, right?
Yeah, he's got the short arms. Small
T-Rex arms?
Yeah. But
alligator arms is a receiver trait, I guess you call him.
I was talking to Brad. Brad thinks he's got a little Darren Woodson in his game.
Ooh. Oh, is this when you were in the midst of the sandwich?
Yeah.
Between
like,
Brad and Babe?
I think, but it's like, Brad, I see the versatility you're talking to. I love the kid as well.
When you watch this kid tackle, he tends to go low. So he he'll cut tackle. I don't think Darren Woodson will ever.
He's not nearly as big.
Yeah.
That's for
5'11",
sure.
194 is what this kid's height and weight is.
Mm-hmm.
But he tends to go a little low with his tackle and stuff like that. See, people talked about him that he might be Brian Branch from Detroit.
I don't see that.
And I think he's Trent McDuffie is who I think he is.
Yeah, size-wise, that's definitely a better comp.
That's a home run selection.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest.
Yep.
Quinn Ewers. So you had Calvin Watkins, our buddy, out there covering this thing, and he said Quinn Ewers had 5 incompletions out of 59 throws, 4 drops, 1 errant throw. Ewers' first snap under center was a fumbled snap. He made good, strong throws over the middle. Deep balls fluttered a little bit, but overall strong performance. That's the Quinn Ewers report from the Pro Day.
I would think if he's unpressured, like he can be fairly accurate. I think a lot of it for me is pocket management and awareness. I think he's got a lot of traits that could be successful in the NFL. Seems like a good leader, but wow, it just seems so wheels off and like the poise and composure there. And the times I got to watch him this year just left so much to be desired. I couldn't imagine him taking a bigger step up to the NFL and having a lot of success.
Just get some happy feet when the pocket breaks down on him.
That'll get you.
Yeah, it's tough. It's terrifying. It's got to be terrifying. So there's no surprise that it's the absolute elite. I mean, you're talking about just a couple of guys in the entire world that can pull off what we're talking about here.
One final thing: Andrew Luck has fired Stanford head coach Troy Taylor after reports of bullying investigations and back-to-back 3-9 seasons. So this is late in the game, but Andrew Luck became Stanford's GM of football operations back in the fall. He says, I no longer believe that Coach Taylor is the right coach to lead our football program. So they may have like a coach, just like an interim coach for the season, because one of his quotes is, a search for new coaching leadership in football has begun, and an acting coach may be named for the 2025 season. Just an acting coach. You're not the real guy. You're just interim.
Yeah.
So he's getting there bullying everybody? He's bullying his assistants, bullying the players?
Hey, man, you go 3-9 back-to-back.
People could get bullied.
Start pointing the finger.
Yeah, some passionate debates are going to be happening. People could take that as a bullying. All right, thank you, Chiafalo. Football's finest every day, 5 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll hit the expressway. Chat with Dave Raymond, TV voice of your Rangers, is next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, buddies. Dave Raymond said to join us here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And good afternoon / good evening, Dave. How the heck are you?
I'm great. How you fellas doing?
We're wonderful.
Hey, Dave, they're shaking up your football program out there, man. Andrew Luck ain't taking any prisoners, huh?
No, it's good, man. I don't know the particulars of what happened out there with Troy Taylor. What I do know is he basically stunk. So,
yeah.
I mean, I guess there were some off-field issues there around the athletic department. But, I mean, 3-9 doesn't cut it anyway. So let's go. When they put Andrew in charge of the program, I was excited. Good. Then this is a new way somebody can step in and do something, make a change there.
There you go.
You know, I heard
like
reports
that
maybe there was bullying involved, and it seemed like a good opportunity to warn you about Mike Bassick's bullying, since you're going to have to work with him all season. Just protect your lunch. Be ready to scrap.
I need some of that tequila that the Wooly Bully is plugging down.
I got you, Dave.
I love it. Dave Raymond here, certified Tolo for that line. David, it's exciting to see Leiter and Rocker here, the Vandy boys, both in the rotation to start the season. Have the Rangers become an organization that's actually good at developing pitchers now?
I got to tell you, it's really exciting, right? Because those two are top-notch prospects, and they would be in any organization. But listen, there's no guarantee that you get guys out on the field and contributing, but they both look really good. And some of what we've seen lately from Rocker is super exciting. He loves that curveball, and it was working again today for him. 8 strikeouts in 4 innings. But I think it's a really good indication, because on top of it, and I know you guys no doubt have been talking about it this spring, because Jared won't let it go, but Teodo was really good. He still thinks that Teodo's going to lead the team in saves this year. That I don't agree with him on that, but that's a high-end kid who's going to be a big-time contributor at some point, probably in the not-too-distant future for this team. Winston Santos, another kid. So there's some names beyond the Vandy boys who are big, recognizable names. So yeah, I think I hope we're seeing right a trend going in the right direction that way. So maybe these are the first indications that they've got some stuff figured out on the pitching side. It seems like that would make sense, coinciding with Chris Young taking over as the general manager, the president of baseball operations a couple of years ago. Yeah, it takes a little bit of time for results to come once you start tilling the ground, but it looks like we might be starting to bear some of the fruit here.
Dave, we've talked a lot about Evan Carter, but I want to look at the other side of this with Leody Taveras, and I think a lot of Ranger fans were kind of writing off Leody and have been frustrated with the inconsistency, but he was certainly pretty darn consistent this spring. Do you think that Leody Taveras is about to shut a lot of people up this year?
I hope so. We were talking about it a little bit today on the telecast, but he's 26 years old. So if it's possible that he has a breakthrough year this year, right? I mean, that's not unthinkable. That's when athletes sort of reach their peak and their prime. And so it's also his 6th year in the big leagues. So, you could argue, hey, we've seen him for 5 years. I think we know what we've got. Or you could say the guy's got 5 years under his belt, which is incredible. What great experience. And he's just now hitting his prime. And maybe it all clicks in one moment for him. And that's based on what we saw this spring. I don't think that's a fantasy. He hit the ball well. He hit for power. He was even a little bit better from the right side. I don't know that they have a ton of faith in that, but and the trend certainly has been going the opposite direction over the years. When he came up, he was actually better from the right side than he was from the left, and that has completely flopped over the 5 years. But point is, he's still young. He's obviously skilled, and he has this experience under his belt. I think it's really possible that it all clicks for him. So, and I found this a little bit amazing. I was looking back to see the history of center field for the Rangers. And Leote has started, I think it's like 431 games in center field, right in that neighborhood anyway. That's 33 fewer games than the most all time by a Ranger. Like he's about to become the most prolific center fielder in Rangers history. Again, only 26 years old. So yeah, I think good sign, Zach, and I'm certainly hopeful. I loved what I saw this spring.
Dave, with Boch and we get the World Series 2 years ago. Last year, some struggles. Where do you think he is right now? Not so much about what he feels about the team, but how is he, you think, physically and ready for the grind again?
Yeah, he's been great. I think he's 70 years old now, right?
Sure.
But he plays a little younger. The passion and that intensity for the game. It's just the sharpness when you talk to him about baseball stuff. He's just so sharp, so on top of it. Not just with his own club or in-game stuff. Man, he's on top of what every team's doing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a part of his DNA, and I think, sure, would it be a nice time at this point in his life maybe to lean back a little bit and enjoy, the spoils of a great career? Yeah, perhaps. But I think a lot of guys, they don't know what else to do with themselves.
Right.
And baseball affords you an off season of roughly 5 months. And there's a point, I think, in everybody's off season where they wonder, like, could I really do this full time? I mean, I haven't done anything for 3 months and I feel a little bit unsettled. So, you get a taste of it every year and you sort of test out that concept. I don't know. I don't think he's ready for that yet. So I think there's a chance that we could see more years of Bochy at the helm here. I certainly hope we do.
Dave, who's your pick to lead the team in dongs this year?
Ooh, that's a good one. I mean, I think if you're going to just go chalk on this, like you should in the NCAA tournament, you go Corey Seager. But I'll go off the grid just a little bit. I don't think it's that big a stretch, but I certainly think Wyatt Langford could have that kind of a year where he breaks through for a big number. So I'll take Wyatt just for the fun of it.
That would be a lot of fun. But what about the Berger stuff? I thought Berger was going to be mashing.
Berger is going to hit a lot of home runs, and early returns based on what we saw in spring training are that he fits well in this lineup. And really, I think that's the thing, right? The whole rising tide for these guys. It's going to help Seager. It's going to help Young and Jock Peterson and Berger and all these guys. Adolis Garcia. Heck, Adolis could be the guy. The thing about it is all these guys are going to be in some ways protected by each other in this lineup.
Right.
They're going to see more opportunities. They're going to put so much pressure on opposing pitching that, I mean, I don't think you could criticize somebody for taking any one of those guys I just mentioned. If you said Josh Young, I think you could make a pretty good argument that Josh Young would lead this team. I think Jake Berger, you could make a great argument. You could even go with Peterson. The only thing Peterson has working against him is that he's probably going to platoon a little bit. But, he still has a shot because he's got just crazy power. And in this lineup, he could do some damage. So I think there's so many guys you could consider in that conversation. But you know that Young's going to play every day. You know Langford's going to play every day and Seager. There's a chance that they take Berger out every now and then, give him a break. There's a chance that Peterson's in a platoon. So it could hurt them a little bit. But I think those other three, they're all really, really strong arguments to lead this team.
Okay, what is the total here? Because I've got the dong tally in front of me here, Dave, and I just need the number of dongs. You're the second person to take Wyatt Langford on here.
Yeah, I know your fascination with dongs, Zach, is both
speaks for itself.
Intriguing and troubling. But the fact that you're the guy running around counting dongs is, listen, it singles you out. Okay, I'll say 42 Dong.
Ooh, 42. Okay, the other person who took Wyatt's at 44. So this is great. You guys are simpatico. You and Will Chambers.
I love this, Dave. You're on fire right now. Have you put together like what are you calling Jake Berger's homers?
Yeah, I don't know yet. His doubles make it a lot easier because those fall right in line, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do with. I'm not sure I fully understand what a smash burger is.
Yeah.
But, that seems to have potential somewhere in there. There's got to be a play there. I don't know. I mean,
Burger Bomb.
Just got to let it.
Yeah,
Burger Bomb.
Burger Bomb's easy. Good alliteration.
The fact is, Basic's probably going to step all over it anyway. So
yeah, that's true.
Have you had to talk to him about that? Like, hey, let it breathe a little bit. Can you just wait before you jump in here?
No, man. Here's the thing. You guys know with Basic, you unchain Basic and you just let him roam.
Yeah.
And then you just react to that because it is a show. You don't know where it's going. It's like a hallucinogen, really. You just gotta surrender yourself to Basic madness and just try to enjoy it, man. He's a riot.
He is. Wiser words have never been spoken on Bassick, I believe, here as we're chatting with Dave Raymond. How's this going to go for DeGrom? Taking something off the velocity. Can he still be the best pitcher in the game like that?
Yeah, that to me is one of the more interesting things to follow this year because today he was down even a tick from what we'd seen this spring. And I've heard people say that the guns are a little hotter down in Arizona, but he was down a tick. He still got it done. He had trouble with really two hitters in their lineup today, but there's a difference. There's a difference between living at 97, 98 and living at 95, 96. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but all the data says that blood goes down appreciably with increased velocity. And so, I think it's something that they'll want to watch. At the same time, people would argue, you could argue, geez, maybe his command would even be a little bit better if he took just a little bit off. The fact is, when he was throwing 100 plus with that wipeout slider, he still had the best command in baseball. He spots everything with near perfection. So I don't know that I need him to have better command. And I love the velocity. That said, I'm not worried about him. He's got the chops at this point. If taking him down a couple of miles per hour on the fastball gives me more innings, more durability, then I'll take it. I'll take a percentage strength of full DeGrom, right? If it's 90% full DeGrom for 25 starts and 160 innings, well, I'll take that over 100% DeGrom, for 18 starts and 120 innings. So I'm not terribly worried about it, but I definitely do sense that there is a difference in the way hitters react.
Okay, we have some feedback here, Dave. Berger hits a whopper to right field.
Oh.
How does that sound?
Okay, again, well, there's solid potential there.
Jake,
I need to put that in my little book.
Jake Mashburger.
Mash is solid.
Interesting.
Jocko Tacos need to be a potential thing.
Jocko Tacos, okay.
Maybe a Tuesday
right.
special. Just mix it in.
Oppo, the Oppo, Jocko Oppo, the Oppo Jocko, something
right.
like that. I think that could play. And then I am curious, Dave, did you get to try, because Jared didn't try any of the new concession items, did you actually get a chance to try some of those?
I missed the whole thing.
Unbelievable.
I missed the whole show. Yeah. And that's on me, right? It's one of those, you go home at night, you look yourself in the mirror and say, well, why the hell weren't you there?
Just
and
disgusted.
I wasn't. And,
such a shame.
I'll make up for it. It's one of those things. It's spring training for everybody, though, so we'll get it right.
You'll play your way into shape.
Yeah, we'll get there. What do you have a favorite thing about opening day, Dave? Is there like a favorite moment that you really enjoys at the beginning of the game, or any part of the pageantry?
Yeah, I would say it's definitely the beginning of the game. The fly over the anthem when you've got a full house and everybody's really into it. That gives me the old goosebumps. And then usually I would say, if you've always got your most dynamic guy on the mound. And right now the Rangers with a a great pitching staff, you've got a guy out there who can generate a little of that electricity. I would say the scoreless top of the first, with especially if it's punctuated with a strikeout or something like that. Like you see Evo punching somebody out, and the crowd's going to react, and they're going to well up, and now it's anticipating Semien and Seager come to the plate. That moment is usually for me one of the best of the year. You get that big out, crowd swells. Now we got our shot coming, and Katie bar the door. Let's see what happens.
Live it up, Dave. Let's go have a hell of a season, man.
That's right, buddy. Off day tomorrow, and then we just sit down and we stare in the face 200 straight days of America's pastime.
Hey, you enjoy it.
There he goes.
The grind is real, baby. Let's go, Dave.
You're the man.
All right, see you, fellas.
Go get some tequila, bro.
Dave Raymond with you here on 105 through the Fan. Obviously listening last hour. I mean, hey.
Dave's always listening.
On that point, baseball is amazing, right? It is America's pastime, and it's incredible as a fan to go home and put it on while you're making dinner and living it up. I think if you're working it, that's got to be the most difficult sport to get through, isn't it? I mean, an NFL season 4 months can start to feel like, wow, we're grinding our way through this thing. We're getting the job done. Basketball season, I did the post-game show for the Trailblazers for like 5 or 6 seasons. That's 82 games over the same period of time. So you have half as many games. It feels like a grind.
Yeah, I mean, for Jared, he was just in Surprise, Arizona for majority of February. And so, I mean, he's looking at 8 months, and that's just if there's no postseason.
You're right. Yeah.
This is a postseason damn team if I've ever seen one.
Okay, we are going to hit the LA Live here in just a second, a GD version of LA Live. Anthony Davis, though, tonight preparing to play back-to-back games for the Mavs for the first time, as he did it last night, went 26 minutes and had 12 points on
More
6
minutes
of 9
tonight,
shooting. I don't know. I listened to Jason Kidd last night, said 28 was the cap.
Yeah.
I would imagine on back-to-back, I'm not raising it. Unless he's insisting on it and saying he's feeling great, but they'll visit the Knicks here coming up 6:30.
What do you think about the chances against the Knicks tonight, too?
I got to feel like they're good. I feel like I'm more optimistic about this team than others, and I know New York's third in the East right now, but I like this team. So what are good chances on the road on the second of a back-to-back? I don't know, 25 or 30% chance of winning
at
this
least
game.
they're in the same city, Brooklyn, and then you didn't have to change hotels or anything like that. That's
Luka
good.
Doncic says it's on him and LeBron to recharge the Lakers. LeBron's been back 2 games. They got rolled up again. They've lost 7 of their last 10, and their average margin of defeat in these games is 15.7. So they're not just losing, they are getting smoked. I know a lot of people maybe want to see the Lakers do well and Luka do well. I'm on the side that's always going to hate the Lakers. I will like some of their players, but once they put on that purple and gold there. But anyway, a top 6 spot is not guaranteed. Seeing the Lakers in the play-in, that might be in the cards right now. Who knows what these final 10 or 11 games have in store. But Lakers,
it kind of seems like that here lately, the Suns are playing a little bit better.
A little bit.
And the Kings are the ones that are kind of falling apart.
Yeah.
Slippage.
So you wonder if there's going to be a flip-flop there. Maybe the Kings are going to be the ones that fall by the wayside here.
All those teams in that mix just suck.
Check this out. The Lakers have 7 of their 11 games on the road, and there's 3 sets of back-to-backs waiting for them. So that's going to be some rough sledding there for the Lakers coming on down the stretch. That would just be too good to be true if the Mavs and Lakers could meet in any capacity in the postseason.
It's almost like the NBA has a script. My gosh.
It's unfortunate that they have the play-in, because if they didn't, we wouldn't even be talking about any of this. But the fact that the Mavs can get into the play-in, we still have to act like we're trying.
All right, on a Toxic Tuesday, it's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Ross Lubinsky can hit the intro. That is right. It's time for LA Live with GD.
Well, all right, you squares. Fight up this funk.
That's right. I am Gavin Dawson in for Lucius on a Toxic Tuesday LA Live.
Who are you?
I'm GD. Did I say I'm Lucius?
No,
You said you're Gavin Dawson.
Don't let him
that's
pull
right.
you off sides like that. You get in your zone, all right?
Yeah.
Brian, I'm already struggling going into this thing, trying to create some LA Live
I'll
magic.
start asking you questions here in a second.
And
just ignore him.
Well, we're having some pretty dang toxic vibes coming in from Broadus today.
It is Tuesday.
I'm good.
So it's very fitting.
I'm totally good.
I'm pretty irritable right now, I'll tell you that.
Why?
You better watch yourself.
As we do in every LA Live, we replay the G-Bag of the Day for you. The G-Bag of the Day every afternoon at 2:30 is the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. Takes on a number of challengers every day at 2:30. Its goal is to become a 5-time champ, become immortalized, and eligible for the G-Bag of the Year. Ross, who's our current champ?
Our current champ is y'all talking about the burrito from yesterday.
That's right.
Boomstick burrito looks pretty impressive, though. I'd like to take that down. I think we're going to get a chance on Thursday, opening day, to take that down. So I don't know. I mean, how many inches do you think you could take of that, Chief?
Well, I mean, I did in 3 hours' time. I did the 2-foot boomstick burger. I guess it was a couple of years ago now. So if you give me a couple, 2 or 3 hours, I think I could put the whole thing down. But in one sitting, I feel good about the first 12 inches.
Who do you think can take down the most inches of the station?
I mean, I don't want to be braggadocious or whatever, but I think I'm leading the charge on that. I'm certainly the favorite.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Walter could be up there.
That's a 3.5 pound thing, right, Jared? Is that what we're looking at?
It is 3.5 pounds.
Yeah, I was told 3.5 pounds. How bizarre is that? My
Crazy.
goodness.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, I would do that like a breakfast burrito. That would be really appealing to me. You give me 24 inches of bacon, sausage, egg, cheese, hash brown.
Yes.
Maybe throw a little salsa on there.
Yes.
I would take that bad boy down.
There it is, the G-Bag of the Day champ with Jared Sandler. Sounds about right to me.
I believe him when he says it.
All right. What else do I have for you boys here? I know you guys do like talking about food. It's a good
We do.
segue.
We love food.
Let's get some comfort food chatter in here. Have you seen the secret to success at Kentucky?
Yes.
Okay.
We actually have the sound of the press conference.
All right.
When Mark Pope was trying to get in the mix on that.
Let's go to Coach Mark Pope at the podium with a couple of his guys.
That's actually not the real answer. Come on, bring it.
What you mean?
The Weetabix.
Oh, yeah. I had Weetabix this morning.
Tell the whole story, please. I mean, Amari Williams, guys, is 10 rebounds, 8.6 assists, 1 turnover, 3 blocks, okay? Incredible energy on the floor. Go ahead, we're working on an NIL deal right now.
So on Friday, I had 4 pieces of toast for breakfast, and they thought that wasn't enough. So what was it yesterday?
I was like, Amari, what do you usually eat?
Yeah, he asked me what I usually eat growing up, and I had something called Weetabix, which is from England. And
If you've had Weetabix, will you please raise your hand? Keep going.
So it's like shredded wheat, and me saying this is crazy because my parents always forced me to eat it growing up. So Will Barton did a good job of finding an international store out here in Milwaukee, and he got me Weetabix. I had about 3 of them this morning. Coach Pope joined me too, and Brandon Garrison, and yeah, I feel like that helped my performance today for sure.
Does not sound good at all.
We will have
Does not sound like a good modern cereal. This chock full of corn syrup. This Weetabix.
Weetabix.
Yeah,
Weetabix.
But, apparently Weetabix. It's a popular cereal in England. It was even being carried at one grocer in Lexington, but the store, the team went and bought them all up because it's become a thing now there inside the team where they want to be eating this Weetabix. I guess it's kind of like eating your Wheaties. It's England's version of the championship cereal, the Breakfast of Champions.
Yeah, dude, I definitely never heard of this cereal, but I do love that the Kentucky, I guess, like Kentucky fans. I mean, Weetabix.
Yes, they're buying it up like crazy. It's number 6 on the Amazon. Trending cereals now.
Yes, dude.
Yeah.
So they're going out in full force, and
I guarantee Will Chambers has a box on the way.
Oh, he absolutely has ordered it.
For sure. He's probably eating some right now as we speak, but that will be eaten across Kentucky Nation when they tip off.
Yeah, they're going to get their Weetabix and their Mountain Dew and Jack Daniels cocktails.
How's it spelled again, Dawson?
Lock in Weetabix, Weetabix.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah, check it out. He described it as shredded wheat. I was instantly out. I think I tried to eat that once when I was like 9 years old. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I'm all for eating healthy, but we can do better than this.
We're going to need some strawberries and some blueberries in here.
Yes.
Maybe
I might not be able to say
maybe
flavor.
some cane sugar.
Yes, cane sugar went heavy on that on all cereals.
Breakfast biscuit. What it is.
Probably delicious.
Yeah.
Okay, Speaking of food, guys, new item at the Mets game. A hot dang bucket of 20 fresh out of the oven chocolate chip cookies. Have you seen this on Twitter?
Yeah, and I saw this one, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't a ball sack.
Are we getting ball sacked here?
The Mets last week with the
20
dozen
hot dogs. Yeah, 12 hot dogs.
So, but this one is actually real.
This
I
one's
saw
real.
the gold check mark.
Dude, the
Figured
Mets,
that was good.
The Mets are doing it right with some of their food. I mean, this sounds delicious, some of the stuff that they've got on their menu. And they're bringing in chefs like Adam Richman, the originator of Man vs. Food.
Man vs. Food.
He's got a Fiesta burger and pub burger that they're going to be serving there as well. So what the Mets have going, they might have the best food in the game in terms of some of their culinary creations.
Makes
outside
sense.
of course, the ballpark here.
The Globe does a heck of a job, and I tagged the Rangers in this, and I said, hey, let's get it going here. I would do that. You know, I would a bucket of 20 chocolate chip cookies. They don't look like they're maybe the biggest chocolate chip cookies, and I don't know the quality of them or the price.
I wonder if they're